Civil and political rights were the earliest form of natural or human rights. EY were advanced through the English Revolution of the 17th century and the French and American revolutions of the 18th century. Core civil and political rights are the rights to life, liberty, and property, although they have been expanded to include, for example, freedom from discrimination, freedom from slavery, freedom from torture or other inhuman forms of punishment, freedom from arbitrary arrest, and so on. Civil and political rights are typically seen as negative rights or forbearance rights that can be enjoyed only if constraints are placed on others. Negative rights therefore define a private sphere within which the individual can enjoy independence from the encroachments of other individuals and, more particularly, from the interference of the state. Negative human rights thus correspond closely to classic civil liberties such as the rights to freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion and conscience, freedom of movement, and freedom of association. However, it would be misleading to suggest that all civil and political rights are negative in this respect. The right to non-discrimination, for instance, can only be upheld through legislation and a framework of enforcement on the part of government, while the right to a free and fair trial requires the existence of a police force and a court system. Civil liberties are therefore distinguished from civil rights, the latter involving positive action on the part of government rather than simply forbearance. The dual character of civil and political rights is evident in the complex relationship between human rights and democracy. The struggle for economic, social, and cultural rights gained greater prominence during the 20th century, especially in the post-1945 period. By contrast with traditional liberal rights, these so-called second-generation rights drew on socialist assumptions about the tendencies of capitalist development towards social injustice and unequal class power. Socioeconomic rights, including the right to social security, the right to work, the right to paid holidays, the right to health care, the right to education, and so on, were designed to counterbalance inequalities of market capitalism, protecting the working classes and colonial peoples from exploitation. SA rights are positive rights in that they imply a significant level of state intervention, usually in the form of welfare provision, welfare rights, the regulation of the labor market, workers' rights, and economic management generally. However, deep controversy has surrounded economic and social rights. Supporters have argued that economic and social rights are, in a sense, the most basic of human rights, as their maintenance constitutes a precondition for the enjoyment of all other rights. In this view, human dignity is more severely threatened by poverty, disease, ignorance, and other forms of social disadvantage than it is by the denial of liberal rights. Nevertheless, especially in the USA and other Western states, economic and social rights have been thought of as, at best, second-class human rights, if not as entirely bogus moral claims. Critics have alleged, first, that the maintenance of such rights requires material resources and political capabilities that many states simply do not possess. Economic and social rights can therefore only be viewed as aspirations rather than entitlements. Second, it is unclear who or what is responsible for upholding economic and social rights. If, through a lack of resources or capabilities, a national government cannot deliver economic and social rights, do these obligations then fall on other states? If so, which ones? International organizations or, somehow, on the peoples of the world? From the perspective of economic liberalism, economic and social rights may be counterproductive in that higher levels of, albeit well-intentioned, state intervention may simply undermine the vigor and efficiency of capitalist economies. Focus on indigenous rights. The model of human rights enshrined in the UN's Charter from 1945 and in its Universal Declaration on Human Rights from 1948 is rooted in the vision of the nation-states that played a leading role in its creation, particularly the Western powers that were victorious in the Second World War. Consequently, a persistent criticism of the international human rights regime has been that it reflects Western or global North cultural preferences and biases at the cost of alternative models. See also the Asian values debate. One dimension of this cultural context to the human rights regime lies in coloniality. See here. Western states that were architects of the human rights regime were, in many cases, historical colonizers and still held considerable colonized territory and peoples at the point at which the Charter and Universal Declaration were drafted. As a result, little attention was paid to what are now known as indigenous rights, the rights that accrue to a people by virtue of their being the original population of a place or territory. Colonialism had necessitated the disavowal of any such rights. But from the late 20th century, as a result of decolonization, the issue of indigenous rights became increasingly urgent. This urgency was linked to existential threats to indigenous populations. In the Amazon basin, for example, and particularly in Brazil, indigenous people dwelling in the rainforest came increasingly under threat from deforestation, much of which to clear land for cattle farming to feed an exploding global meat industry. In 1969, the NGO Survival International was founded to fight for the rights of the people it called Indians, at the time indigenous people of South America. Survival is now a large-scale organization with offices in 6 countries and close links to the UN and continues to fight on to protect what it today calls tribal peoples the world over. The UN, meanwhile, adopted the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples (UNDRIP) through a General Assembly vote in 2007. UNDRIP recognizes the urgent need to respect and promote the inherent rights of indigenous peoples and especially their rights to their lands, territories, and resources. While 144 states, including Brazil and other Global South countries with large indigenous populations, voted in favor of UNDRIP, there were 11 abstentions and 4 countries voted against: Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United States. These majority-white, settler colonial states, founded on the mass displacement and death of indigenous populations, see Chapter 2, initially viewed the provisions of the Declaration for Land and Other Rights as a potential threat to their territorial integrity in contexts where their extant indigenous peoples had long campaigned for improved rights and reparations. However, by 2010, all 4 states had come to endorse the Declaration. The effectiveness of UNDRIP is nevertheless questionable. Indigenous people continue to suffer from unequal access to a range of social goods in many countries and to experience disadvantages in terms of health, education, and income. In countries where indigenous people occupy lands or possess resources of potentially significant economic value, they often face threats, displacement, and even murder at the hands of extractivist mining and logging corporations. And in 2021, in an unprecedented move, the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, APB, submitted a statement to the International Criminal Court in The Hague, see here, accusing right-wing President Jair Bolsonaro of genocide in relation to his policies enabling greater deforestation in the Amazon. Since 1945, a further set of rights have emerged in the form of solidarity rights, or so-called third-generation rights. They encompass a broad spectrum of rights whose main characteristic is that they are attached to social groups or whole societies as opposed to separate individuals. They are sometimes, therefore, seen as collective rights or people's rights. Whereas first-generation rights were shaped by liberalism and second-generation rights were shaped by socialism, third-generation rights have been formed by the concerns of the Global South. The right to self-determination was thus linked to the post-1945 process of decolonization and the rise of national liberation movements. Other such rights include the right to development, the right to peace, the right to environmental protection, and multicultural rights. Solidarity rights have therefore been used to give issues such as development, environmental sustainability, and cultural preservation a moral dimension. Nevertheless, critics of third-generation rights have highlighted their inherent vagueness and, more seriously, questioned whether human rights can actually belong to peoples or groups as opposed to individuals. From this perspective, the very idea of human rights is based on a model of individual self-worth, which is in danger of being weakened whenever people are thought of in terms of group membership. Table 14.13 Generations of Human Rights. Social Security, International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, Healthcare, Education, Paid Holidays, Third Generation, Post-1945, Solidarity Rights, Fraternity, Self-Determination. Stockholm Convention on the Human Environment, 1972, Peace, Rio, Earth Summit, 1992, Development, UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, 2007, Environmental Protection, Indigenous Rights. Implications of human rights for global politics. Human rights, by their nature, have profound implications for global politics. Why is this? The first answer to this question is that, being universal and fundamental, human rights invest governments with powerful obligations affecting their foreign as well as domestic policies. The protection and realization of human rights is thus a key role of government and perhaps, according to liberals, its core purpose. Interactions between states should therefore have, at least, a human rights dimension. In theory at least, imposes major constraints on the behavior of national governments, both in terms of how they treat their domestic population and in their dealings with other peoples and countries. Affects matters ranging from the recourse to and conduct of war, where a concern for human rights has generally been seen to be compatible with the requirements of a just war, to foreign aid and trade policies. More radically and controversially, these obligations may extend to taking action, perhaps military action, to prevent or discourage other countries from violating human rights within their own borders, what has come to be called humanitarian intervention, discussed later in this chapter. A second way in which human rights have implications for global politics is that they imply that the boundaries of moral concern extend beyond national borders. Indeed, in principle, they disregard national borders. Human rights are nothing less than a demand of all humanity on all of humanity, Luban, 1985. Growing acceptance of the doctrine of human rights therefore goes hand in hand with the growth of cosmopolitan sensibilities. For Pog, 2008, human rights fulfill each of the 3 elements of cosmopolitanism, see here individualism and ultimate concern with human beings or persons, not groups, universality. A recognition of the equal moral worth of all individuals and generality, the belief that persons are objects of concern for everyone, regardless of nationality and so on. The cosmopolitan implications of human rights are evident not only in attempts to use international law, albeit usually so, law to set standards for the behavior of states, but also in attempts to strengthen regional and global governance and thereby constrain or perhaps redefine the nature of state sovereignty. However, despite the strengthening of human rights, approaches to human rights. Realist view. Realists have tended to view a concern with human rights as, at best, a soft issue in international affairs by contrast with hard, or core, concerns such as the pursuit of security and prosperity. Other realists go further and believe that human rights thinking in relation to international and global issues is entirely wrong-headed. This is because realists hold that it is impossible and undesirable to view international politics in moral terms. Morality and the national interest are two distinct things, and states fail adequately to serve their own citizens and often those of other states when they allow ethical considerations, particularly ones as inherently vague and confused as human rights, to affect their behavior. Realist objections to the culture of human rights have at least three bases. In the first place, they take issue with the essentially optimistic model of human nature that underpins human rights, which emphasizes dignity, respect, and rationality. Second, realists are primarily concerned about collective behavior and especially the capacity of the state to ensure order and stability for their citizens. The national interest should therefore take precedence over any individually based conception of morality. Third, being based on positivism, realism is keen to uphold its scientific credentials. This implies a concern with what is rather than with what should be. Liberal view. The modern doctrine of human rights is very largely a product of liberal political philosophy. Indeed, so entangled with liberal assumptions are they that some doubt whether human rights can ever properly be described as above ideological differences bearing the cultural imprint of Western liberalism. At a philosophical level, the image of humans as rights bearers derives from liberal individualism. On a political level, liberals have long used the notion of natural or human rights to establish the basis of legitimacy. Social contract theorists thus argue that the central purpose of government is to protect a set of inalienable rights variously described as life, liberty and property, Locke, or as life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness, Jefferson. If governments become tyrannical by abusing or failing to protect such rights, they break an implicit contract between the people and government, entitling citizens to rebel. The English, American, and French revolutions were all justified using such ideas. During the 20th century, liberals increasingly used such thinking to outline the basis for international legitimacy, arguing that states should be bound, preferably legally, to uphold human rights in their dealings with their domestic population as well as with other states. The 1948 UN Declaration therefore has, for liberals, a near-religious significance. Nevertheless, liberals tend to regard only civil and political rights as fundamental rights and sometimes view economic rights and any conception of group rights with grave suspicion. Marxist view. Marx himself was very skeptical of what he referred to as so-called human rights. Rights-based civil society under capitalism relies, in Marx's view, upon a splitting of the self into a public and a private sphere and an alienation of human beings from one another. Our rights in capitalist societies are antisocial. They amount to a form of freedom that is defined negatively as freedom from interference by one another. This liberal conception of human rights that has prevailed in Western capitalist societies and has increasingly been globally enforced and monitored by international organizations founded by Western states, is based on an individualist social ontology. This vision of human nature, rooted in the Robinson Crusoe-like figure of the atomized individual that Marx critiqued in the political economic writings of Smith and Ricardo, is both an abstraction that has never existed in real life, and a ruling idea, part of an ideology in the Marxist sense, that prevents the realization of a more authentic form of freedom, realized through, not against, social interaction and resting upon a collectivist, rather than individualist, social ontology. In keeping with this tradition, contemporary Marxist thinkers tend to view human rights with some skepticism. Though some engage strategically in rights talk to advance concepts of labor rights or workers' rights, Marxists remain unconvinced that human rights can be the basis for meaningful emancipation from exploitation and suffering. Feminist views. Feminists, for their part, have demonstrated a growing interest in the cause of human rights. In particular, they have sought to transform the concept and practice of human rights to take better account of women's lives, highlighting the issues of women's human rights. Friedman, 1995. This marks a recognition by feminist activists of the power of the international human rights framework and especially its capacity to place women's issues on mainstream agendas. Human rights have thus been redefined to include the degradation and violation of women. At the same time, however, feminists have taken a critical view of rights that men have designed to protect their entitlement to private commerce, free speech, and cultural integrity, which have been used to legitimize practices such as child marriages, the trafficking of women, and child pornography. Postcolonial view. Postcolonial theory is highly skeptical of the Western, liberal tradition of rights talk, which may be viewed critically as a moral justification for the global imposition of a Western-dominated world order and of a Eurocentric value system. The justification of wars of choice, for instance the so-called wars on terror in Afghanistan and Iraq, but equally the conflicts of the Cold War, including the Korean and Vietnam Wars, using the language of human rights is problematic from a post-colonial perspective. The problem is essentially threefold. First, while the universality of human rights is proclaimed in the various institutions that promote them, such as the UN's Universal Declaration, the specific rights that are detailed were heavily shaped by powerful Western states, and so are culturally Eurocentric in their social and philosophical basis. Second, the supreme, almost divine or sacrosanct status accorded human rights, and one criticism of Western rights talk is that it is specific to the Christian theological roots of liberal political thought, enables states to carry out horrifying acts in their defense. The invasion of another state, including massive aerial bombardment and the killing of thousands of civilians, can be justified as an effort to free the same population that is being bombed from the tyranny of their political leaders. Third, the way that human rights inform the justification of war in practice has mapped closely onto the global color line, with Western, majority-white, states freely using military interventionism to allegedly protect populations of color in the global South. Such use of force under the rubric of human rights can therefore be viewed, through a post-colonial lens, as a contemporary rearticulation of Western states' colonial-era power over their former possessions. The human rights regime. The UN. Since 1948, an elaborate international regime has developed to promote and protect human rights globally. At the heart of this regime continues to stand the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which built upon the premise urged in the 1945 UN Charter of the promotion of universal respect for and observation of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all, by specifying the human rights that states had to guarantee and respect. Although the UN Declaration is not a legally binding treaty, it is commonly seen as a form of customary international law that is used as a tool to apply diplomatic and moral pressure to governments that violate any of its articles. By establishing that states could no longer violate human rights without the risk that their actions would come onto the agenda of the principal organs of the UN, the Declaration challenged states' exclusive jurisdiction. By establishing that states could no longer violate human rights without the risk that their actions would come onto the agenda of the principal organs of the UN, the Declaration challenged states' exclusive jurisdiction over their own citizens and weakened the principle of non-interference in domestic affairs. The incorporation of the Declaration into a legally binding codification of human rights, in effect, human rights law, was achieved through the adoption in 1966 of the International Covenants on Civil and Political Rights and Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Collectively, the 1948 Declaration and the two covenants are commonly referred to as the International Bill of Human Rights. Until the mid-1960s, the UN concentrated almost exclusively on the generation of human rights norms and standards. Subsequently, it placed greater emphasis on their implementation. A major step in this direction was taken by the establishment of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, OHCHR, in 1993. While the stated role of the OHCHR is to promote worldwide respect for the human rights enshrined in international laws by supporting the bodies created by human rights treaties, in reality it has proved to be more effective in highlighting human rights violations than it has been in enforcing human rights law. As its main sanction remains the publication and denunciation of violations by individual states, that is, naming and shaming, the office relies very largely on persuasion and observation to improve governments' human rights policies. The UN's 47-member Human Rights Council, which replaced the much-criticized UN Human Rights Commission in 2006, also addresses situations of human rights violations. However, it has no authority other than to make recommendations to the General Assembly, which, in turn, can only advise the Security Council. It has also, like its predecessor, been criticized for being biased and inconsistent in the exposure of human rights abuses. Not only does it include states that have themselves a dubious human rights record, but member states also tend to protect each other and developing states generally from criticism, and they have, allegedly, been overwilling to highlight violations carried out by Israel. Major international human rights documents. 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1949 Geneva Conventions on the Treatment of Prisoners of War and Protection of Civilian Persons in Time of War, 1950 European Convention on Human Rights, Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, 1951 Genocide Convention, Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, 1954 Convention relating to the Status of Refugees, 1966 International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, came into force in 1976. 1966 International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights came into force in 1976. 1969 Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, 1975 Declaration on Torture, 1981 Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, 1984 Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman and Degrading Treatment or Punishment, 1990 Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1993 Vienna Convention on Human Rights, Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, 2000 Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, 2007 The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, 2008 Joint Statement of 66 United Nations Member States on Human Rights, Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity. NGOs. One of the main features of the human rights regime is the prominent role played within it by a wide range of NGOs. For example, over 1,500 NGOs participated in the World Conference on Human Rights in Vienna in 1993. While by 2018 it was estimated that there were 5 large and as many as 300,000 smaller international NGOs in the world, many of which claiming to have some kind of human rights or humanitarian purpose. In the case of groups such as the International Committee of the Red Cross, Médecins Sans Frontières, and Oxfam, operational NGOs work directly in the field to relieve suffering but also campaign on behalf of those they treat to promote the observance of human rights treaties and humanitarian law. The most prominent advocacy NGOs are Human Rights Watch, initially named Helsinki Watch and set up to respond to the activities of East European dissidents groups, and Amnesty International. UI exert pressure by gaining media coverage based, in part, on the high moral purpose that people customarily attach to their activities. In this way, NGOs have made a substantial contribution to the growth worldwide of a human rights culture, influencing not only governments but also transnational corporations over matters such as pay and working conditions in overseas factories. The impact of NGOs within the human rights regime nevertheless goes far, particularly through behind-the-scenes lobbying of government delegations and experts and the DRANG of resolutions. A campaign by Amnesty International and the International Commission of Jurists during 1972-3 thus initiated the process that led to the 1975 Declaration on Torture. NGOs played a particularly prominent role in DRANG, the 1990 Convention on the Rights of the Child, and were highly influential in the establishment of the Landmine Treaty of 1997. Nevertheless, NGOs also suffer from limitations. Essays include that human rights NGOs cannot force governments to change their ways and that their impact within the UN is weakest in relation to the Security Council, the only body with the power to enforce UN decisions. Finally, NGOs have sometimes been criticized for adopting a bandwagon approach, joining in on popular or media-led issues in the hope of enhancing their status or attracting funding. Global actors? Amnesty International. 7 million claimed. Amnesty International, commonly called Amnesty or AI, is an international NGO that draws attention to human rights abuses and campaigns for compliance with international standards, placing a special emphasis on the rights of political prisoners, the forgotten prisoners or prisoners of conscience, in the words of Amnesty's founder and General Secretary, 1961-6, Peter Benenson. From being a small group of writers, academics, lawyers, and sympathetic journalists, AI has developed into a global organization with over 50 sections worldwide and a presence in about 100 more countries. An international council represents Amnesty's various sections, international networks, and affiliated groups. It elects the International Executive Committee, which lays out the broad strategy of the organization. The International Secretariat, headed by a General Secretary, is responsible for the conduct and day-to-day affairs of the organization. Significance: Amnesty primarily targets governments seeking to free political and religious prisoners, ensure fair trials for those arrested, eliminate torture, the death penalty, and other harsh punishments, and bring those who abuse human rights to justice. Its main weapons are publicity, education, and political pressure. These are typically exerted by highlighting individual cases in which Amnesty staff interview victims, encourage their adoption by Amnesty members and supporters who engage in a letter-writing campaign, and publish detailed reports. Such activities are supported by wider campaigns, current ones including those on terrorism and security, human rights in China, refugees and asylum, arms control, stopping violence against women, poverty and human rights, and stopping internet repression. Since the 1970s, Amnesty has been increasingly involved in proposing and drafting human rights legislation, such as the UN's 1975 Declaration on Torture. Amnesty is widely considered to be the single dominant force in the field of human rights advocacy, being more influential than most of the other groups put together. Alston, 1990. In 1974, Sean McBride, chair of the International Executive Committee, was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize, with Amnesty itself being awarded a Nobel Peace Prize in 1977. Amnesty's strengths include its global public profile as the organization with the longest history and the broadest name recognition in the field of human rights. Its reputation is bolstered by an emphasis on painstaking investigations and impartial report writing. The self-imposed limited mandate of Amnesty also has advantages. By focusing mainly on political prisoners, the organization has been able to build up a remarkable consensus about the justice of its cause as well as providing assistance to many victims. Amnesty therefore has a clear sense of purpose and, through success in individual cases, can bring a not infrequent sense of achievement to its members. Amnesty has nevertheless been criticized on two main grounds. First, its self-acknowledged tendency to focus disproportionately on human rights abuses in relatively more democratic and open countries means that it has sometimes been condemned for giving too little attention to some of the world's worst human rights violations. Amnesty's justification for this bias is both that it is inclined to focus public pressure where it is most likely to make a difference and that it is concerned to build up credibility and therefore influence in the global South by ensuring that abuses in the North clearly receive attention. Second, Amnesty has been accused of ideological bias, sometimes linked to wider criticisms of the doctrine of human rights by China, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Russia, South Korea, the United States, over Amnesty's campaigns against the death penalty and the Guantanamo Bay prison camp, and the Catholic Church over its stance on abortion. Making matters more difficult, following two suicides at the charity, an independent review in 2019 found Amnesty's work culture to be toxic, characterized by bullying and victimization, and noting that this fact. Making matters more difficult, following two suicides at the charity, an independent review in 2019 found Amnesty's work culture to be toxic, characterized by bullying and victimization, and noting that this fact will be used by government and other opponents of Amnesty's work to undercut or dismiss Amnesty's advocacy around the world, fundamentally jeopardizing the organization's mission. Avila et al. 2019. The charity also announced mass redundancies in 2019 in response to a major, multimillion-dollar hole in its finances. Protection of human rights is generally seen to be most advanced in Europe. This largely reflects the widespread acceptance and status of the European Convention on Human Rights, ECHR 1950, which was developed under the auspices of the Council of Europe and is based on the UN Declaration. All 47 member states of the Council of Europe have signed the convention. ECHR is enforced by the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, France. Complaints can be made to the Strasbourg Court by signatory states or, much more commonly, by individual citizens. About 45,000 applications are submitted annually to the European Court of Human Rights. ISON creates a substantial backlog, meaning that cases commonly take 3 to 5 years before they are considered, added to the fact that they are also highly costly. Nevertheless, the almost total compliance with the court's verdicts attests to the effectiveness of this mechanism for the protection of human rights. The rate of compliance within the time allowed for the court is about 90%. This makes the ECHR the nearest thing to human rights hard law. States. The key dilemma of human rights protection is that states are the only actors powerful enough to advance human rights, while also being the greatest human rights abusers. This reflects the inherent tension between human rights and foreign policy, see here, to which Vincent, 1986, drew attention, although he may well have included domestic policy as well. Nevertheless, the image of unavoidable antagonism between human rights and states' rights is misleading. In the first place, the trend for states to establish civil liberties and human rights in domestic law long predates the advent of the international human rights regime. Second, international human rights standards have not been foisted on reluctant states by, for instance, pressure from NGOs, citizens' campaigns, or international bodies. Rather, they have been the creation of states themselves, or, more precisely, of particular states. The United States and other Western states took a leading role in the establishment of the post-1945 human rights regime, supported from the 1990s onwards by many post-communist states and a growing number of developing world states. The main reason why human rights protection is more effective in Europe than elsewhere is simply because of the high degree of consensus among European states about the importance of human rights. Why then have states accepted and sometimes championed the cause of human rights? Virtually all states, for example, have signed the UN Declaration, with a large majority of them also having signed the two optional international covenants. From a liberal perspective, support for international human rights is merely an external expression of values and commitments that are basic to liberal democratic states. In this view, foreign affairs can and should have a moral purpose. The pursuit of national interests should operate in tandem with the global promotion of freedom and democracy. A further reason for states to sign human rights conventions and at least support the rhetoric of human rights is that, since 1948, this has been seen as one of the preconditions for membership of the international community, bringing diplomatic and possibly trade and security benefits. Support for human rights is therefore one of the common norms that has transformed the international system into an international society, see here. Nevertheless allows for, at times, a significant gulf between the international standards that a state supposedly supports and how it actually behaves towards its own citizens and towards other states. In other circumstances, states may make cynical use of the human rights agenda. Realists, for instance, argue that behind the cloak of humanitarianism and moral purpose, human rights are often entangled with considerations about the national interest. This is reflected in the selective application of human rights, in which human rights failings on the part of one's enemies receive prominent attention but are conveniently ignored in the case of one's friends. The United States was therefore criticized in the 1970s for condemning human rights violations in Soviet bloc countries, while at the same time maintaining close diplomatic, economic, and political ties with repressive regimes in Latin America and elsewhere. For radical theorists such as Chomsky, the United States has used human rights as a moral cloak for its hegemonic ambitions. If the success of international human rights is judged in terms of whether they have served to improve the behavior of states and other bodies and, in particular, help to prevent acts of barbarism and systematic repression, the record is unimpressive. When they conflict, as they do, state sovereignty usually trumps human rights. This is particularly true in the case of powerful states, which may either simply be immune to human rights criticism, whether expressed internally or externally, or their transgressions are not forcefully exposed by other governments, for fear of damaging diplomatic relations and economic interests. There is little evidence that the Soviet Union was affected by condemnation of its human rights record. It certainly did not prevent the Warsaw Pact invasion of Hungary in 1956, the Soviet invasions of Czechoslovakia in 1968 and Afghanistan in 1979, or Russia's brutal suppression of the Chechen uprising in the 1990s. On the other hand, human rights activism both inside and outside the Soviet bloc may have contributed more subtly to the eventual collapse of the East European communist regimes. It did this by fostering a growing appetite for political freedom, thereby helping to undermine the legitimacy of these regimes and contributing to the wave of popular protest that spread across Eastern Europe in 1989. It is also notable that Mikhail Gorbachev, the General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party, 1985–91, used human rights rhetoric to justify his economic and political reforms as well as the realignment of the Soviet Union's relations with the rest of the world, arguing that human rights are principles that transcended the divide between capitalism and communism. Since the Tiananmen Square protests of 1989, China has been a frequent target of human rights criticism from the United States and from groups such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. Human rights controversies in China have focused on its suppression of political dissent, its widespread use of capital punishment, its treatment of religious minorities such as supporters of Falun Gong, political repression in the predominantly Muslim provinces of northwestern China such as Xinjiang, Xinjiang, and its occupation of Tibet and the systematic subjugation of Tibetan culture, religion, and national identity. It is notable that China's emergence as an economic superpower has not been matched by an appetite for political reform. If anything, China has become more uncompromising on human rights issues, both as an expression of growing national assertiveness and to contain the pressures that have been unleashed by economic reform. Condemnation by other governments has also become increasingly muted as China's economic resurgence has become more evident. As far as the United States is concerned, its commitment to human rights and humanitarian law was called seriously into question by its conduct of the war on terror. Does the need to counter terrorism justify restricting human rights and basic freedoms? For many, the war on terror marked a break from the period initiated by the end of the Cold War, in which the growing acceptance of human rights norms appeared to be irresistible. If the state that had been largely responsible for constructing the post-1948 international human rights regime appeared to violate human rights so clearly, what hope was there that other states would be recruited to the cause? Human rights have been particularly difficult to uphold in conflict situations. In part, this reflects the fact that power politics amongst the permanent members of the Security Council usually prevents the UN from taking a clear line on such matters. The world has therefore appeared to stand by as gross violations of human rights have taken place. This happened particularly tragically in the 1994 Rwandan genocide, in which about 800,000 mainly ethnic Tutsis and some moderate Hutus were killed, and in the 1995 Srebrenica massacre, in which an estimated 8,000 Bosnian men and boys were killed. However, from the 1990s onwards, greater emphasis has been placed on extending international law to ensure that those responsible for the gross breaches of rights involving genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes are brought to account. The role and effectiveness of international criminal tribunals and, since 2002, of the International Criminal Court (ICC) in dealing with human rights violations is discussed in Chapter 15. Challenging human rights. Despite its increasing prominence, the doctrine of human rights has come under growing pressure, particularly since the 1970s, from a variety of sources. The chief thrust of more recent attacks on human rights has been to challenge the universalist assumptions that underpin them, creating a battle between universalism and relativism. However, there are two grounds on which universalism has been condemned. The first of these views the universalist approach as philosophically unsound, while the second portrays it as politically damaging. Philosophical backlash. The authority of universalist liberalism, which underpins the doctrine of human rights, has been challenged by two main philosophical developments in the West. From the perspective of communitarianism, liberalism is defective because its view of the individual as an asocial, atomized, unencumbered self makes little sense. Sandel 1982, Taylor 1994. Communitarians emphasize, by contrast, that the self is embedded in the community in the sense that each individual is an embodiment of the society that has shaped his or her desires, values, and purposes. An individual's experiences and beliefs cannot therefore be separated from the social context that assigns them meaning. It implies that universalist theories of rights and justice must give way to ones that are strictly local and particular. Similar conclusions have been reached by postmodern theorists, albeit on a different basis. Postmodernism has advanced a critique of the Enlightenment project, which was expressed politically in ideological traditions such as liberalism and Marxism that were based on the assumption that it is possible to establish objective truths and universal values, usually associated with the faith in reason and progress. Instead, postmodernists have emphasized the fragmented and pluralistic nature of reality, meaning that foundationalist thinking of any kind is unsound. In the words of Jean-François Lyotard, 1984, postmodernism can be defined as an incredulity towards metanarratives. Human rights and other theories of universal justice must therefore either be abandoned altogether or be used only in a strictly qualified way that takes account of the political and cultural context within which the ideas emerged. Postcolonial critiques. Whereas Western concerns about human rights have been largely philosophical in orientation, postcolonial concerns have been more clearly political. Relativism has been defended by postcolonial thinkers on two grounds. First, in line with communitarian and postmodern thinking, postcolonial theorists have argued that circumstances vary so widely from society to society and from culture to culture as to require differing moral values and, at least, differing conceptions of human rights. What is right for one society may not be right for other societies, a position that suggests that the outside world should respect the choices made by individual nation-states. Second, and more radically, postcolonial theorists have portrayed universal values in general and human rights in particular as a form of cultural imperialism. Such thinking was evident in Edward Said's Orientalism, 1978-2003, sometimes seen as the most influential text of postcolonialism. Said developed a critique of Eurocentrism in which Orientalism ensures the cultural and political hegemony of Europe in particular and of the West in general, through establishing belittling or demeaning stereotypes of the peoples or culture of the Middle East, although this is sometimes extended to include all non-Western peoples. Attempts to highlight the cultural biases that operate through the doctrine of universal human rights have been particularly prominent in Asia and in the Muslim world. As discussed in Chapter 9, the Asian critique of human rights emphasizes the existence of rival Asian values which supposedly reflect the distinctive history, culture, and religious backgrounds of Asian societies. Key Asian values include social harmony, respect for authority, and a belief in the family, each of which is meant to sustain social cohesion. As such, they challenge and seek to counterbalance the bias within traditional conceptions of human rights in favor of rights over duties and in favor of the individual over community. A further difference is that, from an Asian values perspective, political legitimacy is more closely tied up with economic and social development than it is with democracy and civil liberty. Although those who have championed the idea of Asian values rarely reject the idea of human rights in principle, greater emphasis is usually placed on economic and social rights rather than on Western civic and political rights. The Bangkok Declaration of 1993, adopted by Asian ministers in the run-up to the Vienna World Conference on Human Rights, thus attempted a delicate balancing act by recognizing both the distinctiveness of Asian cultures and the interdependence and indivisibility of human rights. It is also notable that the Chinese government responds to criticism of its human rights record by arguing that collective socio-economic rights are more important than civic and political rights, highlighting its success in relieving an estimated 300 million people from poverty. Islamic reservations about human rights have been evident since Saudi Arabia refused to adopt the UN Declaration in 1948 on the grounds that it violated important Islamic principles, notably its rejection of apostasy, the abandonment or renunciation of one's religion. The basis of the Islamic critique of human rights, as outlined by the Cairo Declaration on Human Rights in Islam, 1990, is that rights and all moral principles derive from divine, rather than human, authority. As such, the UN Declaration and, for that matter, any other human principles and laws are invalid if they conflict with the values and principles outlined in divine Sharia law. Indeed, in principle, the former should derive from the latter. From this perspective, the doctrine of universal human rights is merely a cultural expression of the political and economic domination that the West has customarily exerted over the Middle East in particular, and the Muslim world in general. Indeed, many of the concerns raised by the Asian values debate have been echoed within Islamic political thought. Essay include concern about the secular nature of Western societies, implying a lack of sympathy with, if not outright hostility towards, religion and an excessive individualism that threatens traditional values and social cohesion. The West, in short, is morally decadent and through the idea of human rights is in danger of foisting its moral decadence on the rest of the world. Nevertheless, the Islamic critique is not so much a form of cultural relativism as a form of alternative universalism, as Islam, like liberalism, contains supposedly universal codes that are applicable to all cultures and all societies. Humanitarian intervention. Rise and decline of humanitarian intervention. The state system has traditionally been based on a rejection of intervention. This is reflected in the fact that international law has largely been constructed around respect for state sovereignty, implying that state borders are, or should be, inviolable. Nevertheless, it has long been recognized that intervention may be justifiable on humanitarian grounds. Francisco de Vitoria, circa 1492 to 1546, and Hugo Grotius, for example, each acknowledged a right of intervention to prevent the maltreatment by a state of its own subjects, making them, effectively, early theorists of humanitarian intervention. Examples of such intervention, though traditionally rare, can also be found. In the Battle of Navarino Bay in 1827, the British and French destroyed the Turkish and Egyptian fleets off southwest Greece to support the cause of Greek independence. In the post-1945 period, interventions that had a significant humanitarian dimension included those that occurred in Bangladesh and Cambodia. In 1971, the Indian Army intervened in a brief but brutal civil war between East and West Pakistan, helping East Pakistan to gain its independence as Bangladesh. In 1978, Vietnamese forces invaded Cambodia to overthrow Pol Pot's Khmer Rouge regime, which had, during 1975-9, caused the deaths of between 1 million and 3 million people due to famine, civil war, and executions. However, none of these military actions were portrayed as forms of humanitarian intervention. India and Vietnam, for instance, justified their interventions squarely in terms of the national interest and the need to restore regional stability. A modern idea of humanitarian intervention was a creation of the post-Cold War period, and it was closely linked to optimistic expectations of the establishment of a new world order. Humanitarian intervention. Humanitarian intervention is military intervention that is carried out in pursuit of humanitarian rather than strategic objectives. However, the term is contested and deeply controversial. The term is necessarily evaluative and subjective. Nevertheless, some define humanitarian intervention in terms of intentions, and intervention is humanitarian if it is motivated primarily by the desire to prevent harm to other people, accepting that there will always be mixed motives for intervention. Others define humanitarian intervention in terms of outcomes, and intervention is humanitarian only if it results in a net improvement in conditions and a reduction in human suffering. Humanitarian intervention and the New World Order. The 1990s are sometimes seen as the golden age of humanitarian intervention. The end of the Cold War appeared to have brought to an end an age of power politics characterized as it was by superpower rivalry and a balance of terror. Instead, a liberal peace would reign, founded on a common recognition of international norms and standards of morality. Key to this was the belief that in a global age, states could no longer restrict their moral responsibilities to their own peoples. Wheeler 2000. To explain the upsurge in humanitarian intervention in the early post-Cold War period, two questions must be answered. First, why did so many humanitarian emergencies arise? Second, why did other states intervene? Optimistic expectations of the establishment of a world of peace and prosperity in the post-Cold War era were soon punctured by the growth of disorder and chaos in what were sometimes called the zones of turmoil. Singer and Wildavsky 1993, or the pre-modern world. Cooper 2004. However, such turmoil and disorder can be explained in two quite different ways. UI can be explained in terms of internal factors, faults and failings within the society itself. Essay include dictatorial government, rampant corruption, entrenched economic and social backwardness, and festering tribal or ethnic. Essay include dictatorial government, rampant corruption, entrenched economic and social backwardness, and festering tribal or ethnic rivalries. On the other hand, they can be explained in terms of external factors, structural imbalances and inequalities within the global system. Essay include the inheritance of colonialism, strains generated by economic globalization, and sometimes the impact of structural adjustment programs imposed by the International Monetary Fund (IMF), the World Bank, and other bodies. To the extent to which humanitarian crises arise as a result of internal factors, intervention appears to be warranted as a way of saving the pre-modern world from itself. However, if external factors have made a significant contribution to precipitating humanitarian emergencies, it is less easy to see how further interference, in the form of military intervention, would provide an appropriate solution. For factors help to explain a growing willingness by governments in the 1990s to intervene in situations in which humanitarian interests are at stake. 1. In the first place, as realists and neo-realists tend to argue, humanitarian considerations overlapped with concerns about the national interest. Motives for humanitarian intervention are invariably mixed and complex. For example, U.S. intervention in Haiti in 1994 was partly motivated by the desire to stem the flow of Haitian refugees to the United States. Similarly, NATO's actions in Kosovo in 1999 were significantly affected by a wish to avoid a refugee crisis and also prevent regional instability that may, in time, have required more politically risky levels of intervention. The simple reality is that, aside from moral justifications, states remain reluctant to commit their troops in circumstances in which important national interests are not at stake. 2. Second, in a world of 24/7 news and current affairs and global television coverage and communications, governments came under considerable public pressure to act in the event of humanitarian crises and emergencies. This was particularly demonstrated by the impact of non-interventions, especially the failure to prevent the 1994 Rwandan genocide and the 1995 Srebrenica massacre. What is sometimes called the CNN-EFF-ECT shows how global information and communication flows make it increasingly difficult for governments to restrict their sense of moral responsibility to their own people alone. Key examples of humanitarian intervention. 1991 Northern Iraq. In the aftermath of the Gulf War, the United States launched Operation Provide Comfort to establish safe havens for the Kurdish people in northern Iraq by establishing a no-fly zone policed by US, UK, and French aircraft. 1992 Somalia. On the brink of a humanitarian catastrophe, a UN-authorized and US-led intervention, Operation Restore Hope, sought to create a protected environment for conducting humanitarian operations in southern Somalia. 1994 Haiti. Following a military coup and in the context of growing lawlessness and accelerating Haitian emigration to the United States, 15,000 U.S. troops were dispatched to Haiti to restore order and help in the establishment of civil authority. 1994 Rwanda. Following the Rwandan genocide and once the Tutsi RPF had gained control of most of the country, the French established a safe zone for Hutu refugees to flee to, Operation Turquoise. 1999 Kosovo. In a context of fears about the ethnic cleansing of the Albanian population, a campaign of airstrikes, conducted by US-led NATO forces, forced the Serbs to agree to withdraw their forces from Kosovo. 1999 East Timor. As Indonesia stepped up a campaign of intimidation and suppression, a UN-authorized peacekeeping force, led by Australia, took control of the island from Indonesia. 2000 Sierra Leone. After a prolonged civil war in Sierra Leone, the UK government sent a small force, initially to protect UK citizens, but ultimately to support the elected government against rebel forces that were accused of carrying out atrocities. Libya. In the context of a popular uprising against President Gaddafi, a US-led 2011 coalition launched air and missile strikes against Libyan forces, NATO quickly taking over responsibility for policing the no-fly zone, see here. 3. IRD, the end of Cold War rivalry, and the emergence of the United States as the world's sole superpower, created circumstances in which it was much easier to build consensus amongst major powers favoring intervention. In particular, neither Russia, then suffering from the political and economic turmoil of the collapse of the Soviet Union, nor China, in the early phase of its economic emergence, were strongly minded to block or challenge the United States, the major driving force behind most interventions. 4. Fourth, in view of high expectations about the possibility of building new world order, politicians and other policymakers were more willing to accept that the doctrine of human rights lays down accepted standards for ethical conduct. For Kofi Annan, UN Secretary General, 1997 to 2007, and national politicians such as President Clinton in the United States, 1993 to 2001, and UK Prime Minister Blair, 1997 to 2007. The idea of human rights provided the basis for attempts to establish when and where states had a right to intervene in the affairs of other states. In her constructivist account of changes in states' behavior with respect to military intervention, Martha Finnemore, 2003, thus emphasized social INFLUence plus internalization, in drawing attention to the impact of new norms about who is human and our obligations to save such people. Humanitarian intervention and the war on terror. The war on terror cast the issue of humanitarian intervention into a very different light. Whereas, before 2001, there was a growing belief that there had been too few humanitarian interventions, the failure to prevent massacres and genocide in Rwanda and Bosnia served as a stain on the conscience of many in the international community. Since then, there has been the perception that there have been too many humanitarian interventions. Is this because the controversial wars in Afghanistan and Iraq were both justified, in part, on humanitarian grounds? Strictly speaking, neither the Afghan War nor the Iraq War were examples of humanitarian intervention. In both cases, self-defense was the primary justification for military action, their purpose being to prevent future 9/11s rather than future Rwandas. However, supporters of the wars also, to a greater or lesser extent, portrayed them as humanitarian ventures. In the case of Afghanistan, the Taliban was seen to have established a brutal and repressive regime that, in particular, violated the rights of women, who were entirely excluded from education, careers, and public life. In the case of Iraq, the Saddam regime was viewed as an ongoing threat to the Kurds in the north and the majority Shia population, both of whom had been subject to political exclusion and physical attack. Regime change through the overthrow of the Taliban. And Saddam Hussein therefore promised to bring about respect for human rights, greater toleration, and the establishment of democratic government. In the process, supporters of the war on terror further extended the doctrine of humanitarian intervention, but arguably contaminated the idea to such an extent that it has become more difficult to apply in other circumstances. During the 1990s, humanitarian intervention was seen to have strictly limited objectives. Military action was taken in emergency conditions with the intention of restoring peace and order and of allowing humanitarian relief to be deployed. Intervention was generally not linked to the wider restructuring of society, even though in cases such as East Timor, Sierra Leone, and Kosovo, by contributing to the fall of Slobodan Milosevic in 2000, one of the outcomes was the establishment of a multi-party democratic process. As used in Afghanistan and Iraq, however, the idea of humanitarian intervention was drawn into a larger project of liberal interventionism. Liberal interventionism is based on two assumptions. First, liberal values and institutions, notably market-based economies and liberal democracy, are universally applicable and superior to alternative values and institutions. Second, in circumstances where the advance of liberalism is being blocked by obstacles that the domestic population finds impossible to remove, notably a dictatorial and repressive government, established liberal states have a right, and maybe even a duty, to provide support. Support may take the form of diplomatic pressure, economic sanctions, or, when basic human rights are being flagrantly violated, possibly military intervention. However, such intervention aims not merely to provide humanitarian relief but, further, to address the source of the problem, the government or regime that has become a threat to its own citizens. Liberal interventionists therefore link humanitarian intervention to the wider and more long-term goals of regime change and democracy promotion. Such ideas overlapped with and helped to inform the neoconservatism that shaped the United States' strategic approach to the war on terror. However, its association with the war on terror has created problems for the idea that intervention can and should be used to promote humanitarian or wider liberal goals. In the first place, many have argued that the human rights rationale for intervention in Afghanistan and Iraq was mere window dressing. Despite the records of both the Taliban and the Saddam regimes, in neither case were there humanitarian emergencies or an imminent threat of genocidal massacres. Radical critics of the war on terror, indeed, argued that goals such as regime change and democracy promotion were only elements in the United States' larger strategy of consolidating its global hegemony and securing oil supplies from the Middle East. Second, the interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq proved to be considerably more problematical than initially anticipated as both wars turned into protracted counterinsurgency struggles. Is highlighted the danger of getting bogged down in an intervention, especially as domestic support for intervention tends, sooner or later, to weaken due to the body bag effect, regardless of the motives behind it. The war on terror raised serious questions about the universalist assumptions that underpin liberal interventionism. Not only have doubts surfaced about the viability of imposing Western-style democracy from above, but the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq also in many ways deepened tensions between the Islamic world and the West. If liberal values such as human rights and multi-party democracy are not universally applicable, it is difficult to see how consistent standards can be established for interventions that have a humanitarian or moral basis. Such problems help to explain why it has been more difficult to mobilize support for humanitarian intervention since 2001. This is demonstrated by non-interventions in places such as Darfur, Zimbabwe, Burma, and Syria. Since 2004, the conflict in the Darfur region of Western Sudan has led to the deaths of at least 300,000 people and forced more than 2.5 million to flee their homes in the face of atrocities and the destruction of villages. Nevertheless, the UN has led the task of peacemaking to a relatively small African Union force. More systematic and concerted intervention has been prevented by the opposition of China and Russia, a lack of public support for intervention in the United States while the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan persisted, and the UN's lack of resources and political will. In Zimbabwe during the 2000s, the regime of President Robert Mugabe presided over a country whose economy was in tatters, where poverty and unemployment were endemic and political strife and repression were commonplace. However, it has proved difficult to mobilize support for Western intervention, not least because such action would have been perceived as a return to colonialism in many parts of Africa and because of the opposition of South Africa, the major power in the area. In Burma, also known as Myanmar, a military junta came to power in 1988, which was accused of gross human rights abuses, including the forcible relocation of civilians, the widespread use of forced labor, including children, and the brutal suppression of political opposition. Nevertheless, despite widely being regarded as a pariah state until the initiation of political reform in 2011-12, pressure for intervention in Burma had been restricted by the fact that it is not a threat to regional stability and by China's outright rejection of any form of Western action. In the case of Syria, the world seemed to stand on the sidelines and watch as what started off as a wave of peaceful protests in the spring of 2011 developed into one of the bloodiest armed conflicts of the 21st century to date. In this light, the 2011 NATO intervention in Libya came as a surprise to many, but it was unclear whether it was an aberration or whether it marked the beginning of a new trend in favor of intervention. Protests in Burma, also known as Myanmar, against more recent human rights abuses after a new military junta came to power in early 2021. Source: Sawana, Unsplash. Global Politics in Action. Humanitarian intervention in Libya. Events: on March 19, 2011, a U.S.-led coalition began a campaign of air and missile strikes against Libyan forces loyal to President Gaddafi. This took place in a context of an emerging civil war and particularly as pro-Gaddafi troops moved on the rebel stronghold of Benghazi, threatening to cause violence on a horrific scale, as President Obama put it. In accordance with UN Security Council Resolutions 1970 and 1973, the strikes were intended to enforce an arms embargo on Libya, establish a no-fly zone, and use all necessary measures to protect Libyan civilians and civilian-populated areas. Within days, and as planned, command and control responsibility for the military operation passed from the United States to NATO. NATO intervention effectively neutralized Libya's air force and severely reduced the effectiveness of its heavy weapons, helping, possibly decisively, to tip the balance of the conflict in favor of the Libyan opposition. By early October, the Libyan National Transitional Council had secured control over the entire country and rebels had captured and killed Gaddafi. The NATO operation ended on October 31, 222 days after it had begun, Daldar and Stavridis 2012. 3 years later, Libya was plunged into a second civil war from which it is yet to escape. Significance: the first intervention explicitly tied to R2P, the 2011 US-led NATO intervention in Libya, raised important questions about the theory and practice of humanitarian intervention. Did Libya mark revived support for humanitarian intervention, or was it an aberration? As no major humanitarian interventions had occurred since those in Kosovo and East Timor in 1999 and in Sierra Leone in 2000, some had concluded that the era of humanitarian intervention was over, and that it had essentially been a reflection of the unusual circumstances that prevailed during the early post-Cold War period, notably a strengthened belief that world politics should be guided by moral principles and the emergence of the United States as the world's sole superpower. Humanitarian interventions appeared to have ended both because of the United States' declining appetite for military involvement abroad in the light of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and because the rise of Russia and China meant that the United States was less likely to have a free hand in such matters. And yet, Libya proved that humanitarian interventions can still take place and so cannot be ruled out in the future. Young Libyans celebrate the 10th anniversary of the ousting of Gaddafi at the Martyrs Square in Tripoli, 2021. Source: AFP, Getty Images. Motivations for the intervention were, as usual, controversial and contested. While President Obama, French President Sarkozy, and UK Prime Minister Cameron all invoked humanitarian principles, critics suggested oil and economic interests were also at play. This view may be supported by U.S. Secretary of State Clinton's unannounced visit to Libya in October 2011, a few days before Gaddafi was killed, where she focused on building ties between Libyan and American businesses, and helping to integrate Libya more closely into regional and global markets. Material conditions, though, were ripe for intervention. Significant international and regional support appeared to give intervention a sound legal basis. Authorization by the UN Security Council and backing for intervention from key regional bodies, notably the Arab League and the Gulf Cooperation Council, was made possible by the fact that Gaddafi's Libya had few reliable friends and no close ties to Russia or China. NATO forces also gained greater legitimacy through the participation of partners such as Sweden, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Morocco. The operation was also deemed to be militarily feasible. Libya's relatively weak air and missile defenses and an emphasis on aerial and military strikes promised to keep NATO casualties to a minimum in The event, there were no NATO casualties and meant that a boots-on-the-ground war could be avoided. Finally, military and political assessments at the time were optimistic about the likely outcomes of intervention. While this optimism was initially supported by facts on the ground, by 2014 a new civil war suggested that there may have been unintended consequences to the intervention in terms of destabilization. Conditions for humanitarian intervention. Considerable attention has focused on the attempt to establish when, if ever, humanitarian intervention is justifiable. This reflects the fact that the case for humanitarian intervention requires that just war theory is extended in bold and challenging ways. Immoral challenges posed by humanitarian intervention include the following. It violates the established international norm of non-intervention based on the idea of the inviolability of borders. It is therefore difficult to reconcile humanitarian intervention with the conventional notion of state sovereignty, under which states are treated as equal and self-governing entities, exclusively responsible for what goes on within their borders. Any weakening of state sovereignty may threaten the established rules of world order. It goes beyond the just war idea that self-defense is the key justification for the use of force. Instead, in the case of humanitarian intervention, the use of force is justified by the desire to defend or safeguard others, people from different societies. Humanitarian intervention is therefore rooted in cosmopolitan ethical theories that allow states to risk the lives of their own military personnel to save strangers. It is based on the idea that the doctrine of human rights provides standards of conduct that can be applied to all governments and all peoples. It may, nevertheless, take insufficient account of ethical pluralism and the extent to which religious and cultural differences across the world establish contrasting moral frameworks. It may allow the last resort principle, basic to most versions of a just war, to be downgraded. Faced with the imminent danger of genocide or an ongoing humanitarian emergency, it may be morally indefensible to waste precious time exhausting all nonviolent options before force can be justified. Instead, force may become a first resort response. In view of such considerations, military intervention for humanitarian purposes must always be an exceptional and extraordinary measure. Without clear guidelines about when, where, and how humanitarian intervention can and should take place, states will always be able to cloak their expansionist ambitions in moral justifications, allowing humanitarian intervention to become a new form of imperialism. Two key issues have attracted particular attention: the just cause that warrants military intervention and the right authority that legitimizes the intervention in practice. Genocide. Genocide is the attempt to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. The UN's Genocide Convention, 1948, identifies 5 genocidal acts: 1. Killing members of a group; 2. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of a group; 3. Deliberately inflicting on a group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part; 4. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within a group; and 5. Forcibly transferring children from a group to another group. Genocide must involve a definite decision, plan, or program to wipe out a particular group of people. It may overlap with ethnic cleansing, although the latter also includes forcibly relocating an ethnic group. Although it is widely accepted that the doctrine of human rights provides a moral framework for humanitarian intervention, human rights do not in themselves provide adequate guidance about justifications for intervention. This is because human rights are many and various. The UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, for instance, contains 29 articles, meaning that the violation of human rights would legitimize intervention in a bewildering range of circumstances. A better guide is provided by the idea of crimes against humanity, a notion that emerged through the Nuremberg trials at the end of the Second World War. However, the most widely used justification for humanitarian intervention is to stop or prevent genocide, viewed as the worst possible crime against humanity, the crime of crimes. Nevertheless, it is difficult to see how genocide could provide a consistent and reliable just cause threshold for humanitarian intervention. Is this because genocide is usually viewed as a deliberate act, if not as a planned program of slaughter and destruction, while many large-scale killings arise through random acts of violence or the total breakdown of political order without any party having genocidal intent? A responsibility to protect, R2P? Perhaps the most thorough and considered attempt to establish principles for military intervention can be found in the report Responsibility to Protect, R2P, produced by the International Commission on Intervention and State Sovereignty, ISIS, set up by the Canadian government in 2000. R2P outlines just 2 criteria for justifiable military action: large-scale loss of life, actual or apprehended, with genocidal intent or not, which is the product either of deliberate state action or state neglect or inability to act, or a failed state situation, or large-scale ethnic cleansing, actual or apprehended, whether carried out by killing, forcible expulsion, acts of terrorism, or rape. When these criteria are met, the ISIS asserts that there is not merely a right to intervene, but an international responsibility to protect those who are, or are in imminent danger of becoming, victims of these acts. Their advantage is that they are more specific than the more generalized idea of a crime against humanity, while also allowing for intervention to be triggered by large-scale loss of life that is not the result of deliberate human action. Intervention can therefore be justified, for instance, to prevent people from starving to death if their state is unable or unwilling to provide assistance. However, once criteria for humanitarian intervention have been established, we are left with the question, who should decide when the criteria have been satisfied? Who has the right authority to authorize military intervention for humanitarian purposes? A generally accepted answer to this question is that the most appropriate body is the UN Security Council. This reflects the UN's role as the principal source of international law and the Security Council's responsibility for maintaining international peace and security as discussed in Chapter 19. Two difficulties arise from this, however. First is that, as discussed further in Chapter 15, international law on humanitarian intervention hovers somewhere between its clear prohibition in the UN Charter and its broad but ill-defined acceptance in customary international law. As these difficulties stem from the legal and moral implications of state sovereignty, supporters of humanitarian intervention have sought to reshape the concept of sovereignty itself. While he was UN Secretary General, Kofi Annan tried to reconcile the tension between sovereignty and human rights by arguing that, in a context of globalization and international cooperation, the state should be viewed as the servant of its people and not vice versa. Annan 1999. Such thinking has led to a growing acceptance of the idea of responsible sovereignty. ER2P, for instance, was fashioned in line with the ISIS recommendation that greater moral content be put into sovereignty, in that a state's right to sovereignty is conditional on fulfilling its duty to protect its citizens. In this view, the state is merely the custodian of a sovereignty that is ultimately located in the people. A second problem is that it may be difficult to gain Security Council authorization for intervention because its 5 veto powers may be more concerned about issues of global power than they are with humanitarian concerns. ER2P principles acknowledge this problem by requiring that Security Council authorization should be sought prior to any military intervention being carried out, but accept that alternative options must be available if the Security Council rejects a proposal or fails to deal with it in a reasonable time. Under the ER2P, these alternatives are that a proposed humanitarian intervention should be considered by the UN General Assembly in emergency special session or by a regional or sub-regional organization. In practice, NATO has been used in such matters, helping to legitimize humanitarian interventions and serving as the military machine that carries out interventions, as in Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Libya. Does humanitarian intervention work? Do the benefits of humanitarian intervention outweigh the costs? In simple terms, does humanitarian intervention actually save lives? Is this to judge intervention not in terms of its motives or intentions or in terms of international law, but in terms of its outcomes? It is, nevertheless, a question that can never be finally settled, as this would require that actual outcomes can be compared with those that would have occurred in hypothetical circumstances, in which either an intervention had not taken place or a possible intervention had occurred. A widespread assumption that earlier and more concerted intervention in Rwanda in 1994 would have saved, possibly, hundreds of thousands of lives can thus never be proved. However, there are certain examples of interventions that produced beneficial outcomes that would have been unlikely in other circumstances. The establishment of a no-fly zone in northern Iraq in 1991 not only prevented possible reprisal attacks and even massacres after the Kurdish uprising, but also allowed Kurdish areas to develop a significant degree of autonomy. The intervention in Kosovo in 1999 succeeded in its goal of expelling Serbian police and military from the area, helping to end a massive displacement of the population and prevent possible further attacks. Intervention in Sierra Leone was effective in bringing to an end a 10-year-long civil war that had killed about 50,000 people and also in providing the basis for parliamentary and presidential elections held in 2007. However, other interventions have been less effective. UN peacekeepers have sometimes been sidelined as humanitarian catastrophes have occurred, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, while other interventions have been quickly abandoned as unsuccessful, Somalia, or have resulted in protracted counterinsurgency struggles, Afghanistan and Iraq. The deepest problem here is that military interventions or liberal wars may have what realists call unintended consequences, to the extent that they may even do more harm than good. A NATO intervention in Libya in 2011 was initially hailed by some for quickly ending the Gaddafi regime and averting a protracted post-Arab Spring civil war of the sort that has been ongoing in Syria since March of that year. However, the unintended consequences of the Libyan intervention may simply have taken time to play out. All-out civil war was again underway there by 2014, with a UN-backed government of national accord with limited legitimacy and limited armed forces vying for control. of territory with other groups that claim to constitute the rightful government as well as Islamist militant groups including a local branch of ISIS. At the outset of the intervention, then U.S. President Obama directly invoked R2P and the responsibility of protecting. At the outset of the intervention, then U.S. President Obama directly invoked R2P and the responsibility of protecting Libyan civilians as the justification for NATO's action. Yet, nearly a decade later, civilians continue to suffer both the direct and indirect consequences of the civil war that intervention enabled, while Libya has also become notorious for its refugee detention centers. Following a deal with the European Union, which offered funding for the Libyan Coast Guard to reduce the number of people attempting to enter Europe by boat following a series of high-profile mass drownings and the emergence of a political migration crisis. In Western Europe in 2014, Libya's detention centers, in a civil war context where the rule of law was absent, became increasingly crowded and evidence mounted of malnutrition, rape, torture, and murder being inflicted on detainees, with the UN demanding the center's closure in 2019. Debating: is humanitarian intervention justified? Humanitarian intervention is one of the most hotly disputed issues in global politics. While some see it as evidence that world affairs are being guided by new and more enlightened cosmopolitan sensibilities, others view humanitarian intervention as deeply misguided and morally confused. Yes. No. Indivisible humanity. Humanitarian intervention is based on the belief that there is a common humanity. This implies that moral responsibilities cannot be confined merely to one's own people or state, but extend, potentially, to the whole of humanity, see here. There is therefore an obligation to save strangers if the resources exist to do so and the cost is not disproportionate. Against international law. International law only clearly authorizes intervention in the case of self-defense. This is based on the assumption that respect for state sovereignty is the surest, if still an imperfect, means of upholding international order. To the extent that intervention for humanitarian purposes is permitted, international law becomes, at best, confused and the established rules of world order are weakened. Global interdependence. The responsibility to act in relation to events on the other side of the world is increased by a recognition of growing global interconnectedness and national interests rule. As realists argue, since states are always motivated by concerns of national self-interest, their claim that military action is motivated by interdependence. States can no longer act as if they are islands. Humanitarian intervention can therefore be justified on grounds of enlightened self-interest, for example, to prevent a refugee crisis that may create deep political and social strains in other countries. Humanitarian considerations is invariably an example of political mendacity. On the other hand, if an intervention were genuinely humanitarian, the state in question would be putting its own citizens at risk to save strangers, violating its national interests. Regional stability. Humanitarian emergencies, especially in the context of state failure, tend to have radical implications for the regional balance of power, creating instability and wider unrest. This provides an incentive for neighboring states to support intervention, with major powers opting to intervene to prevent a possible regional war. Double standards. There are many examples of pressing humanitarian emergencies in which intervention is either ruled out or never considered. This can happen because no national interest is at stake, because of an absence of media coverage, or because intervention is politically impossible, for example, Chechnya and Tibet. This makes the doctrine of humanitarian intervention hopelessly confused in political and moral terms. Promoting democracy. Intervention is justified in circumstances in which endangered or suffering people do not possess the democratic means to alleviate their own hardship. Humanitarian interventions therefore invariably take place in a context of dictatorship or authoritarianism. Democracy promotion is a legitimate long-term goal of intervention as it will strengthen respect for human rights and reduce the likelihood of future humanitarian crises. Simplistic politics. The case for intervention is invariably based on a simplistic good versus evil image of political conflict. This has sometimes been a consequence of distortion, the exaggeration of atrocities, for example, but it also ignores the moral complexities that attend all international conflicts. Indeed, the tendency to simplify humanitarian crises helps to explain the tendency towards mission drift and for interventions to go wrong. International community. Humanitarian intervention provides not only demonstrable evidence of the international community's commitment to shared values, peace, prosperity, democracy, and human rights, but also strengthens these by establishing clearer guidelines for the way in which governments. Moral pluralism. Humanitarian intervention can be seen as a form of cultural imperialism in that it is based on an essentially Western notion of human rights that may not be applicable in other parts of the world. Historical, cultural, and religious differences may therefore make it should treat their people reflected in the principle of responsible sovereignty. Humanitarian intervention thus contributes to the development of a rule-bound global order. Impossible to establish universal guidelines for the behavior of governments, making the task of establishing a just cause threshold for intervention unachievable. To replace old dictators with foreign occupying forces may only increase tensions and create a greater risk of civil war, which then subjects civilians to a state of almost constant warfare. If civil strife results from an effective breakdown in government authority, foreign intervention may make things worse, not better. While political stability, democratic governance, and respect for human rights may all be desirable goals, it may not be possible for outsiders to impose or enforce them. There may, in other words, be little that could be done to alleviate the horrors of Darfur, Burma, Zimbabwe, or Syria. From this perspective, humanitarian intervention should be looked at the very least, from a long-term perspective and not become a knee-jerk reaction to a humanitarian emergency and growing public pressure for something to be done. Many humanitarian interventions have failed because of inadequate planning for reconstruction and an insufficient provision of resources for rebuilding. ER2P principles therefore place an emphasis not merely on the responsibility to protect, but also on the responsibility to prevent and the responsibility to rebuild. Long-term progress in such matters has therefore been increasingly linked to efforts to achieve peacebuilding, see here, or nation-building as discussed in Chapter 19. Summary. Human rights are supposedly universal, fundamental, indivisible, and absolute. Distinctions are nevertheless drawn between civil and political rights, economic, social, and cultural rights, and solidarity rights. Human rights imply that national governments have significant foreign domestic obligations and that justice has acquired a cosmopolitan character. Human rights are protected by an elaborate regime that involves an expanding array of international human rights documents with supporting UN bodies, a wide range of human rights NGOs, and states committed to advancing human rights. Nevertheless, states are also the greatest human rights abusers, reflecting an inherent tension between human rights and states' rights. Since the 1970s, the universalist assumptions that underpin human rights have come under growing pressure. Communitarians and postmodernists argue that human rights are philosophically unsound because morality is always relative. Postcolonial theorists often view the doctrine of human rights as an example of Western cultural imperialism, even though they may accept the broad notion. Humanitarian intervention is military intervention carried out in pursuit of humanitarian rather than strategic objectives. It flourished in the 1990s due to the liberal expectations linked to the prospect of a new world order and the temporary hegemony of the United States. However, deep concerns have been thrown up about humanitarian intervention by U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan and Iraq. The ER2P has laid down conditions for humanitarian intervention based on a large-scale loss of life, possibly due to ethnic cleansing, where the state in question is unwilling or unable to act itself. Such thinking has often involved attempts to reconceptualize sovereignty, particularly through the idea of responsible sovereignty. Humanitarian intervention works when its benefits exceed its costs in terms of lives lost and human suffering. Although this calculation is difficult to make in objective terms, there have clearly been examples of successful intervention. Other interventions, however, have possibly done more harm than good, sometimes because of the intractable nature of underlying economic and political problems. Questions for discussion. How do human rights differ from other kinds of rights? Are economic and social rights genuine human rights? What are the primary threats to indigenous rights? To what extent have NGOs been effective in ensuring the protection of human rights? Is the tension between states' rights and human rights irresolvable? Are human rights simply a form of Western cultural imperialism? Why did humanitarian interventions increase so markedly in the 1990s? Is military intervention ever truly humanitarian? Can humanitarian intervention ever be reconciled with the norm of state sovereignty? Does humanitarian intervention merely reinforce global power asymmetries? Further reading. Donnelly, J. Universal Human Rights in Theory and Practice, 2013. Donnelly, J. Universal Human Rights in Theory and Practice, 2013. A wide-ranging examination of human rights which considers their significance in the light of key post-Cold War issues. Dunn, T. and N. J. Wheeler, eds. Human Rights in Global Politics, 1999. An excellent collection of essays that explore the philosophical basis for and the political implications of the doctrine of universal human rights. Heywood, A. Humanitarian Intervention. An Introduction, 2013. An accessible and comprehensive overview of the history, theory, and practice of humanitarian intervention. Sabaratnam, M. Decolonizing Intervention, 2017. An analysis of largely non-military state-building interventions through the case study of Mozambique. Weiss, T. G. Humanitarian Intervention. Ideas in Action, 2007. A wide-ranging account of the issue of humanitarian intervention that defends the restrictive criteria established by the ER2P. Links to relevant web resources can be found on the Global Politics website bloomsbury.pub/Heywood. Global Politics 3E. Natural rights. Inherent or God-given rights that are fundamental to human beings and are therefore inalienable. They cannot be taken away. Humanitarianism. A concern about the well-being of humanity as a whole, typically expressed through acts of compassion, charity, or philanthropy. Universalism. The belief that it is possible to uncover certain values and principles that are applicable to all people and all societies, regardless of historical, cultural, and other differences. Negative rights. Rights that are enjoyed by virtue of the inactivity of others, particularly government, often seen somewhat misleadingly as freedoms from. Civil liberties. Rights and freedoms that define a private sphere of existence that belongs to the citizen, not the state. Freedoms from government. Civil rights. Rights of participation and access to power, typically voting and political rights, and the right to non-discrimination. Positive rights. Rights that can only be enjoyed through positive intervention on the part of government, often linked to the idea of freedom to. Relativism. The belief that ideas and values are valid only in relation to particular social, cultural, and historical conditions, implying that there are no universal truths, epistemological relativism, or no universal values, moral or cultural relativism. Intervention. Forcible action taken by one state against another state, often without the latter's consent. Humanitarian. Being concerned with the interests of humanity, specifically through a desire to promote the welfare or reduce the suffering of others. Altruistic. Liberal interventionism. The theory that liberal values and institutions are universally applicable and, in appropriate circumstances, should be promoted by intervention in the affairs of other states. Pariah state. A state whose behavioral norms place it outside the international community, leading to diplomatic isolation and attracting widespread condemnation. Responsible sovereignty. The idea that state sovereignty is conditional upon how a state treats its citizens, based on the belief that the state's authority arises ultimately from sovereign individuals. 15.15.15.15. International law. Source: No Limit Pictures/Getty Images. Preview. International law is a controversial phenomenon. Law is usually understood as a set of compulsory and enforceable rules or norms determined by a sovereign power, whether it be a monarch, a dictator, or a democratically appointed legislature. And yet, as realist international relations theorists have been at pains to point out, no central sovereign authority exists in international politics that is capable of enforcing rules, legal or otherwise. Some, therefore, dismiss the very idea of international law as meaningless. Nevertheless, international law has substance and significance. For example, when great powers wage war today, they almost always claim legitimacy for their pursuit of armed conflict by reference to international law, as Chapter 14 explained with regard to humanitarian intervention. On other issues, trade, for example, international law as the sum of diplomatic mechanisms and treaties can constitute the framework constraining and enabling possible action for states and non-state actors. However, what is the nature of international law and where does it come from? Also, if international law is rarely enforceable in a conventional sense, why do states comply with it? The growing significance of international law is reflected in changes in its scope, purpose, and operation since the early 20th century. These include a shift from international law, which merely determines relations between and among states, to world or supranational law, which treats individuals, groups, and private organizations also as subjects of international law. This has drawn international law into the controversial area of humanitarian standard setting, especially in relation to the laws of war. It has also, particularly since the end of the Cold War, led to attempts to make political and military leaders at all levels personally responsible for human rights violations through a framework of international criminal tribunals and courts. To what extent has international law been transformed into world law? How have the laws of war been developed into international humanitarian law? And have international criminal tribunals and courts proved to be an effective way of upholding order and global justice? Key issues. How does international law differ from domestic law? What are the sources of international law? Why is international law obeyed? How and why has international law changed in recent years? What are the implications of holding individuals responsible for violating international humanitarian law? Nature of international law. What is law? Law is found in nearly all contemporary societies, and the rule of law is usually regarded as the fundamental basis of successful states, democratic or otherwise. But what distinguishes law from other social rules, and in what sense does law operate at an international or even global level? Is there really such a thing as international law? In the case of domestic law, It is relatively easy to identify a series of distinguishing characteristics. First, law is made by the sovereign authority and so applies throughout society. Not only does this mean that law reflects the will of the state and therefore takes precedence over all other norms and social rules, but it also gives domestic law universal jurisdiction within a particular political society. Second, law is compulsory. Citizens are not allowed to choose which laws to obey and which to ignore, because law is backed up by a system of coercion and punishment. Law thus requires the existence of a legal system, a set of norms and institutions through which legal rules are created, interpreted, and enforced. IRD law has a public quality in that it consists of codified, published, and recognized rules. It is, in part, achieved by enacting law through a formal and usually public legislative process. Moreover, punishments handed down for lawbreaking should be knowable, whereas an absence of the rule of law means that arbitrary arrest, detention, and punishment may prevail. Fourth, law is usually recognized as binding on those to whom it applies, even if particular laws may be regarded as unjust or unfair. Law is therefore more than simply a set of enforceable commands. It also embodies normative and moral claims, implying that legal rules should be obeyed. International law. International law is the law that governs states and other international actors. There are two main branches of international law: private and public. Private international law refers to the regulation of international activities carried out by and between individuals, companies, and other non-state actors. As such, private international law relates to the overlapping jurisdictions of domestic legal systems, and so is sometimes called conflict of laws. Public international law applies to states, which are viewed as legal persons. As such, it deals with government-to-government relations as well as those between states and international organizations or other actors. International law nevertheless differs from domestic law in that it operates in the absence of an international legislative body and a system of enforcement. Although the term international law came into common use only in the 19th century, the idea of international law is much older and can be traced back at least as far as to ancient Rome. Nevertheless, the origins of international law as an institution are usually located in 16th and 17th century Europe and the passage of a series of treaties that, in establishing the rules of the emerging state system, laid down the foundations of international public law. SA treaties included those in the key events. The foundation of international public law timeline. The foundations of international public law. 1555 The Peace of Augsburg, a series of treaties that, amongst other things, reaffirmed the independence of German principalities from the Holy Roman Empire and allowed them to choose their own religion. 1648 The Peace of Westphalia, consisting of the treaties of Osnabrück and Münster. This initiated a new political order in Central Europe based on the principle of state sovereignty, see here, and the right of monarchs to maintain standing armies, build fortifications, and levy taxes. 1713 The Treaties of Utrecht established the Peace of Utrecht, which consolidated the principle of sovereignty by linking sovereign authority to a fixed territorial boundary. Ideas and theories of international law also emerged against this backdrop, not least through the writings of Hugo Grotius, an important early figure in the emergence of international law. Much of this early theorizing focused on the conditions of the just war. However, as law has developed, two quite different accounts of its nature, and especially its relationship to morality, have emerged. Those thinkers who insist that law is, or should be, rooted in a moral system subscribe to some kind of theory of natural law. The central theme of all conceptions of natural law is the idea that law should conform to a set of prior ethical standards, implying that the purpose of law is to enforce morality. Medieval thinkers such as Thomas Aquinas thus took it for granted that human laws have a moral basis. Natural law, he argued, could be penetrated through God-given natural reason and guides us towards the attainment of the good life on earth. However, this notion came under attack from the 19th century onwards through the rise of the science of positive law. Hugo Grotius, 1583 to 1645. Dutch jurist, philosopher, and writer. Born in Delft into a family of professional lawyers, Grotius became a diplomat and political advisor and held a number of political offices. In On the Law of War and Peace, 1625, he developed a secular basis for international law, arguing that it is grounded not in theology but in reason. This was largely accomplished by constructing a theory of the just war based on natural rights. For Grotius, there were four causes of a just war: 1. Self-defense, 2. To enforce rights, 3. To seek reparations for injury, and 4. To punish a wrongdoer. By restricting the right of states to go to war for political purposes, Grotius emphasized the common purposes of the international community and helped to found the idea of international society, see here, as developed by the Neo-Grotian English school. Source: Imagno/Getty Images. The idea of positive law sought to free the understanding of law from moral, religious, and mystical assumptions. Many have seen its roots in Omas Hobbes, see here, command theory of law. Law is the word of him that by right hath command over others, Hobbes, 1651, 1909. By the 19th century, such thinking had been developed into the theory of legal positivism, in which the defining feature of the law is not its conformity to higher moral or religious principles, but the fact that it is established and enforced by a political superior, a sovereign person or body. This boils down to the belief that law is law because it is obeyed. Nevertheless, it was evident from the outset that international law differs from domestic law in a number of important respects. Most importantly, international law cannot be enforced in the same way as domestic law. There is, for example, no supreme legislative authority or government to enact international law and no world police force to compel states to uphold their legal obligations. The closest we have come to this is through the establishment in 1945 of the United Nations, which is endowed, at least in theory, with certain supranational powers, and through its principal judicial organ, the International Court of Justice, ICJ. However, the ICJ has no enforcement powers, and even the UN Security Council, which has the ability to impose military and economic sanctions, possesses no independent mechanism for ensuring compliance with its resolutions, even though its decisions are technically binding on all UN members. International law is thus law rather than hard law. On the other hand, levels of compliance with international law, particularly, but not only, international private law, are surprisingly high, even by domestic standards. This is sometimes referred to as the paradox of international law, as it reflects the extent to which a system of international law can operate effectively despite the absence of conventional compliance mechanisms. To some extent, this was acknowledged by Grotius, for whom the enforcement of international law was largely based on a sense of solidarity or potential solidarity amongst states. One of the implications of this is that the notion of international law is highly questionable. If, for example, treaties and UN resolutions cannot be enforced, they should be regarded as a collection of moral principles and ideals and not as law. Although the rise of legal positivism made natural law theories distinctly unfashionable in the 19th century, interest in them revived significantly during the 20th century. This occurred, in part, through unease about the cloak of legality behind which Nazi and Stalinist terror had taken place. The desire to establish a higher set of moral values against which national law could be judged was, for example, one of the problems that the Nuremberg trials 1945-6 and Tokyo trials 1946-8 sought to address. This was made possible by reference to the notion of natural law, albeit dressed up in the modern language of human rights. Indeed, it is now widely accepted that both domestic and international law should conform to the higher moral principles set out in the doctrine of human rights. As far as international law is concerned, this has been reflected in a substantial expansion of international humanitarian law as discussed later in the chapter. Sources of international law. Where does international law come from? It is firstly important to recognize that, as the references to Aquinas, Grotius, and Hobbes above suggest, the conceptions, practices, and institutions of international law that prevail globally today were coined and popularized by Western European great powers. This leaves the entire edifice of international law open to post-colonial critique as not only a Eurocentric or Western normative venture, but also one that actually functions to allow former colonizers to continue to exercise power and control over their former colonial subjects with a patina of moral legitimacy. As defined by the Statute of the International Court of Justice, there are 4 sources of international law. International conventions, whether general or particular, establishing rules expressly recognized by the contesting states. International custom as evidence of a general practice accepted as law, the general principles of law recognized by civilized nations, and judicial decisions and teachings of the most highly qualified legal scholars of the various nations. The most common form of international convention and the most important source of international law consists of treaties, formal, written documents through which states agree to engage in or refrain from specified behaviors. Treaties may be either bilateral or multilateral. Bilateral treaties are concluded between 2 states, such as the START treaties through which the United States and Russia have agreed to reduce their stockpiles of nuclear weapons. Most treaties are nevertheless multilateral treaties in that they are concluded by 3 or more states. Some multilateral treaties have specific provisions, such as the 1968 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, while others are broad and far-reaching, such as the Charter of the United Nations. Treaties, nevertheless, are a distinctive form of international law in 2 key respects. First, with the possible exception of the UN Charter, they violate one of the usual characteristics of law, which is that law applies automatically and unconditionally to all members of a political community. Treaties, by contrast, only apply to states that are party to the agreement in question, although it is sometimes argued that certain treaties, such as the NPT, are so widely respected that they impose customary obligations even on states that have not signed them, as in the case of the 1948 Genocide Convention discussed in more detail below. Second, the legal obligations that arise from treaties are very clearly rooted in consent, in that states enter into treaties freely and voluntarily. Once treaties are signed and ratified, they must be obeyed as expressed in the principle of pacta sunt servanda. Consent is nevertheless conditional in that states can contract out of treaties on the grounds that significant changes have occurred in the conditions existing at the time the agreement was originally entered into. In these cases, the notion of rebus sic stantibus can be invoked. The contractual nature of treaties and conventions places them clearly within the tradition of positive law, as international law in these cases is a product of negotiations between sovereign states, not the command. The contractual nature of treaties and conventions places them clearly within the tradition of positive law, as international law in these cases is a product of negotiations between sovereign states, not the command of God or the dictates of higher morality. International law has therefore come to assume the character of reciprocal accord. International custom, or what is called customary international law, is now the second most important source of international law, having been overtaken by the rapid expansion of treaties during the 20th century. Customary international law derives from the actual practice of states, in that practices among states that are common and well-established come, over time, to be viewed as legally binding. Customary obligations thus arise from the expectation that states should carry out their affairs consistently with past accepted conduct. Unlike treaties, customary law does not require explicit consent. Rather, consent is inferred from the behavior of states themselves. On the other hand, unlike treaties, customary international law is assumed to have universal jurisdiction, particularly when it is grounded in deeply held norms and moral principles, in which case it is closely associated with the natural law tradition. Examples of customary law include many of the laws regarding how diplomacy is carried out, which developed over time as rules of conduct shaped by the mutual convenience of the states concerned. For instance, include the practice of granting diplomatic immunity to foreign diplomats. The weakness of customary law is that, being based on practice rather than formal, written agreements, it may be difficult to define, and it may be difficult to decide when and how common practices have acquired the force of law. For this reason, there has been a growing tendency to translate customs into treaties and conventions. Vienna Conventions on Diplomatic and Consular Relations, 1961-1963, thus gave many of the norms related to the conduct of diplomacy the status of written law, while the 1926 Slavery Convention gave formal recognition to long-established customs prohibiting slavery and the slave trade. However, in circumstances in which customary law reflects deeply embedded moral understandings, it may appear to be more powerful than treaty-based law. For example, it is usually accepted that the custom-based prohibition on genocide would apply regardless of whether a state had signed up to the 1948 Genocide Convention, making it a universal moral imperative. The final two sources of international law are of less significance than treaties or customs. The rather vague notion of the general principles of law and the idea of legal scholarship tend to be invoked when no clear rights or obligations can be identified through formal agreements between and amongst states or through custom and practice. The former is usually used to imply that actions which are recognized as crimes in most domestic legal systems should be treated as crimes if they occur in an international context. Thus, although the invasion of another country's territory and the attempt to annex it by force may breach treaty obligations and ignore the customary expectation that sovereign states should live in peace, it can also be seen as a violation of international law on the grounds that it offends what could be viewed as the general principles of civilized conduct. In the case of legal scholarship, the ICJ recognizes that the sum of written arguments of the most highly qualified and respected judges and lawyers can be used to resolve points of international law when these are not resolved by reference to the first three sources. Why is international law obeyed? Those who dismiss the very idea of international law tend to view law strictly in terms of command. It implies that enforcement is the only reliable means of bringing about compliance. However, if compliance were seen as the core feature of an effective legal system, few, if any, domestic legal arrangements would qualify as such. Rape, and murder continue to occur in all countries of the world despite being legally prohibited. Indeed, if laws were never violated, there would be little need for them in the first place. Nevertheless, it is difficult to view widespread noncompliance, reflected in a wholesale breakdown of social order and the routine use of intimidation and violence, as compatible with a functioning system of law. In all legal systems, then, there is a balance between compliance and violation, and international law is no exception. However, the remarkable thing about international law is just how high levels of compliance with it tend to be, even though violations have been grotesque and highly publicized. Frank, 1990. Even a noted realist such as Hans Morgenthau, 1948, acknowledged that, during the 400 years of its existence, international law has in most instances been scrupulously observed. But how can this level of compliance be explained if enforcement, in the conventional sense of the punishment of transgressors, is the exception rather than the rule? Countries tend to obey international law for a variety of reasons, including the following: a self-interest and reciprocity, fear of disorder, fear of isolation, fear of punishment, and identification with international norms. A main reason why states comply with international law is that it is in their interests to do so. It is sometimes called utilitarian compliance. States abide by laws because they calculate that, in the long run, doing so will bring benefit or reduce harm. A key to this benefit is reciprocity, a relationship of mutual exchange between or amongst states that ensures that favors are returned for favors or that punishment is returned for punishment. Cohen, 1986. For example, although diplomatic immunity may, at times, mean that immoral or even flagrantly criminal actions by foreign diplomats in one's own country go unpunished, states around the world recognize that this is a price worth paying to ensure that their own diplomats in foreign lands can live and work in safety and security. Similarly, the World Trade Organization's rules about free trade and the abandonment of tariff and non-tariff barriers are usually upheld by states on the grounds that they will benefit from reciprocal action taken by other states. Reciprocity. Reciprocity refers to exchanges between two or more parties in which the actions of each party are contingent on the actions of the others. Good is thus returned for good, and bad for bad, with a rough equivalence applying in terms of reciprocal benefits and rewards. Positive reciprocity, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours, explains how and why states are able to cooperate in the absence of an enforcing central authority, as occurs through compliance with international law, the establishment of international regimes or multilateralism. Negative reciprocity, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, helps to explain tit-for-tat escalations of conflict and arms races. A second and related reason why states tend to comply with international law is out of a general preference for order over disorder. On one level, this is reflected in the ability of international law to create a set of common understandings, through which states become aware of the rules of the game. A framework of rules that international law helps to establish and publicize thus reduces uncertainty and confusion in the relations among states, each of them benefiting from shared expectations and enhanced predictability thus established. States, in other words, have a better sense of how other states will behave. At a deeper level, however, there is a fear of chaos and disorder. This may occur through negative reciprocity, as initial and perhaps relatively minor violations of international law lead to an escalating series of reprisals that threaten to unravel the entire system of international order and stability. Such considerations may be particularly emphasized by defensive realists, who, like all realists, believe that international order is inherently fragile, but who argue that the primary motivation of states is to maintain security rather than to maximize power. See offensive or defensive realism. IRD, a state's level of conformity to international law, is a key determinant of its membership of international society. International law is therefore one of the chief institutions through which cultural cohesion and social integration among states are achieved, facilitating cooperation and mutual support. A record of compliance with international law can therefore enhance the standing and reputation of a state, giving it greater power and encouraging other members of the international community to work with it rather than against it. Such considerations can influence even the most powerful of states. For example, the 2003 invasion of Iraq by the United States and a coalition of the willing, which was criticized as a breach of international law by, amongst others, the then UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, the United States came under considerable pressure to demonstrate conformity with For example, the 2003 invasion of Iraq by the United States and a coalition of the willing, which was criticized as a breach of international law by, amongst others, the then UN Secretary General Kofi Annan. The United States came under considerable pressure to demonstrate conformity with international law. To build wider support for its war on terror, the United States was increasingly forced to work within a framework of UN resolutions. States that routinely defy international law run the risk of isolation and may even be treated as international pariahs, sometimes paying a high price for this in diplomatic and economic terms. Is applied, for instance, to Libya, which suffered decades of isolation from the international community due to its links with terrorism and attempts to develop weapons of mass destruction. Is isolation forced Libya in 2003 to make a clean break with its past and acknowledge its obligations under international law. Fourth, although international law is not routinely enforceable, there are circumstances in which obedience to international law is brought about through a fear of punishment. Punishment in these cases is not dispensed by a world police force but by states themselves acting individually or collectively. International law, indeed, recognizes a right of reprisal or retaliation. This means that actions that would otherwise be impermissible are seen as acceptable if they occur in response to a state's violation of established norms and principles. Article 51 of the UN Charter thus stipulates that states have a right to self-defense in the event of an armed attack by another state. Israel therefore justified its June 1967 destruction of the Egyptian Air Force at the beginning of the Six-Day War on the grounds that it was a reprisal for an attack launched by Egypt and Syria. Similarly, the 1991 Gulf War could be seen as a form of legally ordained punishment carried out against Iraq for its attempt forcibly to annex Kuwait. Indeed, one of the features of the supposed New World Order was the idea that in the post-Cold War world, collective security would be used to punish military adventurism. Finally, it would be a mistake to assume that international law is only respected because of considerations that, in their various ways, boil down to concerns about short or long-term self-interest. In a large proportion of cases, international law is upheld not because of calculations related to the consequences of violating it, but because international law is widely considered to be rightful and morally binding. Buchanan 2007. All applies in relation to domestic law where most citizens, most of the time, refrain from the physical attacks and murder not because of the existence of a criminal justice system, but because they view these acts as distasteful or immoral. The same applies to international law, especially when international law embodies norms of behavior that enjoy widespread popular support, such as prohibitions on slavery, unprovoked attack, or genocide. Liberals who believe that human beings are rational and moral creatures are likely to place a greater emphasis on moral motivation for state compliance with international law than do realists. However, many would agree that state behavior in such matters is shaped by mixed motives as practical considerations linked to self-interest and possibly a fear of punishment are entangled with ethical considerations of various kinds. Constructivists, for their part, highlight the extent to which both state interests and a sense of what is morally right in the international sphere are socially constructed, which means that they are shaped, in part, by international law itself. Approaches to international law. Realist view. Realists are generally skeptical about international law and its value, usually drawing a sharp distinction between domestic law and international law. While domestic law derives from the existence of a sovereign authority responsible for enacting and enforcing law, the absence of a central political authority in the international realm means that what is called international law is perhaps nothing more than a collection of moral principles and ideals. As Thomas Hobbes put it, where there is no common power, there is no law. Hobbes 1651, 1909. For Morgenthau, see here, international law amounted to a form of primitive law, similar to the behavioral codes established in pre-modern societies. However, only ultra-realists go as far as dismissing international law altogether. Most realists accept that international law plays a key role in the international system, albeit one that is, and should be, limited. International law is limited by the fact that states, and particularly powerful states, are the primary actors on the world stage, meaning that international law largely reflects and is circumscribed by state interests. Realists also believe that the proper, and perhaps only legitimate, purpose of international law is to uphold the principle of state sovereignty. This makes them deeply suspicious of the trend towards supranational or world law, in which international law becomes entangled with the idea of global justice and is used to protect individual rights rather than states' rights. Liberal view. Liberals have a clearly positive assessment of the role and importance of international law. This stems from the belief that human beings are imbued with rights and guided by reason. As the international sphere is a moral sphere, core ethical principles should be codified within a framework of international law. 4. Idealists, such thinking implied that in international politics, as in domestic politics, the only solution to the disorder and chaos of anarchy is the establishment of a supreme legal authority, creating an international rule of law. This doctrine of peace through law was expressed, for example, in the establishment of the League of Nations and in the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Pact, which, in effect, banned war. Although modern liberals and particularly neoliberals have long since abandoned such idealism, they nevertheless continue to believe that international law plays an important and constructive role in world affairs. For them, regimes of international law reflect the common interests and common rationality that bind statesmen together. By translating agreements among states into authoritative principles and by strengthening levels of trust and mutual confidence, international law deepens interdependence and promotes cooperation. The idea that there is a tendency for interdependence to be consolidated through formal rules of international behavior is reflected in the functionalist theory of integration as discussed in Chapter 20. Constructivist and post-structuralist views. In constructivist theory, the assertion that political practice is crucially shaped by norms and perceptions emphasizes the extent to which norms embodied in international law structure the identities of states as well as the interests they pursue. This helps to explain why and how state behavior changes over time as, for instance, once accepted practices such as slavery, the use of foreign mercenaries, and the ill treatment of prisoners of war become less common. Influenced by post-structuralist analysis, critical legal studies, CLS, highlights the inherently indeterminate nature of international law based on the fact that legal language is capable of multiple and competing meanings. CLS approaches are shaped by a range of critical theory influences, including Marxist and feminist thought. Marxist view. Marxists are skeptical, if not always, of the efficacy of international law, then of its trajectory and purpose. Before embarking on a career in fiction, the novelist and essayist China Miéville published Between Equal Rights, a Marxist theory of international law, 2005. Miéville argues that whereas scholars and practitioners of international law tend to begin from the presumption that it is essentially a positive, benevolent phenomenon, from a Marxist perspective it is complicit in the worst of today's social problems and yet is fundamentally unreformable. Critical of CLS, see above, for its lack of materialist analysis, Miéville suggests that coercive political violence, imperialism, is the very method through which international law is made into a material reality. Feminist view. Feminists have suggested that international law embodies patriarchal biases either because the legal person, whether the individual or the state, is constructed on the basis of masculine norms or because international law perpetuates the image of women as victims. Nevertheless, some feminists have sought to redraw international law in certain areas to better protect women from patriarchal violence. Sexual violence targeting women and girls has been a constant feature of war through the ages, and feminist legal scholarship and activism was important to the UN Security Council's adoption of both Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security 2000, which recognized the disproportionate impact of war on women, and Resolution 1820 2008, which determined that rape and sexual violence can constitute war crimes. Postcolonial view. Postcolonialists, for their part, have viewed international law as an expression, in various ways, of Western global dominance. Grovogi 1996, Angie 2005. From this perspective, international law developed out of Christian and Eurocentric thinking about the nature of legal and political order, is tainted by the inheritance of colonialism and possibly racism, and operates through institutions, such as the International Court of Justice, that are wedded to the interests of the industrialized West. As Anthony Angie puts it, colonialism was central to the constitution of international law in that many of the basic doctrines of international law, including, most importantly, sovereignty doctrine, were forged out of the attempt to create a legal system that could account for relations between the European and non-European worlds in the colonial confrontation 2005-3. Christine Chinkin, 1949. Feminists have taken an active interest in international law since at least the 1915 International Conference of Women at The Hague, which sought a framework for conflict resolution. Feminists have taken an active interest in international law since at least the 1915 International Conference of Women at The Hague, which sought a framework for conflict resolution in the context of the First World War. But only in the post-Cold War era have feminist approaches made serious headway in both the scholarship and practice of international law, and Christine Chinkin, a UK barrister and eminent legal scholar, is widely seen as a pivotal figure in this gender mainstreaming. Chinkin has written and advised international organizations extensively on women, feminism, and international law. Chinkin and Hilary Charlesworth's The Boundaries of International Law, a Feminist Analysis, 2000, is a key text in the field, which argues that the absence of women in the development of international law has led to a narrow and inadequate jurisprudence. She has provided expert consultancy to the UN's Division for the Advancement of Women, participated in a UN Human Rights Council fact-finding mission to Gaza and the Kosovo Human Rights Advisory Panel, and has published on issues from gender and new war, with Mary Kaldor, to the implementation of the UN's 1981 Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Chinkin played a central role in advising the Council of Europe's Committee of Ministers prior to its adoption of the Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, known as the Istanbul Convention, in 2011. In 2019, Chinkin noted that although the advent of Resolution 1325 and the WPS agenda, see above, was a pivotal moment of feminist hope, the world took a turn back toward militarism and national security after the 9/11 attacks. Chinkin's other key works include The Making of International Law, 2007, with Alan Boyle. Source: Imagno/Getty Images. International Law in Flux. Since the early 20th century, international law has become not only increasingly prominent but also more politically controversial. The scope, purpose, and, indeed, nature of international law has changed in a variety of ways. Essay include the following. De jure from international law to world or supranational law, the development of the laws of war into international humanitarian law, and the wider use of international criminal tribunals and courts. From international law to world law? Traditionally, international law has been firmly state-centric. It is the sense in which it is properly called international law. It is a form of law that governs states and determines the relations among states, its primary purpose being to facilitate international order. In this view, state sovereignty is the foundational principle of international law. States thus relate to one another legally in a purely horizontal sense, recognizing the principle of sovereign equality. Not only is there no world government, international community, or public interest that can impose its higher authority on the state system, but also legal obligations, determined by treaties and conventions, are entirely an expression of the will of states. This classical view can be broken down into 4 features. First, states are the primary subjects of international law. Indeed, in this view, the state is a meta-juridical fact. International law merely recognizes the consequence of the establishment of states. It is not able to constitute states in the first place. The 1933 Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States therefore acknowledged that a state should be admitted into the international legal community so long as it fulfills 3 criteria. It possesses a stable government, controls a definite territory, and enjoys the acquiescence of the population. Second, states are the primary agents of international law. In other words, they are the only actors empowered to formulate, enact, and enforce international law. The purpose of international law is to regulate interstate relations, which means, in practice, upholding the cardinal principle of sovereignty. Sovereignty not only defines the terms of legitimate statehood but also implies the norms of self-determination and non-intervention. Finally, the scope of international law should be strictly confined to issues of order, rather than issues of justice. International law therefore exists to maintain peace and stability, and it should not be used for wider purposes. If humanitarian issues or questions of distributive, environmental, or gender justice are to be incorporated into the framework of law, this should happen only at the domestic level, where states, as sovereign entities, are able to address moral concerns in the light of the distinctive values, culture, and traditions of their own society. This classical view of international law is exemplified by the role and powers of the International Court of Justice. However, the classical conception of international law has increasingly been challenged by attempts to use international law to found a world constitutional order, a process described by Habermas, 2006, as the constitutionalization of international law. This constitutionalist conception of international law has become, over time, the dominant mainstream approach to international jurisprudence. It is constitutional, in the sense that it aims to enmesh states within a framework of rules and norms that have a higher and binding authority, in the manner of a constitution. It establishes a vertical relationship between states and international law, transforming international law into what is sometimes called supranational law or world law, Corbett 1956. Stemming probably from the impact of the First World War on Western consciousness, this trend has been closely related to the emergence of a system of global governance and is evident in 4 main developments. First, individuals, groups, and private organizations have increasingly been recognized as subjects of international law. States, in other words, are no longer the only legal persons. This has been particularly evident in the focus within modern international law on individual rights, giving rise to an ever-expanding body of international human rights law and a substantial broadening of the laws of war, as considered in the next section. Second, non-state actors have become important agents of international law, in the sense that civil society organizations and particularly NGOs have increasingly helped to shape and even to DRA international treaties and conventions. The Rome Statute, which led to the establishment of the International Criminal Court (ICC) in 2002, was thus largely DRA-ed by a collection of NGOs. The purpose of international law has widened substantially beyond attempts to manage interstate relations in terms of preventing and regulating the conduct of war, particularly as it has been drawn into regulating the behavior of states with their own territories. For instance, the World Trade Organization, the foremost legal body in the area of international trade, has substantial powers to order states to dismantle tariff and non-tariff barriers in the process of resolving trade disputes. Finally, the scope of international law has come to extend well beyond the maintenance of international order and now includes the maintenance of at least minimum standards of global justice. This is evident not only in attempts to establish international standards in areas such as women's rights, environmental protection, and the treatment of refugees, but also moves to enforce international criminal law through the use of ad hoc international tribunals and the International Criminal Court. Global actors. International Court of Justice. The Hague, the Netherlands. The International Court of Justice, commonly referred to as the World Court or the ICJ, is the principal judicial organ of the United Nations. It was established in June 1945 by the Charter of the UN and began work in April 1946. The role of the ICJ is to settle, in accordance with international law, legal disputes submitted to it by states and to give advisory opinions on legal questions referred to it by authorized UN organs and specialized agencies. The ICJ is composed of 15 judges elected to 9-year terms of office by the UN General Assembly and the Security Council voting separately. 1/3 of the court is elected every 3 years. Permanent members of the Security Council always have a sitting judge, but if a state appearing before the court does not have a judge of its own, On the court, it may appoint an ad hoc judge. A president, since 2021, Joan Donahue of the United States, and a vice president, Kirill Gevorgyan of Russia, are elected by the members of the court every 3 years by secret ballot. The president presides at all meetings of the court, directs its work and the work of The president presides at all meetings of the court, directs its work and the work of its various committees, and has a casting vote in the event of votes being equally divided. Significance: the ICJ is the most far-reaching attempt to date to apply the rule of law to international disputes. It has, for example, drawn baselines concerning issues such as territorial waters, fishing rights, and methods of calculating the continental shelf beneath the sea. The court has also had a number of notable successes in settling international disputes, including the border dispute between El Salvador and Honduras, which led to the Soccer War of 1969, and the violent dispute between Cameroon and Nigeria over the ownership of an oil-rich peninsula, which was settled in 2002. In addition, the court has handed down a number of advisory opinions which have helped set the tone for post-conflict international affairs. However, the ICJ has a number of significant weaknesses. In the first place, the jurisdiction of the court is strictly limited to states. Individuals, corporations, NGOs, and other non-state bodies are excluded from direct participation in cases. This prevents the court from taking action over a wide range of human rights and humanitarian issues, meaning that other tribunals and courts, such as the International Criminal Tribunals for Rwanda and former Yugoslavia, and the International Criminal Court, have had to be established, with the ICJ not being able to establish umbrella responsibility for these thematic courts. Second, the ICJ lacks compulsory jurisdiction and has no mechanism for enforcing its judgments. States that have signed the treaty creating the ICJ are allowed to choose whether they want to be subject to the compulsory jurisdiction of the court by signing the optional clause, and only about 1/3 of states have agreed to do so. Moreover, states are able to revoke their commitments under the optional clause, as the United States did in 1984 when Nicaragua asked the ICJ to determine whether the mining of Nicaraguan harbors by the CIA constituted a violation of international law. In theory, the court can appeal to the Security Council to enforce its judgments, however, this has never happened. Finally, the court, especially in its early days, was widely criticized by developing countries for operating in the interests of Western states, in part because of their preponderant representation on the Security Council and therefore on the court itself. Nevertheless, the number of cases brought before the ICJ annually has more than doubled since the end of the Cold War, including the case of the Rohingya genocide in Myanmar, see here. While the Rohingya, a Muslim minority group in Myanmar, may not have been able to bring a case to the ICJ themselves, the small, majority Muslim African state of Gambia, 7,000 miles away, brought the case to the court in 2019 on the grounds that the ICJ can rule on the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, of which both Gambia and Myanmar are signatories. The existence of rival conceptions of international law has nevertheless thrown up disagreements, tensions, and confusions. Essay disagreements are largely between realists on the one hand and liberals and cosmopolitans on the other. For realists, any attempt to construct a world constitutional order based on world law threatens to weaken sovereignty and put international order at risk, Rabkin 2005. In this view, once international law ceases to be rooted in a commitment to state sovereignty, it ceases to be legitimate. Liberals and cosmopolitans, for their part, have always had concerns about untrammeled state sovereignty and have been eager to use international law to give global politics an ethical dimension, Brown 2008. Tensions and confusion have resulted from the fact that world law, if it exists at all, incorporates and extends international law, it has not replaced it. International law thus continues to acknowledge the cornerstone importance of state sovereignty while, at the same time, embracing the doctrine of human rights and the need for humanitarian standard setting. In that sense, the international conception continues to enjoy political ascendancy over the world conception. The future development of international law is nevertheless bound to be shaped by how successfully the tensions between these opposing norms and principles can be managed. This can be illustrated by the contentious issue of the legality of humanitarian intervention. The international law dealing with humanitarian intervention has evolved significantly since the early 1990s, but a consensus has yet to emerge on what these laws mean. On the face of it, intervention, for whatever purpose, is usually judged to be a violation of international law. For example, Article 2 of the UN Charter states that all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, or any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. Article 7 states that nothing contained in the present charter shall authorize the United Nations to intervene in matters which are essentially within the domestic jurisdiction of any state. The General Assembly Resolution 2131, adopted in 1965, expresses this even more clearly. No state has the right to intervene, directly or indirectly, for any reason whatsoever, in the internal or external affairs of another state. However, at the same time, a variety of legal instruments have also come into existence that affirm the protection of civil, political, social, and economic rights which, at minimum, call the principle of sovereignty, and therefore the norm of non-intervention into question. Essays include the Genocide Convention and the two UN Covenants on Human Rights, DRAED in 1966. Although there exists no clearly defined and legally binding treaty justifying humanitarian intervention, it may nevertheless be understood as a form of customary international law. Developments in the laws of war. One of the clearest examples of the shift from international law to world law has been the evolution of the laws of war into a body of international humanitarian law. The advent of industrialized warfare and the experience of the two world wars of the 20th century altered thinking about both aspects of just war theory. With regard to the just recourse to war, the 1945 UN Charter significantly narrowed the scope of legally justified warfare. It laid down only two circumstances in which force could be legitimately used: self-defense, in which states have an unqualified sovereign right to use force if subjected to a physical attack by another state, Article 51, and when the use of force has been sanctioned by the Security Council as part of a peace enforcement action, Article 42. In the case of the just conduct of war, the principal development has been the idea of war crimes. There is nothing new about war crimes prosecutions, however. Examples of legal proceedings that stem from misconduct or abuses that occur during war can be traced back to ancient Greece. The trial of Peter von Hagebach in 1474 is sometimes thought of as the first war crimes trial. Hagebach was convicted and beheaded on the authority of an ad hoc tribunal of the Holy Roman Empire, having been accused of carrying out wartime atrocities in Austria. Modern thinking about war crimes nevertheless stems from the Hague Peace Conferences of 1899 and 1907, which established a permanent court of arbitration for states in dispute wishing to use its services, and also formulated a series of conventions designed to limit the horrors of war. Creating the basis for the modern laws of war, the Hague Conventions prohibited, among other things, the launching of projectiles and explosives from balloons and the use of dum-dum, or explosive, bullets, and set out rules related to the treatment of prisoners of war and the rights of neutral powers. The war crimes that were recognized by the Nuremberg Principles included the murder or ill treatment of civilian populations, hostages, and prisoners of war. The Geneva Conventions, adopted in 1949 with two additional protocols in 1977 and a third in 2005, marked the widest and most detailed attempt to codify war crimes, providing one of the foundations for international humanitarian law. Amongst the war crimes they identified are the following: willful killing, torture, or inhuman treatment, including biological experiments, willfully causing great suffering or serious injury to body or health, compelling civilians or prisoners of war to serve a hostile power, willfully depriving civilians or prisoners of war of a fair trial, the taking of hostages, unlawful deportation, transfer or confinement, and wanton destruction and appropriation of property not justified by military necessity. An important addition to this list of war crimes was made with the United Nations Security Council's Resolution 1820 on Women, Peace, and Security. Passed in 2008, this resolution, which does not have the same legal status as the Geneva Conventions but may nevertheless act as a basis for UN-mandated intervention, recognizes that rape and sexual violence can constitute war crimes, crimes against humanity, or a constitutive act with respect to genocide. One of the most significant, if controversial, developments in the laws of war is the development of the idea of crimes against humanity. The earliest notion of a crime against humanity, even though the terminology was not used, surfaced during the campaign to abolish the slave trade. The 1815 Declaration on the Abolition of the Slave Trade, for instance, condemned the slave trade for offending against the principles of humanity and universal morality. The idea that such actions might be considered crimes first emerged in response to what later became known as the Armenian Genocide, a series of massacres carried out against Armenians, Greeks, and Assyrians living in the Ottoman Empire, which peaked between 1915 and 1917. The Triple Entente, an alliance of Russia, France, and the United Kingdom, declared that the massacres amounted to crimes against humanity and civilization. The 1945 Nuremberg Charter nevertheless took the matter further by drawing a formal distinction between war crimes and crimes against humanity, which has guided international jurisprudence ever since. Whereas war crimes are violations of the laws and customs of war, crimes against humanity have the following three characteristics. The crimes must target civilians, they must be widespread or systematic and repeated, and they must be intentionally committed. The most detailed and ambitious attempt to codify the crimes that can be categorized as crimes against humanity is found in the 1998 Rome Statute, which established the International Criminal Court. It highlights crimes including murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation, torture, rape or sexual slavery, racial and other forms of persecution, and the crime of apartheid. Although genocide is clearly a crime against humanity in a general sense, it is treated as a separate category of crime, indeed as the crime of crimes, by the Genocide Convention and in the Rome Statute. The virtue of incorporating the concepts of crimes against humanity and genocide into international law is that they attempt to deal with the issue of widespread atrocities by establishing individual responsibility for actions that may not conform to the conventional notion of a war crime. The concept of crimes against humanity in particular is underpinned by a form of moral cosmopolitanism that holds that the proper stance towards humanity is one of respect, protection, and succor, humanity being morally indivisible. Critics of the concept have nevertheless questioned whether such a broad category of crime can ever be meaningful and have also raised doubts about the supposedly universal moral principles on which it is based. Essay and other concerns about international humanitarian law have become more acute as a result of steps to anchor individual responsibility for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide through the establishment of international criminal tribunals and the International Criminal Court. International tribunals and the International Criminal Court. International tribunals can be defined as temporary or sometimes permanent courts set up to decide in cases where a breach of international criminal law is believed to have taken place. Historical precedent shows that such breaches are almost always in relation to matters of war, the most significant and longest-standing field of international criminal law. The Nuremberg and Tokyo trials at the end of the Second World War, superpower disagreement precluded the use of international criminal tribunals for the remainder of the Cold War. Such prosecutions as took place occurred in national courts. However, the end of the Cold War and the breaking of the logjam in the UN Security Council created circumstances in which international tribunals could once again be established. Reports of massacres and ethnic cleansing in the former Yugoslavia led, in 1993, to the creation of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, ICTY, located in The Hague, the Netherlands, the first genuinely international tribunal convened since Nuremberg and Tokyo. The ICTY was mandated to prosecute crimes against humanity, violations of the laws of war, and genocide committed in the various Yugoslav wars, making it the first tribunal to invoke the Genocide Convention. The most prominent figure indicted by the ICTY was Slobodan Milosevic, the former head of state of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia and the first head of state to be prosecuted under international humanitarian law. He was arrested in 2001 and his trial on 66 counts of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes began the following year. However, the proceedings were cut short by Milosevic's death in 2006. Other prominent figures convicted through the ICTY included Ratko Mladic, a Bosnian Serb military leader who was convicted in 2017 of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, and sentenced to life imprisonment. The ICTY closed on December 31, 2017. The final case heard was as controversial as any in its history, an appeal by the Bosnian Croat General Slobodan Praljak of his 20-year sentence for war crimes and crimes against humanity just a week after Mladic's sentencing. Upon hearing the judge's statement that his appeal had been rejected, Praljak announced, "Slobodan Praljak, not a war criminal," before producing and drinking from a small bottle of poison, committing suicide in the courtroom. The UN authorized a second international tribunal following the 1994 genocide in Rwanda, which had led to the murder of about 800,000 Rwandan Tutsis and moderate Hutus. A new tribunal, the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, ICTR, was located in Arusha, Tanzania, and held its first trial in 1997. By November 2012, 5 trial judgments had been delivered against 74 accused. In the most significant of these trials, Jean Kambanda, the former Prime Minister of Rwanda, became the first and so far the only head of government to plead guilty to genocide, when he was convicted in 1998 and sentenced to life imprisonment. In 2002, the Special Court for Sierra Leone was set up jointly by the UN and the government of Sierra Leone to consider serious violations of international humanitarian law that had occurred during Sierra Leone's 10-year civil war. It involved the prosecution and conviction of the former president of Liberia, Charles Taylor, for war crimes. In 2003, the UN reached an agreement with the Cambodian government to bring to trial the surviving leaders of the Khmer Rouge, who had presided over the deaths of over 1 million people in Cambodia during a 4-year rule of terror in the late 1970s. In other cases, criminal tribunals have been set up at a national level. Essay have included the East Timor Tribunal, established in 2002 to investigate human rights violations carried out during the period of Indonesian occupation and control, and the War Crimes Tribunal in Iraq, which in 2006 found Saddam Hussein guilty of the 1982 massacre that took place in Djail, north of Baghdad, and sentenced him to death. In the case of General Augusto Pinochet, he was indicted in 1998 by a court in Spain for human rights violations committed while he was the dictator of Chile, 1973-90. However, although he was arrested in London on an international arrest warrant, he was released in 2000 on the grounds that he was too ill to face trial and was allowed to return to Chile, where he enjoyed immunity from prosecution as part of the agreement under which he had office until his death in 2006. Various tribunals and courts, and especially those set up to examine atrocities committed in former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, influenced the development of international criminal law in a number of important ways. In the first place, they refocused attention on large-scale human rights violations, particularly through high-profile trials of senior political figures. Apart from anything else, this strengthened the idea that establishing personal culpability for war crimes, crimes against humanity, or genocide may reduce the incidence of mass atrocities as leaders recognize they are no longer able to act as if they are above international law. Second, whereas previous war crimes trials had been concerned with acts that took place in the context of interstate war, the ICTY and the ICTR recognized that crimes against humanity may take place during an internal armed conflict or even during periods of peace, thereby expanding the remit of international humanitarian law. The tribunals nevertheless highlighted the enormous cost and inefficiency of dealing with crimes against international humanitarian law through the mechanism of ad hoc UN-backed tribunals. For instance, it took over 2 years to begin trying cases in the ICTY and the ICTR, and many trials lasted for months and, in some cases, years. During 2000, these tribunals accounted for over 10% of the UN's regular budget, with their total cost by 2009 being estimated at $1.6 billion. Such concerns led to pressure for the replacement of ad hoc tribunals by a permanent institution with global jurisdiction in the form of the International Criminal Court, ICC. Global politics in action. Charles Taylor's conviction for war crimes. Events. In April 2012, Charles Taylor, the former president of Liberia, was convicted on 11 charges of war crimes and crimes against humanity by the Special Court for Sierra Leone. The following month, he was sentenced to 50 years in jail. Taylor had been president of Liberia from 1997 until 2003, when he went into exile in Nigeria. However, his crimes relate to the part he played in the bloody civil war in neighboring Sierra Leone, 1991 to 2002. Although the court rejected the claim that Taylor had ordered atrocities, it found that he had given sustained and significant support to the Rebel Revolutionary United Front, RUF, which had committed serious violations of international humanitarian law. These included the crimes against humanity of murder, rape, sexual slavery, enslavement, and other inhumane acts, as well as the war crimes of murdering civilians, hacking off civilians' limbs with machetes, and conscripting and drugging child soldiers. In return for assisting the RUF, Taylor had received a steady stream of what became known as blood diamonds. Significance, as he was the first head of state to be convicted of war crimes since the Nuremberg trials after the Second World War, the verdict against Charles Taylor was historic. However, it was also part of a larger trend favoring the prosecution of political leaders for crimes committed while they were in power. Between 1990 and 2009, some 65 former heads of state or government were prosecuted for serious human rights or financial crimes. High-profile examples including Augusto Pinochet, Chile; Alberto Fujimori, Peru; Slobodan Milosevic, former Yugoslavia; and Saddam Hussein, Iraq. The conviction of Taylor thereby highlighted a major development in the enforcement of international humanitarian law. The key justification for Taylor's prosecution, as well as the larger trend, is that they serve as a warning to despots and dictators across the globe. By demonstrating that political leaders are not above the law, such examples are intended to deter those currently in office from engaging in war crimes and crimes against humanity. Enforcing the rule of humanitarian law in such a public way should therefore reduce the number and severity of atrocities carried out worldwide. International courts and tribunals may thus prevent tyranny and abuse in circumstances where institutional checks and balances and forms of public accountability do not operate. Charles Taylor, the former Liberian president who was convicted in 2012 of 11 counts of aiding and abetting war crimes. Source: Pascal Guillot/Getty Images. Such developments have, nevertheless, also been criticized. For one thing, there is the danger that if the rationale for such prosecutions is to make an example of prominent figures, less prominent, but perhaps equally culpable figures may receive less attention. In the case of the civil war in Sierra Leone, some have suggested that Foday Sankoh, the RUF leader who died in 2003 while awaiting trial, was significantly more culpable for the atrocities than was Charles Taylor. Furthermore, Taylor's prosecution has been seen as a form of neocolonialism, an accusation that has also been leveled at international criminal tribunals and courts generally, and especially the International Criminal Court, ICC. Not only has international humanitarian law been viewed as culturally biased because it is founded on Western, liberal values, notably about human rights, but international criminal tribunals and courts may also perpetuate the belief that the Western world still needs to intervene to save the developing world from chaos and barbarity. As of 2019, every person indicted by the ICC under the Rome Statute had been African. Finally, prosecuting heads of government or state for human rights violations may place an undue emphasis on individual culpability and the role of political leadership, ignoring other, maybe deeper, explanations. For example, the origins of the Sierra Leone Civil War include widespread corruption and mismanagement, the spread of routine violence, and the collapse of the educational system, which date back at least to the 1960s and may have their roots in the colonial period, to say nothing of the resource curse of diamonds, see here. In 1998, delegates from 160 countries, 33 international organizations, and a coalition of NGOs met in Rome to dearray the statute of the ICC. The Rome Statute established the ICC as a court of last resort, exercising jurisdiction only when national courts are unwilling or unable to investigate or prosecute. The ICC, which came into being in 2002, has broad-ranging powers to prosecute acts of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and, potentially, aggression. A decision on crimes of aggression was reserved to a later date, but its inclusion is now highly unlikely. Although the ICC, like the ICJ, is located in The Hague, the Netherlands, it is an independent international organization and not part of the UN system. However, the ICC's relationship with the UN Security Council has been particularly significant and controversial. The United States, an early and enthusiastic supporter of the idea of an international criminal court, had proposed that the Security Council act as the court's gatekeeper, reflecting the Security Council's primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. But this proposal was rejected at Rome on the grounds that it would have given the United States and other permanent members of the Security Council, the P5, the ability to prevent the ICC from hearing cases in which their citizens were accused of human rights violations by using their veto powers. Instead, under the so-called Singapore Compromise, the Rome Conference allowed the Security Council to delay a prosecution for 12 months if it believed that the ICC would interfere with the Council's efforts to further international peace and security. However, as the Security Council must do this by passing a resolution requesting the court not to proceed, this effectively prevents any P5 country from blocking an investigation simply by exercising its veto. The controversial nature of the ICC was apparent from the outset. Although 120 states voted in favor of the Rome Statute, 21 abstained, including India and a range of Arab and Caribbean states, and 7 voted against. It is widely believed that the states which voted against the statute were the United States, China, Israel, Libya, Iraq, Qatar, and Yemen, although the states were not formally identified. As of May 2019, 122 countries were members of the court and a further 31 countries have signed but not ratified the Rome Statute. Non-member states include China, India, Russia, and the United States, which significantly reduces the scope of the ICC's jurisdiction and threatens its international credibility, perhaps in a way that is reminiscent of the League of Nations. Only 2 permanent members of the P5, the United Kingdom and France, its least powerful members, have ratified the Rome Statute. Not one of the nuclear powers outside Europe has ratified the treaty, meaning that the ICC is dominated by European, Latin American, and African states. Focus on the USA, a rogue state? The United States has never been a full signatory to the ICC. President Clinton signed the Rome Statute on his final day in office in 2000, but stated that, as the treaty was fundamentally flawed, it would not be forwarded to the U.S. Senate for ratification. The Bush administration effectively signed the treaty in 2002 and took concerted steps to reduce the United States' exposure to ICC jurisdiction by negotiating bilateral immunity agreements, BIAs, sometimes called Article 98 agreements, with as many countries as possible, under which neither party would transfer citizens of the other country to the jurisdiction of the ICC. Over 100 BIAs have been negotiated, even though their legal status is unclear. The Obama administration, meanwhile, chose to engage with the court more positively, though it moved no closer to re-signing the Rome Statute. The Trump administration, with its stated aversion to multilateralism and hostility to a range of international institutions, was less constructive. In March 2019, the U.S. government announced a ban on visas for ICC staff intending to travel to the United States in the course of investigating possible war crimes committed by U.S. troops or by allied personnel, including Israelis. In 2021, President Joe Biden's incoming Democrat administration lifted the visa ban but reaffirmed opposition to any investigation of U.S. or Israeli forces by the ICC. Significance: as the most militarily powerful state with the largest military budget and the most involvement in armed conflict around the world, the United States' consistent refusal under both Democrat and Republican governments to sign up to the ICC is a major stumbling block for the court. A court that claims to act in the interests of international law but is seen only to indict African war crimes suspects, and from which the most important Western power is apparently immune, leaves the ICC with something of a legitimacy gap. But the refusal to have its troops tried at the ICC also presents major problems for the United States in its claim to be a leading state in terms of the international legal system. As the state in which the UN, WTO, and other crucial international institutions to the making of international law were founded and whose leaders and diplomats have often stressed the importance of a rules-based world order while denouncing rogue states' failure to join the ICC leaves the United States open to charges of hypocrisy. In recent wars, U.S. troops have been suspected or proven to have committed offenses that might be tried before the court were the country a signatory. Afghan citizens as well as NGOs including Human Rights Watch have argued that U.S. forces including CIA operatives may have broken the laws of war in the 20-year conflict in Afghanistan, including through illegal detention and interrogation, use of excessive force against civilians, and even killings. When such cases are addressed by the United States at all, it is in the form of its own investigations. Just as the United States was withdrawing the last of its troops from Afghanistan in 2021, for example, it launched a drone strike, see here, that killed 10 civilians, 7 of whom were children, the youngest a 2-year-old girl. As in many previous strikes, when relatives of the dead accused the United States of killing civilians, the Pentagon initially claimed that at least one person in the car was a local Islamic State, see here, militant. It later conceded that all victims of the strike were civilians. In fact, one of the 3 adults, Ahmad Nazar, had even worked as a translator for U.S. forces. The Pentagon investigation that followed concluded that the strike was an honest mistake and that there was no violation of law, including the law of war. Critics would point out that it is unsurprising that a state would find in favor of and seek to protect its own national forces, which is precisely why the ICC is needed. Contradictions around the United States' relationship to the ICC resurfaced when, early in 2022, Biden administration officials came out in strong support of a potential ICC investigation into alleged Russian war crimes in Ukraine, including the indictment of Putin himself. Such positions leave the United States open to accusations of wanting one law for themselves, another for everyone else. Debating. Is the International Criminal Court an effective means of upholding order and justice? The ICC has proved to be a highly controversial international organization. While it has been hailed by some as an essential guarantee for justice and human rights, others view it as a deeply flawed body, While it has been hailed by some as an essential guarantee for justice and human rights, others view it as a deeply flawed body, even, sometimes, as a threat to international order and peace. Yes. No. Strengthening international humanitarian law. The ICC has codified norms and principles of international humanitarian law that have been widely accepted since the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials, in the process providing the most authoritative and detailed definitions of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes currently available. By comparison with the system of ad hoc tribunals, the ICC brings a much-needed coherence to the process of enforcement and also, by keeping Security Council interference to a minimum, potentially, prevents the P5 from exempting themselves from their responsibilities. Threat to sovereignty and national security. The most common criticism of the court is that it is a recipe for intrusions into the affairs of sovereign states. The ICC threatens state sovereignty because its jurisdiction extends, potentially, to citizens of states that have not ratified the Rome Statute. This happens if their alleged crime was committed in a state that has accepted the jurisdiction of the court or when a situation has been referred to the ICC by the UN Security Council. This issue is of particular concern in the United States because, as the world's sole remaining superpower, the United States deploys its military to hotspots more often than other countries. Tackling the global justice gap. The global justice gap condemns millions of people to abuse and oppression either because of the repressive policies of their own governments or because of their government's unwillingness or inability to prevent gross human rights violations. The ICC has been designed specifically to address this problem, providing the basis for external intervention when internal remedies are unavailable. This task is nevertheless being put in jeopardy by a unhelpful obsession with individual culpability. By highlighting the criminal responsibilities of individuals rather than states, the ICC contributes to a worrying trend to use international law to further moral campaigns of various kinds. Not only are questions of personal culpability for humanitarian crimes highly complex, but once international law is used as a vehicle for advancing global justice, its parameters become potentially unlimited. Moreover, by collection of powerful countries that are unwilling fully to sign up to the ICC because they want to either protect their own military freedom of maneuver or shield allies from criticism. This amounts to a serious failure of global leadership. Prioritizing individual culpability and criminal prosecution over wider concerns, the ICC may damage the prospects of peace and political settlement, as arguably occurred over the indictment of President Bashir of Sudan. Deterring future atrocities. The aim of the ICC is not merely to prosecute crimes that have been committed since its inception in 2002, but also to shape the future behavior of political and military leaders throughout the world. In this view, atrocities occur, in part, because leaders believe that their actions will go unpunished. The significance of the trials of heads of government is that they demonstrate that this may not be the case in future. No leader is now above international humanitarian law. The fear of possible legal proceedings by the ICC may, indeed, have been instrumental in persuading leaders of the Lord's Resistance Army in Uganda to attend peace talks in 2007. A political tool of the West. The ICC has been criticized for having a Western or Eurocentric bias. In the first place, it is based on Western values and legal traditions that are grounded in ideas of human rights which are rejected in parts of Asia and the Muslim world, thus demonstrating the absence of a global moral consensus. Second, the ICC is sometimes seen to be disproportionately influenced by EU member states, all of whom have ratified the Rome Statute. Third, the cases brought before the ICC overwhelmingly relate to events that have occurred in the developing world. The ICC is therefore seen to perpetuate an image of poor countries as chaotic and barbaric. Summary. International law is law that governs states and other international actors, although it is widely considered to be soft law because it cannot, in most circumstances, be enforced. The two most important sources of international law are treaties and international custom. In the former, legal obligations are clearly rooted in consent, while in the latter, obligations arise from long-established practices and moral norms. International law is largely obeyed because states calculate that, in the long run, abiding by laws will bring them benefit or reduce harm. Other reasons for obedience include a fear of disorder, a fear of isolation, a fear, in some cases, of punishment, and the wider belief that international law is rightful and morally binding. In its classical tradition, international law has been firmly state-centric, being based on the cornerstone principle of state sovereignty. However, this conception has increasingly been challenged by a constitutionalist conception of international law, sometimes called supranational law or world law, the scope of which includes the maintenance of at least minimum standards of global justice. One of the clearest examples of the shift from international law to world law has been the evolution of the laws of war into a body of international humanitarian law. This has largely happened through the development of the idea of war crimes, which allows individuals to be held to be criminally responsible for violations of the customs of war, and through the notion of crimes against humanity. The end of the Cold War allowed international humanitarian law to be implemented more widely through international tribunals and courts. This happened through ad hoc tribunals set up to examine reports of atrocities carried out in former Yugoslavia and Rwanda in particular, but the most significant development was the establishment of the International Criminal Court, which came into operation in 2002. However, the court has been found wanting in a number of ways, not least because the world's biggest, most consistently active military power, the United States, is not bound by it. Questions for discussion. Is international law really law? Why is it in the interest of states to obey international law? What are the implications of the constitutionalist conception of international law for international jurisprudence? To what extent are international and world law compatible? Is humanitarian intervention justifiable in international law? Is a state's right to sovereignty conditional, and if so, on what? Is the notion of crimes against humanity too vague and confused to be legally meaningful? How and why have treaties become the most important source of international law? How strong is the moral motivation for states' compliance with international law? Should political leaders be held individually culpable for breaching international humanitarian law? Further reading. Angie, A. Imperialism, Sovereignty, and the Making of International Law, 2004. A key work of post-colonial theory that exposes and explores the colonial roots of the system of international law. Gray, C. International Law and the Use of Force, 2008. A useful discussion of the implications of the use of force for international law carried out either by states or by UN or other peacekeepers. Heher, A. N. Court and A. Mumford, eds. International Law, Security and Ethics, 2013. An examination of how debates about nature and utility of international law have developed since 9/11. Koskanimi, M. From Apology to Utopia, The Structure of International Legal Argument, 2006. A key work outlining a critical approach to international law as argumentative practice aimed at depoliticizing international relations. Meeville, C. Between Equal Rights, A Marxist Theory of International Law, 2005. An attempt to outline a coherent, materialist, Marxist theory of international law. Links to relevant web resources can be found on the Global Politics website, bloomsbury.pub/Heywood Global Politics 3E. Institution, a body of norms, rules, and practices that shape behavior and expectations without necessarily having the physical character of an international organization. C. Natural law, a moral system to which human laws do, or should, conform. Natural law lays down universal standards of conduct derived from nature, reason, or God. Positive law, a system of enforceable commands that operates irrespective of their moral content. Soft law, law that is not binding and cannot be enforced. Quasi-legal instruments that impose only moral obligations. Hard law, law that is enforceable and so establishes legally binding obligations. International humanitarian law, a body of international law often identified as the laws of war that seeks to protect combatants and non-combatants in conflict situations. Treaty, a formal agreement between two or more states that is considered binding in international law. Assent or permission, a voluntary agreement to be subject to binding obligations or a higher authority. Pacta sunt servanda, Latin, the principle that treaties are binding on the parties to them and must be executed in good faith. Rebus sic stantibus, Latin, the doctrine that states can terminate their obligations under a treaty if a fundamental change of circumstances has occurred. Custom, a practice that is so long established and widely accepted that it has come to have the force of law. Diplomatic immunity, a collection of rights and dispensations that accredited diplomats enjoy in foreign countries, usually including freedom from arrest and trial on criminal charges and privileged travel and communication arrangements. Reprisal, an act of retaliation designed either to punish a wrongdoer or Reprisal, an act of retaliation designed either to punish a wrongdoer or redress an injury. Reprisal suggests proportionality and usually stops short of war. Sovereign equality, the principle that, regardless of other differences, states are equal in the rights, entitlements, and protections they enjoy under international law. Metajuridical, that which precedes or sits above the law, as in principles such as justice or social practices and arrangements, for instance, in the case of international law, the state and the state system. Self-determination, the principle that the state should be a self-governing entity enjoying sovereign independence and autonomy within the international system. Non-intervention, the principle that states should not interfere in the internal affairs of other states. Jurisprudence, the science or philosophy of law or a system or body of law as it exists in practice. Constitution, a set of rules, written or unwritten, that define the duties, powers, and functions of the various institutions of government, define the relations between them and also the relations between the state and the individual. War crime, a violation of the laws or customs of war for which individuals can be held to be criminally responsible. Crimes against humanity, intentionally committed acts that form part of a widespread, systematic, and repeated attack against a civilian population. 1616. Poverty, development, and inequality. Source, Oscardamas/Getty Images. Preview. The issues of development and poverty reduction have become increasingly prominent since the end of the Second World War. In the early phase, this occurred as decolonization failed to bring about economic and social progress in what was then portrayed as the Third World, at the same time that industrially advanced Western countries were experiencing historically unprecedented levels of economic growth. As global economic disparities widened, some argued that colonialism had given way to neocolonialism, political domination having been replaced by more subtle but no less effective economic domination. Others heralded the emergence of a North-South divide. In this context, bodies as different as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF on the one hand, and a host of development NGOs and activist groups on the other, came to view the task of reducing the gap between rich countries and poor countries as a moral imperative. However, poverty, inequality, and development are complex and deeply controversial issues. Is poverty merely an economic phenomenon, a lack of money, or is it something broader and more profound? Does development imply that economically disadvantaged societies should be remodeled on the basis of the rich societies of the so-called developed West or advanced economies? A further range of issues address the nature, extent, and causes of global inequality. Is the world becoming a more or less equal place, and, in particular, what impact has globalization had on global patterns of poverty and inequality? Finally, there have been passionate debates about the surest way of bringing about development. These debates have focused, in particular, on the merits or otherwise of the market-orientated approaches to development that have dominated especially since the early 1980s. Have bodies such as the World Bank and the IMF failed the world's poor? Do rich countries have a moral obligation to help poor countries? If so, how should that obligation be discharged? By providing international aid, canceling debt, changing trading practices, or something else? Key issues. What is poverty? How should development be understood? What are the key trends in global poverty and inequality? Has globalization increased or decreased global poverty? How successful have official development policies been? Do international aid and debt relief work? Understanding poverty and development. Poverty has been the normal state of affairs for most of world history. Even in well-organized societies with advanced systems of rule, ancient China and Rome, the Incas, and so on, economies were technologically simple with modest productivity. Levels and populations were overwhelmingly poor. Most of those who were thought of as rich in their day would be poor by modern standards. Poverty, thus, is not the exception, it has been the rule. The exception from this perspective is the wealth currently enjoyed in the modern West, and even this has occurred only fairly recently. It was only in the late 18th century that European and North American societies started to increase productivity in ways that defied the predictions of Omus Malthus, see here. who had warned that any improvement in productivity would simply be nullified by demographic growth. How did Western societies avoid this Malthusian trap? The answer to this question is development. Development was certainly associated with a series of innovations in technology and organization that led to the Industrial Revolution. Nevertheless, there is significant debate about precisely how the affluence of the developed West has been brought about, and most particularly about how affluence and development can best be replicated in parts of the non-Western world. Before the complex and contested issue of development is considered, however, it is necessary to look more closely at what poverty is and how it can be measured. Defining and measuring poverty. What is poverty? What distinguishes the poor from the rich? If poverty reduction is a goal of national, regional, or global policy, it is necessary to understand what poverty is and how it can be measured. However, poverty is a complex and contested concept. On the face of it, poverty means being deprived of the necessities of life, that is, lacking sufficient food, fuel, shelter, and clothing to maintain physical efficiency. In its original sense, this was seen as an absolute standard below which human existence became difficult to sustain. It means, for instance, an average adult woman needs to eat about 2,000 calories a day to maintain body weight. On this view, in highly industrialized states such as the United States, the United Kingdom, or Germany, poverty is confined to the small, though growing, segment of society that cannot afford to eat properly. Absolute poverty is founded on the idea of basic needs corresponding to physiological needs in Maslow's 1943 hierarchy of needs, see Figure 16.1. Figure 16.1 Maslow's hierarchy of needs. However, the idea of absolute poverty may miss an important dimension of poverty. People may feel that they are poor not because they suffer from material hardship and their basic needs are not met, but because they lack what others have got. You feel deprived in terms of the standards, conditions, and pleasures enjoyed by the majority in their society. In this sense, poverty is a social and not merely physiological phenomenon. It is based on people's relative position in the social order. Relative poverty defines the poor as the less well-off rather than the needy. For instance, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and the European Union, EU, both use a poverty line that is based on a relative poverty threshold, which is set at an income level that is 50% or less than that of the median household for the OECD and 60% or less for the EU. In other words, people are considered to be poor if their available income is substantially lower than that of a typical person in their country of residence. The concept of relative poverty nevertheless raises important political questions because it establishes a link between poverty and inequality, and in so doing suggests that reducing or eradicating poverty can only be achieved through the redistribution of wealth and the promotion of equality, as discussed later in the chapter. Whereas relative poverty is a subjective calculation based on feelings of deprivation and disadvantage created by the gap between the poor and the rest of society, absolute poverty may seem more amenable to objective definition. But at what level do people become absolutely poor? The World Bank, which has assumed growing responsibility for global poverty reduction policies, traditionally took as a standard of extreme poverty an income level of what is commonly known as $1 a day, though its 1990 World Development Report, which popularized the measure, actually used $370 per year, or $1.01 per day, calculated at purchasing power parity, PPP. In 2004, this was recalculated to $1.25 per day, and in 2015 to $1.90 to broadly reflect global inflation in costs of living. The measure remains rather arbitrary though, as the World Bank noted even when it began using it in 1990, since developing a global rather than national measure of poverty is an intrinsically inexact science. In a 2018 report, the World Bank highlighted tremendous progress on extreme poverty, noting that between 1990 to 2015, the proportion of the global population living in extreme poverty by the $1 a day measure dropped an average of a percentage point per year from nearly 36% to 10%, World Bank 2018. However, there has been growing dissatisfaction with a narrowly income-based definition of poverty. It stems from a recognition that poor people suffer from multiple deprivation involving a failure to meet their non-material needs as well as their material needs. Amartya Sen contributed to such thinking in pointing out that famines arise not from a lack of food, but from a complex of social, economic, and political factors such as rising food prices, poor food distribution systems, and government inefficiency. Poverty is therefore as much about restricted opportunities and the absence of freedom, in particular positive freedom, as it is about lack of income or resources. Such thinking has placed greater emphasis on the notion of human development. Maslow's hierarchy of needs as a key basis for describing absolute and relative poverty has also been subject to critique as an ethnocentric Western theory. Geert Hofstede, 1984, argued that Maslow's thesis may well fit the United States, Maslow's home country, and other socially and culturally individualist societies in the West, but less so the more collectivist societies of the Eastern Hemisphere or the Global South. Maslow's self-actualization, in Hofstede's view, is an individualist concern and not the highest-level need in all societies. In more collectivist cultures, belongingness may have to come above ego needs like self-actualization and esteem, Hofstede 1984-87. From this perspective, Western cultural norms may skew or color the Western view of need and poverty in the non-Western world. Development, competing visions. Debates about poverty focus not only on the nature of poverty but also on how it can best be explained and therefore how it should be tackled. That is, how development can be brought about. However, the notion of development is surrounded by political and ideological controversy. What distinguishes a developed society from a developing or undeveloped one? Perspectives on development generally fall into two broad categories, which we will call orthodox and alternative. Orthodox view of development. The orthodox view of development is rooted in economic liberalism. In this view, poverty is defined squarely in economic terms as a failure through a lack of income or resources to satisfy basic material needs. Reduction or even elimination of poverty is therefore clearly linked to the ability to stimulate economic growth, traditionally calculated on the basis of gross domestic product, GDP, per head of population. Development, in effect, is synonymous with economic growth. But how is economic growth best stimulated? A central mechanism, from this perspective, is the free market system. Virtues of the free market are that it gives full rein for individuals to pursue self-interest, providing incentives for people to work, engage in trade, set up business, and so on, and that it ensures long-term economic equilibrium, helping to bring the forces of demand and supply market forces into line with one another. Market is thus the only reliable means of generating wealth, providing, indeed, the possibility of unlimited economic growth. Backward or underdeveloped societies are therefore destined to be transformed into modern or developed ones. His view of development is reflected in modernization theory, which is evident, for example, in Rostow's 1960 theory of the stages of economic growth. Rostow outlined 5 stages of economic growth, as follows. Traditional societies, such societies are characterized by rudimentary technology, pre-scientific values and norms, and a subsistence economy. Preconditions for takeoff at this stage societies exhibit a degree of capital mobilization, banks and currency, and start to develop an entrepreneurial class. Take-OFF, this happens when the norms of economic growth are well established and sector-led growth becomes common. A drive to maturity, this is characterized by growing economic diversification, greatly reduced poverty and rising living standards. A high mass consumption at this stage, the economy is increasingly orientated around the production of modern consumer goods, with affluence becoming widespread. The orthodox view has dominated thinking on matters related to poverty, inequality, and development since 1945. Its influence expanded in the 1970s and 1980s through the rise of neoliberalism and the conversion of the institutions of global economic governance and a growing number of states, led by the United States, to pro-market economic philosophy, and again in the 1990s through the widespread introduction of market reforms by former communist states. Nevertheless, the pro-growth and pro-market view of development has attracted growing criticism in recent years. As will later be seen in relation to development strategies, opponents have argued that economic reforms that expose countries to the vagaries of the market and the international trading system may be counterproductive, leading to economic and social dislocation rather than steady growth and the reduction of poverty. In the 1990s, such criticisms focused in particular on the impact of structural adjustment programs, SAPs, imposed by the IMF and the World Bank. Opponents have, furthermore, questioned whether market-based solutions attend equally to the interests of all states and all regions of the world. Neo-Marxist critics, for instance, argue that the global capitalist system is characterized by deep structural imbalances. Approaches to development. Realist view. There is no realist theory of development as such. Nevertheless, in explaining the phenomenon of economic development, realists have generally drawn heavily on the ideas of mercantilism. Mercantilism stresses the interplay between economics and politics, particularly through the extent to which healthy and stable domestic economies rely on a strong dose of state intervention, especially to manage external trade relations, implying protectionism. Such a view is highly skeptical of liberal claims about the natural tendency of market economies towards equilibrium and growth, believing always that markets need to be managed. Liberal view. The liberal approach to development is firmly rooted in the ideas of economic liberalism. Classical liberal economics draws heavily on individualist and rationalist assumptions about human nature, placing a strong emphasis on the idea that human beings are primarily motivated by the desire for material consumption. Liberalism, therefore, provides the basis for the orthodox notion of development as growth. From the liberal perspective, the central mechanism for generating wealth is the market, which operates according to the wishes and decisions of free individuals. The attraction of the market is that it is a self-regulating mechanism, which tends naturally to promote economic prosperity and well-being. However, individual acquisitiveness and market forces are not always, in themselves, powerful enough to deliver economic development. For liberals, development failures stem from factors that are internal to the society itself. These include cultural or religious norms that inhibit individual self-seeking, rigid and authoritarian state institutions, chronic corruption, and ethnic and tribal rivalries that subvert civil order. The best way to overcome these obstacles is through market reform, privatization, financial deregulation, labor flexibility, tax cuts, and so on, and the integration of the national economy into the global capitalist economy, free trade, and an open economy. Marxist view. Marxist or neo-Marxist theories shift attention away from internal obstacles to development to external ones, particularly those that stem from the structural dynamics of the global capitalist system. Neo-Marxist thinking about development has been shaped by two main theoretical subtraditions. Dependency theory highlights the extent to which, in the post-1945 period, traditional imperialism gave way to neocolonialism, sometimes viewed as economic imperialism or, more specifically, dollar imperialism. Despite enjoying formal independence and sovereignty, developing world states continued to be subject to economic dependency through, for instance, unequal trade relations, the impact of transnational corporations, TNCs, and biases within bodies such as the IMF and the World Bank that favor the interests of industrially advanced states. The other key neo-Marxist subtradition is world systems theory, which portrays the world economy as an interlocking whole, composed of core, peripheral, and semi-peripheral areas. In this, economically advanced and politically stable core areas dominate and exploit peripheral areas that are characterized by low wages, rudimentary technology, and a dependence on agriculture or primary production. Post-colonial view. Post-colonial theorists, for their part, have sometimes challenged the very idea of development, advancing instead the notion of post-development. Conventional models of development involve the imposition of Western institutions and values on non-Western societies, in a process of economic interventionism led by international financial institutions that were created and dominated by Western states, the World Bank, the IMF, and so on. Conventional models of development involve the imposition of Western institutions and values on non-Western societies, in a process of economic interventionism led by international financial institutions that were created and dominated by Western states, the World Bank, the IMF, and so on. This amounts to a form of neocolonialism through which the violent extractivist colonial approach of states in the global north towards those in the global south continues in a formally post-colonial context. Post-development instead allows each society to embrace its own model of economic and social progress based on aspirations and a cultural heritage that are authentic to the society itself. Feminist views. Feminism has been associated with a range of views about development. Some feminists argue that overturning gender inequality must be seen as a key component of development, thereby highlighting the need to change social structures, institutions, and cultural practices in the developing world. However, other feminists stress the extent to which development as growth is constructed on the basis of masculinist assumptions or the degree to which women already play an important, if usually ignored, role in bringing about development. Some Marxist and/or post-colonial feminists, meanwhile, are interested in the ways in which Western states seek to impose hegemonic masculinities on others in the international system. Green theory view. Amongst other critical approaches to development, green politics has challenged the conventional emphasis on economic growth by championing the notion of development as sustainability, usually linked to the concept of sustainable development. See here. In this view, economic growth must be balanced against its ecological costs, a healthy environment being vital for meaningful development. In other words, environmental sustainability should determine what an influential 1972 report by the Club of Rome, an NGO led by former or current diplomats, scientists, and UN officials, called the limits to growth. The mainstreaming of green theory's central concerns, specifically the centrality of climate change and sustainability as collective, global, and political challenges which necessitate cooperation between states, businesses, and international organizations, is perhaps most evident in the United Nations' decision to set Sustainable Development Goals to replace the Millennium Development Goals after 2015. See here. Alternative views on development. Alternative views of poverty and development have become more prominent since the 1980s as disillusionment has grown with technocratic, top-down, pro-growth strategies. EY have stemmed from various sources, including key thinkers and resistance movements in the Global South, such as the Zapatista movement in Chiapas in Mexico and peasant protests in the southern Indian state of Karnataka, UN agencies, Development NGOs and their various forums, including the World Social Forum and the broader anti-capitalist, see here, or anti-globalization movement. Focus on the North-South divide. The idea of a North-South divide was popularized through the work of the so-called Brandt Reports, North-South, A Program for Survival, 1980, and Common Crisis, North-South Cooperation for World Recovery, 1983. Although the idea that the world is divided into a global North and a global South is based on the tendency for industrial development to be concentrated in the Northern Hemisphere, and for poverty and disadvantage to be concentrated in the Southern Hemisphere, apart from Australasia, the terms are essentially conceptual and theoretical rather than geographical. The concept of the North-South divide draws attention to the way in which aid, developing world debt, and the practices of TNCs help to perpetuate structural inequalities between the high-wage, high-investment industrialized North and the low-wage, low-investment, predominantly rural South. The Brandt Reports also highlighted the interdependence of the North and the South, emphasizing that the prosperity of the North is dependent on the development of the South. Some, nevertheless, question the continuing relevance of the idea of a North-South divide. Amongst other things, they draw attention to increasingly uneven development across the South itself, disparities between China and sub-Saharan Africa, for example, the growing political influence of the South, the rise of the G20, see here, and so on, and the quite different relationships that have emerged between the North and different parts of the South, not all of which are now based on power and dependency. However, there's no single or coherent alternative package of ideas about development. While radical elements are strongly anti-Western, anti-corporate, and place a heavy emphasis on self-management and environmentalism, reformist elements may do little more than modify the application of orthodox liberal principles, seeking merely to rebalance the priorities of major states and the institutions of global economic governance. Nevertheless, certain general themes can be identified, the most important of which are as follows. A humanistic view of poverty that emphasizes opportunity, freedom, and empowerment, thus meeting material and non-material needs, self-reliance rather than reliance on wealthy states, international bodies, or the market. Ecological balance, sustainability, and conservation of the global commons, water, land, air, forest. Social and cultural inclusion through respect for cultural diversity and the interests of marginalized groups such as women and indigenous groups, local control. Achieved through community action and democratic participation, and the view that poverty has a structural character stemming from disparities in the global trading system and elsewhere. The alternative view rejects the one-size-fits-all implications of orthodox thinking and, in particular, the idea of a linear transition from a traditional society to a developed society in which Latin American, Asian, and African states are destined, sooner or later, to go through the same process of modernization as states in the global North. In other words, developing world states are not playing catch-up. Indeed, to a significant extent, their plight can be blamed on external factors and the self-interested impact of Western states and TNCs through, for example, aid regimes that are structured around the needs of donor countries and the demand for across-the-board integration into the international economy. On the other hand, few of those who support alternative stances advocate separating developing world economies from the global economy or seeking to develop a qualitatively different alternative to capitalism. Instead, they seek to combine growth-orientated economic policies with a sensitivity to local and regional needs and interests, placing stress on cultural diversity, ecological balance, and self-reliance. What is sometimes called the Southern Consensus on Development therefore usually allows for a greater role for state intervention than would be acceptable to supporters of economic liberalism. Adopting a neo-mercantilist approach to development, the East Asian tiger economies thus relied less on the free market than on the capacity of the state to pursue strategies for international competitiveness, especially through a heavy emphasis on education and training. Arguably the most impressive Southern model of development has nevertheless been found in China's mixture of market economics combined with authoritarian political control, see a Chinese economic model. Focus on the Zapatistas in Mexico. Alternative development in action. The Zapatista Army of National Liberation (EZLN) take their name from Emiliano Zapata (1879–1919), a leading figure in the Mexican Revolution of 1910 and a prominent campaigner for agrarian reform. The main spokesperson of the modern Zapatistas is Subcommandant Marcos, also known as Delegate Zero. The Zapatista uprising started in 1994 when, within hours of the signing of the NAFTA agreement, see Chapter 20, a seemingly ramshackle group of students, intellectuals, radicals, and indigenous peasants emerged from the jungle of the Chiapas region to declare war against the Mexican state. As Mexican federal forces were pushed back from the region, the Zapatistas established what is effectively an autonomous area, leading, since 1994, to something of a standoff between the EZLN and the Mexican state. As a result, in many of the mountainous and jungle areas of Chiapas, extending into some of the urban areas, an entirely different set of principles and norms operate in line with what is sometimes called Zapatismo. Zapatismo draws on anarchist, libertarian, socialist, and Marxist ideas. It has been notable for a number of reasons. First, it has implacably rejected globalization, capitalism, and neoliberalism, favoring instead the formation of self-managing councils and cooperatives. Zapatismo therefore represents the revolutionary wing of the anti-capitalist movement. Second, the Zapatistas differ from other left-wing revolutionary groups in that they are uninterested in seizing power to rule on behalf of the people and unwilling to support a particular worldview or set of economic arrangements. This non-vertical or post-ideological form of politics means that Zapatistas work in alliance with indigenous peoples and peasant groups rather than rule from above. Third, the Zapatistas have placed particular emphasis on the use of new communication technology to give their ideas a high profile within the anti-capitalist movement in particular and in the wider world. As of 2018, the Zapatistas claimed that their community extended to 50,000 families or nearly 300,000 people in 55 municipalities. The group runs schools, hospitals, and other infrastructure, and agricultural production is organized by autonomous villages supported by 5 EZLN caracoles or administrative centers. The group and its communities benefit, meanwhile, from the growth in Zapaterismo, tourists traveling from around the world to see for themselves the Zapatistas' alternative development model in action. Prevalent specific alternative views on development include human development approaches rooted in liberalism and structuralist approaches rooted in Marxism and postcolonial thought, see Chapter 4. Human development is a standard of human well-being that takes account of people's ability to develop their full potential and lead fulfilled and creative lives in accordance with their needs and interests. It is simply defined in terms of enlarging people's choices. Influenced by Sen's 1999 notion of development as freedom, the idea has been most fully elaborated through the Human Development Index, which has been used since 1993 to rank countries in the UN's Human Development Reports. Key Human Development Indicators, HDIs, are leading a long and healthy life expectancy and health profile, acquiring knowledge, education, and literacy, access to resources needed for a decent standard of living, fuel, sanitation, shelter, and so on, preserving resources for future generations, demographic trends, and sustainability, ensuring human security, food, jobs, crime, personal distress, and achieving equality for all women and men, education, careers/jobs, political participation. Structuralist and Marxian approaches, on the other hand, including the theory of underdevelopment popularized by thinkers including André Gunder Frank and Walter Rodney, and the world systems theory of Immanuel Wallerstein, offer a more radical view on development. The central idea of world systems theory is that the expansion of capitalism, from the 16th century onwards, has created a global economic system comprising 3 interlocking parts. A core areas that are characterized by relatively high wages, advanced technology, and a diversified production mix, including mass market industries and sophisticated agriculture. Or peripheral areas that are characterized by low wages, more rudimentary technology, and a simple production mix geared towards staple goods such as grain, wood, sugar, and so on. Semi-peripheral areas that are economically mixed, including some core features and some peripheral ones. Core periphery model emphasizes how strong states can enforce unequal exchange on weak ones. The transfer of economic surpluses from peripheral to core areas helping to maintain dependency and underdevelopment. Low-wage and low-profit producers in peripheral areas are used to service and support high-wage and high producers in the core. Semi-peripheral areas act as a buffer or shock absorber within the world system, helping to ensure that core countries are not faced by a unified opposition. Such relations are further underpinned by political differences between the core and the periphery, the former tending to have democratic governments, effective state machines, and developed welfare services, while the latter usually have authoritarian governments, weak or ineffective state machines, and very rudimentary welfare provision. An end to global poverty and regional imbalances within the global economy requires the overthrow of the capitalist world system, or its collapse as a result of inherent instability and recurrent crises. Underdevelopment. The concept of underdevelopment sits at the heart of many critical alternative views on development. The concept emerged in the 1960s and found its most influential expressions in the work of the German-American sociologist André Gunder Frank, 1929 to 2005, and the Guyanese historian and political activist Walter Rodney, see below. Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, 1972, describes underdevelopment as the process by which, as a consequence of colonialism, some countries' economies and wider societies have been effectively held back by colonizing powers for their own benefit. In this sense, underdevelopment is a product of capitalist, imperialist, and colonialist exploitation. Development in African, Asian, and American economies was, on this view, happening quite independently prior to European colonization, see here. Colonialism artificially halted this development to put these societies and their resources into the service of the colonizing powers, which extracted what they needed and left the colonized societies underdeveloped after decolonization. A more unequal world? Making sense of global inequality. Questions about poverty are often linked to the issue of inequality. Indeed, from the perspective of relative poverty, the two concepts are intrinsically linked, in the sense that widening inequality effectively means increased poverty. However, the issue of global inequality is an arena of particular contention. Not only are there significant difficulties surrounding the task of measuring inequality, but the trends themselves are much more complex than the simple idea of a gap between rich and poor suggests. Ultimately, it may not be possible to identify an overall trend in global inequality, meaning that the focus should instead onto discussing the contours of global inequality. This occurs for a variety of reasons. There is a lack of clarity about what is being measured: income, life expectancy, educational opportunities, access to clean water, and so on. Data to measure inequality may be unreliable or contain biases. Different time spans highlight different trends. There is confusion about who are the rich and who are the poor. Within-country trends may be as significant or more significant than between-country trends. The first problem with any discussion of equality is in determining what is being measured. Equality of what? The World Bank, followed by most other bodies, uses a measure of inequality based on income, especially GDP per capita. This occurs partly because such data are easier to compile and calculate than alternatives, such as access to healthcare or clean water, and partly because income, adjusted for purchasing power parity, provides a broad but reliable indication of people's living standards. However, the principal alternative to this, the UN's notion of human development, is not only multidimensional but also shifts attention away from economic equality to equality of opportunity, the idea of equal life chances. Second, the data that inform judgments about global inequality are not always complete or reliable. The World Bank's annual World Development Reports provide the most comprehensive and commonly used data on income distribution in particular. However, some have questioned the neutrality of the World Bank and, until the early 2000s, much data did not take appropriate account of factors such as exchange rates, the cost of living, and inflation levels in different countries. Changing approaches to data collection and interpretation have, at different times, forced commentators significantly to revise their views on the nature and extent of global inequality. Moreover, there are important areas in which data on income disparity remains unreliable or is in short supply, notably on within-country inequality in many poor states. Trends in global poverty are crucially affected by the timescales over which they are measured. According to the long view on inequality, which takes account of trends over the 19th and 20th centuries, there has been a profound and steady tendency towards a widening gap between rich and poor countries. It has been estimated, for instance, that in 1800 per capita income in the United States was probably 3 times greater than in Africa, while by 2000 it was 20 times greater. Compared with the poorest African countries, it may be 5 or 60 times greater. Trends are clearly a consequence of industrialization in the developed North, reflected in steadily rising living standards, particularly from the late 19th century onwards. Such a trend towards widening inequality would also be evident from 1945 to the present day because the benefits of the long boom of the 1950s and 1960s were almost entirely concentrated in the industrially advanced world. However, if global inequality is measured since 1980, a much more complex picture emerges with contending images of widening inequality and diminishing inequality being advanced. Furthermore, at different points during the post-1980 period, different trends can be identified. For instance, during the 1990s there was evidence of widening inequality due to factors such as the accumulating debt crisis in the developing world and the economic disruption that followed the shock treatment. Transition to the market economy in Russia and other former communist states. By contrast, the period between the events of September 11, 2001 and the global financial crisis of 2007-09 was characterized by strong growth in the world economy, which sometimes benefited poor and lower-income countries more than wealthy ones. Fourth, there is no settled or objective definition of who are the rich and who are the poor. Should we, for instance, be comparing the richest and poorest 10%, 20%, or even 30% in terms of the average income of the country in which they live? Or even the 1% versus the 99% as the Occupy movement, see here, suggested. Such questions are not merely of academic interest alone, but may affect the trend uncovered. For example, the 2001 Human Development Report concluded that the ratio of average income in the countries containing the richest 20% of the world's population to the poorest 20% of the world's population had fallen between 1970 and 1997 from 15 to 1 to 13 to 1, while in the case of the richest 10% of countries and the poorest 10% of countries, the ratio had grown from 19 to 1 to 27 to 1. The reason for this is that, in recent decades, the most rapidly growing developing countries have not been among the very poorest. Finally, the analysis of global inequality is hampered by the fact that it is usually based on comparisons between countries rather than people or households. GDP per capita is a calculation of the notional average income in a country, not a measure of the actual incomes of people, none of whom may be average. Between-country comparisons would therefore always be limited and misleading unless the within-country distribution of income is also taken into account. Indeed, if there is a strong tendency for within-country income differentials to widen, the gap between rich and poor people may be growing even though the gap between rich and poor countries may be diminishing. This also alerts us to the fact that the problem of poverty is not confined to poor countries. Poor people can also be found in rich countries. The most commonly used measure of inequality within a country is the Gini coefficient, which varies between 0, complete equality, and 100, complete inequality. For example, as of 2015, Denmark had a Gini coefficient of 28.2, while Namibia's was 59.1. Contours of global inequality. In the light of these considerations, the contours of global inequality in recent decades can be broken down into three key trends. Equalizing trends, largely based on economic progress made by China and, to a lesser extent, India. Disequalizing trends, largely reflecting deepening poverty in sub-Saharan Africa until the 2000s. A general trend for within-country inequality to grow. Equalizing trends. A narrowing gap between the richest and poorest countries, each containing 25% to 30% of the world's population, is mainly explained by high growth rates in recent decades in China and India. Chinese growth rates from the 1990s into the 2000s were about 8% to 10%, though these have slowly but steadily declined since 2010, averaging less than 7% from 2014 to 2018 and reaching 6.6%, the lowest for 3 decades, in 2018. Indian GDP growth in the early 2000s was about 7% to 8%, and though it dipped violently with the global financial crisis, it recovered substantially and now stands roughly equal to China at 6% to 7% annually. This is in stark contrast to, for example, the industrially advanced economies of the European Union and the United States, which were seeing growth of only around 2% to 4% before the global financial crisis, at which point they plunged into negative growth recession and since recovering around 2014 have stabilized at 2% to 3%. The impact of this is all the greater as China and India jointly account for almost 40% of the world's population. The reduction of poverty in China has been particularly marked. By Chinese calculations of poverty, which are based on the amount of food needed to sustain a human being, absolute poverty fell from 250 million at the start of its reform process in 1978 to 28 million in 2001. In 2020, China announced that it had eliminated absolute poverty entirely by this same measure. The World Bank's figures are marginally lower, but it still accepts that China has brought about the most spectacular reduction in poverty in human history. In its assessment, the success of China in reducing the number of people living on less than $1.25 per day by 663 million between 1981 and 2008 meant that Chinese growth, on its own, had ensured that the key Millennium Development Goal of having the number of people in extreme poverty by 2015 had been met 5 years early by 2010. By 2019, the World Bank acknowledged that by its own current measure for the period, living on less than $1.90 per day, China had reduced the proportion of people in poverty to 0.1%. See Figure 16.2. Figure 16.2 World Bank data showing the reduction in the proportion of China's population living in absolute poverty. China's poverty reduction strategies have included a major expansion in manufacturing production, particularly in export-orientated industries, massive infrastructural projects, population control especially through the now defunct one-child policy, and improvements to the standard of poverty relief. In this, it has worked with international partners, notably the World Bank. On the other hand, China's remarkable success in poverty reduction has not been without its costs. SA have included greatly increased pollution, enormous migration through rapid urbanization, concerns about safety at work, and a fracturing of family structures. Disequalizing trends. While there had been evidence that other parts of the world have made economic progress and the top 10 countries by GDP growth in 2018 were all in the global south, sub-Saharan Africa emerged as a principal exception. In the 2009 Human Development Report, the 24 lowest countries on the UN's HDI were all in sub-Saharan Africa, including all the countries in the category of low human development, see Table 16.1. Life expectancy in sub-Saharan African in 2015 was 60.88 years compared with a world average of 72.38 years. Although this was in itself a great improvement on the 52.88-year expectancy in the region a decade earlier, and 20% of the population, or 1 in 5 people, was estimated to be undernourished, roughly double the global rate. Table 16.1 Top 10 and Bottom 10 Countries in Terms of Human Development. Indicators HDI Rankings. Top Bottom. 1. Norway 180. Eritrea equals 2. Ireland 181. Ireland 181. Mozambique equals 2. Switzerland equals 182. Burkina Faso equals 4. Hong Kong equals 182. Sierra Leone equals 4. Iceland 184. Mali 6. Germany 185. Burundi 7. Sweden 186. South Sudan equals 8. Australia 187. Chad equals 8. Netherlands 188. Central African Republic 10. Denmark 189. Niger. Source: UN 2019. Why had sub-Saharan Africa been left behind? Sub-Saharan Africa had been caught in a poverty cycle that made it profoundly difficult to break out of poverty. This was exacerbated by the link between poverty and disease. HIV/AIDS was a particular blight on sub-Saharan Africa, accounting in 2007 for some 68% of HIV/AIDS cases worldwide and 76% of all AIDS deaths. Although there has been dramatic improvement in recent years and AIDS-related deaths in Eastern and Southern Africa declined by 42% from 2010 to 2017. The epidemic was particularly serious in the countries of Southern Africa, such as Swaziland, where 27.2% of the population were still living with HIV/AIDS as of 2016, Lesotho, 25%, and Botswana, 21.9%. Africa also accounts, as of 2017, for 93% of deaths from malaria, the majority of victims of which 61% are children under the age of 5. The association between poverty and civil conflict, crime, corruption, and state failure has also seriously disadvantaged sub-Saharan Africa, especially in the light of the legacy of colonialism and entrenched ethnic and tribal tensions. Further factors included the link between poverty and poor educational provision, low investment rates, high population growth. As of 2017 World Bank data, 27 out of 30 countries with the highest birth rates in the world are in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as the so-called paradox of plenty. However, there is evidence that the trend of decline in sub-Saharan Africa may have come to an end. According to the World Bank, sub-Saharan Africa reduced the $1.25 poverty rate to 48% in 2008, the first time it had dipped below 50%, and significantly lower than the 1999 peak of 58%. By 2015 this figure stood at 41%. This is largely a reflection of improved rates of economic growth across most of Africa. Despite the global financial crisis of 2007-09, the economies of sub-Saharan Africa grew at an average of 4.7% per year between 2000 and 2011. A slowdown in Chinese growth in the 2010s had a brief but damaging knock-on effect on sub-Saharan Africa's commodity exports, with GDP growth reducing to just 1.2% in 2016. But growth was re-established by 2017. The explanations that have been put forward for Africa's economic resurgence include the impact international aid and particularly debt relief, high commodity prices driven, in significant part, by the rise of China, the ending of most of Africa's civil wars, and market-based economic reform as encouraged by the World Bank and the IMF. Nevertheless, optimism about Africa's economic boom should be tempered by a recognition that political instability remains widespread and that manufacturing output in sub-Saharan Africa still accounts for the same proportion of GDP as it did in the 1970s, Devarajan and Fengler 2013. Within-country inequality. Finally, there is growing evidence that while between-country inequality is diminishing, within-country inequality has generally been growing. Cornea 2003 found that 2/3 of the 73 countries he analyzed appeared to have widening within-country inequality rates between 1980 and 2000. The World Bank has more recently acknowledged growing within-country inequalities of income and life expectancy. In his international best-selling 2013 tome Capital in the 21st Century, the economist Amos Piketty marshaled masses of evidence to prove that inequalities of this sort are intrinsic to capitalism. His rising within-country inequality has applied, albeit to different degrees, in a wide variety of states. Amongst OECD countries, it has been most evident in ones such as the United States and the United Kingdom, which embraced neoliberal economics most enthusiastically. Income inequality has widened as a result of financial deregulation, checks on social security spending, and cuts in personal and corporate tax levels. The trend has been particularly evident in the former communist states of Eastern Europe and in Latin America. In Eastern Europe, economic transition involved a wholesale dismantling of the economic and social supports that were customary in communist systems, leading not only to increased relative poverty but also, in cases such as Russia, to growing levels of absolute poverty and falling life expectancy. In Latin America, income inequality rose markedly in the 1980s and 1990s, and associated with external pressures to introduce economic liberalization and deregulation. Chinese experience demonstrates how the tendencies towards falling between country inequality and widening within country inequality can be part of the same process. Although Chinese economic reforms since 1978 have substantially boosted average incomes and dramatically reduced absolute poverty, they have also been associated with a fast rise in income inequality, particularly reflected in a widening of the urban-rural divide. The phenomenon of rural poverty is discussed in greater detail in the next section in relation to the impact of globalization. Globalization, poverty, and inequality. The impact of globalization on levels of poverty and inequality has been a source of debate and controversy since the early 1990s. Supporters of globalization have argued that it promises to deliver enhanced opportunities for all, Norberg 2003, Lal 2004, while critics have linked globalization to polarization and intensified subordination, held in Kaya 2006. Unfortunately, attempts to resolve this issue through empirical analysis alone have limited value. The most common approach is to identify correlations between the advance of economic globalization and trends in income disparities. Not only, as already pointed out, are trends in inequality complex and, to some extent, contradictory, but correlations both up and down do not necessarily indicate cause or significance, as other factors may be affecting trends in poverty and inequality. Those who associate globalization with widening inequality draw attention to a number of processes. First, they portray globalization as a game of winners and losers in the sense that those who benefit do so at the expense of others. This has revived interest in the core/periphery model advanced by world systems theory, see here. The North is the core area within the global economy in that it is the home of sophisticated and high-technology production, including most global goods and the world's leading TNCs. The South is the peripheral area within the global economy, still largely restricted to agricultural production and supply of raw materials. The East, China, South Asia, and so on, operates as a semi-peripheral area in that it has become the manufacturing powerhouse of the global economy without yet rivaling the North in terms of research and development and advanced technology. As such, globalization channels benefits to the rich North at the expense of the poorer South, helping to maintain, if not increase, between-country inequality. TNCs contribute to this process by exploiting raw materials and cheap labor in the South and by expatriating pro-Fi-T to the North. Second, between-country inequalities are exacerbated by the tendencies implicit in the global trading system and particularly the principle of free trade. As discussed in Chapter 19, free trade has been criticized for favoring the interests of rich states by giving them access to the markets of poorer states without exposing themselves to similar vulnerability. This explains both the pressure exerted by industrially advanced states, mainly via the World Trade Organization (WTO), to encourage other states to embrace economic openness and the persistence of anomalies such as continued agricultural protectionism by the United States and the European Union. The advance of globalization has been associated with growing rural poverty and a widening of rural-urban disparities. More people live in poverty in rural areas than urban areas globally. This occurs largely because pressures from the global economy, including international financial institutions' loan conditionalities, see here, have massively disrupted agricultural practices in the developing world, encouraging peasant farmers to convert to cash crops produced for export, and abandon subsistence farming geared to local needs and local communities. Some advanced economies are also affected, though, with the United States especially suffering from higher levels of poverty, including child poverty, in rural than urban areas. Fourth, globalization has fostered within-country inequality in at least two ways. The first way is through strengthening social hierarchies. Corporate power has thus become stronger as businesses have been able to exert increased political leverage through their ability to relocate investment and production almost at will, while trade unions have been weakened by the fear that agitation for higher wages or improved conditions will merely. Corporate power has thus become stronger as businesses have been able to exert increased political leverage through their ability to relocate investment and production almost at will, while trade unions have been weakened by the fear that agitation for higher wages or improved conditions will merely threaten job security. The second way is that the emergence of a more open and competitive economy has forced all states, to some extent, to deregulate their economies and restructure their tax systems while also rolling back welfare and redistributive programs. The wealthy have therefore got wealthier while the poor have got poorer. To make matters worse, the theory of trickle-down has almost everywhere been exposed as a myth. On the other hand, supporters of globalization have portrayed it as the surest way of reducing poverty and narrowing inequality. This can be seen to apply in two main ways. First, globalization is a positive-sum game. Mutual benefits flow from engaging in the global economy. This is what Friedman, 2006, meant in proclaiming that the world is becoming flatter, meaning that globalization has leveled the competitive playing field between advanced industrial and emerging economies. A period of accelerated globalization starting in the early 1980s thus witnessed the rise of newly industrializing countries, NICs, and significant economic progress in parts of the world that had formerly been characterized by poverty and underdevelopment. NICs, moreover, have based their development on a strategic engagement with the global economy rather than any attempt to opt out of it. PSIR two main strategies have been import substitution industrialization and export-orientated development, in which a range of industries are targeted that it is believed can successfully compete in the world marketplace. China is the most spectacular example of how an NIC can make globalization work for its benefit, but states such as India, Brazil, Mexico, Malaysia, and the East Asian tigers, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan, have adopted similar strategies, albeit with national variations. While there is evidence that integration, or at least strategic integration, in the world economy is associated with rising GDP per capita, a failure or refusal to integrate is usually associated with low growth or economic stagnation. This can be borne out by the experience of sub-Saharan Africa. Supporters of globalization also challenge the idea that TNCs are the enemies of the South and a threat to global justice. TNCs, in fact, bring a range of benefits, including employment opportunities, better wages, training and investment in skills, and modern technology. Furthermore, rather than TNCs dictating to developing world, governments' alliances are forged through which governments also use TNCs for their own ends. Finally, even though trickle-down economics appears to have been a failure, pro-globalization theorists tend to argue that if within-country inequality grows as the rich get richer, the important thing is not that the poor keep up but that they become less poor. This raises questions about the general importance of inequality. Does global inequality matter? Attitudes to equality have traditionally shaped, if not defined, people's core ideological orientation. While left-wingers have generally supported equality and social justice, right-wingers have typically accepted that inequality is inevitable and may even be beneficial. Essay positions also inform debates about globalization and are reflected in the broadly egalitarian stance adopted by most critics of globalization and the generally inegalitarian stance adopted by its supporters. A case in favor of social equality is based on three considerations: power, conflict, and personal well-being. Equality is linked to power in that social inequality affects power relations. The rich control economic and social resources that enable them to control and oppress the poor. In this view, the rich are rich and may be able to get richer through their treatment of the poor. An unequal world is therefore unjust and exploitative, meaning that global justice requires not just a reduction in absolute poverty, but also a narrowing of the gap between the rich and the poor. The link between inequality and conflict is evident in the fact that social disparities breed resentment, hostility, and strife. This is of particular concern in relation to within-country inequality in poorer states. The combination of endemic poverty and widening income disparities, perhaps one of the key consequences of globalization in the developing world, creates a breeding ground for ethnic and tribal conflict and the general breakdown of civic order. In this sense, global inequality may have contributed not only to state failure and humanitarian crises, but also to the growth of new wars and the rise in terrorism. See Chapter 13. The link between inequality and personal well-being arises because human security and happiness are affected by the fact that people perceive their social position in terms of what others have. If people feel excluded from the benefits and rewards that are customary in their society, they feel marginalized and disempowered. Wilkinson and Pickett, 2010. This perhaps has clearer implications for within-country inequality where the less well-off live in relative proximity to better-off and rich people. However, the growth of global information and communications means that this may also increasingly apply to between-country inequality. For example, a growing awareness of the prosperity enjoyed in other parts of the global village may have helped to stimulate migratory flows from poorer countries to richer ones. However, others have questioned the importance of inequality, even arguing that efforts to narrow the gap between the rich and the poor are misplaced or doomed to failure. The first such argument places an emphasis on poverty over inequality. From this perspective, absolute poverty is the real issue. Social evils such as hunger, a lack of access to clean water and sanitation, and low life expectancy are much more serious threats to happiness and personal well-being than the gap between the rich and the poor. If this is the case, national, regional, and global policy should be structured around the goal of reducing extreme poverty regardless of its implications for relative poverty. Thus, it may not matter that the rich are getting richer and perhaps much richer so long as the poor are becoming less poor. A second argument is that inequality has certain economic advantages. Economic liberals have long argued that social leveling leads to economic stagnation as it caps aspirations and removes incentives for enterprise and hard work. From this perspective, one of the reasons for low growth rates and eventual collapse of state socialist regimes was their relatively egalitarian social structures. Widening inequality may, indeed, simply be a feature of the takeoff phase of industrial development. A third argument is that the distribution of income or wealth either within or between countries is morally and politically less important than how that distribution is achieved. In this view, equality is less important than freedom. On an individual level, people should have the opportunity to rise and fall in society, their final position being a reflection of their aspirations, talents, and willingness to work. From a global perspective, states should enjoy sovereignty and freedom from foreign interference, allowing them to use their own resources in developing strategies for national advancement within the global economy. So long as states enjoy political independence, how they rank economically against other states may affect their own citizens, but it is not an issue of global justice. The skyline of Mumbai, India, highlights the coexistence of wealth and extreme poverty, with skyscrapers in the background and shanty towns in the foreground. Source: Frederick Sultan/Getty Images. Development and the Politics of Aid. Structural Adjustment Programs and Beyond. End of Empire and birth of newly independent nations in Asia and Africa in the 1950s and 1960s had profound political effects, but remarkably few economic consequences. The established division of labor within the world economy between the industrialized North, the home of manufacturing production, and the impoverished South, the chief source of primary production, especially raw materials and foodstuffs, remained unchanged. A lack of economic diversification in the South intensified economic vulnerability, as many developing world countries found themselves and, in some cases, still are, dependent for their export income on a single commodity, or a very narrow range of commodities. In 2005, as many as 43 developing states still depended on a single commodity for more than 20% of their total revenues from exports. A slump in a single economic sector, brought about by volatility in world export markets, could therefore have devastating consequences. However, from the late 1970s onwards, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund adopted a radically new approach to promoting development using what became known as Structural Adjustment Programs, or SAPs. Why did this policy change take place, and what was the nature and purpose of SAPs? SAPs, and sometimes Structural Adjustment Loans, SALs, are devices that the IMF and the World Bank have used in the attempt to overcome what are viewed as structural inefficiencies that inhibit economic growth in the developing world. Used as the basis for the granting of loans during the 1980s and 1990s in particular, they reflected a strong faith in economic liberalism and a desire to roll back regulation and government intervention in the name of the free markets. SAPs tended to have similar aims and components for all countries to which they applied. Key reforms included reducing government spending, through cutbacks to welfare provision or attempts to balance government budgets through increased government revenues, for example, through higher fees for government services. Reducing or removing subsidies to domestic industries, which had been part of import substitution strategies. Reducing or removing tariffs, quotas, and other restrictions on the import and export of goods. Deregulating the economy generally, and particularly removing restrictions on foreign investment to achieve what is called capital market liberalization. Privatizing or selling off government-owned industries and services. Devaluing of the exchange rate to encourage exports and reduce imports. In the approach to development in favor of structural adjustment occurred for two main reasons. First was a growing debt crisis in the developing world. This occurred as poorer countries borrowed heavily from Western banks and other private bodies that were themselves flush with petrodollars as a result of dramatic increases in the price of oil introduced in 1973 by the newly formed Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. However, a combination of an increase in interest rates and the slowdown in the world economy in the 1970s, in part because of the world oil crisis, led to economic stagnation across much of the developing world, making it difficult and sometimes impossible for their debts to be serviced. In this context, many developing countries looked instead to borrow from the IMF to deal with balance of payments crises, or from the World Bank to fund development projects. Global financial institutions were therefore confronted by growing pressure to increase or restructure loans in a context in which previous loans had done little to promote economic growth. The second factor was the ideological shift that had occurred as a result of the collapse in the early 1970s of the Bretton Woods system. See Chapter 19, and the emergence of the Washington Consensus. Based on the belief that the debt crisis and other problems were due to structural inefficiencies in the economies of many developing countries, compounded by bad or misguided government policies, the IMF and the World Bank sought to build conditionalities into the provision of any future loans. The purpose of these conditions was to bring about a market-orientated structural adjustment, of economic policy in line with the principles of neoliberalism. The imposition of SAPs proved to be highly controversial. The thinking behind them was clearly rooted in economic liberalism. For officials at the IMF and the World Bank, the key to development was market reform, which would foster the dynamism, innovation, and entrepreneurship that they believed are essential for economic growth, employment, and poverty reduction. In encouraging the governments of poorer countries to introduce such reforms, IMF and World Bank officials believed that they were acting in the long-term interests of domestic populations. What is more, structural adjustment programs were not imposed on unwilling or resistant governments, but were, rather, negotiated and agreed between independent states and international bodies based on the former's recognition that alternative sources of loans are not available, and, presumably, through an acceptance of the benefits of market reform. The principal alleged benefit of SAPs was that free trade and market reform would facilitate the integration of national economies into the global economy, thereby offering, it was believed, the best hope for increasing growth rates and ending the poverty cycle. Such thinking, indeed, may be backed by the striking difference between the economic performance of Africa and East Asia. In the 1950s and 1960s, GDP per capita in many African states was little different, and sometimes higher, than in most East Asian states, with countries such as China and India widely being viewed as economic basket cases. However, East Asian countries subsequently made rapid economic progress, first through the success of the export-oriented strategies adopted by the East Asian tigers, and subsequently through market reforms that were adopted in China from 1978 onwards and by accelerating market reform in India, particularly PSIR 1991. An example of this widening divide can be seen in the fact that whereas in 1957 Ghana had a larger gross national product, GNP, than South Korea, by 1996 South Korea's GNP was almost 7 times larger than Ghana's. Nevertheless, the idea that the improved performance of East Asian economies can be put down to free trade should be treated with caution, particularly in the light of their use of state aid and forms of protectionism, as discussed in Chapter 5. However, to recognize that the countries that have been most successful in recent years in boosting economic growth and reducing poverty have been ones that have placed emphasis on trade and economic integration is very far from demonstrating the benefits of SAPs. SAPs, in fact, have been remarkably ineffective in achieving such goals, as the IMF and the World Bank eventually acknowledged, Przeworski and Vernon 2000, Easterly 2001. Top-down programs of market reform designed by usually US-trained technocrats from the IMF and the World Bank were harsh, and paid little attention to local needs and circumstances. In cases such as Chile, which adopted reforms designed by Chicago school economists, following the ideas of Milton Friedman see here, Argentina and Mexico, market-oriented structural adjustment led to years of economic disruption and political instability. Following the Asian financial crisis of 1997, it was notable that Malaysia, which had refused to accept the IMF's offer of a loan and its accompanying conditions, recovered significantly more quickly than Thailand and South Korea, which accepted loans and faithfully carried out IMF prescriptions. A lesson of China and, to a lesser extent, India is that market-oriented and pro-export reforms work most effectively when they are part of national strategies for development, allowing countries to engage with the global economy essentially on their own terms. What were the drawbacks of SAPs? First, as analysts such as Joseph Stiglitz have pointed out, they resulted in greater poverty rather than less. For instance, pressure to reduce government spending frequently led to cuts in welfare, education, and health budgets, which had a disproportionate impact on the less well-off and especially on women and girls. Similarly, exposing relatively weak economies to foreign competition pushed up unemployment while also driving down wages and worsening working conditions, all in the name of greater labor flexibility. Increased foreign investment also tended to focus on the production of consumer goods for world markets, rather than the building of schools, roads, and hospitals where economic returns are far less impressive. Second, far from creating a rising tide of global economic growth that would lead all boats, SAPs arguably attended more to the interests of major donor states, especially the United States, which were seeking expanded investment and trading opportunities, than they did to the needs of the developing world. Indeed, may reflect deep biases that operate within the IMF and the World Bank, based, for instance, on their reliance on largely Western or Western-trained senior officials and analysts, and the fact that, suffering from the pressures of hunger, disease, poverty, and spiraling debt, developing countries have very limited freedom of maneuver in dealing with international organizations. Finally, and perhaps most crucially, many would argue that SAPs were based on a flawed model of development. EY had a very weak empirical underpinning, in that it is based on a model of development that no economically developed state had actually followed. In imposing SAPs, industrially advanced countries were, in effect, saying, "Do as we say, not as we did." A record of countries such as the United States, Germany, Japan, and more recently China, is that early industrialization is closely linked to a willingness to protect industries from foreign imports until they are strong enough to compete. Such countries only converted to policies of free trade and economic liberalism once they had reached a level of economic maturity that ensured that domestic industries were no longer vulnerable. By contrast, SAPs are based on the myth of free market development, in that they treat an open economy as a precondition for development, rather than as a consequence. As criticism of SAPs intensified during the 1990s, pressure for reform built up. Even the IMF and the World Bank came to accept that SAPs had caused at least short-term economic and social disruption, and were an unreliable means of boosting growth. Since 2002, the one-size-fits-all approach to structural adjustment has largely been abandoned. Conventional SAPs have been replaced by poverty reduction strategy papers, PRSPs, which are modified SAPs that are more flexible, seek to promote country ownership, place a heavier emphasis on poverty reduction, and allow for longer-term loans up to 7 years. Nevertheless, the underlying emphasis on market economics and boosting exports remains unchallenged. Global actors. The World Bank. 189 countries. The World Bank is a bank that provides loans and financial and technical assistance to support reconstruction and development with a growing emphasis on the task of reducing poverty. The World Bank was created as a result of the Bretton Woods Agreement of 1944 with its first loan, $250 million to France, for post-war reconstruction being made in 1947. The bank comprises two institutions: the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development (IBRD) and the International Development Association (IDA). The president of the World Bank is responsible for the overall management of the bank. The board of directors oversees the approval of loans and guarantees, new policies, the budget, and key strategic decisions. Voting within the World Bank is weighted according to the financial contribution of member states. Although the IBRD obtains funding through the sale of bonds in the world's financial markets, the IDA obtains the majority of its funds from 40 donor countries, most prominently the United States. The president is always a U.S. citizen nominated by the U.S. Treasury Secretary. The capital of the bank in 1945 was $10 billion. By 2003, it had grown to $189.5 billion. Since 1993, the bank has made loans annually to the tune of about $20 billion. Significance: in the early period, the World Bank concentrated on promoting post-war reconstruction. However, over time, promoting development became the principal focus of its work. This, nevertheless, occurred through a number of phases. In the first, sometimes viewed as modernization without worry, it mainly supported large infrastructure projects in transport, energy, telecommunications, and so on. During the 1970s, under the presidency of Robert McNamara, 1968-81, the bank placed greater emphasis on poverty reduction, for example, by promoting projects in rural development and concentrating on meeting basic needs. From the early 1980s, confronted by the growing debt crisis of many developing countries and under the influence of the ideological shift towards neoliberal economics represented by the Washington Consensus, the bank, in conjunction with the IMF, embraced a strategy of structural adjustment. Structural adjustment programs, see above, linked loans and other forms of support to conditions requiring a range of market reforms and, later, even to political conditions. During the 1990s, in the face of growing criticism and a recognition of the failures of many of the SAPs, the bank started to place less emphasis on macroeconomic reform and greater emphasis on the structural, social, and human aspects of development. This was done through the Comprehensive Development Framework, CDF, which, in 1999, in conjunction with the OECD, the IMF, and the UN, set 6 key targets for poverty reduction to be met by 2015. The new strategy has been dubbed the Post-Washington Consensus. The World Bank is the world's leading organization concerned with the issues of development and poverty reduction. Its supporters highlight its success in transferring resources through development projects from wealthy countries to poorer ones. They also point out that the bank has learned from earlier mistakes, recognizing, for instance, the need for more flexible and creative approaches to poverty reduction which place greater emphasis on country ownership. In addition, the bank is the major collector and disseminator of information about development. Its publications including the World Bank Annual Report, the World Development Report, and the Review Global Development Finance. Critics of the World Bank have argued variously that its financing of development is insufficient, that its record of reducing poverty is poor, that its neoliberal bias remains in place despite the abandonment of formulaic SAPs, and that, together with the WTO and the IMF, it tends to uphold the imbalances and disparities of the global economic order rather than challenge them. International aid and the development ethic. Since the 1980s, there has been growing political and ethical debate about development and how it can best be achieved. Is, in part, reflected mounting disillusionment with orthodox, market-based approaches to development, greater attention being paid to more critical and reflective alternative theories of development that, amongst other things, give greater scope for Southern views rather than technocratic intervention by the North. Amartya Sen's 1999 notion of development as freedom and growing interest in the human development approach to poverty are examples of this process. In addition to this, a global anti-poverty movement started to emerge, acting as the most prominent element within the larger anti-globalization or anti-capitalist movement. The anti-poverty message has been conveyed by a wide range of development NGOs, groups such as Jubilee 2000, which campaigned for the end of developing world debt by the year 2000, and the Make Poverty History campaign, and by the Live Aid concerts in 1985, which aimed to raise funds for famine relief in Ethiopia, and the Live Aid concerts and protests that sought to exert influence on the 2005 G8 summit in Gleneagles, Scotland. 1. Consequence of this has been a willingness to make bolder assertions about what Jeffrey Sachs, 2005, called the end of poverty and to set ambitious targets for its achievement. The most significant attempts to do this and to reinvigorate the development agenda took place through the establishment of the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, and later the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, although there has been debate about the extent to which they have succeeded, see here. Underlying these developments has been the emergence of a new development ethic that reflects the declining influence of realist assumptions and a strengthening of cosmopolitan sensibilities. In the realist approach to development, aid and other forms of support for foreign countries are and should be motivated for a concern for national self-interest. This is based on the assumption that people's moral obligations are essentially confined by citizenship and culture and are thus restricted to people who share the same national identity and are part of the same community. His ethical nationalism suggests that concern about the plight of other peoples and other countries should be informed by a kind of enlightened self-interest, in which, for example, rich countries provide international aid, see here, primarily to support the creation of new and more vibrant markets for their own goods. By contrast, cosmopolitanism globalizes moral sensibilities in that they extend to all peoples and groups, regardless of national differences. As such, it provides a stronger and more positive basis for supporting development and poverty reduction based on the principle of global justice. The extent of moral obligations, and particularly whether our obligations extend to all other people in the world, is therefore a matter of hot dispute, see here. At least 3 arguments have been used to support such a development ethic. The first is based on the principle of general benevolence. Peter Singer, 1993, for example, used utilitarian arguments which favor acts that promote overall happiness and reduce overall levels of pain and suffering to advance the principle that, if we can prevent something bad without sacrificing anything of comparable significance, we ought to do it. If absolute poverty is bad, and at least some absolute poverty can be prevented without significant sacrifices being made, charitable giving or protesting, for example, then not to help in these circumstances would be wrong, even, according to Singer, amounting to the moral equivalent of murder. The second argument is based on the doctrine of human rights, see page 400. The idea of a right to development has emerged out of a combination of economic rights and third-generation solidarity rights, as discussed in Chapter 14. This right imposes important duties on other people. Xu, 1996, for instance, argued on this basis that people not only have a duty not to deprive others but, more radically, a duty to relieve their deprivation. The acceptance of this duty would imply a major redistribution of wealth and resources on a global level. The third argument is based on attempts to rectify past injustices. If the wealth of the North has substantially been based on the oppression and exploitation of the South, in particular through colonialism and neocolonialism, this imposes powerful obligations on rich countries to make amends, compensate, or bring about restitution for past actions. Clearly, however, those obliged to support poverty reduction may not themselves be involved in exploitation, but they are the beneficiaries of past and present exploitation as part of a larger causal chain of exploitation. Dower, 1998. Global Politics in Action. From the Millennium Development Goals to the Sustainable Development Goals. Events. From 2000 to 2015, the United Nations, its member states, and its various organs and agencies were committed to achieving the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. The MDGs focused on reducing or eradicating extreme poverty and hunger, HIV, AIDS, and other diseases, and child mortality, and on promoting universal primary education, gender equality, maternal health, and environmental sustainability, while also forging a new global partnership for development. Most goals were, at best, only partially met by 2015. For example, the World Health Organization, WHO, noted that in 2018, 5.3 million children under 5 died worldwide. While this represents a global reduction from 76.4 children per 1,000 when the MDGs were set in 2000 to 38.6 per 1,000 in 2018, the WHO points out that change has been uneven. Sub-Saharan African countries in particular still have much higher child mortality rates, 77.5 per 1,000 in 2018, than, for example, European Union members 4 per 1,000 or the United States. Sub-Saharan African countries in particular still have much higher child mortality rates, 77.5 per 1,000 in 2018, than, for example, European Union members 4 per 1,000, or the United States, 6.5 per 1,000. From 2012 to 2015, the UN used the post-2015 development agenda to develop a replacement for the MDGs. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, were introduced from 2016. British Prime Minister David Cameron and Liberian President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf on the post-2015 Development Agenda panel at the UN in May 2013. Source: AFP Getty Images. Significance: the SDGs are intended to guide global development until 2030 and, as the name suggests, they have a stronger emphasis on environmental sustainability than the original MDGs. In the early part of the 20th century, the explosive economic growth of China led it to become the second-largest economy in the world, quickly overtaking long-standing economic giants, including neighboring Japan. But at the same time, it overtook the United States as the world's biggest emitter of CO2 gas, saw the Yangtze River dolphin become the first species of dolphin driven to extinction by human activity, including water pollution, hugely increased populations and air pollution in megacities such as Beijing, and created new, polluting industrial megacities such as Shenzhen. The SDGs are clearly intended to signal a change of direction. Economic development cannot continue to come at the cost of extreme environmental degradation and climate change. But political and social sustainability are also captured by the goals, such as the aim of developing strong institutions, SDG 16. The SDGs have been subject to much of the same criticism that the MDGs were. Some critics say that they are lofty and admirable, but given the self-interest and power struggles at the heart of international politics, will not be prioritized by states and other key actors. And, like the MDGs, there remains a moral question over whether an international organization such as the UN, founded in the West and arguably in the interests of the West, has a right to make demands of developing economies, given that their previous underdevelopment is directly attributable to the rapacious colonialism of Western states who never had to restrict their own developmental activity in the name of protecting the global commons, the air, the oceans, the soil, and so on. Since the SDGs are still relatively new, time will tell as to any successes in achieving the goals by 2030. International aid. International aid, sometimes called foreign aid or overseas aid, refers to the transfer of goods or services from one country to another country, motivated, at least in part, by the desire to benefit the recipient country or its people. While bilateral aid is direct country-to-country aid, multilateral aid is provided by or through an international organization. Humanitarian aid or emergency relief differs from development aid, the former addressing immediate and basic needs, whereas the latter is concerned with longer-term projects. The term is controversial because it assigns an altruistic motive to actions that may be essentially self-serving, as aid often comes with strings attached and is not always clearly humanitarian. Loans are often counted as aid, for example. International aid is the principal way in which countries discharge their development responsibilities and help to promote socio-economic development in other countries. Aid may consist of the provision of funds, resources and equipment, or staff and expertise. Nevertheless, despite a series of major international development initiatives focused on boosting aid commitments, there are persistent concerns about the levels of aid actually provided. Although rich countries have committed themselves to meeting the UN's target of donating 0.7% of their GNP to aid, donation levels have lagged behind, with only 5 OECD states, Norway, Sweden, Luxembourg, Denmark, and the Netherlands, achieving the target by 2007. A decade later, in 2017, when the most recent complete year data for 2015 was released, the United Kingdom became the 6th country to meet the 0.7% target. Aid levels have, instead, generally been in the range 0.2 to 0.4%. The United States, the world's biggest economy, has consistently had one of the lowest spends of the OECD countries. Since 2000, the peak American spend was 0.226%, 2005. While this had dropped to 0.177 by 2017. Official aid figures, moreover, are notoriously unreliable as they include money allocated for purposes such as debt relief and administrative costs incurred by donor states that do not take the form of direct economic assistance. On the other hand, official figures take account only of government spending and ignore the fact much more is given by private donations of various kinds. For example, private donations from the United States from foundations, businesses, NGOs, religious bodies, and colleges are more than twice as large as the U.S. international aid budget, and personal remittances from the United States to developing countries are about 3 times as large. Nevertheless, there is general agreement that the level of international aid is generally insufficient to support meaningful development, and this puts the Sustainable Development Goals at risk. Such difficulties have fueled attempts to generate additional funds that can be used for international aid. Essay have included the so-called Tobin tax, which also aims to dampen down the volatility of financial markets, and airline ticket levy, and the International Finance Facility, which would involve the sale of government-backed bonds on the financial market. However, the issue of international aid is not only about numbers. The quality of international aid may be just as important as its quantity. Jeffrey Sachs, 2005, identified the standards for successful aid as that it should be targeted, specific, measurable, accountable, and scalable, appropriate to the scale of the task for which it is designated. It should, moreover, support a triple transformation. In agriculture, it should boost food production to end cycles of famine, particularly by promoting a green revolution. In health, it should aim to improve nutrition, the provision of cleaner drinking water, and basic health services. In infrastructure, projects should help to tackle economic isolation by improving transport, supply chains, and connectivity generally. Key theorists in development. Jagdish Bhagwati, 1934. An Indian-American economist and advisor to the UN and the GATT/WTO, Bhagwati has been a leader in the fight for freer trade, arguing that globalization has a human face, even though this needs to be made more agreeable. His early books helped to encourage the current economic reforms in India. Bhagwati's works include In Defense of Globalization, 2004, and Termites in the Trading System, 2008. Source: The India Today Group/Getty Images. Susan George, 1934. A Franco-American political scientist and activist, George has been a fierce critic of the maldevelopment policies of the IMF and the World Bank, advancing an uncompromising critique of the impact of capitalism on the world's poor. Her works include How the Other Half Dies, 1976, A Fate Worse Than Debt, 1988, and Another World is Possible If, 2004. Source: Godong/Getty Images. Jeffrey Sachs, 1954. A U.S. economist and director of the Earth Institute at Columbia University, Sachs has been a leading exponent of sustainable development, placing an emphasis on ending extreme poverty and hunger and advising the UN on strategies for supporting the Millennium Development Goals. His publications include The End of Poverty, 2005, Investing in Development, 2005, and Commonwealth, 2008. Source: Michael Campanella/Getty Images. Amartya Sen, 1933. Source: Matthew Lloyd/Getty Images. An Indian welfare economist and philosopher, Sen has made a major contribution to shifting thinking about development away from economic models and towards ideas such as capacity, freedom, and choice. Sen's thinking had a major impact on the creation of the Human Development Index. His works include Poverty and Famine, 1981, Development as Freedom, 1999, and The Idea of Justice, 2009. Muhammad Yunus, 1940. A Bangladeshi banker, economist, and Nobel laureate who founded the pioneering microfinance institution, the Grameen Bank, from which he stood down as managing director in 2011. Yunus' wider influence stems from his ability to turn microcredit into a viable business model as well as an effective poverty reduction mechanism. His publications include Banker to the Poor, 2003, Creating a World Without Poverty, 2008, and Building Social Business, 2010. See also Joseph Stiglitz. Source: Makar/Getty Images. Major Development Initiatives. 1970 Rich countries commit themselves to achieving the UN's target of providing 0.7% of GNP and official assistance to poorer countries. 1974 UN Declaration on the New International Economic Order, NIO, which included a call for the radical redistribution of resources from the north to the south. 1980 The Brandt Report of the Independent Commission on International Development Issues, chaired by Willy Brandt, former German Chancellor, emphasizes the depth of the North. 1980 The Brandt Report of the Independent Commission on International Development Issues, chaired by Willy Brandt, former German Chancellor, emphasizes the depth of the North-South divide but also stresses the mutuality of interests argument. 1987 The Brundtland Report, Our Common Future, prepared by the World Commission on Environment and Development, emphasizes the principle of sustainable development, linking economic growth and poverty reduction to stronger environmental protection. 1992 The UN's Conference on Environment and Development, also known as the Earth Summit, attempts to translate sustainable development into a range of policy proposals. 2000 Through the Millennium Development Goals, some 189 states and at least 23 international organizations sign up to a series of bold goals on the reduction of poverty by the year 2015. See here. 2005 The G8 Summit at Gleneagles, Scotland, agrees to boost aid to Africa and adopt a program of debt cancellation. 2015 The MDGs are replaced by the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which will run until 2030. The idea that international aid promotes development has not gone unchallenged, however. Economic liberals have even gone as far as to argue that aid is a poverty trap, helping to entrench deprivation and perpetuate global disparities. From this perspective, international aid tends to promote dependency, sap initiative, and undermine the operation of free markets. Easterly 2006, for example, argued that the $568 billion that had been given by rich countries in international aid to Africa over 4 decades had resulted in no increase in per capita income. A major factor accounting for this gloomy picture has been the growth in corruption. The level of corruption in an institutional system is conditioned by factors such as the effectiveness of external checks, the level of administrative discipline, the strength of internal codes and norms, and the general level of economic development, as well as the legacies of patronage practices and extra-legal behavior that European colonizers instituted in the countries of the Global South. Government-to-government aid to authoritarian or dictatorial regimes has sometimes been siphoned off for the benefit of elite groups and contributed little to the alleviation of poverty or deprivation. This is why aid programs since the 1990s have increasingly stressed the need to meet conditions for good governance. Moreover, aid is rarely donated disinterestedly. Realists argue that aid, if it is provided at all, invariably reflects donor state national interests. It comes with strings attached. Much of U.S. official international aid is therefore linked to trade agreements, a practice that the EU now actively discourages. Similarly, food aid that appears to be designed to relieve hunger has commonly taken the form of food dumping, which undercuts local farmers who cannot compete and may be driven out of jobs and into poverty. Debt relief and fair trade. The issue of developing world debt has been prominent since the debt crisis of the 1970s and 1980s. It's created problems for both the North and the South. As poorer countries, starting with Mexico in 1982, announced that they could no longer service their debts, many northern banks were faced with the possibility of collapse. More severely, however, southern countries, due to the size of their debts and their poor economic performance, channeled more and more money into their escalating debt repayments at the expense of building schools and hospitals, investing in the economic infrastructure and helping to alleviate poverty. Even though loans from the World Bank and the IMF were provided on the most favorable terms that developing countries could obtain anywhere in the world, debt escalation was dramatic. For instance, Zimbabwe's foreign debt rose from $814 million in 1970 to nearly $7 billion by 1990. A growing campaign to bring about debt relief, therefore, started to emerge. George 1988. Powerful voices were, nevertheless, raised against debt relief. Concerns, for example, were raised about its implications for the stability of the world's financial system and about the message it sent poorer countries about the need to uphold financial disciplines. On the other hand, northern countries were becoming increasingly aware that if the growing debt burden was entrenching poverty in the South, it was merely strengthening the pressure to expand international aid and other forms of assistance. In 1989, the United States launched the Brady Bonds, through which it underwrote a proportion of Latin America's debt overhang from the 1970s and 1980s. Under the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries (HIPC) initiative negotiated in 1996, the World Bank and the IMF agreed to extend the opportunity for debt relief to 40 of the world's poorest countries. Uganda was one of the first to enjoy debt relief under HIPC, and the G8 Gleneagles deal in 2005 significantly accelerated the pace of debt relief, through the agreement to provide 100% cancellation of debts owed to the IMF and the World Bank. By 2018, 36 countries had been granted $99 billion in debt relief. Greater progress has undoubtedly been made on debt relief than on either increasing aid levels or switching from free trade to fair trade. Nevertheless, some have argued that it has weakened pressure to increase aid, as money allocated for debt relief is usually calculated within international aid budgets. Debating. Does international aid work? Traditionally, international aid has been seen as the main way of fighting poverty and spurring economic growth in poor countries. If we want to promote development, the solution is to give more. The vexing challenge for humanitarians is nevertheless that there has been a lack of evidence that aid is effective. For, against, a more level playing field. The idea that self-reliance and global market forces will raise all boats is fundamentally flawed. There are structural biases within the global economy that favor rich countries at the expense of poor ones, not least to do with the impact of free trade and the concentration of corporate power in the North. Poor countries, therefore, cannot compete on ineffective help for the poor. There is little reliable evidence that aid boosts economic growth and contributes to poverty reduction. This is certainly borne out by the experience of Africa, and particularly of sub-Saharan Africa, where decades of international assistance have not been associated with meaningful economic progress and may even, in some cases, have equal terms. International aid helps to counter these disparities by ensuring a counterflow of money and resources from the North to the South. Some further argue that there is a moral duty to provide international aid, in that the wealth and prosperity of the North has been, in substantial part, built on its mistreatment of the South. Been counterproductive. Aid, indeed, may entrench patterns of global inequality rather than challenge them, discouraging initiative and self-reliance within recipient countries and strengthening a culture of dependency. The level of aid is anyway insufficient to make a difference to poor countries and poor people. Building domestic capacity. It is a myth that aid merely provides recipient countries with money that they can put to proper or improper uses as they wish. International aid is increasingly targeted on long-term development projects and is orientated around capacity building for the future. Examples include aid provided to improve the economic infrastructure, dams, roads, bridges, airports, to boost food production, high-tech crops, pesticides, irrigation schemes, and improve health services and education, particularly primary education. The effectiveness of aid is evident in the fact that countries such as China, India, Brazil, and Thailand, major recipients of aid in the past, are now developing strategic aid programs themselves. Distorting markets. Any form of aid or external assistance tends to upset the fragile balances of a market economy, which provide poor countries with their best long-term prospect of development. Not only does this reduce incentives and prevent the growth of entrepreneurship, but it also means that resources are not drawn to their most profitable use, leading to economic inefficiency and low productivity. Aid can thus hollow out an economy, effectively displacing local businesses and industries, or at least constraining their growth. This can be seen in the tendency of food aid to weaken domestic agricultural production, thereby contributing to an expansion of rural poverty. Emergency relief. A growing proportion of aid is now so-called humanitarian aid provided for purposes of emergency relief. The need for emergency relief has grown as humanitarian crises have become more common through, for example, an increase in civil wars and ethnic conflict and climate change due to global warming. As emergency relief consists of the provision of food, clean water, shelter, vaccinations, and so on, the justification for it is quite simply that it saves lives. The international community. Corruption and oppression. Aid is invariably channeled through recipient country governments and bureaucracies in which power is often concentrated in the hands of the few, and the mechanisms of accountability are, at best, poorly developed. This may benefit leaders and elites rather than the people, projects, and programs for which it was intended. Indeed, aid may actually foster corruption and deepen oppression, as autocratic rulers may use aid funds not only to support their increasingly accepts that it has a moral obligation to act in such circumstances. Own affluent lifestyles, but also to widen their own political control by subverting opponents and benefiting favored groups. What is more, aid conditions related to good governance are much easier to establish than to enforce. What is more, aid conditions related to good governance are much easier to establish than to enforce. International aid and debt relief. The third priority within the anti-poverty agenda is the global trading system. Anti-poverty campaigners have argued that free trade must be replaced by fair trade. It stems from the belief that structural disparities that operate within the global trading system systematically benefit the wealthiest and most developed countries at the expense of the poorest and least developed ones. SARON linked to inequalities in the terms of trade, whereby primary goods produced in the developing world are relatively cheap while manufactured goods usually produced in the developed world are relatively expensive. Free trade can therefore rob people in developing countries of a proper living, keeping them trapped in poverty. Attempts to promote development through the provision of international aid and debt relief, but which ignore the global trading system, are therefore doomed to failure. Many development NGOs have, as a result, called for fair trade rather than free trade, which would involve setting prices for goods produced in the developing world that protect wage levels and working conditions, thus guaranteeing a better deal for producers in poorer countries. Such campaigns focus on changing consumer preferences in the developed world to alter companies' commercial practices. However, the extent to which they can alleviate poverty is necessarily limited. More significant progress in establishing fair trade requires the reform of the global trading system itself. This issue is discussed in greater depth in Chapter 20. Summary. A distinction is commonly drawn between absolute poverty, founded on the idea of basic needs, and relative poverty, in which the poor are the less well-off rather than the needy. However, narrowly income-based definitions of poverty have increasingly been viewed as limited or misleading, as greater attention is paid to the broader notion of human development. The orthodox view of development takes economic growth to be its goal and understands modernization in terms of Western-style industrialization. The alternative view of development rejects such technocratic, top-down, and pro-growth strategies, but it encompasses a wide range of views and approaches. Trends in global inequality are often highly complex and contradictory. It is widely believed that in recent decades the growing importance of emerging economies has had an equalizing impact, counterbalanced by deepening poverty in sub-Saharan Africa and a general trend towards greater within-country inequality. The impact of globalization on levels of poverty and inequality cannot be resolved through empirical trends alone. Some claim that globalization, like a rising tide, will eventually raise all boats, but others argue that globalization is based on structural disparities that inevitably benefit some countries and areas at the expense of others. Official development policies, particularly during the 1980s and 1990s, were based on structural adjustment programs that sought to remove blocks to economic growth in the developing world. These proved to be highly controversial, sometimes resulting in deeper, not reduced, poverty, and have, in some respects, been modified in recent years. International aid is often viewed as the key mechanism of development. It is justified by a development ethic that suggests that rich countries have an obligation to support poor countries and reduce global inequality. Critics, nevertheless, have argued that aid provides ineffective support for the world's poor because it undermines markets and tends to promote corruption and oppression. Questions for discussion. What distinguishes the rich from the poor? Why has poverty increasingly been measured in terms of human development? What are the advantages and disadvantages of the development as growth model? What is the North-South divide and why has its continuing relevance been called into question? Why is there so much disagreement about trends in global inequality? To what extent can growing poverty be blamed on the advance of globalization? Why have official development policies aimed to adjust the structure of developing economies? Have the MDGs and SDGs been effective? Does international aid redress imbalances in the global economy? Does writing off developing world debt make both moral and economic good sense? Further reading. Brett E. Reconstructing Development Theory, International Inequality, Institutional Reform and Social Emancipation, 2009. A Systematic Assessment of the Evolution of Development Theory and its Relationship to Other Social Science Disciplines. Gregg, A. D. Hume and M. Turner, Challenging Global Inequality, Development Theory and Practice in the 21st Century, 2007. An Accessible Overview of Global Inequality and Development Ideas and Practices in the 21st Century. Riddell, R. Does Foreign Aid Really Work? 2007. A thorough and insightful examination of the benefits as well as the failings of the contemporary world of international aid. Willis, K. Theories and Practices of Development, 2011. An accessible introduction to competing theoretical approaches to development and their practical implications. Links to relevant web resources can be found on the Global Politics website, bloomsbury.pub/Heywood Global Politics 3E. Development, growth, the act of improving, enlarging, or refining. Development is commonly linked to economic growth, but the term is deeply contested. Absolute poverty, a standard of poverty that is based on an income level or access to resources, especially food, clothing, and shelter, that are insufficient to keep body and soul together. Relative poverty, a standard of poverty in which people are deprived of the living conditions and amenities that are customary in the society to which they belong. Purchasing power parity, a calculation of purchasing power that takes account of the relative cost of living and the inflation rates of different countries, sometimes based on the international dollar. Positive freedom, freedom defined in terms of self-realization and the development of human capacities, freedom to be or do something. Gross domestic product, the total value of all the goods and services produced in an economy, a measure of national income. Modernization theory, the theory that there is a single, linear path to development reflected in the transformation of Western countries from traditional, pre-industrial, agrarian societies to modern, industrial, and mass consumption ones. Poverty cycle, a set of circumstances that tend to make poverty self-perpetuating through its wider impact on health, civic order, political and economic performance, and so on. The theory that the introduction of free market policies will, in time, benefit the poor and not only the rich through an increase in economic growth and a general rise in living standards. Import substitution, an economic strategy through which domestic industries are protected from foreign competition at least during their infancy. Debt crisis, a situation in which a country is unable to service its debts because economic surpluses are insufficient to meet interest repayments. Conditionality, the requirement usually made by the IMF and the World Bank that certain conditions about the future direction of economic policy are met before loans are agreed or made. Tobin tax, a transaction tax on foreign currency dealings proposed by the U.S. economist James Tobin. Green revolution, the introduction of pesticides and high-yield crops to boost agricultural productivity. Corruption, a failure to carry out proper or public responsibilities because of the pursuit of private gain, usually involving bribery or misappropriation. Food dumping, the donation of surplus food to poor countries for free or at cheap rates to maintain market shares or prop up global prices. Debt relief, agreements to write off foreign debt or reduce it to sustainable levels, often linked to conditions about good governance. Fair trade, trade that satisfies moral and not merely economic criteria related to alleviating poverty and respecting the interests of sellers and producers in poorer areas. 1717. Global environmental issues. Source, Ian Forsyth / Getty Images. Preview. The environment is often viewed as the archetypal example of a global issue. This is because environmental processes do not respect national borders, they have an intrinsically transnational or global character. As countries are peculiarly environmentally vulnerable to the activities that take place in other countries, meaningful progress on environmental issues can often only be made at the international or even global level. Nevertheless, international cooperation on such matters has sometimes been very difficult to bring about. This has occurred for a number of reasons. In the first place, the environment has been an arena of particular ideological and political debate. Disagreements have emerged about both the seriousness and nature of environmental problems and about how they can best be tackled, not least because environmental priorities tend to conflict with economic ones. Can environmental problems be dealt with within the existing socio-economic system, or is the system the source of those problems? Such debates have been especially passionate over what is clearly the central issue on the global environmental agenda, climate change, as the controversial withdrawal of the United States from the landmark Paris Agreement on climate change demonstrated. Despite sometimes catastrophic predictions about the consequences of not addressing climate change, concerted international action on the issue has been frustratingly slow to emerge. What have been the obstacles to international cooperation over climate change, and what would concerted international action on the issue? What have been the obstacles to international cooperation over climate change, and what would concerted international action on the issue involve? Finally, climate change is not the only issue on the global environmental agenda. Another issue of major concern is energy security, with some talking in terms of a new international energy order in which a country's ranking in the hierarchy of states is being increasingly determined by the vastness of its oil and natural gas reserves or its ability to acquire them. To what extent has energy security reshaped global order, and are natural resources always a blessing? Key issues. How and why has the environment developed into a global issue? Do modern environmental problems require reformist or radical solutions? What are the causes and major consequences of climate change? How far has international action over climate change progressed? What obstacles stand in the way of international cooperation over climate change? How has energy security shaped conflict both between states and within states? The rise of green politics. The environment as a global issue. Although forms of ecologism or green politics can be traced back to a backlash against the industrialization of the 19th century, the environment did not become a significant national or international issue until the 1960s and 1970s, when an environmental movement emerged that sought to highlight the environmental costs of increased growth and rising affluence, at least in the developed West, drawing attention also to a growing divide between humankind and nature. Influenced in particular by the idea of ecology, the pioneering works of early green politics included Rachel Carson's A Silent Spring, 1962, a critique of the damage done to wildlife and the human world by the increased use of pesticides and other agricultural chemicals, and Murray Bookchan's Our Synthetic Environment, 1962-1975, which examined how pesticides, food additives, and X-rays cause a range of human illnesses, including cancer. His period of the 1960s and 1970s also saw the birth of a new generation of activist NGOs ranging from Greenpeace and Friends of the Earth to animal liberation activists and so-called eco-warrior pressure groups, campaigning on issues such as the dangers of pollution, the dwindling reserves of fossil fuels, deforestation, and animal experiments. From the 1980s onwards, environmental questions were kept high on the political agenda by green parties, which now exist in most industrialized countries, modeling themselves on the pioneering efforts of the German Greens. The environmental movement addresses three general problems. SAR. Resource problems, attempts to conserve natural materials through reducing the use of non-renewable resources, coal, oil, natural gas, and so on, increasing the use of renewable resources such as wind, wave, and tidal power, and reducing population growth, thereby curtailing resource consumption. Sink problems, attempts to reduce the damage done by the waste products of economic activity through, for example, reducing pollution levels, increasing recycling, and developing greener, less polluting technologies. Ethical problems, attempts to restore the balance between humankind and nature through wildlife and wilderness conservation, respect for other species, animal rights and animal welfare, and changed agricultural practices, organic farming. Ecology. The term ecology was coined by the German zoologist Ernst Haeckel in 1866. Derived from the Greek oikos, meaning household or habitat, he used it to refer to the investigations of the total relations of the animal both to its organic and its inorganic environment. Haeckel, 1866. Ecology developed as a distinct branch of biology through a growing recognition that plants and animals are sustained by self-regulating natural systems, ecosystems composed of both living and non-living elements. Simple examples of an ecosystem are a field, a forest, or a pond. All ecosystems tend towards a state of harmony or equilibrium through a system of self-regulation referred to by biologists as homeostasis. During the 1970s, environmental politics focused particularly on resource issues. Is reflected a growing awareness that humankind lives in a world of global finiteness, an awareness reinforced by the oil crisis of 1973. A particularly influential metaphor for the environmental movement was the idea of spaceship Earth because this emphasized the notion of limited and exhaustible wealth. Kenneth Boulding, 1966, argued that human beings had traditionally acted as though they lived in a cowboy economy, an economy with unlimited opportunities like the American West during the frontier period. However, as a spaceship is a capsule, it is a closed system, and all closed systems tend to exhibit evidence of entropy in that they decay because they are not sustained by external inputs. Ultimately, however wisely and carefully human beings behave, the Earth, the Sun, and indeed all planets and stars are destined to be exhausted and die. Similar concerns about global finiteness were also highlighted by the unofficial UN report Only One Earth, Ward and Du Bois, 1972, and the report of the Club of Rome, Limits to Growth, Meadows et al., 1972. The latter work had a stunning impact in that it appeared to predict by extrapolating 5 variables: world population, industrialization, pollution, food production, and resource depletion, that the world's oil supplies would run out by 1992. Although such predictions were subsequently revealed to be gross exaggerations, and despite widespread criticism of the methodology used, the idea of limits to growth dominated thinking about the environment for a decade or more. Environmental issues also became an increasingly major focus of international concern, as shown in key events. Major international initiatives on the environment. Is reflected a growing awareness that environmental problems have an intrinsically transnational character, they are not contained by national borders. States are therefore environmentally vulnerable to the economic activities that take place in other states, a lesson that was reinforced during the 1970s by a growing concern about the regional impact of acid rain and by the truly global consequences of ozone depletion caused by emissions of man-made chemicals such as chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, and halons. The first major international conference to be held on environmental issues was the 1972 UN Conference on the Human Environment, UNCHE, at Stockholm, which also led to the establishment of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, responsible for coordinating the environmental activities of states and international organizations to promote better regional and global environmental protection. However, the global recession of the 1970s and onset of the Second Cold War in the early 1980s subsequently pushed environmental issues down the international agenda. UI were revived, in part, through the impact of environmental catastrophes such as the 1984 Bhopal chemical plant disaster and the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear disaster, but also by a growing recognition that environmental degradation was closely associated with the advance of globalization, encouraging many, particularly in the South, to link environmental and development issues. This was exemplified by the 1987 Brundtland Commission report, which provided the dominant mainstream framework for understanding and addressing environmental issues, and the 1992 Rio Earth Summit. Major international initiatives on the environment. 1946 The International Convention for the Regulation of Whaling established the International Whaling Commission, IWC, which attempts to preserve great whales by upholding an international moratorium on whaling. 1950 World Meteorological Organization, WMO, established as a specialized agency of the UN for meteorology, weather and climate, and related geophysical sciences. 1959-1972 United Nations Conference on the Human Environment, UNCHE, in Stockholm, which laid the foundations for environmental action at an international level and prepared the way for the launch of the UN's Environmental Programme, UNEP. 1973 Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, CITES, which aimed to ensure that international trade in wildlife and plants does not threaten their survival. 1985-1987 Antarctic Treaty, which set aside Antarctica, Earth's only continent without a native human population, as a scientific preserve. 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, which defined the rights and responsibilities of countries in their use of the world's oceans and established guidelines for businesses, the environment, and the management of marine natural resources, entered into force in 1994. Vienna Convention for the Protection of the Ozone Layer, which confirmed the existence of the Antarctic ozone hole and attempted to reduce the use of CFC gases, entered into force in 1987. Brundtland Commission report, which highlighted the idea of sustainable development. 1987 Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer, which provided for the phasing out of CFCs with the goal of the ozone layer having recovered by 2050. 1988 International Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, established, which reports on the implementation of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, FCCC. 1992 UN Conference on Environment and Development, UNCED, held in Rio de Janeiro and commonly called the Earth Summit, which included conventions on climate change and biodiversity and established the Commission on Sustainable Development, CSD. 1997 Kyoto Protocol to the FCCC, which established a legally binding commitment by developed states to limit greenhouse gas emissions in a phased process. Entered into force in 2005 with the first commitment period being 2008 to 12. 2009 to 12 the UN climate change conferences held in Copenhagen, Durban, and Doha to formulate a successor to the Kyoto Protocol, see here. 2015 to 16 the UNFCCC negotiations in 2015 lead to the 2016 Paris Agreement on climate change. From the 1990s onwards, environmental debate has increasingly focused on the issue of climate change brought about through global warming. Initial concerns about climate change had focused on CFC emissions, but this spread over time to the impact of so-called greenhouse gases with the establishment of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, FCCC. The first attempt to stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations at a level that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic, human-induced climate change, and the International Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, which was responsible for reporting on the implementation of the FCCC. Here. Nevertheless, it took until the 1997 Kyoto Protocol to the FCCC to agree measures to control emissions of greenhouse gases. Under the Kyoto Protocol, developed countries agreed to cut their emissions by an average of 5%, usually against 1990 levels, during the commitment period 2008 to 2012. Subsequent conferences were convened in Copenhagen 2009, Durban 2011, Doha 2012, and Paris 2015, in an attempt to formulate a successor to Kyoto. However, in their different ways, these conferences demonstrated the difficulty of achieving concerted and effective action on the issue of climate change. Essay difficulties relate most basically to the mismatch between state interests and the collective interests of the international community, as illustrated by the idea of the tragedy of the commons. Potentially, this problem applies to all environmental issues. Focus on the tragedy of the commons? Will shared resources always be misused or overused? Does community ownership of land, forests, and fisheries lead to inevitable ruin, and what does this imply about modern environmental problems? Garrett Hardin used the idea of the tragedy of the commons to draw parallels between global environmental degradation and the fate of common land before the introduction of enclosures. He argued that if pasture is open to all, each herder will try to keep as many cattle as possible on the commons. However, sooner or later, the inherent logic of the commons will remorselessly generate tragedy as the number of cattle exceeds the carrying capacity of the land. Each herder calculates that the positive benefit of adding one more animal in terms of the proceeds from its eventual sale will always exceed the negative impact on the pasture, as this is relatively slight and, anyway, shared by all herders. As Hardin put it, freedom in a commons brings ruin to all. Hardin 1968. The idea of the tragedy of the commons draws attention to the importance of the global commons, sometimes seen as common pool resources, and of threats posed to these by overpopulation, a particular concern for Hardin, pollution, resource depletion, habitat destruction, and overfishing. Many now question the logic behind the tragedy of the commons. Hardin's anti-immigrant, racist, and eugenicist views, expanded on especially in his later work, were directly connected to his central thesis. From the 1950s, Hardin was a leading member of the American Eugenics Society alongside the former Nazi eugenicist Ottmar Freiherr von Verschuer. His views on people as the major threat to the environment rendered him a key figure in what Carolyn Merchant, see here, and others call environmental racism. But Hardin's ideas have also been challenged on their basic Eurocentric assumptions about human nature and behavior too. Eleanor Ostrom, 1990, argued that some societies successfully managed common pool resources through diverse, bottom-up institutional arrangements. Not only does historical evidence suggest that common land was usually successfully managed by communities, Cox 1985, as is borne out by examples such as the Aboriginal peoples of Australia, but the argument is also circular. Its conclusions are implicit in the assumption that human nature is selfish and unchanging. Angus 2008. Indeed, eco-socialists would argue that selfishness, greed, and the wanton use of resources are a consequence of the system of private ownership, not their cause. Community ownership, by contrast, engenders respect for the natural environment. Key theorists in green politics. Ernst Friedrich Schumacher, 1911-77. A German-born UK economist and environmental thinker, Schumacher championed the cause of human-scale production and advanced a Buddhist economic philosophy, economics, as if people mattered, that stresses the importance of morality and right livelihood. His key work is Small is Beautiful, 1973. Arne Næss, 1912-2009. A Norwegian philosopher who was influenced by the teachings of Spinoza, Gandhi, and Buddha, Næss was the leading advocate of deep ecology, arguing that ecology should be concerned with every part of nature on an equal basis because natural order has an intrinsic value. His writings include Ecology, Community, and Lifestyle, 1989. Garrett Hardin, 1915 to 2003. A U.S. ecologist, microbiologist, and eugenicist, Hardin is best known for the idea of the tragedy of the commons and warned against the environmental dangers of population growth. Especially in his later work, this argument took the form of an overtly eugenicist, anti-black, anti-Latinx, and anti-immigrant racism, arguing in the 1990s against the dogma that all cultures are equally good and valuable. The Southern Poverty Law Center today lists Hardin as a key white nationalist and extremist thinker. His chief works include The Tragedy of the Commons, 1968, and Lifeboat Ethics, 1974. Murray Bookchin, 1921 to 2006. A U.S. libertarian socialist, Bookchin highlighted parallels between anarchism and ecology through the idea of social ecology and was also strongly critical of the mystical ideas of deep ecology, which he dubbed ecolala. His major works in this field include The Ecology of Freedom, 1982, and Reenchanting Humanity, 1995. See also Ecofeminist theorists. Source: Debbie Bookchin. Green politics, reformism or radicalism. The environment is an arena of particular ideological and political debate. Disagreements about the seriousness and nature of environmental problems and about how they can best be tackled are rooted in deeper, philosophical debates about the relationship between humankind and the natural world. Conventional political thought has subscribed to a human-centered approach to understanding, called anthropocentrism. Moral priority has therefore been given to the achievement of human needs and ends, with nature being seen merely as a way of facilitating these needs and ends. In the words of the early liberal English philosopher John Locke, 1632 to 1704, human beings are the masters and possessors of nature. Environmental thought, by contrast, is based on the principle of ecology, which stresses the network of relationships that sustain all forms of life, including human life. However, green politics encompasses two broad traditions which can be called reformist ecology and radical ecology. Reformist ecology. Reformist ecology seeks to reconcile the principle of ecology with the central features of capitalist modernity, individual self-seeking, materialism, economic growth, and so on, which is why it is sometimes called modernist ecology. It is clearly a form of humanist or shallow ecology. A key feature of reformist ecology is that recognition that there are limits to growth in that environmental degradation in the form of, for instance, pollution or the use of non-renewable resources, ultimately threatens prosperity and economic performance. A watchword of this form of ecologism is sustainable development, especially what is called weak sustainability. In economic terms, this means getting rich more slowly. From the reformist perspective, damage to the environment is an externality or social cost. By taking account of such costs, modernist ecologists attempted to develop a balance between modernization and sustainability. A chief ideological influence on reformist ecology is utilitarianism, which is based on classical liberal thinking. In that sense, reformist ecology practices what can be called enlightened anthropocentrism, encouraging individuals to take account of long-term, not merely short-term, interests. A British utilitarian philosopher and politician John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 1873, thus justified a steady-state economy, one without economic growth, on the grounds that the contemplation of nature is a higher pleasure. Peter Singer, 1993, justified animal rights on the grounds that all species, and not just humans, have a right to avoid suffering. More generally, utilitarian thinking acknowledges the impact on the quality of human life of environmental degradation by recognizing the interests of future generations. The nature of environmental matters means that many of the consequences of our actions may not be felt for decades or even centuries. Industrialization, for instance, had advanced for some 200 years before concerns were raised about the depletion of finite oil, gas, or coal resources, or about greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, ecologists have developed ideas about intergenerational justice, suggesting that our obligations extend beyond the present generation to future generations, encompassing the living and the yet to be. Therefore, ecologists have developed ideas about intergenerational justice, suggesting that our obligations extend beyond the present generation to future generations, encompassing the living and the yet to be born. Such futurity has been justified in different ways. Care for and obligations towards future generations have sometimes been seen as a natural duty, an extension of a moral concern for our children and, by extension, their children, and so on. A concern for future generations has also been linked to the idea of ecological stewardship. It is the notion that the present generation is merely the custodian of the wealth that has been generated by past generations and should conserve it for the benefit of future generations. However, the idea of cross-generational justice has also been criticized. Some argue that all rights depend on reciprocity. Rights are respected because of something that is done or not done in return, in which case it is absurd to endow people who have yet to be born with rights that impose duties on people who are currently alive. Moreover, in view of the potentially unlimited size of future generations, the burdens imposed by futurity are, in practical terms, incalculable. Present generations may either be making sacrifices for the benefit of future generations that may prove to be much better off, or their sacrifices may be entirely inadequate to meet future needs. The most straightforward case for conserving resources is therefore that it maximizes the welfare or happiness of people, taking account of both the living and of people who have yet to be born. Finally, reformist ecology is defined by the means through which it would deal with environmental problems as typified by the mainstream environmental movement. It tends to advocate three main solutions to environmental degradation. Market ecologism, or green capitalism, involves attempts to adjust markets to take account of the damage done to the environment, making externalities internal to the businesses or organizations that are responsible for them. Examples of this include green taxes, human ingenuity, and the development of green technologies such as drought-resistant crops, energy-efficient forms of transport, and clean coal. The capacity for invention and innovation that created industrial civilization in the first place can also be used to generate an environmentally friendly version of industrialization. International regimes and systems of transnational regulation. Global governance, see here, airs the prospect that the impact of tragedy of the commons can be reduced, even though it can never be removed. Radical ecology. Radical ecology, by contrast, encompasses a range of green perspectives that call, in their various ways, for more far-reaching, and in some cases even revolutionary, change. Rather than seeking to reconcile the principle of ecology with the central features of capitalist modernity, these theories view capitalist modernity and its values, structures, and institutions as the root cause of environmental degradation. A variety of these perspectives can collectively be categorized as forms of social ecology in that they each explain the balance between humankind and nature largely by reference to social structures. The advance of ecological principles therefore requires a process of radical social change. However, this social change is understood in at least three quite different ways. Eco-socialism advances an environmental critique of capitalism. For eco-socialists, capitalism's anti-ecological bias stems from the institution of private property and its tendency towards commodification. They reduce nature to mere resources and suggest that the only hope for ecological sustainability is the construction of a socialist society. Eco-anarchism advances an environmental critique of hierarchy and authority. For eco-anarchists, domination over people leads to domination over nature. It implies that a balance between humankind and nature can only be restored through the abolition of the state and the establishment of decentralized, self-managing communities. Bookchin 1982. Ecofeminism advances an environmental critique of patriarchy, see here. For ecofeminists, domination over women leads to domination over nature. Merchant 1983, 1992. As men are the enemy of nature because of their reliance on instrumental reason and their inclination to control or subjugate, respect for nature requires the creation of a post-patriarchal society. Focus on. With ecology? Can development be ecologically sustainable? Is there an inevitable tension between economic growth and protecting the environment? The idea of sustainable development has dominated thinking on environmental and development issues since it was highlighted by the 1987 Brundtland Report. The Brundtland Report's highly influential definition of the term is: sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It contains two key concepts. One, the concept of need, in particular the essential needs of the world's poor, to which overriding priority should be given, and two, the concept of limitations, imposed by the state of technology and social organization on the environment's ability to meet present and future needs. 1987. However, there is debate about what sustainable development means in practice and about how growth and ecology can be reconciled. What is sometimes called weak sustainability, reformist ecology, accepts that economic growth is desirable but simply recognizes that growth must be limited to ensure that ecological costs do not threaten its long-term sustainability. This means, in effect, getting richer slower. Supporters of this view, moreover, argue that human capital can be substituted for natural capital, implying, for example, that better roads or a new airport could compensate for a loss of habitat or agricultural land. In this view, the key requirement of sustainability is that the net sum of natural and human capital available to future generations should not be less than that available to present generations. However, strong sustainability, favored by radical ecologists, rejects the pro-growth implications of weak sustainability. It focuses just on the need to preserve and sustain natural capital, seeing human capital as little more than a blight on nature. This is sometimes reflected in the belief that natural capital should be evaluated in terms of people's ecological footprint, an idea that has radically egalitarian implications. While social ecology views radical social change as the key to ecological sustainability, so-called deep ecology goes further in emphasizing the need for paradigm change, a change in our core thinking and assumptions about the world. It involves rejecting all forms of anthropocentrism and embracing ecocentrism instead. Deep ecology therefore advocates a radical holism that implies that the world should be understood strictly in terms of interconnectedness and interdependence. A human species is merely part of nature, neither more important nor more special than any other part. Such ecocentric thinking has been constructed on a variety of bases ranging from the new physics, particularly quantum mechanics, and systems theory to Eastern mysticism, especially Buddhism and Taoism, Capra 1975. 1982, 1996, and pre-Christian spiritual ideas, notably ones that stress the notion of Mother Earth as advanced in the so-called Gaia hypothesis. Deep ecologists have radically revised conventional ethical thinking, arguing that morality springs not from human beings but from nature itself and supporting the idea of biocentric equality. EY are also fiercely critical of consumerism and materialism, believing that these distort the relationship between humankind and nature. Approaches to the natural environment. Realist view. Realism has traditionally paid little attention to environmental thinking, and it would be highly questionable to suggest that realism can be associated with a particular conception of nature. Realism is certainly more concerned with survival than with sustainability. Nevertheless, it has addressed the issue of the relationship between humankind and the natural world in at least two senses. First, classical realists have often explained human behavior and propensities in terms of those found in other animals and, indeed, in nature itself. Selfishness, greed, and aggression have commonly been viewed as innate features of human nature, reflecting tendencies that are found in all species, Lorenz 1966. On a larger scale, the struggle and conflict that realists believe is an ineradicable feature of human existence has sometimes been traced back to the fact that nature itself is red in tooth and claw. Conflict and war have thus been seen as a manifestation of the survival of the fittest, a kind of social Darwinism. Second, realists have acknowledged the importance of nature in recognizing the role that scarcity and therefore conflict over resources often plays in generating international tensions. Such thinking has been particularly evident in the ideas of geopolitics, which is itself a form of environmentalism. It is also reflected in the idea that many, and perhaps most, wars are resource wars. Liberal view. In the liberal view, nature is viewed as a resource to satisfy human needs. This explains why liberals have rarely questioned human dominion over nature. Lacking value in itself, nature is invested with value only when it is transformed by human labor or when it is harnessed to human ends. This is reflected in Locke's theory that property rights derived from the fact that nature has, in effect, been mixed with labor. Nature is thus commodified, assigned an economic value, and drawn into the processes of the market economy. Indeed, in emphasizing the virtues of free market capitalism, classical liberals have endorsed self-interested materialism and economic growth, a position that Indeed, in emphasizing the virtues of free market capitalism, classical liberals have endorsed self-interested materialism and economic growth, a position that many ecologists have linked to the rapacious exploitation of nature. The anti-nature or anti-ecological biases of liberalism can be seen to stem from two main sources. First, liberalism is strongly anthropocentric by virtue of its belief in individualism. Second, liberals have a strong faith in scientific rationality and technology, encouraging them to adopt a problem-solving approach to nature and to place a heavy reliance on human ingenuity. Nevertheless, alternative traditions within liberalism reflect a more positive approach to nature. These include a modern liberal stress on human flourishing, which may be facilitated through the contemplation of nature, and a utilitarian emphasis on maximizing happiness and minimizing suffering, a stance that may be applied to other species or to future generations of humans, Singer 1993. Marxist view. Marxists traditionally had little to say about the natural environment, and their teleological view of history as an unfolding process arguably naturalized industrialization, and consequently ignored its polluting and environmentally degrading effects in favor of focusing on the revolutionary potential it offers in the creation of an industrial working class or proletariat. Ecosocialism has, however, become a highly influential political theory, informing green parties in many countries. Its key proponents, such as John Bellamy Foster 2000, are heavily influenced by Marx and Marxism in their theorization of how to tackle environmental issues, arguing that a Marxist ecology is entirely possible. Feminist view. Ecofeminism has been a significant strand of feminist thought and activism since the term was coined by French feminist Françoise d'Aubonne in the 1970s. Ecofeminists come at the environmental question from a range of angles. Some associated with second-wave radical feminism, such as Carolyn Merchant, see here, and Mary Daly, 1978, took an almost mystical approach emphasizing an essential femininity of femaleness in nature, which is threatened by the masculinist scientism of the Enlightenment project. Notably, the third-wave black feminist theorist Audre Lorde criticized Daly's ecofeminism for, typically of white feminisms, excluding the experiences of women of color. Later ecofeminists such as Carol J. Adams 1990 and Erica Cudworth 2005 emphasized the parallels between men's patriarchal control of women and their control and eating of non-human animals in anthroparchy, highlighting gendered and sexualized language around the production and consumption of meat. In this view, men's domination of women is one aspect of their wider domination and exploitation of the natural world they find themselves in. More recently, Cudworth 2011-2017 has turned to posthumanism as a way of exploring and challenging this anthroparchal, patriarchal order. See here. Postcolonial view. Given its generous treatment of white nationalist and other racist figures such as Garrett Hardin and the abundance of environmental racism focused on population control solutions, postcolonial theorists have been skeptical of ecological theories and movements. The rise of the transnational Extinction Rebellion (XR) movement in recent years triggered angry responses from some anti-racist activists who deplored not only the lack of race and class diversity in the movement, but also the positive encouragement given to protesters by XR leaders to get themselves arrested. The white privilege required to view arrest as a relatively safe option given the violent policing and profiling of racialized minorities in the West made this movement less accessible to people of color. That said, some postcolonial and critical race scholars from Nathan Hare's 1970 Call for a Black Ecology to Kwasi Dense's 2018 Argument for African-Centered Eco-Philosophy and Political Ecology have argued that racialized minorities and formerly colonized peoples have specific and valuable practical and intellectual contributions to make to environmental debate. Green theory view. From the perspective of green politics, nature is an interconnected whole that embraces humans and non-humans as well as the inanimate world. Nature thus embodies the principles of harmony and wholeness, implying that human fulfillment comes from a closeness to nature, not from attempts to dominate it. This holistic view is embraced most radically by deep ecologists, for whom nature is the source of all value. Nature is thus an ethical community, meaning that human beings are nothing more than plain citizens who have no more rights and are no more deserving of respect than any other member of the community. Leopold 1968. Extinction Rebellion. Source: Tolga Ackman/Getty Images. Climate change. Climate change is not only the most prominent global environmental issue but also, some argue, the most urgent and important challenge currently confronting the international community. However, the issue is bedeviled by controversies and disagreements. The most important of these are over. The cause of climate change. Is climate change happening, and to what extent is it a result of human activity? The significance of climate change. How serious are the consequences of climate change likely to be? The cures for climate change. How can climate change best be tackled? Causes of climate change. Climate is different from weather. Climate refers to the long-term or prevalent weather conditions of an area. As the U.S. writer Robert A. Heinlein, 1973, noted, climate is what we expect, weather is what we get. However, this certainly does not imply that the Earth's climate is stable and unchanging. Indeed, it has experienced wild swings throughout its 4.6 billion-year history. There have been numerous ice ages interspersed with warmer interglacial periods. The last ice age occurred during the Pleistocene epoch, which ended about 10,000 years ago, during which glaciers on the North American continent reached as far south as the Great Lakes and an ice sheet spread over northern Europe, leaving its remains as far south as Switzerland. By contrast, some 55 million years ago, at the end of the Pliocene epoch and the beginning of the Eocene epoch, the planet heated up in one of the most extreme and rapid global warming events in geological history. Such changes resulted from a variety of developments: changes in the radiation output of the sun, changes in the Earth's attitude in relation to the sun, as the Earth's orbit alters from elliptical to circular, and changes occur in its tilt and how it wobbles on its axis, variations in the composition of the Earth's atmosphere, and so forth. Over the past century, and particularly during the last few decades, a new period of rapid climate change has been initiated, with temperatures climbing quickly from normal interglacial levels. Is time, however, climate change has been largely, and perhaps entirely, the result of human activity. Focus on the Anthropocene. In a 2000 issue of the newsletter of the International Geosphere Biosphere Program, an international NGO set up by the International Science Council, the environmental scientists Paul J. Crutzen and Eugene F. Stormer 2000 proposed to use the term Anthropocene for the current geological epoch. This proposal was made on the basis of a range of evidence that human-made anthropogenic or human-accelerated processes have come to shape the natural environment at a planetary level in a way that warrants a new name to replace the Holocene, the term for the geological period spanning from almost 12,000 years ago, when the Pleistocene, the last ice age, ended, to today. Crutzen and Stormer cited the explosive growth in global human population, urbanization, and industrialization in the 20th century, which led to massive increases in the extraction and burning of fossil fuels, with measurable impacts on atmospheric pollution, the creation of photochemical ozone or smog, and the Antarctic hole in the ozone layer, alongside and overlapping with the detonation of nuclear weapons, the depletion of ocean fish stocks, the loss of natural habitats too. Agriculture and the high-impact mass production of animals such as cattle. The Anthropocene remains a somewhat contested concept and, at the time of writing, is yet to be formally adopted by the relevant international geological organizations. But it has garnered widespread formal and informal recognition in national scientific communities, including usage by the Geological Society of London and the Geological Society of America. The International Anthropocene Working Group, a panel of 34 leading scientists, announced in 2019 that it would make a formal proposal to the International Commission on Stratigraphy, which oversees the official geologic time chart, by 2021, that the name be used to describe the period beginning from the Trinity U.S. nuclear bomb test in 1945, though other scientists consider this too recent a start point. In any case, the Anthropocene has become a key concept in global social and among the 12 warmest years since records began on global surface temperatures in 1850. It also pointed out that the so-called pause in temperature increases since 1998 is too short to reflect a long-term trend. It is more significant that the linear warming trend over the 5 years from 1956 to 2005 was nearly twice that for the 100 years from 1906 to 2005. However, while the fact of global warming was becoming more difficult to deny, the factors accounting for it remained a matter of sometimes passionate dispute. Climate change skeptics, as opposed to deniers, have called into question the link between global warming and human activity, specifically the emission of greenhouse gases. UI had done this by emphasizing that the Earth's climate is naturally variable even during an interglacial period. For example, during the so-called Little Ice Age, which lasted until the second half of the 19th century, Europe and North America suffered from bitterly cold winters, and Iceland. For example, during the so-called Little Ice Age, which lasted until the second half of the 19th century, Europe and North America suffered from bitterly cold winters, and Iceland was frequently ice-locked. Others attempted to establish links between temperatures on Earth and factors such as solar sun-spot activity. In the United States, the Bush administration, 2001 to 2009, while not denying the fact of global warming or that a proportion of it was anthropogenic, skillfully exploited scientific disagreement over the exact relationship between greenhouse gases and climate change to cast doubt on the value of the larger project of tackling climate change. While climate change skeptics exploited uncertainty and scientific disagreement to justify political inertia, committed environmentalists did precisely the opposite in applying the precautionary principle. Nevertheless, over time, the relationship between the emission of greenhouse gases and climate change became more difficult to question. This occurred both as the science of climate change was better understood in terms of the greenhouse effect, and because of an increasingly clear correlation between the rate of global warming and the level of greenhouse gas emissions. Whereas in its IRD assessment report in 2001, the IPCC stated that it was likely that temperature increases were due to the observed increase in anthropogenic greenhouse gas concentrations. In its fourth assessment report in 2007, it declared that such a causal link was very likely, meaning that it was more than 90% certain. By the FIH assessment report in 2014, this had risen to extremely likely, or 95% to 100% certain. Needless to say, the debate about the causes of climate change was politically vital because this affected not only whether the problem could be addressed but also how this should be done. Focus on the Thunberg effect. Greta Thunberg rose to global prominence at the age of just 15. In 2018, Thunberg organized a strike among pupils at her Swedish school, leading them to a climate change protest at the country's parliament. Thunberg's view, and one that is seemingly shared by many young people, is that the older generations who control all the levers of political and economic power are too slow to act on climate change, while it is the younger generations who will pay the price. This question of intergenerational social justice had been raised in climate change debates before, but never so forcefully by the very young people it is likely to impact most strongly. News of the school strike and Thunberg's role in it quickly spread through global media, both traditional and social, and school strikes were soon being organized on a regular basis in countries around the world, many under the banner of Fridays for Future. By 2019, media pundits were talking about this trend as the Greta effect. But does Thunberg's activism reach beyond media hype and going viral? In 2021, a survey with a representative sample of 1,303 U.S. adults was published in a prestigious social psychology journal. Its authors found that respondents who were familiar with Thunberg as a public figure had both stronger intentions to take action on global warming and more belief in their collective efficacy, that by working together, people can make a difference on this issue. The researchers formally named this significant shift in attitudes the Greta Thunberg effect, Saberwell et al. 2021. In the years since Thunberg first came to global attention, she has become an important and somewhat divisive public figure. She published a short book, No One Is Too Small to Make a Difference, 2019, made countless media appearances, and traveled the world to attend climate change meetings and demonstrations. In 2019, she was Time magazine's Person of the Year and was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2019, 2020, and 2021, while she won 2020's inaugural Gulbenkian Prize for Humanity, worth in excess of $1 million, which Thunberg committed to donate to climate projects and charities. Thunberg's message has been hugely popular with many people, particularly those of a liberal political inclination, but she has also come in for criticism. Right-wing climate change skeptics, including former U.S. President Donald Trump and many of his supporters, and Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro, have publicly attacked and sought to discredit Thunberg. Online, Thunberg has been subject to persistent abuse and harassment, ranging from accusations that she is a crisis actor in a conspiracy to present climate change as a threat, to direct and indirect threats of extreme, and often misogynist and sexualized, violence and death. To be subjected to such intense global scrutiny and pressure at such a young age might seem an unconscionable burden. Yet in 2020, Thunberg's response to the barrage of online abuse from climate change deniers was to tweet, "This shows that we're winning." Consequences of climate change. The prominence of the issue of climate change is driven by its potentially catastrophic implications for human welfare and, possibly, for the future of humankind. How serious will the consequences of global warming be? What will be the impact of long-term climate change? The consequences of living on a warmer planet have, at times, been as keenly disputed as whether global warming is actually taking place and whether it is linked to human activity. This was particularly true in the early period of climate change research, when the impact of increased greenhouse gas emissions was thought to lie many decades into the future, the case for addressing the issue being linked more to our obligations towards future generations than to a concern about the present generation. However, the impact of climate change has occurred earlier and more dramatically than was anticipated, meaning that it can no longer be treated merely as a future generations issue. Nevertheless, anxieties about climate change continue to have a marked future-looking character, as even if robust action were to be taken shortly, its effects are certain to be felt more severely by today's children and their children. Global actors. Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, is an international panel of scientists and researchers that provide advice on climate change to the international community. The IPCC was established in 1988 by the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, and the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, to provide decision-makers and others interested in climate change with an objective source of information about an issue that had become increasingly complex and controversial. The IPCC does not conduct any research, neither does it monitor climate change-related data or parameters. Role is to assess on a comprehensive, open, and transparent basis the latest scientific, technical, and socio-economic literature produced worldwide, with a view to better understanding 1. The risks of anthropocentric climate change, 2. Its observed and projected impacts, and 3. Options for adaptation and mitigation. Significance. The most significant work of the IPCC is in publishing reports, the most important being assessment reports. Hundreds of scientists all over the world contribute to these reports as authors, contributors, and reviewers, drawing mainly on reviewed and published scientific literature. 5 assessment reports have been produced to date. A IPCC First Assessment Report, 1990. This played a decisive role in leading to the FCCC. A IPCC Second Assessment Report, 1995. This provided a key input for the negotiations that led to the Kyoto Protocol in 1997. IPCC Third Assessment Report, 2001. This provided further information relevant to the development of the FCCC and the Kyoto Protocol. A IPCC Fourth Assessment Report, 2007. This provided more evidence of the link between climate change and anthropogenic greenhouse gas concentrations. A IPCC Fifth Assessment Report, 2014. This concluded that it is 95% certain that humans are the dominant cause of global warming. The wide membership of the IPCC, its reputation for objectivity, and its reliance on worldwide scientific expertise gives the IPCC unrivaled influence in shaping how the international community understands and responds to the issue of climate change. In this respect, it has played the leading role in building a consensus among scientists and national politicians about the existence of climate change and the fact that it is a consequence of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions and is therefore linked to the burning of fossil fuels. Its influence can thus be seen in the growing acceptance that climate change is an issue that demands the attention of the international community, making it increasingly difficult for countries such as Russia, Australia, the United States, China, and India to remain outside the climate change regime. The IPCC was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006, together with Al Gore, the former U.S. Vice President. The IPCC has also attracted criticism, however. Some argue that its emphasis on already published scientific data and on exacting reviews, the fourth assessment report took 6 years to produce, and the sixth report was not yet published in April 2022, means that its judgments and conclusions are dangerously out of date, and therefore tend to underestimate the seriousness of the climate change challenge. The summary for policymakers, the only bit of an assessment report that is read by most politicians and journalists, is a politically negotiated document that sometimes omits controversial judgments found in the larger report. Some scientists also challenge the basis on which IPCC projections and conclusions are developed. For example, IPCC projections about global warming are founded on assumptions about the capacity of the oceans to absorb carbon dioxide that many environmentalists dismiss as unsound. The IPCC has also been criticized for overstating its claims, not least the claim, found in the 2007 report but retracted in 2010, that the Himalayan glaciers would disappear by 2035, and for sacrificing its reputation for scientific neutrality by being seen to campaign for radical cuts in emissions. In its 2014 assessment report, the IPCC noted a range of changes to climatic conditions, including the following. It is likely, 66 to 100% certainty, that 1983 to 2013 was the warmest 30-year period in the Northern Hemisphere for at least 1,400 years. It is virtually certain, 99 to 100%, that the upper 700 meters of the Earth's oceans have warmed during the period 1971 to 2010. It can be said with high confidence that the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets have been losing mass in the last 2 decades, and that glaciers have continued to shrink almost worldwide. It is very likely, 90 to 100%, that heat waves will occur with higher frequency and duration, although occasional winter extremes will continue. The human impact of climate change has been significant and is very likely to increase. In some circumstances, more warmer days and nights and fewer colder days and nights over most land areas is likely to reduce human mortality from decreased cold exposure, yet most of the effects of climate change are negative. Increased tropical cyclone activity creates a greater risk of death and injury from flooding and from water and foodborne diseases, and also leads to major displacement of populations. Since the mid-1990s, there has been a 40% increase in Atlantic hurricane activities and, according to some scientists, the most powerful tropical cyclones now occur twice as often as they did 30 years ago. China has been particularly badly affected by flooding on the Yangtze, the Yellow River, and other rivers. The increased incidence of extreme high sea levels also causes a greater risk of death and injury by drowning, especially in the world's great river deltas, such as the Bengal Delta in Bangladesh, the Mekong Delta in Vietnam, the Nile Delta in Egypt, and the Yangtze Delta in China. If current increases in sea level persist, 1/6 of the land area of Bangladesh could be lost to the sea by the middle of this century, if not earlier, leaving 13% of the country's population with nowhere to live or farm. The prospects for people living in low-lying island groups, such as the Maldives, may be even bleaker, as these may disappear altogether. The greater incidence of drought and the advance of desertification will lead to an increased risk of food and water shortages, malnutrition, and, once again, a greater risk of water and foodborne diseases. Climate change has affected all parts of the world, but it has not done so evenly. Africa and the Arctic, where sea ice is shrinking by 2.7% per decade, are likely to bear the brunt of climate impacts, along with low-lying small islands and the Asian river deltas. The IPCC estimates that by 2080, if current trends continue, anything from 1.2 billion to 3.2 billion people will be experiencing water scarcity, 200 million to 600 million people will be malnourished or hungry, and between 2 million and 7 million people each year will be subject to coastal flooding. However, the effects of climate change will be truly global, not least through its impact on migration trends and economic development. An estimated 200 million to 850 million people could be forced to move to more temperate zones by 2050 due to water shortages, sea level crises, deteriorating pasture land, conflict, and famine, all linked to climate change. Together with widening gaps in birth rates and growing wealth-to-poverty ratios, climate change could therefore also lead to deepening ethnic and social tensions in developed societies. The economic consequences of climate change were highlighted by the Stern Review, 2006, which pointed out that global warming could so disrupt economic and social activity that a failure to address it could mean global GDP being up to 20% lower than it otherwise might be. However, some environmentalists have painted still more dire images of the consequence of climate change, creating a number of catastrophe scenarios. One of these is that the disappearance of the polar ice caps could result in an abrupt increase in temperature levels on Earth, as white ice helps to keep the planet cool by reflecting back some 80% of the sunlight that falls on it. Sea water, by contrast, absorbs sunlight and reflects back little. A second is that the melting of the planet's permafrost, the thick level of frozen soil covering much of the ground in the high latitudes of the northern hemisphere, could release trapped greenhouse gases, contributing to a major acceleration in global warming. A third is that the release of cold water through melting Arctic ice could, in EFF-ECT, turn OFF the Gulf Stream, bringing freezing conditions to much of northern Europe, the scenario highlighted in the 2004 Hollywood disaster movie E-Day Tomorrow. Others, however, have dismissed these catastrophe scenarios as scaremongering. IPCC, for example, rates the likelihood of the Gulf Stream faltering during the 21st century as very unlikely, a probability of less than 10%. How should climate change be tackled? The task of tackling climate change is notoriously difficult. Some even fear that it may be impossible. It is instructive, in this respect, to compare efforts to deal with climate change with the response to the problem of ozone depletion. In the case of ozone depletion, there was little scientific disagreement about its cause, the emission of CFC gases from aerosols and other sources. There was general agreement that its consequences were negative and a recognition that they affected developed and developing states alike. And, most importantly, there was a straightforward solution available at an acceptable price, banning CFCs and switching to alternatives that could be developed economically. The Montreal Protocol of 1987 thus demonstrated how effective international cooperation on environmental matters can be. CFC emissions were reduced from the mid-1990s onwards, with a view to being completely phased out by 2030, allowing the ozone layer to recover completely by 2050. Climate change, by contrast, is profoundly difficult because its origins lie not in the use of particular substances or a specific productive process or set of commodities, but arguably in the process of industrialization itself. Burning of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas has not only been the basis for industrialization and thus the key to economic growth for the last 200 years or more, but it has also been the basis for greenhouse gas emissions that have resulted in global warming. Any serious attempt to address the problem of climate change must therefore either recast the nature of industrial society, providing an alternative to carbon industrialization, or make significant sacrifices in terms of economic growth and therefore material prosperity. How far has international cooperation on climate change progressed, and what obstacles stand in the way of effective international action? International cooperation over climate change. The Rio Earth Summit of 1992 was the first international conference to give significant attention to the issue of climate change. It did so by establishing the FCCC as a framework convention calling for greenhouse gases to be stabilized at safe levels on the basis of equity and in accordance with states' common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. A clear implication was that developed states should take the lead, committing themselves to restoring 1,990 levels of emissions by the year 2000. However, although it was accepted by 181 governments, the FCCC was no more than a framework for further action and it contains no legally binding targets. It was just as well for developed states, whose carbon emissions continued to rise during the 1990s. The exclusion of developing states meant, in fact, that the rate of increase got steeper, particularly due to the economic emergence of China and India. The most significant international agreement on climate change was the Kyoto Protocol to the FCCC, negotiated in 1997. The significance of the Kyoto Protocol was that it set binding targets for developed states to limit or reduce their greenhouse gas emissions by 2012. Targets were designed to reduce total emissions from the developed world to at least 5.2% below their 1990 levels. National targets varied, however, with the European Union and the United States being set targets for reductions of 8% and 7%, respectively, while other states, such as Australia, were allowed to exceed their 1990 levels. SA targets were accompanied by flexibility mechanisms that introduced a system of carbon trading that was designed to assist countries in meeting their targets. Is established a cap-and-trade approach to climate change, which has since become the dominant strategy for addressing the issue. Kyoto's strengths included that it introduced, for the first time, legally binding targets on greenhouse gas emissions, and by applying these targets to 37 developed states, so-called Annex I countries. It prepared the way for later participation of developing states, 137 of which ratified the protocol. Furthermore, in providing a mechanism for emissions trading, it helped to promote the idea of carbon as a commodity and introduced a vital element of flexibility that made binding targets appear more acceptable. For example, emissions trading allows developed states to meet their targets in part through technology transfers and investment in the developing world, thereby, at least in theory, contributing to reducing their emissions levels. Critics of carbon trading nevertheless argue that it is a loophole that allows countries to exceed their targets and not take climate change sufficiently seriously, especially as the system is difficult to police and has given rise to many allegations of abuse. However, the Kyoto Protocol also had significant limitations. In the first place, the targets set at Kyoto were, arguably, inadequate in terms of achieving the protocol's goals of preventing dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. For example, the European Union, which has taken a leading role in the campaign to address climate change, called for and subsequently met greenhouse gas cuts of 15% by 2010, almost 3 times greater than the Kyoto cuts and over a shorter time span. Second, the United States' failure to ratify the treaty, first through the Clinton administration's fear that the U.S. Senate would not ratify the treaty and later through the Bush administration's outright opposition, dealt Kyoto a fatal blow and set the process of tackling climate change back for over a decade. This was not only because the United States, then the world's largest emitter, accounted for about 25% of all greenhouse gas emissions, but also because U.S. non-participation ensured that developing states, and especially China and India, would remain outside the Kyoto process. Already, the decision to restrict binding targets to developed states alone seriously compromised the Kyoto process from the outset. The United States consistently used the exclusion of China and India as a justification for its non-participation. Moreover, China's carbon emissions continued to rise steeply and have exceeded those of the United States since 2008, meaning that climate change could no longer be seen merely as a developed world problem. While the Kyoto Protocol was never going to be the solution to climate change, it provided a perhaps necessary first step along the road. Nevertheless, the faltering progress associated with Kyoto meant that, by 2005, global carbon dioxide emissions were rising 4 times faster than they were in the 1990s. One consequence of this has been a sure emphasis away from mitigation towards mitigation and adaptation. Key mitigation technologies and practices identified in the 2007 IPCC assessment report include the following: fuel switching from coal to gas, the wider use of nuclear power, the greater use of renewable heat and power, hydropower, solar, wind, geothermal, and bioenergy, early applications of carbon dioxide capture and storage, e.g. storage of CO2 removed from natural gas, more fuel-efficient vehicles such as hybrid and cleaner diesel vehicles, and sure from road transport to rail, public transport, and non-motorized transport, cycling, walking. The same report nevertheless highlights a range of adaptation strategies, including the following: the relocation of settlements, especially coastal zones, improved sea walls and storm surge barriers, expanded rainwater harvesting and improved water storage and conservation techniques, adjustment of planting dates and crop varieties, crop relocation and improved land management, e.g. erosion control and soil protection through tree planting, and improved climate-sensitive disease surveillance and control. Nevertheless, there were signs that greater scientific agreement on the existence, causes, and implications of climate change, together with sure-ing public attitudes, in part through the work of environmental NGOs, had strengthened international cooperation on the issue. Russia ratified the Kyoto Protocol in 2004, as did Australia in 2007, although Russia, together with Canada, Japan, and New Zealand, withdrew from the Kyoto process in 2012. Most significantly, the election of Barack Obama in 2008, together with Democrat control of both houses of Congress until 2011, appeared to mark a keysure in U.S. policy, creating a willingness to participate in formulating a successor to the Kyoto Protocol, which was due to run out in 2012. What is more, despite China's unapologetic emphasis on largely coal-based industrial growth, the environmental costs of carbon industrialization have become increasingly apparent through, for instance, heavily polluted cities. 8 out of 10 of the world's most polluted cities are in China, shrinking glaciers on the Tibet-Qinghai Plateau, and falling water tables across the country. It's created a growing likelihood that China and other developing countries would be more willing to address the issue of climate change and recognize that they have an interest in tackling it. This was the context in which the UN began to consider the shape of the post-Kyoto climate change regime, starting with the 2009 Climate Change Conference in Copenhagen. However, the outcomes of this process have widely been seen as disappointing, highlighting yet again the difficulties of achieving international agreement on the issue of climate change. From 2016, the UNFCCC replaced the Kyoto Protocol with Paris Agreement. See Global Politics in Action. Paris Agreement. Global Politics in Action. The Paris Agreement. Events. In 2015, representatives of 196 countries met at the United Nations Climate Change Conference COP21 in Paris, France, to negotiate a new UNFCCC agreement on climate change to replace the Kyoto Protocol. On December 12, all participating countries approved the terms of an agreement, and on April 22, 2016, 174 of those countries signed the agreement at the UN's New York City headquarters. The Paris Agreement, which entered into force on November 4, 2016, when the threshold of sufficient national ratifications was reached, commits signatories to keep a global temperature rise this century well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase even further to 1.5 degrees and to increase the ability of countries to deal with the impacts of climate change while also making international finance flows consistent with lowering greenhouse gas emissions and building climate resilience. Significance: the United States, the second biggest emitter of greenhouse gases after China but an even greater emitter per capita, controversially never ratified the Kyoto Protocol. Much of the debate that followed focused on the weakness of an agreement that lacked U.S. participation. As such, American buy-in to the Paris Agreement was widely viewed as a major achievement. However, while the Obama administration embraced the negotiations, the agreement was signed in its last year. Donald Trump was elected President of the United States in 2017 on a platform that included a commitment to cancel the deal. Trump has publicly called climate change in general and global warming in particular a hoax and suggested on Twitter in 2012 that the concept of global warming was created by and for the Chinese in order to make U.S. manufacturing non-competitive, while skepticism about the existence of climate change, along with opposition to Muslims and other racialized minorities, immigration, feminism, and transgender people has been a key plank of the so-called alt-right or far-right cultural politics that brought him to power. In office, Trump submitted formal notice of U.S. withdrawal from the Paris Agreement in November 2019, and the United States formally left the agreement a year later. Just a few months after formal withdrawal, however, Joe Biden was sworn in as U.S. President in January 2021 and immediately resigned the agreement on his first day in office. In any case, it is now far less clear that the Paris Agreement is adequate to significantly slow or stop an unfolding climate catastrophe. In 2022, the UN determined that even if the parties to the agreement were to meet all of their pledges, they would likely only limit the rise in world temperatures to 2.5 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, where a limit of 1.5 degrees would be necessary to meaningfully tackle the worst effects of climate change. Consequently, while no major new agreements have been signed since Paris, further rounds of COP negotiations and environmental social movements have taken on renewed urgency in recent years. Then Secretary of State of the USA, John Kerry, signs the Paris Agreement with his granddaughter present to highlight the anticipated significance of the treaty for future generations. Source: Spencer Platt/Getty Images. Why is international cooperation so difficult to achieve? Effective international action to tackle climate change will only occur if solutions are found to a series of obstacles to international cooperation. The most significant of these obstacles are the following: conflict between the collective good and national interests, tensions between developed and developing states, economic obstacles, and ideological obstacles. The issue of climate change can be seen as a classic example of the tragedy of the commons. What countries accept would be generally beneficial to all of them may not be the same as what benefits each of them individually. Clean air and a healthy atmosphere are therefore collective goods, key elements of the global commons. However, tackling global warming imposes costs on individual states in terms of investment in sometimes expensive mitigation and adaptation strategies, as well as accepting lower levels of economic growth. In such circumstances, states are encouraged to be free riders, enjoying the benefits of a healthier atmosphere without having to pay for them. It is entirely rational, therefore, for each actor to try to pay as little as possible to overcome the problem of climate change. This creates a situation in which states are either unwilling to agree to binding targets, or if targets, binding or otherwise, are developed, these are likely to be set below the level needed to deal effectively with the problem. Moreover, the more economically developed a state is, the greater will be the costs incurred in tackling climate change, and the more reluctant such states will be to undertake concerted action. Democracy, in such a context, may create further problems, particularly as party competition tends to be orientated around rival claims about the ability to deliver growth and prosperity. The second problem is that the issue of climate change exposes significant divisions between the developed world and the developing world. Climate change, in other words, serves to widen the north-south divide. One source of tension is that current emissions levels arguably provide an unfair guide for setting targets because of outsourcing. The transfer of much of manufacturing industry to the developing world means that over 1/3 of carbon dioxide emissions associated with the consumption of goods and services in many developed countries are actually emitted outside their borders. Deeper divisions nevertheless stem from rival approaches to the problem of burden sharing in the area of climate change. From a southern perspective, the developed world has a historic responsibility for the accumulated stock of carbon emitted since the beginning of the industrial age. In effect, developed countries have used up a large part of the safe carbon-absorbing capacity of the atmosphere and made substantial gains in terms of economic growth and prosperity as a result. Developing countries, by contrast, are both disproportionately badly affected by climate change and have the fewest capabilities to tackle it, whether through mitigation or adaptation. This implies either that emissions targets should not be imposed on developing countries, as at Kyoto, or that any such targets should take account of historic responsibilities and be structured accordingly. imposing significantly heavier burdens on developed countries than on developing ones. Ecofeminist theorists. Carolyn Merchant, 1936. A U.S. ecofeminist philosopher and historian of science, Merchant portrays female nature as the benevolent mother of all, undermined by the dominion model of nature that emerged out of the scientific revolution and the rise of market society. Her main works include The Death of Nature, 1983, and Radical Ecology, 1992. Source, with permission of Carolyn Merchant. Vandana Shiva, 1952. An Indian ecofeminist activist and nuclear physicist, Shiva is a trenchant critic of the biotechnology industry. She argues that the advance of globalization has threatened biodiversity and deepened poverty, particularly among women. Her writings include Monocultures of the Mind, 1993, and Stolen Harvest, 1999. Source, Wikimedia Commons. Erica Cudworth, 1966. A British ecofeminist working across sociology, political studies, and international relations, Cudworth's research explores intersecting oppressions and environmental harms in a range of areas, including pornography and the meat industry, and human social relationships with non-human animals. Cudworth also pioneered post-human approaches, see here, to IR in her work with Stephen Hobden. Her books include Developing Ecofeminist Theory 2005 and, with Hobden, Post-Human International Relations 2011 and The Emancipatory Project of Posthumanism 2017. From a northern perspective, however, countries cannot be held responsible for actions whose consequences were quite unknown at the time they were carried out, and anyway, the individuals who were responsible are largely dead and gone. In this view, targets should be set in line with current emission levels alone, in which case developed and developing countries would be treated alike. Apart from anything else, the growing importance of emerging economies such as China, India, and Brazil means that unless the developing world plays a significant role in cutting emissions, global targets will be impossible to meet. Nevertheless, tensions between developed and developing countries are even more acute if population size and per capita income are taken into account. For instance, although China now far exceeds the United States as the world's foremost CO2 emitter, while the United States has seen a shallow decline in absolute emissions since 2007, per capita emissions in the United States remain more than double those of China, 15.2 tons against 7.4 tons in 2018. Southern thinking on the matter tends to be rights-based, reflecting both the idea that each human being has an equal right to the world's remaining carbon space and the idea of a right to development already exercised by the developed North. It suggests that emissions targets should clearly favor the developing world, where most of the world's people live, as well as most of the world's poor. Critics of the rights-based approach to tackling climate change nevertheless argue that it introduces egalitarian assumptions that do not apply to other aspects of life. For example, why should the use of the world's remaining carbon space be allocated equally when there is no agreement on the wider issue that natural resources should be equally shared? Radical ecologists, including both social ecologists and deep ecologists, tend to argue that inadequate progress in responding to climate change has much deeper and perhaps structural roots. The problem is not simply a manifestation of the difficulty of bringing about international cooperation, but rather is about the underlying economic and ideological forces that have shaped capitalist modernity. As far as economic factors are concerned, criticism usually focuses on the anti-ecological tendencies of the capitalist system at both national and global levels. In particular, profit-maximizing businesses will always be drawn towards the most easily available and cheapest source of energy, fossil fuels. Short-term profitability will dominate their thinking rather than issues to do with ecological sustainability. In this view, green capitalism is merely a contradiction in terms. At an ideological level, countries' attachment to carbon industrialization may, in the final analysis, be a manifestation of the materialist values that dominate modern society, creating, deep ecologists argue, a profound disjuncture between humankind and nature. Materialism and consumerism mean that the economic and political systems are geared towards economic growth and the quest for rising living standards. From this perspective, the difficulties of tackling climate change stem not only from the problem of persuading people to forego at least a measure of their material prosperity, but, more challengingly, from the task of encouraging people to revise their values. Debating. Can only radical action tackle the problem of climate change? The divide in green politics between radicals and reformists is clearly reflected in competing approaches to tackling climate change. While some argue in favor of structural economic and ideological change, others champion less radical and less painful options. Yes. And oh. Dangerous delays. There is a wide and growing gap between the recognition of the problem of global warming and the introduction of effective international action. The failings of Rio, Kyoto, and Copenhagen therefore mean that modest emissions cuts are no longer adequate. The general consensus is that global temperature rises of more than 2 degrees Celsius would mark the tipping point in terms of dangerous human impact, while, according to the IPCC's 2013 prediction, These may increase by up to 4.8 degrees Celsius. Exaggerated fears. Concern about climate change has been driven by a kind of environmental hysteria. Environmental NGOs try to grab public attention and shift attitudes by highlighting doomsday scenarios. The mass media often conspire in this process to make the coverage of current affairs sexy and attention-grabbing. Policymakers may therefore adopt radical strategies, not so much to deal with the problem of climate change, but rather to allay public anxieties about the issue. Myth of easy solutions. Sadly, the strategies that are the least economically and politically problematical are also the least effective. Renewable energy sources are likely to make only a minor contribution to reducing the use of fossil fuels. Carbon. Adapt to change. Most environmentalists view global warming simply as something that must be stopped based on the assumption that all of its impacts are negative. However, climate change may bring opportunities, new tourist destinations, improved plant viability. Trading has failed to produce significant emissions reductions. Technological fixes for climate change, such as the use of so-called biofuels, carbon storing, clean coal, and nuclear power, have often proved to be expensive, ineffective, or are associated with other environmental costs, and so on, as well as challenges. Moreover, the cost of stopping its negative impact may be unacceptably high. In these circumstances, it may be easier and more cost-effective to understand the implications of global warming and find ways of living with it. Economic restructuring. It is difficult to see how global warming can be addressed without changes being introduced to the economic system that has caused it. Market capitalism has proved to be a highly effective way of generating wealth, but it is, arguably, the enemy of ecological sustainability. Although eco-socialists' ideas have been increasingly derided, many environmentalists call for a radical restructuring of capitalism, in particular through the strengthening of state intervention to impose sustainable practices. Market solutions. Capitalism is resolutely not anti-green. Capitalism's environmental credentials are reflected in its responsiveness to more eco-sensitive consumer pressures and the recognition that long-term corporate profitability can only be ensured in the context of sustainable development. Further, carbon usage is best discouraged not through strictures and prohibitions, but by market mechanisms that disincentivize carbon usage and incentivize the development of low-carbon or carbon-neutral technologies. Post-material society. Economic restructuring is impossible if the values and appetites that sustain industrial society and growthism go unchallenged. Concerted action on climate change thus has to have a cultural and psychological dimension. Materialism must be overthrown as the demand for more and more is displaced by a steady-state economy based on enough. Only if values and sensibilities alter will policymakers at national and international levels have the political space to develop meaningful solutions to the problem. Human ingenuity. The capacity for innovation and creativity that lay behind carbon industrialization can surely be harnessed to build carbon-neutral businesses, industries, and societies. Although investment in renewable energy sources is currently insufficient, its potential is enormous, especially if technology such as super-efficient wind turbines is utilized. Solar power plants using solar cells are becoming increasingly common in many parts of the world, and zero-carbon eco-cities are being built in China, Abu Dhabi, and elsewhere. Resource security. Although climate change has tended since the late 1980s to be the preeminent issue on the global environmental agenda, it is by no means the only important issue. Indeed, over very much the same period, non-renewable resources and particularly energy resources have come to be seen as having a growing bearing on matters such as security, development, and conflict. In fact, in many ways, climate change and resource security have become counterbalancing priorities for states. For example, while climate change encourages states to reduce their use of fossil fuels, the quest for resource security encourages them to seek and to exploit new fossil fuel reserves. On the other hand, environmentalists have presented investment in renewable resources and non-carbon technologies as a green road to resource security, although this only applies if such alternatives genuinely have the capacity to generate the same energy levels as fossil fuels. What is clear, though, is that concerns over the adequacy of natural resources to sustain human populations and ensure national power long predate concerns over climate change. UI can be traced back to Omas Malthus' gloomy prediction that, due to the principle of population, living standards in any country would always return to subsistence levels. Although technological innovation and the discovery of new resources have tended to keep Malthusian pessimism at bay, history has been characterized by periods of anxiety, sometimes bordering on panic, over scarce resources. For example, in the 19th century, the earliest industrial powers scrambled for control over sources of iron and coal, while after the First World War, the major European powers engaged in a desperate search for foreign sources of petroleum. Anxieties about resources nevertheless subsided during the 1970s and 1980s, due both to the discovery of new and seemingly abundant fossil fuel supplies and because accelerated globalization appeared to have created larger and more responsive markets for energy and other resources. However, they have revived with particular force since the 1990s, moving the issue especially of energy security significantly up the international agenda. A growing number of wars, for example, appear to be resource wars. Claire 2001. Geopolitics, once thought dead, had suddenly revived. Why did this happen? At least 3 developments help to explain it. First, the demand for energy, particularly oil, gas, and coal, rose sharply through the arrival of new contenders on the global resources playing field, notably China and India, but also, to a lesser extent, Brazil and other emerging economies. Second, the world's leading energy consumer, the United States, became increasingly concerned about its dwindling supplies of cheap domestic oil and its growing reliance on increasingly expensive and less secure foreign oil. Just as demand pressures intensified, anxieties resurfaced. Fears grew generally that the world's stockpile of essential commodities had started to shrink, and these focused particularly on oil. Defies 2006. Concern was raised not only by the seeming failure of new oil supplies to keep pace with burgeoning demand, but also, more alarmingly, by predictions debunked by some that the moment of peak oil may soon be reached. The world's oil may be running out without any alternative energy source, renewable or non-renewable, appearing to be capable of replacing it. Such developments have both contributed to important shifts in global power as well as created turbulence and conflict in countries blessed by abundant supplies of oil and other resources. Geopolitics. Geopolitics is an approach to foreign policy analysis that understands the actions, relationships, and significance of states in terms of geographical factors such as location, climate, natural resources, physical terrain, and population. The field of geopolitics was significantly shaped by Alfred Mahan (1840 to 1914), who argued that the state that controls the seas would control world politics, and Halford Mackinder (1861 to 1947), who suggested, by contrast, that control of the landmass between Germany and central Siberia is the key to controlling world politics. Critics of geopolitics have usually objected to its geographical determinism, which appears to imply that in international politics, geography is destiny. While globalization was often seen to have rendered geopolitics less relevant, recent conflicts including the Russia-Ukraine war, see here, have highlighted its persistence. The nascent politics of space, meanwhile, suggests that the traditional concerns of geopolitics will be relevant in the future too, see here. Resources, power, and prosperity. The link between resources and global power can be seen in the emergence of a new international energy order. In this, a state's ranking in the hierarchy of states may no longer be measured by conventional economic and military capabilities, but by the vastness of its oil and gas reserves and its ability to mobilize other sources of wealth to purchase, or otherwise acquire, the resources of energy-rich countries. Claire 2008. This notion divides the world into energy surplus and energy deficit states and further divides them on the basis of the level of their surplus and deficit. The key players in this international energy order are the United States, China, and India, all energy deficit countries, and Russia, an energy surplus country. As far as the United States is concerned, a context of dwindling domestic reserves of oil and rising international prices has encouraged it to strengthen its geopolitical influence in the area with the most abundant oil supplies, the Gulf region. Many have thus argued that the 1991 Gulf War and the 2003 invasion of Iraq were, in significant ways, motivated by such considerations about oil. One dimension of the War on Terror, see Chapter 10, may therefore have been the United States' concerns about energy security, Heywood 2006. The economic emergence of China and India, sometimes collectively referred to in this context as Chindia, has transformed the world markets for oil, natural gas, coal, uranium, and other primary sources of energy, as well as industrial commodities such as iron ore, copper, aluminium, and tin. As far as China is concerned, the search for energy security has had implications for both domestic and foreign policy. Domestically, it has encouraged China to crack down on separatist movements and strengthen political control over western and southwestern provinces such as Xinjiang and Tibet, which may provide access to Central Asia and its rich supplies of oil and other resources. China's burgeoning external influence has focused on strengthening diplomatic ties with oil-rich countries such as Iran and, most clearly, undertaking massive investment in Africa, the home of the world's largest untapped energy and mineral supplies. China leads the modern scramble for resources in Africa, which, in some respects, resembles the late 19th century scramble for colonies. A new international energy order has particularly favored Russia as the world's foremost energy surplus state. Russia thus emerged from the collapse of communism and a decade of post-communist turmoil as an energy superpower. It now operates as a key power broker of Eurasian energy supplies, being able to exert substantial leverage through the growing dependency of European Union and other states on Russian oil and natural gas. However, the quest for energy security has also encouraged Russia to strengthen its control over its near abroad and especially over the oil-rich Caucasus region. This, for example, may have been one of the factors contributing to Russia's 2008 invasion of Georgia. Natural resources, finally, are generally considered to be an unmixed blessing, widely being seen as one of the key components of national power. Energy, mineral, and other resources provide a country not only with the basis for long-term economic development but also with the means of gaining income from and exercising influence over other countries. Examples such as Saudi Arabia and other oil-rich Gulf states, Venezuela, Kazakhstan, and, of course, Russia appear to bear this out. However, in practice, natural resources often bring as many problems as they bring blessings. This can be seen in the fact that many of the poorest and most troubled parts of the world are also characterized by abundant supplies of energy and minerals, with sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East being obvious examples. This has led to the idea of the resource curse, sometimes called the paradox of plenty. Focus on the paradox of plenty, resources as a curse? Are resources a blessing or a curse? Why are countries and areas that are richly endowed with natural resources often amongst the poorest and most troubled in the world? In the first place, natural resources can be seen to create a number of economic imbalances and difficulties. These include increased volatility in government revenues, which can lead to inflation and boom and bust cycles in government spending. Damage can be caused to other economic sectors as revenues from natural resource exports push up wages and the exchange rate. This is sometimes called the Dutch disease, from the fact that the discovery of natural gas in the Netherlands in the 1960s led to declines in manufacturing industries. There can also be a dangerous lack of economic diversification as other industries fail to develop because they cannot match the profitability levels of natural resources. Second, natural resources can also have a damaging impact on the nature and quality of governance. This occurs both because huge flows of money from natural resources tend to fuel political corruption and because, as resource-rich countries have less need to raise revenue from the general public, they often pay little attention to popular pressures. There is therefore a link between abundant natural resources and authoritarianism. Third, natural resources can, and often do, breed conflict and civil strife. Conflict tends to occur over the control and exploitation of resources as well as over the allocation of their revenues, meaning that resource-rich societies are more prone to ethnic conflict, separatist uprisings, and general warlordism. While diamond wars have been common, if usually relatively brief, in Africa, oil-related conflicts ranging from low-level secessionist struggles to full-blown civil wars have occurred in countries as different as Algeria, Colombia, Sudan, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Equatorial Guinea. Summary: the environment is often seen as the archetypal example of a global issue. The intrinsically transnational character of environmental processes means that countries are peculiarly environmentally vulnerable to the environmental activities that take place in other countries. Meaningful progress on environmental issues can therefore often only be made at the international or even global level. Disagreements about the seriousness and nature of environmental problems and about how they can best be tackled are rooted in deeper, often philosophical debates about the relationship between humankind and the natural world. Reformist and radical strategies are influenced by contrasting views about whether human needs, anthropocentrism, or larger ecological balances, ecocentrism, should take precedence. Climate change has dominated the international environmental agenda since the early 1990s. Although some disagreement persists, there has been a growing consensus that climate change is happening and that it is the product of human activity, notably the emission since the beginning of the industrial age of greenhouse gases. However, substantial disagreement persists both about its consequences and so the seriousness of the problem and most particularly about how it should be tackled. Effective international action to tackle climate change is hampered by a variety of obstacles to international cooperation. The most significant of these are, perhaps fundamental, conflict between national self-interest and the common good, tensions of various kinds between developed and developing states, biases within capitalism in favor of growth, and a deeply rooted ethic of materialism and consumerism. Energy resources have come to be seen as having a growing bearing on matters such as security, development, and conflict, particularly as access to oil, gas, and coal has become a crucial factor in determining the shape of 21st century world order. However, it is by no means clear that natural resources are always a source of national power, in that resources may be a curse when they, for instance, create economic imbalances and attract unwanted foreign interference. Questions for discussion. Why have environmental issues become an increasingly major focus of international concern? How does shallow ecology differ from deep ecology? What are the implications of the idea of sustainable development? Do we have obligations towards future generations, and if so, what does this imply? Can it any longer be doubted that climate change stems from human activity? Have the negative consequences of climate change been exaggerated? Should developed countries take primary responsibility for tackling climate change? Should greenhouse gas emissions targets be set on a per capita basis? Do concerns about resource security always conflict with those about climate change? To what extent are natural resources a curse? Further reading. Betzel, M. K. Hostetler, and D. Stevies, eds. International Environmental Politics, 2006. An authoritative collection of essays that review the key debates in international environmental politics. Dessler, A. and E. Parson, The Science and Politics of Global Climate Change, 2010. A clear and accessible introduction to the nature of global climate change and the challenges it poses. Elliott, L. The Global Politics of the Environment, 2004. A comprehensive and detailed examination of the nature and development of global environmental issues. Stevenson, H. Global Environmental Politics, Problems, Policy, and Practice, 2017. A wide-ranging introductory textbook exploring global environmental politics. Links to relevant web resources can be found on the Global Politics website, bloomsbury.pub/Heywood, Global Politics, 3e. Ecologism, a political ideology that is based on the belief that nature is an interconnected whole, embracing humans and non-humans as well as the inanimate world. Fossil fuels, fuels that are formed through the decomposition of buried dead organisms, making them rich in carbon. Examples include oil, natural gas, and coal. Entropy, a tendency towards decay or disintegration, a characteristic exhibited, sooner or later, by all closed systems. Acid rain, rain that is contaminated by sulfuric, nitric, and other acids that are released into the atmosphere by the burning of fossil fuels. Ozone depletion, a decline in the total amount of ozone in the Earth's stratosphere, particularly the development of a so-called ozone hole over the Antarctic. Global warming, an increase in the Earth's temperature, widely believed to be due to heat trapped by greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide. Greenhouse gases, gases such as carbon dioxide, water vapor, methane, nitrous oxide, and ozone that trap heat in the Earth's lower atmosphere, creating a warming greenhouse effect. Carrying capacity, the maximum population that an ecosystem can support, given the food, habitat, water, and other necessities available. Global commons, areas and natural resources that are unowned and so beyond national jurisdiction, examples including the atmosphere, the oceans, and, arguably, Antarctica. Anthropocentrism, a belief that human needs and interests are of overriding moral and philosophical importance. Shallow ecology, a green ideological perspective that harnesses the lessons of ecology to human needs and ends and is associated with values such as sustainability and conservation. Externality, a cost of an economic activity that has wider impact but does not feature on the balance sheet of a business or form part of the GDP of a country. Sustainability, the capacity of a system to maintain its health and continuing existence over a period of time. Utilitarianism, a moral philosophy that equates good with pleasure or happiness and evil with pain or unhappiness and aims to achieve the greatest happiness for the greatest number, the principle of general utility. Green taxes, taxes that penalize individuals or businesses for instance, the waste they generate, the pollution they cause, the emissions they generate, or the finite resources they consume. Social ecology, the idea that ecological principles can and should be applied to social organization, a term originally used mainly by eco-anarchists. Commodification, turning something into a commodity that can be bought and sold, having only an economic value. Ecological footprint, a measure of ecological capacity based on the hectares of biologically productive land that are needed to supply a given person's consumption of natural resources and absorb their waste. Deep ecology, a green ideological perspective that rejects anthropocentrism and gives priority to the maintenance of nature. It is associated with values such as bioequality, diversity, and decentralization. Ecocentrism, a theoretical orientation that gives priority to the maintenance of ecological balance rather than the achievement of human ends. Biocentric equality, the principle that all organisms and entities in the ecosphere are of equal moral worth, each being part of an interrelated whole. Precautionary principle, the presumption in favor of action in relation to major ecological and other issues over which there is scientific uncertainty based on the fact that the costs of inaction vastly exceed the cost of possibly unnecessary action. Emissions trading, a mechanism that allows parties to the Kyoto Protocol to buy or sell emissions from or to other parties while keeping within overall emissions targets. Mitigation, moderating or reducing the impact of something, in particular reducing greenhouse gas emissions to limit climate change. Adaptation, changing in the light of new circumstances. In particular, learning to live with climate change. Collective good, a general benefit from which individuals cannot be excluded and, as a result, for which beneficiaries have no incentive to pay. Resource security, security understood in terms of access to energy and other resources sufficient to meet a state's economic and military needs. Resource war, a war that is fought to gain or retain control of resources, which are important to economic development and political power. Peak oil, the point at which the maximum rate of petroleum extraction is reached. Resource curse, the tendency for countries and regions with an abundance of natural resources to experience low growth, block development, and, sometimes, civil strife. 1818. Women, Gender and Sexuality in Global Politics. Source: Leon Neal/Getty Images. Preview. The study of international politics was, for a long time, gender-blind. In a time when both the practice and study of world affairs was dominated by men, sexual politics and gender relations appeared to be of little or no relevance. Since the 1980s, however, feminist perspectives on world affairs have gained growing prominence. To a large degree, this reflected the successes of feminist social movements in mainstreaming the issue of gender as a relevant social context for understanding our world. This implied, amongst other things, that global politics could be understood through a gender lens. But what does it mean to put a gender lens on global politics? How has feminism changed our understanding of international and global processes? One implication of adopting a gender perspective on such matters has been to make women visible, in the sense of compensating for a mobilization of bias within a largely male-dominated discipline that had previously been concerned only with male-dominated institutions and processes. Women, in other words, have always been part of world politics. It is just that their role and contribution had been ignored. At a deeper and analytically more significant level, putting a gender lens on global politics means recognizing the extent to which the concepts, theories, and assumptions through which the world has conventionally been understood are gendered. Gender analysis is thus the analysis of masculine, feminine, and, increasingly, non-binary gender identities, symbols, and structures and how they shape global politics. Not only does this involve exposing what are seen as masculinist biases that run through the conceptual framework of mainstream theory and analysis, but this conceptual framework has also, in some ways, been recast to take account of feminist perceptions. Do women and men understand and act on the world in different ways, and what is the significance of this for the theory and practice of global politics? Key issues. What do feminist thought and movement have to do with international relations? What is gender and how does it affect political understanding? How are gender and sexuality related and politicized as identities? How have feminists understood security, war, and armed conflict? Are states and nationalism constructed on the basis of masculinist norms? How does an awareness of gender relations alter our understanding of issues such as globalization and development? Feminism, gender, and global politics. Feminist thought and movement. Feminism emerged as a distinct set of theories and social movements in the 20th century, though it has much longer roots. Feminists have always been engaged in praxis, an integrated approach to theory and practice, whereby one's theoretical concepts are drawn from one's lived experience, and the purpose of theory is to change that experience. In other words, feminism is not a dry academic pursuit, but rather a living social movement, within which academic theorization and analysis is but a small component, alongside political practice and activism. Feminist approaches to global politics therefore tend to be two-pronged. On the one hand, they seek to highlight and challenge gendered phenomena in the real world of global politics itself, diplomatic practices and the work of international organizations, or warfare and militarism, for example. On the other hand, they take aim at the dominance of the study of global politics, particularly the academic discipline of international relations, by men and by masculinist theories, concepts, and analyses. As the feminist IR theorist J. N. Tickner puts it, traditionally, diplomacy, military service, and the science of international politics have been largely male domains. In the past, women have rarely been included in the ranks of professional diplomats or the military. Of the relatively few women who specialize in the academic discipline of international relations, few are security specialists. Tickner 1988. Feminist theory and activism did not arrive in the discipline of IR until the late 1980s, see here, with Tickner as one of the movement's leading lights, alongside figures such as Cynthia Enloe. Significantly, this period marked the transition from the second wave to the third wave of feminist thought and movements, see here. As such, feminism arrived in IR not purely as a movement for women's liberation, the dominant theme of both the first-wave suffrage movement and the second-wave radical and socialist feminisms, but rather as a set of approaches more attuned to gender and also to sexuality as vectors of inequality, marginalization, and oppression. That is to say, feminists in the discipline of IR have tended to look at global politics not only in terms of how it affects and is experienced by women, but also, for example, how it reproduces specific models of masculinity and how it reinforces and privileges heteronormativity and binary gender identities over LGBTQIA+ lives and experiences. From the outset, feminist approaches to global politics have therefore been more about gendering our understanding of international relations than solely advancing the cause of women's equality. That said, the first generation of feminist IR scholars in particular did tend to focus mainly on women, and on their exclusion from both the practice and study of global politics. It was only in the 2000s that wider gender approaches and queer theory became serious trends in feminist IR. See here. Gender. From at least the time of pioneering proto-first-wave feminist Mary Wollstonecraft, 1759–97, feminists have highlighted the social construction, see here, of gender. Refusing the commonplace, traditional belief within patriarchal societies that differences including inequalities between men and women are natural, feminists insist, to varying degrees, that most or all markers of maleness and femaleness, masculinity and femininity, are the result of our socialization in the particular historical, political, and geographic circumstances into which we are born. This explains widely varying norms associated with masculinity and femininity across different societies, and also the long-standing recognition of a third gender in some societies, the Hijra people of India, Pakistan, and other parts of South Asia, for example. Whereas biological, essentialist accounts of gender as sex assume a binary male/female population, defined by genitalia and reproductive systems, feminist conceptualizations of gender represent it more as a complex spectrum and an intersection of social and biological attributes, and tend to stress that even the biological is only given meaning through a system of labeling, e.g., male/female, that is imbued or value-laden with normative social content and expectations, e.g., masculinity/femininity. It should be noted that feminists differ over the extent of social construction in gender, however, and that this remains one of the key fault lines within feminist movement. First-wave feminists were concerned with women, not gender. Some early second-wavers, such as Simone de Beauvoir, who argued that one is not born, but rather becomes a woman, 1973, granted more salience to social constructions of gender, and later radical feminists of the second wave were certainly concerned with marginalized sexualities and lesbian and gay rights too. But it was with the post-structuralist and intersectional feminisms of the third wave that gender became more fully integrated in feminist analyses, particularly with Judith Butler's 1990 insight that gender is largely performative, acted out through learned ways of dressing, speaking, behaving, and carrying oneself. But it was with the post-structuralist and intersectional feminisms of the third wave that gender became more fully integrated in feminist analyses, particularly with Judith Butler's 1990 insight that gender is largely performative, acted out through learned ways of dressing, speaking, behaving, and carrying oneself, for example. Global actors? The women's movement. Social movement. An organized women's movement first emerged in the mid-19th century, focused on the campaign for female suffrage, the defining goal of feminism's first wave. By the end of the 19th century, women's suffrage groups were active in most Western countries. Although the goal of female suffrage was largely achieved in developed states in the early decades of the 20th century, it was introduced first in New Zealand in 1893, gaining votes for women, ironically, weakened the women's movement by depriving it of a unifying goal and sense of purpose. It was not until the 1960s that the women's movement was regenerated with the birth of the women's liberation movement. Often viewed as feminism's second wave, this reflected the belief that redressing the status of women required not just political reform, but a process of radical and particularly cultural change brought about by consciousness raising and the transformation of family, domestic, and personal life. This radical phase of feminist activism subsided from the early 1970s onwards, but the women's movement nevertheless continued to grow and acquired an increasingly prominent international dimension. Significance: the impact of social movements is difficult to assess because of the broad nature of their goals and because, to some extent, they exert influence through less tangible cultural strategies. However, it is clear that in the case of the women's movement, profound political and social changes have been achieved through shifts in cultural values and moral attitudes brought about over a number of years. Beyond the earlier achievement of female suffrage, feminist activism from the 1960s onwards contributed to profound and far-reaching changes in the structure of Western societies. Female access to education, careers, and public life generally expanded considerably. Free contraception and abortion on demand became more available. Women enjoyed considerably greater legal and financial independence. The issues of rape and violence against women received greater prominence, and so forth. Such changes brought about major shifts in family and social structures as traditional gender roles were re-examined and sometimes recast, not least through a major increase in the number of women in the workplace. Similar developments can be identified on the international level as the advancement and empowerment of women came to be prioritized across a range of international agendas. This happened, for example, through an explicit emphasis on women's empowerment in development initiatives via ideas such as human development, see here, human security, see here, and women's human rights, and as a result of the adoption of gender mainstreaming by the UN and bodies such as the World Bank. However, the significance and impact of the women's movement has been called into question in a number of ways. In the first place, advances in gender equality where they have occurred may have been brought about less by the women's movement and more by the pressures generated by capitalist modernity, and especially its tendency to value individuals in terms of their contribution to the productive process rather than their traditional status. Second, the sexual revolution brought about by the women's movement is, at best, incomplete. The expansion of educational, career, and political opportunities for women has in some cases been concentrated in the global north, and even their major disparities persist. Not least though the continued underrepresentation of women in senior positions in the professions, business, and political life, and in the fact that everywhere household and child care responsibilities are still unequally distributed. Third, the women's movement has become increasingly disparate and divided over time. The core traditions of Western feminism, liberal, socialist/Marxist, and radical feminism have thus increasingly been challenged by black feminism, post-colonial feminism, post-structuralist feminism, and so on. Finally, social conservatives have accused the women's movement of contributing to social breakdown by encouraging women to place career advancement and personal satisfaction before family and social responsibility. Gender lenses on global politics. Feminist theories have only been widely applied to the study of international and global issues since the late 1980s, 20 or more years after feminism had influenced other areas of the social sciences. Since then, however, gender perspectives have gained growing prominence alongside other critical theories that have, in their various ways, challenged mainstream realist and liberal approaches. Feminism has made a particular contribution to the so-called fourth debate in international relations, which has opened up questions about the nature of theory and the politics of knowledge generally. Newer perspectives have generally accepted that all theory is conditioned by the social and historical context in which the activity of theorizing takes place, Steens 1998. But what does it mean to put a feminist lens or gender lens, or more accurately, lenses, in view of the heterodox nature of feminist theory on global politics? How can issues such as nationalism, security, war, and so on be gendered? There are two main ways that take account of how prevailing gender relations alter analytical and theoretical approaches to global politics. Are sometimes called empirical feminism and analytical feminism, True 2009. Empirical feminism is primarily concerned to add women to existing analytical frameworks. It is sometimes disparaged as add women and stir. Is perspective influenced in particular by liberal feminism, has an essentially empirical orientation because it addresses the underrepresentation or misrepresentation of women in a discipline that has conventionally focused only on male-dominated institutions and processes. Its critique of conventional approaches to international politics is thus encapsulated in the question, where are the women? Making feminist sense of international politics therefore means recognizing the previously invisible contributions that women make to shaping world politics as, for example, domestic workers of various kinds, migrant laborers, diplomats' wives, sex workers on military bases, and so forth. Enlow 1989, 1993, 2000. The influence of such thinking can be seen in the adoption, particularly since the UN Decade for Women, 1976-85, of gender mainstreaming by the United Nations, see here, itself and other bodies such as the World Bank. However, although adding women demonstrates that women are, and have always been, relevant to international political activities and global processes, such a gender lens has its limitations. In the first place, it only recognizes gender as an empirical, not an analytical, category, meaning that it widens our awareness of the range of global processes rather than changes our understanding of them. Second, by highlighting the underrepresentation of women in conventional leadership roles at national, international, and global levels, it can be said to be unduly concerned with the interests of elite women while giving insufficient attention to how rectifying such gender imbalances might affect the behavior of global actors. Queer theory. Queer theory emerged from third-wave feminist thought, see here. Queer had been, and remains, in some contexts, a pejorative term employed in the abuse particularly of gay men and sometimes women in the Anglophone world. Queer theory effectively reclaimed the term from this homophobic usage and offered a radical rethinking of gender, sexuality, and the relationship between the two. Queer theorists emerging during the third wave, for instance Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick, explored, among other things, how homosexuality and homoerotic meaning is often present, though unspoken or repressed, in mainstream heteronormative, see here, culture. Queer theory then expanded to encompass the theorization and analysis of LGBTQIA+ social movements, of transgender, genderqueer, and gender nonconforming identities, including those who identify as non-binary, rather than as male or female, and of sexualities beyond a heterosexual/homosexual binary, including, for example, pansexuality and asexuality. Queer theorists and the transdisciplinary academic field of queer studies are also interested in explaining and challenging the marginalization, persecution, and inequalities experienced by queer communities. Analytical feminism, by contrast, is concerned to highlight the gender biases that pervade the theoretical framework and key concepts of mainstream international theory and particularly realism. It is analytical in that it addresses the issue of how the world is seen and understood, whereas mainstream theories have traditionally been presented as gender-neutral. Analytical feminism uncovers hidden assumptions that stem from the fact that such theories derive from a social and political context in which male domination is taken for granted. Key concepts and ideas of mainstream theories therefore reflect a masculinist bias, see here. Standpoint feminism has been particularly influential in demonstrating just how male-dominated conventional theories of international politics are. In a pioneering analysis, J. and Tickner, 1988, thus reformulated Hans Morgenthau's 6 principles of political realism, see here, to show how seemingly objective laws in fact reflect male values rather than female ones. Morgenthau's account of power politics portrays states as autonomous actors intent on pursuing self-interest by acquiring power over other states, a model that reflects the traditional dominance of the husband-father within the family and of male citizens within society at large. At the same time, this gendered conception of power as power over or domination takes no account of forms of human relationship that may be more akin to female experience, such as caring, interdependence, and collaborative behavior. Tickner's reformulated 6 principles can be summarized as follows. Objectivity is culturally defined and it is associated with masculinity, so objectivity is always partial. National interest is multidimensional, so it cannot and should not be defined by one set of interests. Power as domination and control privileges masculinity. Are possibilities for using power as collective empowerment in the international arena. All political action has moral significance. It is not possible to separate politics and morality. A narrowly defined and autonomous political realm defines the political in a way that excludes the concerns and contributions of women. Gendering and queering global politics. Gendered states and gendered nations. Issues of identity in global politics are generally dominated by an emphasis on identification with the nation-state. Such an identification is particularly strong because the overlapping allegiances of citizenship, membership of a state, and nationality, membership of a nation, are focused on a territorially defined community. Moreover, the supposedly homogeneous character of the nation-state helps to explain why alternative forms of identity, such as those based on social class, gender, religion, and ethnicity, have traditionally been politically marginalized. The rise of the modern women's movement has, to some extent, countered nation-state loyalties by trying to foster a rival sense of international sisterhood based on transnational gender allegiances, although, as with attempts by the 20th century socialist movement to inculcate a sense of proletarian internationalism, this has had little serious impact. Of greater significance, however, have been feminists' attempts to demonstrate the extent to which both the state and the nation are entangled with gender assumptions and biases. Feminism does not contain a theory of the state as such, McKinnon 1989. Furthermore, feminists have usually not regarded the nature of state power as a central political issue, preferring instead to concentrate on the deeper structure of male power centered on institutions such as the family. Nevertheless, radical feminists, in particular, have argued that patriarchy operates in and through the state, meaning that the state is in fact a patriarchal state. However, there are contrasting instrumentalist and structuralist versions of this argument. The instrumentalist approach views the state as little more than an agent or tool used by men to defend their interests and uphold the structures of patriarchy. His line of argument draws on the core feminist belief that patriarchy is upheld by the division of society into distinct public and private spheres of life. The subordination of women has traditionally been accomplished through their confinement to a private sphere of family and domestic responsibilities, turning them into housewives and mothers, and through their exclusion from a public realm centered on politics and the economy. Quite simply, in this view, the state is run by men for men. Whereas instrumentalist arguments focus on the personnel of the state, and particularly the state elite, structuralist arguments tend to emphasize the degree to which state institutions are embedded in a wider patriarchal system. Modern radical feminists have paid particular attention to the emergence of the welfare state, seeing it as the expression of a new kind of patriarchal power. Welfare may uphold patriarchy by bringing about a transition from private dependence, in which women as homemakers are dependent on male breadwinners, to a system of public dependence in which women are increasingly controlled by the institutions of the extended state. For instance, women have become increasingly dependent on the state as clients or customers of state services, such as childcare institutions, nurseries, schools, and social services, and as employees, particularly in the so-called caring professions, such as nursing, social work, and education. Approaches to gender. Realist view. There is no realist theory of gender. Realists, indeed, would usually view gender relations as irrelevant to international and global affairs. This is because the principal actors on the world stage are states, whose behavior is shaped by an overriding concern about the national interest and the fact that, within an anarchic international system, they are forced to prioritize security, especially military security, over other considerations. States are therefore black boxes. Their internal political and constitutional structures and their social makeup, in terms of gender, class, ethnic, racial, or other divisions, have no bearing on their external behavior. However, in arguing that state egoism derives from human egoism, classical realists such as Morgenthau have suggested that the tendency to dominate is an element in all human associations, including the family. The patriarchal family and the sexual division of labor between public men and private women, Elshton 1981, therefore tend to be thought of as natural and unchangeable. Liberal view. Liberals have long been concerned about the issue of gender equality. The philosophical basis of liberal feminism lies in the principle of individualism. Individuals are entitled to equal treatment, regardless of their gender, race, color, creed, or religion. Liberal feminists therefore aim to break down the remaining legal and social pressures that restrict women from pursuing careers and being politically active, and, in particular, to increase the representation of women in senior positions in public and political life. They believe that this would both serve the interests of justice, in promoting equal opportunities for women and men, and probably make a difference to how politics is conducted. Feminist thinking has had a significant impact on liberal international relations scholars such as Cohane, 1989-1998, who accepted that standpoint. Feminism in particular had given ideas such as complex interdependence and institutional change a richer and more gender-conscious formulation. Marxist views. Karl Marx had relatively little to say on the matter of gender and women's oppression in the 19th century himself. He was not ignorant of gender inequality, but saw it as a side effect of capitalism, noting with reference to marriage that under this mode of production, the species relationship itself, the relationship of man to woman, etc., becomes an object of commerce. Woman is bartered. Marx 2000. In the 20th century, many Marxists, notably male Marxist thinkers in particular, continued to downplay gender inequality, to represent it as secondary to class inequality, and or to portray feminism as a divisive form of identity politics, see here, that distracts from the real class struggle. Simultaneously, however, Marxist feminism and more broadly socialist feminism flourished largely as a consequence of the theory and activism of socialist women. Particularly associated with second-wave feminism, see here, Marxist and socialist feminists tend to accept that gender is a different, though intersecting, vector of inequality than class. Many Marxist feminists acknowledge the masculinism at play in traditions of worker struggle and trade unionism, and in Marxist theory. They seek to redress this by recentering gender, alongside class, as a form of social antagonism in capitalist society, and by exploring the disproportionate role of women in unpaid, socially reproductive labor under capitalism, including domestic labor and childcare. Post-structuralist and constructivist views. Post-structuralism and feminism became tightly connected from the feminist third wave. See here, onward. Post-structuralism's focus on that the power of language and meaning, or semiotics, has been crucial to the theorization of gender as a socially constructed category. Post-structuralist and constructivist analyses helped to develop and popularize the very concept of gender, as a means of denaturalizing binary understandings of sex, wherein all people are categorized as either men or women, and are frequently attributed specific characteristics and behaviors associated with this binary categorization. Masculinity and femininity. Judith Butler's Gender Trouble, 1990, is perhaps the best-known work of post-structuralist feminist thought, and popularized the notion of performativity, that gender exists as social practices and behaviors we are socialized to perform, rather than as an innate biological reality. In the study of global politics, post-structuralist feminists such as Christine Sylvester have explored the gender discourses and practices of knowledge production, at work around issues such as development and the post-colonial. Feminist view. The belief that gender is a social construction, see here, rather than an innate or biologically determined category is the underlying assumption of nearly all varieties of feminism. That said, feminists differ over the extent to which gender is socially, rather than naturally or biologically, determined. Liberals and other feminists proximate to more traditional theories, see Chapter 3, may adhere to the view that gender is socially constructed but that at root there still exists biological sex independent of that social construction. People can still be essentially divided into men and women. Post-structuralist and queer theory feminisms, on the other hand, tend to reject this framing as essentialist and to see all meaning attached to gender or sex as socially constructed and therefore contingent upon context. They point to significant cultural differences in gendering practices around the world as empirical evidence of this view, while their theoretical argument is rooted in the view that political power is often expressed through language, labeling, and the discourses and practices of categorization in line with Foucauldian thought, which make inclusions and exclusions. Gender, on this view, is essentially a set of discourses. Postcolonial view. Postcolonial theory has had a profound impact on feminist thought and activism in recent decades. First and second-wave feminists, see here, tended to represent women as a homogeneous bloc who have similar experiences of exploitation and oppression. Black and intersectional feminist thinkers such as Angela Davis, Bell Hooks, Patricia Hill Collins, and Kimberly Crenshaw, see here, challenged this view from the 1980s onward, pointing out that many white feminist analyses privileged the experiences of patriarchy of often middle-class white women, which were radically different than the experiences of black women and other women of color within the same majority white societies. This was not least because the politics of race and gender intersect in, for example, racist discourses on black masculinity as a threat to white women and white society, prominent in the lynching of African Americans in the 20th century. In the study of global politics, postcolonial feminists expand these insights from anti-racist and intersectional feminism, exploring everything from the gendered global divisions of labor that see women of color in the global South stitching garments in sweatshop conditions for majority white global North societies, to some white feminists' racist representations of women of color as objects of pity in need of saving by white women. The gendered character of the state is significant not only in consolidating and possibly extending the internal structures of male power but also in shaping the external behavior of states and thus the structure of the international system. Here, patriarchy dictates that states will be competitive and at least potentially aggressive, reflecting the forms of social interaction that are characteristic of male society generally. A patriarchal state system is thus one that is prone to conflict and war. Moreover, such tendencies and behavior are legitimized by the conceptual framework through which the international system has conventionally been interpreted. This can be seen, for instance, in the case of sovereignty, see here. State sovereignty, the central principle of the Westphalian state system, presents states as separate and independent entities, autonomous actors operating in an anarchic environment. Such an image can be seen to reflect an essentially masculinist view of the world insofar as male upbringing stresses the cultivation of independence, self-reliance, and robustness generally. Just as boys and men are accustomed to think of themselves as separate, self-contained creatures, it is natural to think that states have similar characteristics. Very much the same can be said about the stress in mainstream international theory on the national interest as the primary motivation of states. This may be seen to derive from an emphasis in male upbringing on self-assertion and competitiveness. Indeed, in this light, the classical realist belief that state egoism reflects human egoism should perhaps be recast as state egoism reflects male egoism. Gendered perspectives on nations and nationalism have also been developed. Yuval Davis and Anthea's 1989, Yuval Davis 1997. Essay have adopted a number of approaches, but one important aspect of gendering nationalism has focused on the extent to which women have been used to symbolize the cultural heritage of an ethnic, religious, or national group. As such, gender becomes entangled with issues of national or cultural difference. This can be seen in the common tendency to depict the nation in explicitly gendered terms, usually as a motherland, but sometimes as a fatherland. In a sense, such images merely reflect parallels between the nation and the family, both being viewed, in some sense, as home and both being fashioned out of kinship, or at least kinship-like ties. The rhetoric of nationalism is also heavily sexualized and gendered, as, for instance, in the idea of patriotism as a love of one's country. Gender images are nevertheless particularly prominent in the case of regressive forms of ethnic, religious, or national identity, as these tend to stress the role of women as mothers of the nation, reproducers of the ethnic or national group itself, as well as transmitters of its distinctive culture. They place a special emphasis on female purity. This can be seen in the tendency for religious fundamentalism to be closely linked to attempts to re-establish traditional gender roles, religious revivalism being symbolized by idealized womanhood. However, such tendencies can also have wider implications, not least in linking nationalist conflict to the possibility of violence against women. The notion that women embody the symbolic values of chastity and motherhood can mean that aggressive forms of nationalism target women through rape and other forms of sexual violence. The honor of men as protectors of women and the moral integrity of the nation is best destroyed through physical attacks on the honor of women. Incidents of gendered violence have occurred, for example, in Croatia and Bosnia in the 1990s, as well as in the anti-Muslim riots in Gujarat, India in 2002, see page 531. Global Politics in Action. Gendered violence in anti-Muslim riots in Gujarat. Events. On February 28, 2002, communal rioting broke out in the Indian province of Gujarat. The pretext for these riots was the horrific killing the previous day of 58 mainly militant Hindu volunteers who had been burnt alive on a train returning from Ayodhya. The communal riots in Gujarat continued until March 3, after which there was a hiatus followed by a new round of violence from March 15. Estimates of the numbers killed in the riots range from below 1,000 to over 2,000, with Muslim deaths outnumbering Hindu deaths by a ratio of 15 to 1. Over 500 mosques and dargahs shrines were destroyed and enormous numbers of Muslims in Gujarat were displaced. By mid-April, nearly 150,000 people were living in some 104 relief camps. There was, furthermore, evidence of the complicity of the authorities in the Gujarat violence as well as of precision and planning linked to the family of organizations associated with the RSS Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, which preaches a creed of India for the Hindus. One of the most notable features of the anti-Muslim riots was the use of the sexual subjugation of women as an instrument of violence. At least 250 young girls and women were brutally raped and burnt alive. Other atrocities included the stripping naked of groups of women who were then made to run for miles, the insertion of objects into women's bodies, and the carving of religious symbols onto their bodies. What is more, women who were raped by Hindu zealots saw no action taken against their aggressors as the police were generally unwilling to take their complaints seriously. Significance: Hindu-Muslim violence has been a recurring feature of politics in India for 3/4 of a century or more. Although they are often portrayed as a manifestation of spontaneous hostility between the Hindus and Muslims, the deep involvement of the organizations of militant Hindu nationalism have given rise to institutionalized riot systems. Brass 2003. However, why was gendered violence so prominent in the Gujarat riots of 2002 as, indeed, it has been in much of the communal rioting that has spasmodically gripped India? Gendered violence in anti-Muslim riots in Gujarat. Source: Ravendran/Getty Images. The answer appears to be that a crisis of identity linked to the desire to reassert or purify the Hindutva identity in the face of a perceived threat from Islam has become entangled with a crisis of masculinity. Young males organized on paramilitary lines have conflated Hindu nationalism with masculinity and violence. This is evident not only in the emphasis within Hindu nationalist literature on the image of the man as warrior, but also in the fact that the political goals of Hindu nationalism are commonly expressed in sexual terms. Stress, for instance, is often placed on the threat posed to Hindu identity by the generally higher fertility rates of Muslim communities. Hostility towards Muslims therefore tends to be expressed in the desire to dehumanize Muslim women, who are then viewed and treated primarily as sexual objects. Hindu nationalists thus rape and otherwise attack minority women to destroy not only their bodies but also the integrity and identity of Muslim society, viewed as the enemy other. Achenoe 2002. In that sense, the sexual violence against Muslim women that marked the 2002 Gujarat riots was very much a public act. Attacking Muslim women sexually served two purposes: it brutalized Muslim women and denigrated Muslim men for failing to protect their women. It was therefore an attempt to terrorize Muslims and drive them out of Hindu India by violating their communal honor. Anand 2007. Gendering security, war and armed conflict. Feminist analysis has placed particular emphasis on developing a gendered conception. Feminist analysis has placed particular emphasis on developing a gendered conception of security and war. Tickner 1992, A. 2001. Conventional approaches to security presented as the highest end of international politics. Waltz 1979. In this view, states have prime responsibility for maintaining security as reflected in the notion of national security. Major threats to security are therefore external, coming in particular from other states. In this way, the threat of violence and other forms of physical coercion are intrinsically linked to the prospect of interstate war. National security is thus closely linked to the prevention of such wars, usually through a buildup of military capacity to deter potential aggressors. Feminists, for their part, have criticized this view of security on two grounds. First, it is premised on masculinist assumptions about rivalry, competition, and inevitable conflict, arising from a tendency to see the world in terms of interactions among a series of power-seeking, autonomous actors. Second, the conventional idea of national security tends to be self-defeating as a result of the security paradox. It creates what has been called the insecurity of security. Feminist theorists, by contrast, have embraced alternative conceptions of security, most commonly the notion of human security. Nevertheless, the parameters of human security are sometimes unclear. While some argue that it should be confined to freedom from fear, in which case the key threats to security would be armed conflict and human-made physical violence, others extend it to include freedom from want, in which case poverty, inequality, and structural violence become key threats. Further controversies have arisen from attempts to make the concept of human security measurable to make it easier for researchers and policymakers to apply it in practice. For example, the Human Security Gateway, an online database of human security-related resources, classifies a human security crisis as a situation where at least 1,000 civilian deaths have occurred. For some feminists, such tendencies implicitly privilege physical security and military threats over threats such as rape, loss of property, inadequate food, and environmental degradation, which may not result in death, but which nevertheless lead to profound insecurity and, sometimes, vulnerability to further violence. Truong, Waringa, and Chachi 2007. Feminists have been drawn to a broader and multidimensional notion of security both through long-standing concerns about violence against women in family and domestic life and through an awareness of growing threats to women arising, for example, from sex slavery and armed conflict. From a gender perspective, therefore, the apparently clear distinction between war and peace, which arises from a primary concern with the threat of interstate war, is quite bogus and merely serves to conceal the wide range of other threats from which women suffer. The absence of war in the conventional sense certainly does not guarantee that people, and especially women, live without fear or safe from want. However, feminists have gone further than simply gendering security. EY have also sought to apply a gender lens to the understanding of war. For many feminists, war is closely associated with masculinity. Such an association may operate on several levels. In the first place, the dominance of men in senior positions in political and military life may mean that decisions about war and peace are made by people whose worldview acknowledges that armed conflict is an inevitable and perhaps even a desirable feature of world politics. It stems from a tendency amongst men to see the world in terms of conflict, rivalry, and competition, whether this arises from the influence of masculine gender stereotypes or from deeper, biologically based drives. As women, in this analysis, are less warlike than men, having a greater inclination towards cooperation, consensus building, and the use of non-confrontational strategies, the increased representation for women in positions of political or military leadership can be expected to lead to a reduced use of force in world affairs. Indeed, may lead to a feminist alternative to the democratic peace thesis favored by liberals, which would assert that societies become more peaceful not to the extent that they embrace democracy, but to the extent that they practice gender equality at all levels. A matriarchal society would, from this perspective, certainly be more peaceful than a patriarchal one. The empirical evidence to support such thinking is nevertheless mixed, with some evidence suggesting that, while empowering women at the domestic level translates into peaceful international politics, the presence of a female leader may at times increase the severity of violence used in a crisis. Caprioli and Boyer 2001. This tends to occur because female leaders operate in a man's world and so are encouraged to adopt hypermasculine behavioral patterns. Focus on human security, individuals at risk? In its broadest sense, human security refers to the security of individuals rather than of states. As such, it contrasts with national security, which is invariably linked to states and military power, the main threats to security deriving from the aggressive behavior of other states. The notion of human security was an attempt to broaden and deepen the concept of threat, influenced by ideas such as human development. See here, the idea can be traced back to the 1994 UN Human Development Report, and to the doctrine of human rights. Human security is often seen as having a variety of dimensions. Economic security and assured basic income, food security, physical and economic access to basic food, health security, protection from disease and unhealthy lifestyles. Environmental security, protection from human-induced environmental degradation, personal security, protection from all forms of physical violence, community security, protection for traditional identities and values, and political security, the existence of rights and freedoms to protect people from tyranny or government abuse. From a feminist perspective, human security is a potentially important way of reframing national and international security, which masculinist thinking has traditionally represented as being about military and policing force, sovereign power, borders, and territorial integrity. In 2019, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, published a major report on gender-related killings of women and girls, highlighting the fact that domestic violence by intimate partners and family members poses a much greater and more lethal threat to the personal security of women and girls in the world than terrorism or armed conflict does. The report found that in 2017, 87,000 women were intentionally killed, of whom 58%, 50,000, were killed by an intimate partner or family member. By contrast, the Global Terrorism Index found that in that same year, just 18,814 people of all genders were killed through terrorism. Feminists may interpret this fact as meaning that patriarchal ideology and violence poses a greater threat than, for example, the Islamist terrorism that Western states tend to rank among the top security threats, and that this prioritization is itself a result of patriarchy and male dominance in security policy-making circles. The second link between war and masculinity operates through the role that militarized masculinity plays as a national ideal in times of international tension and conflict. Is as evident in the image of the invariably male, heroic warrior and in the emphasis in military training on the cultivation of supposedly manly virtues such as discipline, obedience, ruthlessness, and, above all, the ability to divorce action from emotion. Military training can even be seen as a systematic attempt to suppress feminine or womanly impulses or responses. Goldstein, 2001, thus observed that the most warlike cultures are also the most sexist, arguing that the link between war and gender is forged both by the ways in which masculinity is constructed so as to motivate soldiers to fight, and by the impact that war-making has on masculinity. War is justified in terms of the protection myth, the idea that it is the role of the warrior male to protect the weak and the vulnerable, namely women and children, Enlow 1993. In that sense, war both exaggerates the masculine/feminine dichotomy in gender relations and also serves to legitimize it. The masculinity of war was most easily perpetuated when fighting, at least in conventional armies, was an exclusively male activity. However, gendering war is concerned not only with exploring links between the causes of war and masculinity but also with recognizing the differing implications of war and armed conflict for women and men. Armed conflict has traditionally been thought of as a man's world, the traditional exclusion of women from military life meaning that fighting, killing, and dying has been carried out by male combatants. Insofar as women played a significant role in warfare, it was in maintaining the home front, as was evident in the large-scale recruitment of women into the workforce in developed countries during the First and Second World Wars. A distinction between male combatants and female non-combatants nevertheless conceals the extent to which women affect and are affected by armed conflict in a wide variety of ways. It certainly applies in the sense that women and girls have increasingly become the victims of war and armed conflict. The advent of total war in the 20th century meant that women were as likely to be casualties of war as men. For instance, 42 million civilians died in the Second World War, most of them women, compared with 25 million military deaths. Nevertheless, the development of new wars, as discussed in Chapter 10, has had particularly serious implications for women and girls. As these wars commonly spring from racial, religious, and/or ethnic divisions and involve the use of guerrilla and insurrectionary tactics, they lead to the victimization of civilian populations on a massive scale. It is estimated that as many as 75% of the casualties in such conflicts are civilians, compared with a mere 5% at the beginning of the 20th century. Women and children are disproportionately targeted and constitute the majority of all victims in contemporary armed conflicts, Moser and Clark 2001. A particular concern has been the use of rape and other forms of sexual violence as a systematic, organized tactic of war. War rape is by no means simply a modern phenomenon. The Old Testament, for instance, refers to the rape of the women of conquered tribes as a routine act. Indeed, rape by soldiers has probably been a feature of all wars and armed conflicts, particularly prevalent when there has been a lack of military discipline. However, rape has also been used as a military strategy designed to demoralize, punish, or shame the enemy, with examples including the German advance through Belgium in the First World War, the rape of Nanking by the invading Japanese army in 1937-8, and the Russian Red Army's march to Berlin towards the end of the Second World War. Nevertheless, modern armed conflict appears to be particularly characterized by the systematic and widespread use of rape. For instance, by 1993, the Zenica Center for the Registration of War and Genocide Crimes in Bosnia-Herzegovina had documented over 40,000 cases of war-related rape, and between 23,000 and 45,000 Kosovo-Albanian women are believed to have been raped during 1998-9 at the height of the conflict with Serbia. SA incidents have probably been a consequence of a nexus of factors: the social dislocation that typically accompanies civil strife and internal conflict, the irregular and at best semi-trained nature of fighting forces, and, not least, the potent mixture of ethnic hatred, masculinity, and violence. Debating. Would a matriarchal society be more peaceful? The feminist analysis of war has emphasized its linkage to men and masculinity. In some cases, this has been based on the distinction between peaceful women and aggressive men. But would a larger proportion of women in leadership positions reduce the likelihood of war? Yes. And no. Biology is destiny. In their different ways, conservative anti-feminists, essentialist feminists, and evolutionary psychologists have argued that there are biologically based differences between women and men which are reflected in contrasting behavioral tendencies. Fukuyama, 1998, thus used the idea that aggression is hardwired in men to argue that a world dominated completely by female leaders would be more peaceful than one where female leaders are in the minority. He did this by using evidence of the murderous behavior of chimpanzees, humankind's closest relatives. The myth of natural aggression. Biologically based explanations for behavioral traits such as aggression are badly flawed. Such theories ignore inconvenient examples. Bonobo monkeys, as closely related to humans as chimpanzees, display no tendency towards collective violence. and disregard anthropological evidence about the diversity of human cultures and societies, making it very difficult and perhaps impossible to develop generalizations about behavioral propensities. The idea of aggressive men and peaceful women is, at best, highly simplistic. Militarized masculinity. In this view, men are more warlike than women because of social conditioning, not biology. Self-assertion, competition, and fighting are seen to be natural for boys, helping to prepare them for the public sphere in general and also, if necessary, for military life. Girls, by contrast, are encouraged to be cooperative and submissive, preparing them for a private sphere of domestic responsibilities. Misleading gender stereotypes. The idea that culture and social conditioning disposes men to favor war while women favor peace breaks down as soon as the behavior of real women and men is examined. For example, women also fight as demonstrated by female terrorists and guerrilla fighters. Women leaders Margaret Thatcher, Golda Meir, and Indira Gandhi have also adopted distinctively manly. Masculinity and war are therefore mutually reinforcing social constructs. Approaches to foreign policy. While male leaders Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., and Willy Brandt have embraced strategies of nonviolence and conciliation. Aggressive young males. An alternative theory of gendered war gives less attention to gender imbalances amongst political and military leaders and more attention to wider demographic trends, particularly the predominance of young men for whom there are insufficient peaceful occupations. Many war-ravaged areas have high proportions of unmarried and unemployed young men who are more inclined to accept risk to increase their access to resources. Power trumps gender. The social factors that condition political and military leaders into competitive and aggressive behavior may have more to do with authority than gender. Leaders, both women and men, are liable to be corrupted by their ruling positions, acquiring an exaggerated sense of their own importance and a desire to expand their own power, possibly by military means. Male leaders may appear to have a greater propensity for militarism and expansionism, but this only reflects the fact that most political leaders have been male. Women as peacemakers. Women's inclination towards peace rather than war may not only stem from biological or sociological factors, but also from the fact that the changing nature of armed conflict makes women peculiarly vulnerable. As women and children now account for the vast majority of the casualties of armed conflict, suffering not just death but also rape, sexual attack, mutilation, humiliation, and displacement, women have a particular interest in the avoidance of war and thus tend to play a prominent role in movements for peace and reconciliation. States make war. Wars are complex, orchestrated, and highly organized activities that cannot be explained by individual behavioral traits of any kind. Realists, for instance, dismiss the influence of gender on the grounds that war stems from the inherent fear and uncertainty of an anarchic state system. Liberals, for their part, link militarism to factors such as empire, authoritarianism, and economic nationalism. Foreign policy is thus shaped by wider considerations and has nothing to do with gender relations. A final link between women and armed conflict is the relationship between military bases and sex work. In one sense, history is so filled with examples of women as war booty or camp followers that the phenomenon of military sex work is seldom analyzed or even recognized. However, since the 1980s there has been a growing recognition of the systematic character of military sex work and of its implications for national and personal security. In the early 1990s, the Japanese government apologized for the sexual enslavement of so-called comfort women in Korea during the Second World War. The extent of military sex work around U.S. bases in Okinawa, the Philippines, South Korea, and Ireland has increasingly been understood to have been facilitated by local and national government as well as by the connivance of military authorities. U.S. military deployments in the Gulf War, the Afghan War, and the Iraq War have reinvigorated sex work and the trafficking of women in the Middle East. Nevertheless, the significance of military sex work perhaps goes beyond the physical, sexual, and economic exploitation of women and has implications for international politics as well. For example, the exploitative sexual alliances between Korean sex workers and U.S. soldiers defined and helped to support the similarly unequal military alliance between the United States and South Korea in the post-war era. Moon, 1997. By undertaking to police the sexual health and work conduct of sex workers, the South Korean government sought to create a more hospitable environment for U.S. troops, sacrificing the human security of the women concerned for the benefit of national security. Focus on trans-exclusionary or gender-critical. Among some 21st-century feminists, a schism has opened up over the issue of transgender people's rights. Of particular concern are the rights of transgender women to self-identify as women in law and consequently to access women-only spaces including bathrooms in public buildings and workplaces. Intersectional feminists influenced by third-wave gender theory have often found themselves at odds over this issue with what some call trans-exclusionary radical feminists, TERFs. A movement of women and men influenced by second-wave radicalism who characterize themselves as gender-critical and do not recognize trans women who were assigned male sex at birth as real women. Gender-critical, or TRF feminists tend to view trans women's demands for legal recognition and access to women-only spaces as potentially threatening to the status and safety of those they consider real women, and endangering the progress made by feminist movements in protecting women from male violence. For their part, intersectional feminists and many transgender people tend to view the desire to exclude trans women from such rights and spaces as reinforcing problematic, even patriarchal, gender norms, and further compounding intersecting oppressions. In the eyes of such third and fourth wave, see here, feminists and many trans rights groups, TERFs are political reactionaries seeking to exclude an already marginalized social minority and to reinforce an outdated notion of biological sex, see gender. While some self-proclaimed gender-critical intellectuals and celebrities have risen to relative prominence, many of the most famous living feminists, including Angela Davis and Judith Butler, have argued in favor of trans rights, with Butler claiming in interviews and articles published in 2020 that gender-critical, or TRF, opinion within feminism is both exaggerated in scale and connected to the rise of the new far right. See Davis and Judith Butler have argued in favor of trans rights, with Butler claiming in interviews and articles published in 2020 that gender-critical, or TRF, opinion within feminism is both exaggerated in scale and connected to the rise of the new far right. See here. Gender, globalization, and development. There has been a long tradition of feminist theorizing about economic issues, particularly undertaken by socialist feminists. The central idea of socialist feminism is that patriarchy and capitalism are overlapping and interlocking systems of oppression. A sexual division of labor, through which men dominate the public sphere while women are customarily confined to the private sphere, has served the economic interests of capitalism in a number of ways. For some socialist feminists, women constitute a reserve army of labor which can be recruited into the workforce when there is a need for increased production but easily shed and return to domestic life during a depression, without imposing a burden on employers or the state. At the same time, women's domestic labor is vital to the health and efficiency of the economy. In bearing and rearing children, women are producing the next generation of capitalist workers. Similarly, in their role as housewives, women relieve men of the burden of housework and child rearing, allowing them to concentrate their time and energy on paid and productive employment. The traditional family also provides male workers with the necessary cushion against the alienation and frustrations of life as a wage slave. However, such gendered processes are largely ignored by conventional theories of political economy which concentrate only on commercial exchange and paid labor, thus rendering much of women's contribution to productive activity invisible. This is further accentuated by gender biases that operate within the conceptual framework of conventional political economy and especially economic liberalism. This can be seen, in particular, in the feminist critique of the notion of economic man, Tickner, 1992b. The idea that human beings are rationally self-seeking creatures who pursue pleasure primarily in the form of material consumption, a foundational idea of market capitalism, has been constructed in line with masculinist assumptions about egoism and competition. Feminists, in other words, suggest that economic women would behave otherwise. The restructuring of the economy as a result of globalization has had a number of further implications for gender relations. In the first place, it has brought about the global feminization of work. In the developing world, this has been evident in the expansion of employment opportunities for women, both as agricultural workers in, for instance, Latin America's export-orientated fruit industry and through a process of global industrial restructuring that has seen the export of manufacturing jobs from the developed to the developing world. Examples of this include the growth of the Asian electronics industry and of clothing assembly plants in Mexico. The developed world has also witnessed the growth of new feminized or pink-collar jobs through the expansion of the service sectors of the economy, such as retailing, cleaning, and data processing. Although the number of women in paid work has grown, such trends have also been associated with vulnerability and exploitation. Not only are women workers usually cheap, in part because of an abundant supply of labor, but they also tend to be employed in economic sectors where there are few workers' rights and weak labor organizations. Women workers therefore suffer from the double burden of low-paid work and continued pressure to undertake domestic labor, thanks to the advance of neoliberal globalization in the context of a reduction of state support for health, education, and basic food subsidies. Economic globalization has also unleashed dynamics that have led to the feminization of migration. Pressures both in developed and the developing countries have contributed to this trend. For instance, female immigrants have been pulled by a care deficit that has emerged in wealthier countries as more women have entered paid employment but with revised aspirations in terms of education and careers. Not only has this created an increased demand for nannies and maids to replace the domestic roles traditionally carried out by mothers, but it has also made it more difficult to fill jobs traditionally taken by women, such as cleaners, care workers, and nurses. Major female migratory flows have therefore developed, notably from Southeast Asia to the oil-rich Middle East or the tiger economies of East Asia, from the former Soviet bloc to Western Europe, from Mexico and Central America to the United States, and from Africa to various parts of Europe. At the same time, poverty in the developing world pushes women to seek employment overseas. Migrant women, indeed, have come to play a particularly significant role in supporting their families through the remittances they send home, women workers because of their family ties and obligations, usually being a more reliable source of remittances than male workers. The pressures of globalization have therefore combined to redefine the sexual division of labor in both global and ethnic terms, creating a dependency of a particularly intimate kind. As affluent and middle-class families in the developed world come to rely on migrant women to provide childcare and homemaking services, Ehrenreich and Hochschild 2003. Cynthia Enloe, 1938. Cynthia Enloe is one of the most influential feminist thinkers ever to have worked in the field of IR. Her book Bananas, Beaches and Bases 1989, with revised editions in 2000 and 2014, has been immensely popular and offered a unique account of the ways in which women are present, though often rendered invisible, across a range of spheres of global politics. Enloe is the recipient of multiple awards recognizing the impact of her scholarship and teaching on the discipline of IR, and is widely seen as a pivotal figure in opening it up to feminist contributions. Her other works include Maneuvers, The International Politics of Militarizing Women's Lives 2000, and The Big Push, Exposing and Challenging the Persistence of Patriarchy 2017. The global transfer of the services associated with a wife's traditional role are nevertheless most intimate when it comes to sex. The era of globalization has opportunities for women to gain an education and enter careers also expand as modernization creates the need for a more skilled and literate workforce. It is therefore little surprise that in the UN's ranking of countries on the basis of the Gender Inequality Index, GII, developed countries consistently outperform developing ones, see Table 18.1. In short, gender equality marches hand in hand with modernity. From a feminist perspective, however, this conception of modernity is constructed on the basis of essentially masculine norms. As already examined, this applies to economic liberalism, and it is therefore also evident in the idea of development as growth. A further feminist concern has been that orthodox approaches to development have failed to recognize the extent to which poverty is feminized. As Abbott, Wallace, and Tyler, 2005, put it, women make up half the world's population, perform 2/3 of the world's working hours, receive 1/10 of the world's income, and own only 1/100th of the world's property. According to the World Bank, in 2018, some 50% of the world's poorest people were women. Sen, 1990, sought to highlight the degree to which female poverty is disregarded by pointing out that more than 100 million women are missing. Missing women he referred to are evident in population statistics that show that men outnumber women in parts of the world such as South Asia and Africa, despite the fact that the normal tendency would be for women to slightly outnumber men. Although at birth boys outnumber girls everywhere in the world, women tend to outnumber men in adult society because of their greater life expectancy. By some estimates, 50 million women are missing in India alone. Such trends therefore reveal higher death rates among women and girls compared with men and boys in certain parts of the world. Part of the explanation for this is the preference of some parents, motivated by economic and/or cultural considerations, for boy children over girls, leading to the practice of sex-selective abortion or infanticide. This occurs in parts of East Asia and South Asia, and it is especially evident in China, linked to its former one-child policy 1980 to 2015, and in some Indian states. In other cases, higher rates of disease and mortality amongst women and girls result from a failure to give them the same level of medical care, food, and social services as boys and men. Its misallocation of resources is generally worse in rural areas and particularly severe for late-born girls, and even worse for girls with elder sisters. Families with scarce resources may choose to care for boys over girls because of the expectation that boys will grow up to be wage earners or family workers, whereas girls are less likely to earn an income and, where dowry systems exist, may be viewed as a burden. Table 18.1 Top 10 and Bottom 10 Countries in the Gender Inequality Index, GII, League Tables. Top. Bottom. 1. Switzerland 153. Côte d'Ivoire. 2. Denmark 154. Niger. 3. Sweden 155. Sierra Leone equals 4. Netherlands 156. Liberia equals 4. Belgium 157. Afghanistan. 6. Norway 158. Mali. 7. Finland 159. Central African Republic. 8. France 160. Chad 9. Iceland 161. Papua New Guinea 10. Slovenia 162. Yemen. Source: UN 2020. On the other hand, post-colonial feminists, see here, in particular have criticized the image of women in the developing world as victims, poor, undereducated, oppressed, and disempowered. Women, they argue, play a leading role in development and poverty reduction initiatives, especially when these initiatives are based on local ownership and reject top-down, technocratic models of development. Amongst the development initiatives that have placed particular emphasis on the role of women has been the expansion of microcredit. Seen to have originated with the Bangladesh-based Grameen Bank, which, together with its founder Muhammad Yunus, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Microcredit has the advantage that it is an effective way of helping very poor families to form self-help groups to establish small businesses or advance agricultural or rural projects. The World Bank estimates that about 90% of microcredit borrowers are women. This has major benefits for poor communities as women are more likely to invest their credit rather than spend it on themselves, and they have a better record of repayment than men. India and Bangladesh have been the main beneficiaries of such development initiatives, but they can also be found in countries ranging from Bosnia-Herzegovina and Russia to Ethiopia, Morocco, and Brazil. However, the microcredit revolution may also have drawbacks. Critics, for instance, have argued that microcredit schemes have sometimes led governments to scale back social provision, that repayment rates may be high, that they may create long-term dependency on external capital, and that, although they are designed to empower women, an infusion of cash into the local economy may only increase dowry payments. Queering and decolonizing gendered. Global politics. Queer theory suggests the possibility of queering a particular social or political practice or field of study. It means exploring the ways in which that practice or field of study is traditionally constructed through, for example, heteronormative assumptions, see here, binary gender and sexual identities, and opening it up to more fluid analysis in terms of gender and sexuality, which better address and explain the experiences and identities of LGBTQIA+ communities. Cynthia Weber has been a central figure in queering the discipline of international relations. In 2014, she noted that while the queer studies discipline had been expanding its political geographical remit under the banner of global queer studies, the transformation from queer to global queer has left the discipline of international relations largely unaffected, which begs the question, if queer studies has gone global, why has the discipline of international relations not gone somewhat queer? Weber 2016. Part of the project of developing what Weber calls a Queer International Relations 2016 is about putting queer studies scholarship and IR scholarship in conversation around sexuality and sovereignty. She notes that there is a parallel between what queer studies scholars say about queer, that it designates a refusal or an inability to signify monolithically in relation to sex, to gender, and to sexuality, and what critical, especially post-structuralist, scholars say about sovereignty, that it is not the innate characteristic of states realists presume it to be, but rather a social construction for the legitimation of power for specific agents in the international. In other words, queering global politics is partly about recognizing that monolithic and binary social forms are rarely accurate descriptions of the social world. In the view of queer theorists, attempts to impose particular political and normative orders on the world to justify and legitimize some ways of being and to delegitimize others. Queer theorists of global politics. Cynthia Weber, 1961. An American scholar based in the United Kingdom, Weber has been a leading feminist voice in the discipline of international relations for many years. Her work has encompassed the roles and representations of women, gender, and sexuality in world politics, and she has written extensively on sexual and gender identities in relation to international security and popular culture. In recent years, Weber has published major works on queer international relations and has helped to establish this as a distinctive field of theory and analysis. The author of dozens of influential scholarly journal articles and a documentary filmmaker too, her books include International Relations Theory, A Critical Introduction, 2001, I Am an American, Filming the Fear of Difference, 2011, and Queer International Relations, Sovereignty, Sexuality, and the Will to Knowledge, 2016. Source, with permission of Cynthia Weber. Jasper PUR, 1967. A post-structuralist and post-colonial queer theorist who has been based at Rutgers University in New Jersey, USA, since 2000. Poor has written influential books and articles, including both academic and popular work, on gender, sexuality, and bodies in relation to global politics, security, and conflict. Influenced by the post-structuralist thought of Michel Foucault and Deleuze and Guattari alongside post-colonial theorists such as Akhil Mbembe, see here, Poir's work critically explores, among other things, the centrality of the representation and performance of gender and sexuality to the construction of the war on terror after the 9/11 attacks in 2001. Her books include Terrorist Assemblages, Homo-Nationalism in Queer Times 2007 and The Right to Maim, Debility, Capacity, Disability 2017. Source, with permission of Jasbir Kaur. Rahul Rao 1978. Rahul Rao draws upon post-colonial, feminist, and queer theory as well as Marxist thought to analyze the global politics of radical social movements. His work has explored nationalist and anti-racist movements and developed critiques of theoretical traditions within IR. Rao's recent work highlights the centrality of time and temporality to the discourses of post-colonial othering, and the roots of contemporary anti-gay legislation and practices in global South countries in their colonial governance by the same global North powers that are most outspokenly critical of such policies, often framing them as backward. Rao's books include Third World Protest, Between Home and the World 2010 and Out of Time, The Queer Politics of Postcoloniality 2020. Source, with permission of Rahul Rao. Others have pointed to the intersections between queer and racialized, see here, identities and experiences in global politics. Jasbir Kaur, for example, applies a post-colonial queer theory lens to her analyses of the War on Terror. In this way, Kaur highlights a range of gendered and racialized phenomena at stake in the practices and representation of that conflict. For example, Islamist terrorism and terrorists are represented in the West as being sexually deviant, frustrated, or even monstrous. Kaur and Rai 2002. Is discourse dodges engagement with the political reasoning behind terrorism as a form of political and religious violence, portraying it as a form of psychological deviance born of an inferior culture or race. Meanwhile, Kaur 2007 argues that practices of homo-nationalism in the West have seen LGBTQIA+ people and politics deployed in the nationalist, orientalist, see here, and racist cause of representing non-Western societies as backward on issues of gender and sexuality. Just as feminationalism, see here, refers to campaigning white feminists who portray gender inequalities and patriarchy as worse in non-Western societies and campaign as white saviors to protect women over there, downplaying or ignoring gendered and racialized power in the majority white West, so homo-nationalism designates how some LGBTQIA+ people have found acceptance and normalization in U.S. sociopolitical life by joining them, with us or against us political bandwagon of the War on Terror. Homo-nationalist and feminationalist tendencies are ultimately self-defeating from the decolonial or anti-racist feminist perspective, since they serve not only to harm women in the global South, legitimizing the West's military interventionism, for example, and racially minoritized women within the West, but also to downplay and thus sustain patriarchal and heteronormative power structures that affect white women and white LGBTQA+ people too. On this view, what is needed is a decolonial as well as a queer lens on global politics, in other words, a lens that highlights the intersectional experiences of racialized and gendered inequalities, and seeks to overturn the powerful social structures that produce them. Summary. Feminism can broadly be defined as a movement for the social advancement of women. However, it has taken a wide range of forms, with distinctions particularly being made between feminist traditions orientated around the goal of gender equality and those that place a greater emphasis on women being woman-identified. The gender lens of empirical feminism is primarily concerned to add women to existing analytical frameworks, especially in the attempt to tackle gender gaps between women and men. Making feminist sense of international politics therefore means recognizing the previously invisible contributions that women make to shaping world affairs. The gender lens of analytical feminism is concerned, by contrast, to highlight the gender biases that pervade the theoretical framework and key concepts of mainstream international theory and particularly realism. These are deconstructed to reveal masculinist biases that, in turn, help to legitimize gendered hierarchies and perpetuate the marginalization of women. Feminists have drawn attention to the gendered character of states and nations. Patriarchal biases within the state dictate that states will be competitive and at least potentially aggressive, while nations and nationalism are commonly entangled with gendered images that may place a special emphasis on female purity. Feminists have been critical of the conventional notion of national security, seeing the broader idea of human security as a better means of highlighting women's concerns. War is often also viewed as a gendered phenomenon, reflecting tendencies such as the prevalence of men in senior positions in political and military life, and the impact of myths about masculinity and militarism and about the need for male warriors to protect women and children. A feminist theorizing on economic issues has tended to stress the ways in which the sexual division of labor serves the economic interests of capitalism, as well as the extent to which the conceptual framework of conventional political economy has been constructed on a masculinist basis. Such ideas have influenced feminist thinking about both globalization and development. A queer theory, as well as broader gender-focused approaches, has moved much feminist analysis of global politics away from an exclusive concern with women and into a more complex debate around sexualities and gender identities. Questions for discussion. What is gender and how does it differ from traditional understandings of sex? Is gender mainstreaming an effective strategy for tackling gender injustice? Are the key concepts of mainstream international theory based on masculinist assumptions? What implications do feminists draw from the gendered character of nations and states? Why have feminists argued that war and gender are intrinsically linked? Has economic globalization benefited or harmed the lives of women? What can queer theory tell us about gender and power in international relations? Can feminist approaches to global politics be decolonized? Further reading. Enlo C. The Curious Feminist, Searching for Women in a New Age of Empire, 2004. A stimulating series of essays that uncover the various and significant ways in which women participate in international politics. Peterson v. S. and A. S. Runyon, Global Gender Issues in the New Millennium, 2010. An accessible and comprehensive introduction to gender issues in global politics. Shepard, L. J. Gender Matters in Global Politics, 2010. A very useful collection of essays that examine the gendered character of a wide range of aspects of global politics. Tickner, J. A. A Feminist Voyage Through International Relations, 2014. A collection of Tickner's key writings and reflections on gender in global politics. Links to relevant web resources can be found on the Global Politics website. bloomsbury.pub/Heywood, Global, Politics, 3E. Heteronormativity. The prevailing representation in many societies of heterosexual relations between men and women as the most normal or acceptable model for sexual and family relationships, marginalizing LGBTQIA+ people and their experiences. LGBTQIA+. An abbreviation representing lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer or questioning, intersex and asexual or agender or allies, in some renderings people, along with more or other marginalized sexualities and genders, plus. Gender mainstreaming. The attempt to mainstream gender into decision-making processes by requiring that, before decisions are made, an analysis is carried out of their likely effects on women and men, respectively. Security paradox. The paradox that a buildup of military capacity designed to strengthen national security may be counterproductive, as it can encourage other states to adopt more threatening and hostile postures. Structural violence. A form of violence that stems from social structures that perpetuate domination, oppression, or exploitation, as opposed to direct violence, which stems, supposedly, from individual or group motivations, see here. Matriarchy, literally, rule by the mother, mater being Latin for mother. A society, whether historical or hypothesized, that is governed by women. War rape. Rape committed by soldiers, other combatants, or civilians during armed conflict or war. Military sex work, historically but moralizingly, referred to as prostitution, that caters to, and is sometimes organized by, the military. Gender Inequality Index. A measure, used by the UN, of the loss in human development as a result of gender inequality, taking account of 3 dimensions: reproductive health, empowerment, and the labor market. Dowry system. The practice of making payments in cash or goods to a bridegroom's family, along with the bride. Microcredit. Very small loans for business investment, often given to people who cannot access traditional credit. 1919. International Organizations and the United Nations. Source: Stefan Christian Sayawada/Getty Images. Preview. The growth in the number and importance of international organizations has been one of the most prominent features of world politics, particularly since 1945. Some of these are high-profile bodies such as the United Nations, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, and the International Monetary Fund, while others are lesser known but still play key roles in particular fields. By providing a framework for cooperative problem-solving amongst states, international organizations have modified traditional power politics while respecting the principles of state sovereignty and self-determination. However, the phenomenon of international organization also raises a number of important questions. For example, what factors and forces help to explain the emergence of international organizations? Do such bodies genuinely reflect the collective interests of their members, or are they created by and for powerful states? To what extent can international organizations affect global outcomes? And how far do recent changes of direction in global politics threaten the rules-based international order these organizations allegedly created? Many of these broad questions are best addressed by considering the case of the world's leading international organization, the United Nations, UN. But how has the UN performed with regard to its core aims, and what is its future? Key issues. What is international organization? Why are international organizations created? What have been the implications of the growth in international organization? How effective has the UN been in maintaining peace and security? What impact has the UN had on economic and social issues? What challenges confront international organizations and the UN today? International organization. Rise of international organization. The earliest embryonic international organizations were created after the Napoleonic Wars, such as the Congress of Vienna, 1814-15, which established the Concert of Europe. The number and membership of such organizations has increased over the course of the 19th and 20th centuries, with surges of new international organizations following major global crises, such as the First World War, the Wall Street crash, and the Second World War. Is reflected not only in awareness of growing interdependencies among states, linked to concerns over power politics, economic crises, human rights violations, developmental disparities, and environmental degradation, but also the emerging hegemonic role of the United States, which saw the pursuit of U.S. national interests and the promotion of international cooperation as mutually sustaining goals. Dissolution of Soviet bloc. Organizations at the end of the Cold War resulted in a relative decline, but international agencies and other institutions, and the number of bodies spawned by international organizations themselves have continued to grow. Given such abundance, it is not surprising that international organizations take a wide variety of forms. Most common bases for categorizing international organizations are the following. A membership, whether they have a restricted or universal membership. Competence, whether their responsibilities are issue-specific or comprehensive. Function, whether they are program organizations or operational organizations. Decision-making authority, whether they are examples of intergovernmentalism or supranationalism. International organization. An international organization, sometimes called an International Governmental Organization or IGO, is an institution with formal procedures and a membership comprising 3 or more states. International organizations are characterized by rules that seek to regulate the relations amongst member states and by a formal structure that implements and enforces these rules. Nevertheless, international organizations may be viewed as instruments, arenas, or actors. Ritberger, Zangel, and Kruk 2019. As instruments, they are mechanisms through which states pursue their own interest. As arenas, they facilitate debate and information exchange, serving as permanent institutions of conference diplomacy. As actors, they enable states to take concerted action, which requires some measure of pooled sovereignty. The significance of the phenomenon of international organization has, nevertheless, been hotly disputed. For instance, while some see international organizations as little more than mechanisms for pursuing traditional power politics by other means, others claim, or warn, that they contain the seeds of supranational or world government. The relationship between international organization and global governance has also been the subject of debate. Although the rise of international organization is sometimes seen as evidence of the emergence of a global governance system, global governance is a wider and more extensive phenomenon than international organization. In particular, global governance encompasses a range of informal as well as formal processes and also involves a wider array of actors, including national governments, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, citizens' movements, transnational corporations, TNCs, and global markets. Nevertheless, international organizations are often a key, if not the key, element in global governance arrangements, in that the process of cooperative problem-solving that lies at the heart of global governance is usually facilitated by international organizations. Weiss and Cameron 2009. In that sense, international organizations are the vital formal or institutional face of global governance. The nature of global governance is discussed at greater length in Chapter 20. Why are international organizations created? Much political and academic debate has centered on the forces and processes through which international organizations are formed. The political debate reflects disagreements between liberals, realists, and others about, amongst other things, whether the impulse to create international organizations stems from the collective interests of states generally, or primarily from powerful states or even a regional or global hegemon. See hegemonic stability theory here. Such disagreements have profound implications for the nature and legitimacy of international organizations. See Table 19.1 for a summary of the key points of theoretical difference between liberals and realists. Neorealists and neoliberals also dispute the relationship between international organizations and power politics over whether states are primarily concerned with relative gains or absolute gains. Table 19.1 Liberal and Realist Perspectives on International Organizations. Robert Cohane, 1941. U.S. international relations theorist. With his longtime collaborator, Joseph S. Nye, Cohane questions some of the core assumptions of realist analysis in transnational relations and world politics, 1971, highlighting the increasing importance of non-state actors and of economic issues in world affairs. In Power and Interdependence, World Politics in Transition, 1977, Cohane and Nye set out the theory of complex interdependence as an alternative to realism, based on the trend towards international cooperation and the growing significance of international regimes. Since the publication of After Hegemony, 1984, however, Cohane has attempted to synthesize structural realism and complex interdependence, creating a hybrid dubbed either modified structural realism or neoliberal institutionalism. His other major works include International Institutions and State Power, 1989, and Power and Governance in a Partially Globalized World, 2002. Source: Wikimedia Commons. Nevertheless, further debate centers on the motivations and processes through which integration and institution building has occurred at an international level. Three main theories have been advanced: federalism, functionalism, and neo-functionalism. Federalism, see here, refers to a territorial distribution of power through which sovereignty is shared between central, national, or international bodies and peripheral ones. From the federalist perspective, international organizations are a product of conscious decision-making by the political elites, usually seeking to find a solution to the endemic problems of the state system and especially the problem of war. If war is caused by sovereign states pursuing self-interest in a context of anarchy, peace will only be achieved if states transfer at least a measure of their sovereignty to a higher, federal body. Functionalism, by contrast, views the formation of international organizations as an incremental process rooted in the fact that collective action can perform a growing range of government functions more effectively than individual states. Integration is thus largely determined by a recognition of growing interdependence in economic and other areas. As David Mitrani, 1966, puts it, form follows functions, in which form represents institutional structures and functions denotes the key activities of government. Such thinking was, in due course, revised by the idea of neo-functionalism, which sought to explain how international cooperation tends to broaden and deepen through a process of spillover. As these theories of institution building have largely been developed as a means of explaining the process of regional integration and sometimes specifically European integration, they are discussed in greater detail in Chapter 21. Approaches to international organization. Realist view. Realists are deeply skeptical about international organizations, viewing such bodies as largely ineffective and questioning their authority. The weakness of international organizations derives from the fact that international politics continues to be characterized by a quest for power amongst all states, reflected in the pursuit of relative gains. If world politics is shaped by a struggle for power rather than a harmony of interests, there is little scope for the levels of cooperation and trust that would allow for meaningful and impactful intervention of international organizations. In addition, the growth of international organizations is usually deemed to have threatening implications for sovereignty. Any form of international organization is considered to erode the authority of the nation-state. However, realists do not completely discount the role of international organizations. Neorealists, for example, have drawn attention to the relationship between international organization and hegemony. As hegemonic states possess such superior power, they are the only states that can tolerate the relative gains of other states so long as they are making absolute gains themselves. The effectiveness of international organizations is therefore closely linked to the emergence of a global hegemon, the United Kingdom in the 18th and 19th centuries and the United States since 1945 and, more particularly, since 1990. Nevertheless, the disproportionate burden that such powers shoulder may contribute to their long-term decline. Liberal view. Liberals have been amongst the most committed supporters of international organizations. This is reflected in the ideas of liberal institutionalism. From the institutionalist perspective, states cooperate because it is in their interest to do so. This does not imply that state interests are always harmoniously in agreement, but only that there are important and growing areas of mutual interest where cooperation amongst states is rational and sensible. International organizations are therefore a reflection of the extent of interdependence in the global system and acknowledgement by states that they can often achieve more by working together than by working separately. In areas of mutual interest, states' desire to make absolute gains usually wins out over concerns about relative gains. Neoliberal institutionalists, nevertheless, acknowledge that the existence of complex interdependence among states does not automatically result in the creation of international organizations. Cooperation may be hard to achieve when, despite the existence of common interests, states feel they have an incentive to defect from an agreement or fear that other states may defect. One of the purposes of international organizations is therefore to reduce the likelihood of this happening by both building trust between and amongst states and accustoming them to rule-governed behavior. As such considerations apply to all states regardless of where they stand within a hierarchy of power, liberals question the realist belief that successful international institutions require the participation of a hegemonic state. Constructivist view. Social constructivists challenge both neorealists and neoliberals, arguing that, despite their differences, they share an assumption that states are rational actors guided by objective interests, discounting the role of ideas and perceptions. Constructivists see the state system as an arena of intersubjective interaction. Levels of cooperation within the international system therefore depend on how states construe their own identities and interests as well as the identities and interests of other states. These, moreover, change due to membership of and interactions that take place within international organizations, meaning that international organizations themselves are essentially ideational constructs. This has been described as the dual role view. International organizations are shaped by national norms and in turn reshape those national norms. In constructivist terms, international organizations and nation-states are co-constituted, or mutually constituted by one another through international relations. Marxist view. Marxists advance critiques of international organization that stress the degree to which international structures reflect and, to some extent, exist to consolidate the wider inequalities and imbalances of the global system. Frankfurt critical theorists, for example, emphasize that bodies such as the World Bank and the IMF, see here, have internalized a neoliberal agenda and so act in the interests of global capitalism. Feminist views. Feminists, for their part, highlight the gendered construction of international organizations reflecting both the traditional domination of elite men and the internalization of masculinist ideas and policy approaches. International organizations structured around traditional masculinist notions of security that may perpetuate armed conflict. NATO, for example, in this view potentially threaten more everyday forms of human security, such as access to food, water, and a safe home. On the other hand, the United Nations and its women, peace, and security agenda, see here, in particular, has lately afforded feminists direct influence over some aspects of global politics, and refocused its efforts on preventing armed conflict and better understanding how it is connected to gender-based and sexual violence. Postcolonial view. Similarly to Marxist critiques, postcolonial views of international organizations tend to focus on the ways in which they reproduce global inequalities. This includes the view that the Bretton Woods institutions are instruments of neocolonialism through which former colonizing states in the global North continue to exert coercive economic power over former colonized societies in the global South. Such neocolonial power takes the form of debt bondage and structural adjustment programs, peace or loan conditionalities, as well as a range of military interventions and regime change projects in global South countries, carried out by powerful global North states under the auspices of international organizations such as the UN and NATO, and justified under the logics of humanitarian intervention and state building, peace building, or peacekeeping. Campbell, Chandler, and Sabaratnam 2011. Economic and military interventionism by the global North and the global South can be understood on this view as nothing more than the rearticulation of colonial power into a more palatable form for a post-colonial age. The United Nations. From the League of Nations to the UN. The United Nations is, without doubt, the most important international organization created to date. Established through the San Francisco Conference, April-June 1945, it is the only truly global organization ever to be constructed, having a membership of 193 states and counting. The principal aims of the UN, as spelled out by its founding charter, are as follows. To safeguard peace and security in order to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. To reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights. To uphold respect for international law. To promote social progress and better standards of life. However, the UN was not the first organization with the aim of safeguarding world peace. Its predecessor, the League of Nations, founded at the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, had very similar goals, namely to enable collective security, to arbitrate over international disputes, and to bring about disarmament. The League of Nations was inspired by U.S. President Woodrow Wilson's 14 points, established as the basis for long-term peace in post-First World War Europe. Woodrow Wilson, 1856 to 1924. U.S. President, 1913 to 21. The son of a Presbyterian minister, Wilson was the president of Princeton University, 1902 to 10, before serving as the Democratic governor of New Jersey, 1911 to 13, and being elected president in 1912. Wilson initially kept the United States out of the First World War, but felt compelled to enter the war in April 1917 to make the world safe for democracy. Wilson is often understood as an idealist, naive, or utopian liberal voice on international relations. Wilsonian idealism was constructed as the foil for realist IR theory, see here. But this is to ignore his role in perpetuating the global color line, see here. Wilson actively pursued resegregation policies in the post-Civil War United States while also defending the Ku Klux Klan and calling Black Americans an ignorant and inferior race in his 5-volume history of the country. Like Kant's before him, Wilson's ostensibly cosmopolitan liberal internationalism was in fact connected to an exclusionary racist Enlightenment project, see here. Source: Library of Congress. E-League, nevertheless, suffered from major defects which were carefully considered by the later architects of the UN. In particular, the League never genuinely lived up to its name, as some major states refused to join, most notably the United States. Wilson's enthusiasm was blocked by the isolationist Congress, while others flew. The Soviet Union, which entered the League in 1933, was expelled in 1939 following its attack on Finland. Moreover, the League lacked effective power. It could only make recommendations, not binding resolutions. Its recommendations had to be unanimous. It had no mechanism for taking military or economic action against miscreant states. As a result, the League of Nations stood by, largely powerless, as Germany, Italy, and Japan embarked on aggressive wars during the 1930s. Germany had led the League after the Nazis came to power in 1933. Rather than heeding the League's criticism of the occupation of Manchuria and the invasion of Abyssinia, Japan and Italy simply abandoned the League in 1933 and 1936 respectively. SA events ultimately contributed to the outbreak of the Second World War as examined in Chapter 2. It was no coincidence that the League of Nations and the United Nations were both formed in the aftermath of world wars. As with the League, the United States took a leading role in the process of creating the UN, with President Franklin D. Roosevelt pushing for this during the final years of the war. See Key Events. Formation of the United Nations. The formation of the United Nations. 1942 Declaration of United Nations, an alliance of 26 states pledged to defeat the Axis powers. 1944 Dumbarton Oaks Conference, the United States, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and China sets down the general aims and structure of the future UN. 1945 UN Charter approved in San Francisco by 50 states. Poland was not represented but signed the charter later to become one of UN's 51 original members. The UN Charter was signed in San Francisco on June 26, 1945, with the UN officially coming into existence on October 24, since known as UN Day. 1946 Trig of Lai, Norway, appointed Secretary General. The structure of the UN. The UN is a sprawling and complex organization described by its second Secretary General, Dag Hammarskjöld, as a weird Picasso abstraction. Its size and complexity has enabled the UN to respond to myriad interests and to address an ever-widening global agenda, but it has also resulted in an organization that is highly cumbersome, conflict-ridden, and, some say, doomed to inefficiency. The UN consists of 5 main organs. The Security Council is charged with the maintenance of international peace and security, and so is responsible for the UN's role as negotiator, observer, peacekeeper, and, ultimately, peace enforcer. The Council has the power to pass legally binding resolutions to suspend or expel members, to impose economic sanctions, and to take military action to maintain or restore peace and security. The Security Council has 5 members. The Big Five, or P5, the United States, Russia, China. Until 1971, the Republic of China, Taiwan, the United Kingdom, and France are permanent veto powers, meaning that they can block decisions made by other members of the Council. The other 10 members are non-permanent members elected for 2 years by the General Assembly in line with an established, if imperfect, regional balance. The General Assembly is the main deliberative organ of the UN, sometimes dubbed the Parliament of Nations. The Assembly consists of all members of the UN, each of which has a single vote. The Assembly can debate and pass resolutions on any matter covered by the Charter and has a specific responsibility to examine and approve the UN's budget, determine the members' contributions, and elect, in conjunction with the Security Council, the UN Secretary General and the judges of the International Court of Justice. Important decisions in the Assembly must be carried by a 2/3 majority, but, crucially, these decisions are recommendations rather than enforceable international law. The Assembly neither has a legislative role nor does it oversee or scrutinize, in any meaningful sense, the Security Council or the Secretariat. The Secretariat services the other principal organs of the UN and administers the programs and policies laid down by them. Although its main activities are located in the UN's headquarters in New York, it has offices all over the world and a total staff of about 40,000. At its head is the Secretary General, who functions as the public face of the UN as well as its chief administrative officer. Appointed by the Assembly on the recommendation of the Security Council for a 5-year, renewable term, the Secretary General deals with Appointed by the Assembly on the recommendation of the Security Council for a 5-year, renewable term, the Secretary General deals with a multifaceted bureaucracy staffed by civil servants from myriad states and cultures, and tries to maintain the UN's independence in a context of rivalry amongst P5 states. Nevertheless, Secretaries General have some capacity to influence the status and policy direction of the organization. The Economic and Social Council consists of 4 members elected by the General Assembly. Its chief role is to coordinate the economic and social work of the UN and the UN family of organizations. It involves overseeing the activities of a large number of programs, funds, and specialized agencies. SA include the so-called Three Sisters, the World Bank, the IMF, and the WTO, and also bodies such as the International Labour Organization, ILO, the World Health Organization, WHO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF. The expansion of the UN's economic and social institutions occurred largely along functionalist lines, bodies being created or further developed as specific economic and social problems emerged. The International Court of Justice, a principal judicial organ of the UN. See Chapter 15 for more detail. At its heart, the UN is a hybrid body configured around competing concerns, the need to accept the realities of great power politics and to acknowledge the sovereign equality of member states. It has, in a sense, pulled the UN in two directions, one reflected in the Security Council, the other in the General Assembly. The Security Council is the most significant UN body, yet it is criticized for being poorly representative and dominated by great powers. The General Assembly, on the other hand, which represents all members of the UN equally, is in a sense over-representative, a highly decentralized body that serves as little more than a propaganda arena. Its division between the two bodies became increasingly clear from the 1960s onwards as a result of the growing influence of newly independent, developing countries in the Assembly and the effective retreat of the P5 to the Council. Focus on reforming the UN Security Council? Why has there been pressure to reform the UN Security Council? And why has such reform been so difficult to bring about? Calls for the reform of the Security Council focus on two key, if interrelated, issues: the veto powers of its permanent members and their identity. Permanent membership and the power to veto council decisions means that the UN is dominated, as far as the core issue of peace and security is concerned, by great power politics. Some UN members are clearly more equal than others. The requirement of unanimity amongst P5 states has also effectively neutered the UN as the basis for collective security apart from exceptional circumstances, Korea and the Gulf War. Moreover, the membership of P5 is widely seen to be outdated, stuck in the context of the immediate post-1945 period. Few would challenge the places of the United States, China, or Russia, at least in terms of its nuclear capability, but France and the United Kingdom have long ceased to be states of first-ranking status. At different times, cases have been advanced for the inclusion of Japan and Germany in view of their economic strength, and more recently for emerging powers such as India, Brazil, Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa. Certainly, the existing membership reflects a regional imbalance with no representation for Africa or for Latin America. The case for a revised membership is that a more representative and up-to-date council would enjoy wider support and influence, helping to make the UN a more effective peacemaker and peacekeeper. However, the prospect of reforming the Security Council looks remote. Veto status could not be removed without the unanimous agreement of the P5 states, and it is unlikely that any of them would voluntarily abandon their privileged position. Moreover, the continued existence of permanent veto powers is, anyway, a possibly vital way of ensuring that the UN retains the support of the United States, China, and Russia, which may indeed fear the different configuration of interests and influences that a reformed council might bring about. Furthermore, resistance also surfaces outside the P5 to the candidacy of particular would-be members driven by regional tensions. For example, many European states oppose the inclusion of Germany, South Africa opposes the inclusion of Nigeria, and vice versa, Argentina opposes the inclusion of Brazil, and so on. Finally, revising membership now may set a precedent for regular membership reviews as the distribution of global power is always changing. Promoting peace and security. Banishing the scourge of war? The principal aim of the UN is to maintain international peace and security, Article 1, with responsibility for this being vested in the Security Council. Indeed, the performance of the UN can largely be judged by its contribution to avoiding or terminating deadly military conflict. However, is not an easy endeavor. On the one hand, the fact that a third world war has not erupted has sometimes been seen as the supreme achievement of the UN, as well as demonstrating a clear advance on the performance of the League of Nations. On the other hand, realist theorists in particular have argued that the absence of global war since 1945 has not been safeguarded by the actions of the UN, being more a natural consequence of the balance of terror that developed during the Cold War nuclear stalemate between the United States and the Soviet Union. Ultimately, how global and regional conflict would have developed and whether cold wars would have become hot ones in the absence of the UN is an unanswerable question. It is, nevertheless, evident that the UN has only had limited and intermittent success in establishing a system of collective security that can displace a reliance on violent self-help. Collective security. Collective security is the theory or practice of states pledging to defend one another in order to deter aggression or to punish a transgressor if international order has been breached. Its key idea is that aggression can best be resisted by united action taken by a number of states, this being the only alternative to the insecurity and uncertainty of power politics. Successful collective security depends on three conditions. First, the states must be roughly equal, or at least there must be no preponderant power. Second, all states must be willing to bear the cost and responsibility of defending one another. Third, there must be an international body that has the moral authority and political capacity to take effective action. The capacity of the UN to enforce a system of collective security is severely limited by the fact that it is essentially a creature of its members. It can do no more than its member states, and particularly the permanent members of the Security Council, permit. As a result, its role has been confined essentially to providing mechanisms that facilitate the peaceful resolution of international conflicts. Even in this respect, however, its record has been patchy. There have been undoubted successes, for example in negotiating a ceasefire between India and Pakistan in 1959, maintaining peace in 1960 in the Belgian Congo, later Zaire, now DRC, and mediating between the Dutch and the Indonesians over West Irian, New Guinea, in 1962. However, during the Cold War, superpower rivalry virtually paralyzed the Security Council as the United States and the Soviet Union adopted opposing positions on most issues, which prevented any decisive action. EFF actively reducing the P5 to P2. Cold War stalemate. Two other factors compounded the superpower stranglehold of the Security Council. First, the use of the veto by the other P5 members dramatically limited the potential scope of involvement of the Security Council in threats to peace and security or incidents of aggression. In practice, until the People's Republic of China replaced Taiwan in 1971, voting in the Security Council on controversial issues generally pitted the Soviet Union against the four other permanent members. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union was the most frequent user of the veto, exercising it on no fewer than 82 occasions between 1946 and 1955. First using its veto only in 1970, however, the United States has assumed this role. Second, despite the provision in the UN Charter for the establishment of the Military Staff Committee as a subsidiary body of the Security Council, resistance amongst the P5 has prevented the UN from developing its own military capacity. This has meant that when the UN has authorized military action, it has either been subcontracted, for example, to US-led forces, Korean War and Gulf War, or to regional bodies such as NATO, Kosovo, or the African Union, Darfur, or it has been carried out by a multinational force of blue helmets or blue berets contributed by member states. One of the key conditions for an effective collective security system, the availability of permanent UN troops to enforce its will, has remained unfulfilled. The only exception during the Cold War when the Security Council did agree on measures of military enforcement came in relation to the Korean War in 1950 under highly singular circumstances, during a temporary withdrawal of the Soviet Union from the Council in protest against the exclusion of Red China, the People's Republic of China. As a result, this intervention merely fueled fears that the UN was Western-dominated. Non-military enforcement measures were employed only twice against international pariahs, Rhodesia, now known as Zimbabwe, in 1966, on the grounds that the white minority regime. Non-military enforcement measures were employed only twice against international pariahs, Rhodesia, now known as Zimbabwe, in 1966, on the grounds that the white minority regime's unilateral declaration of independence constituted a threat to peace, and South Africa an arms embargo was imposed on the apartheid regime in 1977. Following the suppression of unrest in black townships the previous year. Although none escalated to the point of global war, other wars and conflicts continued to erupt without UN intervention. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was significant for demonstrating the power imbalance within the P5. Although the United Kingdom and France used their vetoes for the first time to block a US resolution condemning Israeli, British, and French action, diplomatic pressure from the United States and Soviet support for the Nasser regime quickly brought about a humiliating withdrawal. During the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, as the world grew close to nuclear war, the UN was a powerless spectator. It was also unable to prevent the Soviet invasions of Hungary, 1956, Czechoslovakia, 1968, and Afghanistan, 1979, or to curtail the United States' escalating military involvement in Vietnam during the 1960s and 1970s. Similarly, the UN had only a very limited influence on the succession of Arab-Israeli wars. See key events, Arab-Israeli conflict. Post-Cold War, a new chapter for the UN? For so long marginalized by superpower antagonism, at the end of the Cold War the UN suddenly assumed a new prominence as the instrument through which an effective system of collective security could be implemented. For instance, the use of the P5 veto powers declined significantly, only being used 13 times between 1996 and 2006. The UN's intervention in the Gulf War of 1991 being only the second time, or Korea, that the UN authorized large-scale military action, seemed to demonstrate a renewed capacity to fulfill its obligation of deterring aggression and maintaining peace, as did the United States' decision not to pursue fleeing Iraqi troops into Iraq for fear of acting outside the authority of the UN. Indeed, UN Activism appeared to be a major component of the New World Order as announced by President Bush Sr. Since 1990, the Security Council has approved non-military enforcement measures on numerous occasions, for instance, in relation to Afghanistan, Angola, Ethiopia and Eritrea, Haiti, Iraq, Rwanda, Somalia, the former Yugoslavia, and so on. And measures of military enforcement usually linked to peacekeeping operations, as discussed in the next section, have become much more common. However, early hopes for a UN-dominated era of peace quickly evaporated. Evidence came in some high-profile peacekeeping failures, as in Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia, but most significantly in the United States' decision to invade Iraq in 2003, despite opposition from leading members of the Security Council. The post-Cold War period has forced the UN to confront a range of new problems and conflicts. Essays include the reluctance of states whose security is no longer threatened by East-West rivalry to commit resources to the cause of collective security or for the defense of states on the other side of the globe. Moreover, the emergence of what seemed to be a unipolar world order threatened to sideline the UN just as effectively as did Cold War bipolarity, as shown by the willingness of the United States and its allies to invade Iraq in 2003 without clear Security Council approval. The Syrian civil war nevertheless highlights how emerging multipolarity may also act as a constraint on the UN. Finally, the international political focus has itself shured. The UN's role used to be to keep the peace in a world dominated by conflict between communism and capitalism. Now it is forced to find a new role in a world structured by the dynamics of global capitalism, in which conflict increasingly arises from imbalances in the distribution of wealth and resources. This has meant that the UN's role in promoting peace and security has been conflated with the task of ensuring economic and social development, the two being merged in the from traditional peacekeeping to multidimensional or robust peacekeeping. Global politics in action. The backlash against international organizations. Events. International organizations have always faced criticism, the UN for its failure to prevent genocide in Rwanda in 1994, for example, or NATO for worsening security situations in already tense countries and regions such as Libya in 2011, but in recent years this has intensified. Specifically, political leaders and movements within the powerful Western states that led the creation of key international organizations and which critics identified as the controlling force behind them have turned against such organizations. The rise of a new anti-globalist political right has been especially important. In the course of his 2016 U.S. presidential election campaign, Donald Trump hit out at globalism and the negative impacts of globalization on lower-income U.S. citizens. He also made it clear that he saw international organizations as the leading institutions of a globalist agenda that was damaging to the interests of ordinary Americans. In 2016, Trump variously mooted leaving, dramatically overhauling, or cutting funding to international organizations such as NATO, which he called obsolete, and the UN, a club for people to get together, talk, and have a good time. Significance. Like most incoming presidents, many of Trump's bolder campaign promises failed to materialize upon taking office. However, the shift in foreign policy discourse alone, coming from the state widely viewed as, for better or worse, the key driver of international organizations, is significant in itself. And in office, Trump has certainly sought to shake up international organizations, often through threatened or actual withdrawal of U.S. financial support. In 2017, the Trump administration proposed that the United States, the single biggest financer of the UN, providing 22% of its core funding and 28.5% of its peacekeeping budget, would slash its contributions by $19 billion. The Secretary General's office responded that this would simply make it impossible for the UN to continue all of its essential work advancing peace, development, human rights and humanitarian assistance. While the United States has yet to make such vast cuts, it did pull back its UN spending to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, partly in retaliation for a 2017 General Assembly vote where 128 countries voted in favor of and just 8 against a resolution condemning the U.S. decision to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Trump's combative approach to multilateral institutions including the UN, NATO, and the G7, alongside the United Kingdom's withdrawal from the European Union following the rise of a similarly anti-globalist movement in that country, suggests that the backlash against international organizations is more than a rhetorical foreign policy stance and may have serious long-term impacts. Although the advent of Joe Biden's presidency from 2021 suggests a potential realignment on this issue. The significant role of international organizations in coordinating the response to the global coronavirus pandemic, see here, meanwhile, has been a cause of both optimism and pessimism for their future. On the one hand, the World Health Organization and the UN took on key roles in disseminating information around the world on how to combat the spread of the virus, on what methods were proving most effective in limiting its impacts on health, and on what symptoms to look out in relation to the changing viral variants. On the other hand, many within the Trumpian movement against international organization often rejected this work, in some cases resorting to conspiracy theories often informed by the sharing of fake news stories. That suggested these organizations were either exaggerating the threat of the virus or even that they were seeking to spread it in order to cause harm. Source: Handout/Getty Images. From Peacekeeping to Peacebuilding. The term peacekeeping is not found in the UN Charter. Nevertheless, over the years, peacekeeping has developed as the UN's most important strategy to fulfill its responsibility to maintain international peace and security. Falling somewhere between the UN's commitment to resolve disputes peacefully through means such as negotiation and mediation, Chapter 6, and more forceful actions to maintain security, Chapter 7. Peacekeeping was described by the second UN Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld as belonging to Chapter 6.5. Between 1948 and 2019, the UN carried out 71 peacekeeping operations. In 2019, 13 of them remained active, involving more than 100,000 personnel, including civilians, troops, uniformed police, experts, and military observers drawn from 120 countries. During 2019 to 2020, the approved budget for these 13 UN peacekeeping operations was $6.51 billion. Senegalese soldiers of the UN peacekeeping mission in Mali MINUSMA, United Nations Multidimensional Integrated Stabilization Mission in Mali, patrol on foot in the streets of Gao, 2019. Source: Suleiman A.G. Anara/Getty Images. Peacekeeping. Peacekeeping is defined by the UN as a way to help countries torn by conflict create conditions for sustainable peace. It is therefore essentially a technique designed to preserve the peace, however fragile, where fighting has been halted, and to assist in implementing agreements achieved by the peacemakers. Traditional or classical peacekeeping amounts to monitoring and observing the peace process in post-conflict situations, with peacekeepers being deployed after a ceasefire has been negotiated and with no expectation of fighting except in the case of self-defense. This form of peacekeeping is consensual and requires the consent of the host state, its advantage being that the ability to report impartially on adherence to a ceasefire builds trust between previously warring states or groups. Peacebuilding. Peacebuilding is a long-term process of creating the necessary conditions for sustainable peace. This involves addressing the deep-rooted, structural causes of violent conflict in a comprehensive manner. Strictly speaking, peacebuilding is a phase in the peace process that occurs after peacemaking and peacekeeping have been completed. However, these activities invariably overlap to a greater or lesser degree. Peacebuilding as long-term conflict resolution involves a wide range of strategies. These include economic reconstruction, repairing or improving the economic and social infrastructure, demining, the demobilization and retraining of former combatants, the reintegration of displaced peoples, establishing community organizations and revising governmental arrangements, or state building. Classical or first-generation UN peacekeeping involved the establishment of a UN force placed between the parties to a dispute once a ceasefire had been implemented. In 1948, UN peacekeepers were used to monitor the truce or the First Arab-Israeli War, and the following year a UN military observer group was deployed to monitor the ceasefire in the Kashmir region following large-scale killings in the aftermath of the partition of India and Pakistan. Dispatching of a 6,000-strong multinational peacekeeping force to act as a physical barrier between Israel and Egypt following the Suez Crisis of 1956 and to facilitate the withdrawal of UK and French forces from the area, is viewed as the prototype of first-generation peacekeeping. Blue helmets only remained with the agreement of host states, and their purpose was to provide a shield against future hostilities rather than to resolve the deeper sources of the conflict or enforce a permanent settlement. In a context of East-West rivalry, a strict reliance on neutrality and impartiality monitoring post-conflict situations, rather than influencing them, appeared to be the only way in which the UN could contribute to the maintenance of peace. However, the post-Cold War period challenged this traditional approach to peacekeeping. A number of UN peacekeeping operations rose dramatically as a result of an upsurge in civil strife and humanitarian crises of various kinds. This was a consequence, in part, of the fact that declining superpower INFL-UNs had allowed both ethnic and other divisions to play out and of a newfound unanimity on the Security Council that created conditions favoring intervention. No less importantly, the task of peacekeeping became more complex and difficult due to the changing nature of violent conflict. As interstate war dropped and civil war increased, more conflicts were entangled with ethnic and cultural rivalries and endemic socio-economic divisions. This was reflected in two developments from the 1990s onwards. First, as peacekeepers were increasingly being dispatched to fragile conflict zones in which renewed violence remained an ongoing threat, if not a reality, greater emphasis fell on robust peacekeeping, sometimes portrayed as peace enforcement. Second, as conflict situations became more complex, the design and focus of peacekeeping operations had to evolve. has led to the advent of multidimensional peacekeeping, which includes, in addition to implementing a comprehensive peace agreement, the use of force to achieve humanitarian ends, the provision of emergency relief and steps towards political reconstruction. The emphasis therefore shifted from peacekeeping to peacebuilding. Does peacekeeping and peacebuilding work? How successful has multidimensional peacekeeping in the post-Cold War period been? UN peacekeeping has been both effective and cost-effective when compared with the costs of conflict and the toll in lives and economic devastation. Collier and Hofler, 2004. A study by the Rand Corporation in 2007 that analyzed 8 UN-led peacekeeping operations determined that 7 of them had succeeded in keeping the peace and 6 of them had helped to promote democracy. Dobbins, 2007. SA cases included the Congo, DRC, Cambodia, Namibia, Mozambique, El Salvador, East Timor, Eastern Slavonia, and Sierra Leone. However, there have been a number of peacekeeping failures, notably in Rwanda, Somalia, and Bosnia. UN peacekeepers were little more than spectators during the genocidal slaughter in Rwanda in 1994. UN-backed U.S. intervention in Somalia led to humiliation and withdrawal in 1995, with warlord conflict continuing unabated. The Bosnian Serb military in 1995 carried out the worst mass murder in Europe since the Second World War in the safe area of Srebrenica, which had been under the protection of a UN battalion of Dutch peacekeepers. Some have seen such events as evidence of the pitfalls of intervention in unfamiliar places to those deployed, lacking civil order and legitimate political institutions. Others, nevertheless, argue that they highlight flaws and failings within the UN system. Failings on the ground have included the lack of a clear mission and especially serious gaps between the mandate for intervention and the security challenges confronting peacekeepers, the varying quality of peacekeeping forces and a confused chain of command, and a general reliance on deterrence by presence reflected in a reluctance to use force against peacebreakers who use force freely and criminally. Failings at a higher level have been associated with a lack of political will and conflicting priorities and agendas in the Security Council and amongst other member states. However, there is also evidence that the UN has learned lessons. The 1992 UN report, An Agenda for Peace, prompted acknowledgement that peacekeeping alone cannot guarantee lasting peace. The growing emphasis on peace-building reflects a desire to identify and support structures that will tend to strengthen and solidify peace to avoid a relapse into conflict, helping to establish positive peace. Although the military remain the backbone of most peacekeeping operations, the many faces of peacekeeping now include administrators and economists, police officers and legal experts, deminers and electoral observers, and human rights monitors and specialists in civil affairs and governance. In 2005, the UN Peacebuilding Commission was established as an advisory subsidiary body of the General Assembly and the Security Council. Its purpose is to support peace efforts in countries emerging from conflict by bringing together all relevant actors including international donors, the international financial institutions, national governments, and troop-contributing countries, marshalling resources and advising on and proposing integrated strategies for post-conflict peacebuilding and recovery. Although being advisory, the Peacebuilding Commission can accomplish little through its own efforts. The greater emphasis within the UN on peacebuilding is an acknowledgement that classical peacekeeping is effectively obsolete and that peace enforcement is always difficult and may only be possible under specific conditions. C. Is humanitarian intervention justified? Peacebuilding, however, is a holistic exercise that straddles the UN harder and sower sides, its concern with promoting peace and security fusing with its commitment to economic and social development. Promoting economic and social development. From the outset, the architects of the UN recognized the interconnectedness of economic and political issues as a lesson of the links between the economic turmoil of the Great Depression and the rise of political extremism and the growth of international conflict that became the Second World War. The UN Charter thus committed the organization to promoting social progress and better standards of life. However, in its early phase, the UN's concerns with economic and social issues extended little beyond post-war reconstruction and recovery in Western Europe and Japan in particular. A major share in favor of the promotion of economic and social development was nevertheless evident from the 1960s onwards as a result of 3 factors. First, and most importantly, the process of decolonization and the growing influence of developing states within the ever-expanding UN focused more attention on the unequal distribution of wealth worldwide. The North-South divide thus came to rival the significance of East-West rivalry within the UN. Second, a greater awareness of interdependence and the impact of globalization from the 1980s onwards resulted in both an increased acceptance that economic and social problems in one part of the world have implications for other parts of the world, and that patterns of poverty and inequality are linked to the structure of the global economy. RD, as acknowledged by the transition from peacemaking to peacebuilding, the rise of civil war and ethnic strife underlined the fact that peace and security on the one hand and development, justice, and human rights on the other are not separate agendas. EUN's economic and social responsibilities are discharged by a sprawling and, seemingly, ever-enlarging array of programs, funds, and specialized agencies supposedly coordinated by ECOSOC. Its main areas are human rights, discussed in Chapter 14, development and poverty reduction, discussed in Chapter 16, and the environment, discussed in Chapter 17. As far as development is concerned, the principal vehicle responsible for global development policy is the UN Development Programme, UNDP, created in 1965. UNDP has a presence in more than 170 countries, working with them on their own solutions to global and national development challenges. It also helps developing countries attract and use aid effectively. Annual Human Development Reports, HDRs, focus the global debate on key development issues, providing new measurement tools such as the Human Development Index or HDI, undertaking innovative analysis, and advancing controversial policy proposals. By focusing on the notions of human development, see here, and human security, the UNDP has also fostered innovative thinking about poverty and deprivation, moving away from a By focusing on the notions of human development, see here, and human security, the UNDP has also fostered innovative thinking about poverty and deprivation, moving away from a narrowly economic definition of poverty. In 1994, Secretary-General Boutros Boutros-Ghali issued an Agenda for Development to complement an Agenda for Peace 2 years earlier, which attempted to establish a coordinated program for sustainable development in an era of globalization and in the light of the end of the Cold War. Development of the United Nations. 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted. 1950 Security Council approves military action in Korea. 1950 UN High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, established. 1953 Dag Hammarskjöld, Sweden, appointed Secretary General. 1956 First UN Peacekeeping Force sent to the Suez Canal. 1960 UN Operation in the Congo established to oversee the transition from Belgian rule to independence. 1961 U Thant, Burma, appointed Secretary General. 1964 UN peacekeepers sent to Cyprus. 1965 UN Development Programme, UNDP founded. 1968 General Assembly approves the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT. 1971 People's Republic of China replaces the Republic of China, Taiwan, at the UN Security Council. 1972 First UN Conference on Women in Mexico City inaugurates International Women's Year. 1972 Kurt Waldheim, Austria, appointed Secretary General. 1982 Javier Pérez de Cuellar, Peru, appointed Secretary General. 1990 UNICEF convenes the World Summit for Children. 1992 Boutros Boutros-Ghali, Egypt, appointed Secretary General. 1992 Security Council issues an Agenda for Peace, highlighting new approaches to peacemaking, peacekeeping, and peacebuilding. 1997 Kofi Annan, Ghana, appointed Secretary General. 2000 General Assembly adopts the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. 2002 International Criminal Court, ICC, established. 2005 UN Peacekeeping Commission is established. 2007 Ban Ki-moon, South Korea, appointed Secretary General. 2015 General Assembly adopts the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, replacing the earlier MDGs. 2017 Antonio Guterres, Portugal, appointed Secretary General. However, by the late 1990s, concerns about deepening global inequality, and especially the plight of sub-Saharan Africa, produced growing anxiety about the impact of the UN's development programs. A 1999 Human Development Report, for example, noted that while the top 5% of the world's people in the richest countries enjoyed 82% of the expanding export trade, the bottom 5% enjoyed barely more than 1%. UNDP 1999. A desire to reinvigorate the UN's development program led to the unveiling in 2000 of the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, and in 2015 of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Future of the UN, Challenges and Reform. The UN is no stranger to controversy and criticism. Given the breadth and audacity of the UN's core mission, a gap between expectations and performance is inevitable. However, the nature of the challenges facing the organization has changed significantly over time. How will the UN fare as the 21st century continues to unfold? A major factor that shapes the UN's influence is the global distribution of power. For much of the 20th century, the UN was hamstrung by Cold War bipolarity. The high point of its INFL-UNs came in the early to mid-1990s and coincided with a relatively brief period of cooperation and agreement among P5 states following the end of the Cold War. Nevertheless, the UN heavily dependent on the sole remaining superpower, the United States, creating the danger that US hegemony would render the UN a mere tool of US foreign policy to be used, abused, or ignored as Washington saw fit. On the other hand, the growing trend towards multipolarity, reflected, in particular, in the rise of China but also in the growing influence of powers such as India, Brazil, and South Africa, is certain to impact the UN. The nature of this impact is difficult to determine, however. In one view, a more even distribution of global power is likely to favor multilateralism and encourage states to rely more heavily on a system of collective security facilitated by the UN rather than on violent self-help. In the alternative view, multipolarity is likely to be associated with increased conflict and greater instability, in which case the future history of the UN may replicate that of the League of Nations, as intensifying great power rivalry makes the task of international mediation and negotiation increasingly difficult and perhaps impossible. In either event, the sure location of global power is certain to keep the issue of the reform of the Security Council firmly on the agenda. Global actors? The United Nations. 193 countries. The United Nations was established as the successor to the League of Nations when 50 states met in San Francisco to agree the terms of the UN Charter. The UN has 5 major organs: the General Assembly, the Security Council, the International Court of Justice, and the Secretariat, the Economic and Social Council. The UN family also includes a range of specialized agencies, funds, and programs, including the IMF, the World Bank, the World Health Organization, WHO, the UN Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and the UN Children's Fund, UNICEF. Significance: the United Nations is a genuinely global body that has a unique international character. On the basis of its founding charter, the organization can take action, in theory, in an unlimited range of areas. The UN is active in areas such as the environment, refugee protection, disaster relief, counterterrorism, disarmament, human rights, economic and social development, and so on. However, its key role is widely accepted to be the maintenance of international peace and security, particularly as carried out through the Security Council's ability to issue binding resolutions, backed up, at least in theory, by the ability to impose non-military and military sanctions in the event of non-compliance. This makes the UN the primary source of international law. During the Cold War, the UN was routinely paralyzed by superpower rivalry that led to deadlock in the Security Council, a consequence of the veto powers of its permanent members. A further difficulty was that the UN was never able to develop an armed force of its own, so that it has always had to rely on troops supplied by individual member states. Its impact on matters of peace and security was therefore strictly limited. The end of the Cold War, however, produced optimism about the capacity of an activist UN to preside over a new world order. The UN approved the US-led expulsion of Iraq from Kuwait in the Gulf War of 1991, and, in a few short years, the number of UN peacekeeping operations had doubled and the annual budget for peacekeeping had quadrupled. Hopes for a more effective UN in the post-Cold War period were, however, dashed, largely by a declining willingness of states freed from East-West tensions to accept neutral, multilateral intervention, and by the eroding support, both financial and military, of the United States. Despite some genuine successes in peacekeeping, such as in Mozambique and El Salvador, and in peacebuilding East Timor, the UN's reputation was badly damaged by its failure to prevent large-scale slaughter in Rwanda and Bosnia in the mid-1990s. The UN nevertheless continues to exert significant soft power, particularly in the developing world, where it is viewed as the leading institution providing support for economic and social development. The UN remains the only international organization that approximates to a form of global governance, providing, at minimum, a framework through which the international community can address concerns ranging from peace and security, disarmament and non-proliferation, to environmental protection, poverty reduction, gender equality, and emergency relief. In view of the UN's unique role and moral authority, few would disagree with the view that if it did not exist, it would need to be invented. However, the UN has been subject to a variety of criticisms. Most damningly, the UN has been portrayed as entirely non-legitimate, a proto-world government that has no democratic credentials and which, over time, has come to pay less respect to national sovereignty. Others claim that it is little more than a debating society due to the fact that it can do no more than its member states, and particularly the P5, allow it to do. Further criticisms focus on the convoluted and deeply bureaucratic nature of the organization itself and its tendency towards inefficiency and mismanagement, exposed not least by the 2003 oil for food scandal. A further issue is that the security challenges facing the modern UN are vastly different from those in earlier decades. Amongst other things, these include the threat of nuclear terrorism, the problem of state collapse, and the disruption caused by the spread of infectious diseases. The changing nature of war and armed conflict raises particular difficulties for the UN in its peacekeeping and peace-building roles. Not only do the rise of identity wars and the links between civil strife, humanitarian and refugee crises, and endemic crime make sustainable peace difficult to achieve, but they also strain the relationship between the quest for global justice and respect for state sovereignty. Not only do the rise of identity wars and the links between civil strife, humanitarian and refugee crises, and endemic crime make sustainable peace difficult to achieve, but they also strain the relationship between the quest for global justice and respect for state sovereignty. The case of Darfur, in the 2000s shows how UN intervention to keep the peace and provide humanitarian aid can be blocked by an unwilling host government. Nevertheless, if the UN accepts a responsibility to protect, Chapter 14, it is difficult to see where intervention will end. The UN, in addition, faces a continuing problem of financing its activities. While UN peacekeeping, development, and other activities tend, remorselessly, to expand, major donor states have become more reluctant to keep up with their financial contributions, partly using these as levers to influence policy within the organization. In October 2019, member states owed the UN $1.3 billion, with the United States accounting for more than half, $674 million, of that year's outstanding budget, in addition to the $381 million it owed for previous years. How can the UN put its finances on a sounder footing without curtailing necessary work? And how can the link between budgetary contributions and policy influence within the UN be broken? Debating. Is the UN obsolete and unnecessary? The UN has long been a controversial body. Although for more than 7 decades the states that comprise the UN have come to value and need the organization, major and sometimes fundamental criticisms continue to be leveled at the United Nations and its composite bodies. For, against, a proto-world government. The UN is fundamentally flawed because it was designed as a supranational body whose role is to police the international system. The UN therefore has all the drawbacks of a would-be world government, a lack of legitimacy, accountability, and democratic credentials. Not only does the UN interfere in the affairs of nation-states, as is demonstrated by its declining support for state sovereignty, but it also disrupts the workings of the balance of power system, thereby endangering peace and stability. An indispensable body. For all its flaws and failings, one central fact must be borne in mind. The world is a safer place with the UN than it would be without it. Although the UN will never be able to prevent all wars and resolve all conflicts, it provides an indispensable framework for cooperation, should the international community choose to use it. The UN serves, however imperfectly, to increase the chances that international conflict can be resolved without the resort to war and, if war breaks out, that military conflict will quickly lead to peacemaking and peacebuilding. Irrelevant debating society. For many, the chief problem with the UN is its ineffectiveness rather than its capacity to meddle in world affairs. As is commonly pointed out, there have been more wars since the creation of the UN than there. Peacekeeping successes. Highly publicized peacekeeping failures have distorted the image of the UN's effectiveness in keeping the peace. Most studies show that UN peacekeeping operations are more often successful than unsuccessful. Had been before, and the organization is routinely sidelined as major world events unfold. The Security Council is commonly paralyzed by the difficulty of passing resolutions and achieving both regional acceptance and the support of the United States before action can be taken. Operational level, there are clearly functions that the UN is better at performing than any other body, including small-scale peacekeeping, the provision of humanitarian aid, and the monitoring of elections. The shift towards multidimensional peacekeeping has also been beneficial. Lack of moral compass. In this view, the UN at its creation had a clear moral focus, derived from the fight against fascism, the need to defend human rights and fundamental freedoms. However, as the UN expanded and became a genuinely global body, it drifted towards a kind of moral relativism in which it seeks to be all things to all members. The UN's record on standing up to dictators, condemning human rights violations and intervening to prevent genocide and other comparable acts is therefore poor. New agendas and new thinking. The UN did not fossilize around its initial mission, but it has, rather, succeeded in adapting and redefining itself in the light of new global challenges. Not only has the UN developed into the leading organization promoting economic and social development worldwide, but it has also helped to shape the agenda as far as new global issues are concerned, ranging from climate change and gender equality to population control and dealing with pandemics. Outdated and unreformable. There is common agreement that the UN is in pressing need of reform, but it is not clear that such reform can be brought about. The reform of the Security Council is impossible to achieve because of the veto powers of its permanent members. The organization itself is simply dysfunctional, sprawling and complex and fraught with duplication and overlaps. Moreover, attempts to streamline the organization seem to make matters worse, not better. Mend it, don't end it. Despite its imperfections, it is absurd to suggest that the UN is unreformable. The operational and strategic approach to peacekeeping and the provision of humanitarian aid have both improved significantly in recent years, and further reforms could undoubtedly be introduced. For example, UN agencies could be better coordinated. The UN could confer legitimacy on international action, rather than always implementing action itself, and relationships with regional organizations could be strengthened. In the light of these challenges, the issue of UN reform has become increasingly prominent. In the late 1990s, the then Secretary General Kofi Annan embarked on an overarching reform program that aimed to improve the coordination of the UN's economic and social arrangements and to strengthen the norms of the multilateral system. However, most would argue that this process remains incomplete and needs to be applied to a much broader range of UN activities. However, other important areas of reform are in peace operations, development, and human rights. The 2000 Brahimi report on peacekeeping made a major contribution to reviewing UN peace operations and provided the backdrop for the creation of the UN Peacebuilding Commission in 2005. An area of particular concern has been the need for the UN to have a rapid deployment capacity, the ability to send peacekeepers to different corners of the globe at short notice with the resources to act swiftly and effectively. The absence of such a capacity has meant that UN peacekeepers are deployed late and are called upon to police highly difficult situations. The chief reform challenge facing the UN's development activities continues to be how to improve coordination and reduce overlaps and duplication amongst the plethora of development-oriented bodies within the UN's dysfunctional family. The goal of delivering as one has been recognized within the UN, but the task of translating this into practice to increase efficiency and reduce administrative costs has yet to be achieved. In relation to human rights, the UN has been highly successful in creating a detailed body of international human rights legislation and also in producing bodies that can observe and authoritatively report on adherence to global human rights norms. However, given the range of interests that operate in and through the UN, it has been less easy to ensure that these bodies act in a robust way. The much criticized Commission on Human Rights may have been replaced by the Human Rights Council, but as its unwillingness to criticize Sri Lanka in 2009 for the conduct of its civil war against the Tamil Tigers demonstrated, serious human rights violations can still escape sanction. Summary: an international organization is an institution with formal procedures and a membership comprising 3 or more states. These bodies can be thought of as instruments through which states pursue their own interests, as arenas that facilitate debate, and as actors that can affect global outcomes. International organizations are created out of a composite of factors. These include the existence of interdependencies among states that encourage policymakers to believe that international cooperation can serve common interests, and the presence of a hegemonic power willing and able to bear the costs of creating and sustaining an international organization. The United Nations is the only truly global organization ever constructed. The UN is nevertheless a hybrid body configured around the competing need to accept the realities of great power politics and to acknowledge the sovereign equality of member states. This, in effect, has pulled the UN in 2 directions. The principal aim of the UN is to maintain international peace and security, with responsibility for this being vested in the Security Council. However, the UN has been restricted in carrying out this role, particularly by the veto powers of the P5 and the lack of an independent military capacity. The UN's mixed performance in the area of peacekeeping has led to an increasing emphasis, instead, on the process of peacebuilding. The UN's economic and social responsibilities are discharged by a sprawling and, seemingly, ever-enlarging array of programs, funds, and specialized agencies. Its main areas are human rights, development and poverty reduction, and the environment. Such widening concerns have ensured strong support for the UN, particularly across the developing world. The UN faces a range of important challenges and pressures for reform. These include those generated by the changing location of global power in an increasingly multipolar world, those associated with criticisms of the composition and powers of the Security Council, and those related to the UN's finances and organization. Questions for discussion. How do international organizations differ from states? How are international organization and global governance linked? Are international organizations merely mechanisms for pursuing state interests by other means? Is a hegemonic power necessary for the creation of international organizations? To what extent are international organizations ideational constructs? Why has the UN been more successful than the League of Nations? Why is it so difficult to reform the Security Council? Why has the UN only had limited success in establishing a system of collective security? How and why has the UN's approach to peacekeeping evolved? How effective has the UN been in discharging its economic and social responsibilities? Further reading. Armstrong, D. L. Lloyd, and J. Redmond, International Organization in World Politics, 2004. An Introduction to the History of Modern International Organization that places a particular emphasis on the development of the UN. Garais, S. B. The United Nations, An Introduction, 2012. A concise analysis of the UN, its structure and work, its impact, and its likely role and future prospects. Rittberger, V. B. Zangel, and A. Kruk, International Organization, 3rd edition, 2019. A systematic theoretical and empirical introduction to the evolution, structure, and policies of international organizations. Weiss, T. G. What's Wrong with the United Nations and How to Fix It 2009. A stimulating examination of the UN's alleged ills and of possible cures. Links to relevant web resources can be found on the Global Politics website, bloomsbury.pub/Heywood Global Politics 3E. Spillover, the dynamic process whereby integration in one policy area tends to spill over into other areas as new goals and new pressures are generated. Collective security, the idea or practice of common defense in which a number of states pledge themselves to defend each other based on the principle of all for one and one for all, see here. Peacekeeping, a technique designed to preserve the peace when fighting has been halted and to assist in implementing agreements achieved by the peacemakers, see here. Peace enforcement, coercive measures including the use of military force used to restore peace and security in situations where acts of aggression have taken place. 2020-2020. Global governance. Source, Fabrice Caffrini/Getty Images. Preview. From the 1990s onward, the concept of global governance became central to debates around globalization, states, and world order. The end of the Cold War meant that increased expectations fell on international organizations in general and on the United Nations in particular. Accelerated globalization stimulated discussions about the relationship between trends in the world economy and the institutional frameworks that supposedly regulated it. And there has been a general recognition that a growing number of worldwide problems are beyond the capacity of individual states to solve on their own. However, hovering somewhere between a Westphalian world of sovereign states and the fanciful idea of world government, global governance is profoundly difficult to analyze and assess. How is global governance best understood? Does it actually exist, or is global governance merely an aspiration? The arena in which global governance is most advanced is nevertheless the field of economic policymaking. This stems from the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement, which sought to establish the architecture for the post-war international economic order by creating three new bodies, the IMF, the World Bank, and GATT, later replaced by the World Trade Organization, collectively known as the Bretton Woods system. This system evolved significantly over time as it adapted to the changing pressures generated by the world economy. From an initial concern with post-war reconstruction in Europe and later development in the Third World, its key institutions were drawn into deeper controversy from the early 1970s onwards as they were converted to an agenda of economic liberalization and became inextricably linked to the forces of neoliberal globalization. What factors lie behind the creation of the Bretton Woods system, and how did its mission subsequently change? Have the Bretton Woods institutions been a force for good or for ill? And what alternative mechanisms of global economic governance are there? Key issues. What is global governance? Is global governance a myth or a reality? How and why was the Bretton Woods system established? How were the Bretton Woods institutions converted to economic liberalization? Why have the Bretton Woods institutions attracted so much criticism? What does the 2007-9 global financial crisis tell us about the need for global economic governance? What, if any, alternatives are there to global governance? Global governance. Global governance has been described as the collection of governance-related activities, rules, and mechanisms, formal and informal, existing at a variety of levels in the world today. Carnes and Minks, 2009. As such, it refers to a wide variety of cooperative problem-solving arrangements whose common characteristic is that they facilitate governance in the sense of the coordination of social life rather than government, meaning ordered rule operating through a system of enforceable decisions. Such arrangements have become increasingly prominent in global politics since the end of the Cold War, particularly in response to, but also, to some extent, in an attempt to shape, the process of globalization. Global governance is nevertheless a complex phenomenon that defies simple definitions or explanations. In the first place, it is commonly confused with international organization to such an extent that global governance is sometimes, in effect, used as a collective term to describe the international organizations currently in existence. Although not synonymous, global governance has been affected by the growth in the number and importance of international organizations. Furthermore, as a set of processes through which states cooperate without, it seems, abandoning sovereignty, global governance is a difficult phenomenon to categorize. In particular, how can global governance be distinguished from other models of world politics? Global governance. Global governance is a broad, dynamic, and complex process of interactive decision-making at the global level that involves formal and informal mechanisms as well as governmental and non-governmental bodies. States and governments remain the primary institution for articulating public interests and those of the global community as a whole, but global governance also involves intergovernmental and, sometimes, supranational bodies. Global policy is made by a system of horizontal and vertical interactions in which officials in different branches of government work with counterparts in other countries as well as with activists, scientists, bankers, and others outside government. The term global governance is sometimes used more narrowly to refer to the institutions through which these interactions takes place. What global governance is and is not. Global governance can be understood as a broad, dynamic, and complex process of interactive decision-making at the global level. But what does this mean? What are the characteristic features of global governance? Perhaps the best way to define global governance is to highlight similarities and differences between it and alternative configurations of world politics, notably international anarchy, global hegemony, and world government. International anarchy. International anarchy has been the conventional model for understanding international politics, originating with the emergence of the Westphalian state system in the 17th century, see Chapter 2. It is also one of the core assumptions of realist theory. International anarchy arises as a result of the absence of a supranational authority capable of regulating the behavior of states. States are the sovereign entities forced to rely on self-help for survival and security. The international system thus tends to be dynamic and prone to conflict, especially as a result of the fear and uncertainty that derive from the security dilemma, see here. However, international anarchy is not necessarily characterized by unending chaos and disorder. Rather, periods of peace and at least relative order may develop, particularly when a balance of power emerges that discourages states from pursuing their aggressive ambitions. Moreover, the prospect of war is diminished to the extent that states seek to maximize security, the avoidance of war, rather than to maximize power, gains made through conquest and expansion. See offensive or defensive realism. Does international anarchy still reign? The main weakness of this model is that, since 1945, countries in various parts of the world have, with the help of international organizations, demonstrated a capacity for sustainable cooperative behavior based on norms and rules that increase levels of trust and reciprocity. The level of cooperation achieved by the European Union, for instance, defies the assumptions of realist theory. It is widely argued, therefore, that the international system has developed into an international society, see here, transforming international anarchy into what Bull, 1977-2012, called an anarchical society. Yet, self-help and power politics have not disappeared altogether. For instance, international relations across much of the Middle East are still best understood in balance of power terms, with 9/11 widely being interpreted as marking a return to traditional geopolitics. Realist theorists, moreover, challenge the idea that an international order can be constructed that permanently transcends the logic of power politics. Global hegemony. Realists have always acknowledged that some measure of organization is imposed on the state system by the very fact of a hierarchy of states. Although states are formally equal in terms of their entitlement to sovereign jurisdiction, they are highly unequal in terms of their resources and capacities. Powerful states therefore impose their will on weak states, not least through imperialism. The notion of global hegemony merely extends this idea of international order imposed from above. A hegemonic power is one that possesses preeminent military, economic, and ideological resources, and so is able to impose its will within a region, a regional hegemon, or worldwide, a global hegemon. Such a strongly asymmetrical distribution of power may lead to hostility and resentment, but, more commonly, will encourage weaker states to bandwagon in the hope of gaining security and other rewards. Global hegemony may therefore be consistent with international order, particularly when the hegemon is able to deliver collective goods such as a stable financial system, a dependable international currency, and, acting as the world's police officer, the ability to resolve regional and other conflicts. Many have argued that hegemony provides the key to understanding modern global politics. The United States, having displaced the United Kingdom as the hegemonic power in the Western Hemisphere in 1945, became a global hegemon as a result of the end of the Cold War and the demise of the Soviet Union. Such a view also suggests that the growth of international organizations since 1945 was less a reflection of a greater willingness among states generally to cooperate, but more a manifestation of the United States' ability to accumulate structural power. However, although the United States played a pivotal role in the construction of the leading institutions of global governance, the UN see here, the World Bank see page 480, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Trade Organization see here, and has also given consistent encouragement to the process of European integration, it is simplistic to see international institutions at large as nothing more than a mechanism through which the United States pursues its national interests. For example, can be seen in the United States' difficult relationship with the UN. Moreover, the United States' global dominance, as well as its leadership over the institutions of global governance, may well be fading through the emergence of a multipolar world order, as discussed in Chapter 10. World government. World government is the idea of all of humankind united under one common political authority. All conceptions of world government are based on the centralization of authority in a supranational body that would possess legislative and executive power. However, there are two quite different models of world government. In the unitary model, a cosmopolis or world state would enjoy a monopoly of the legitimate use of force and establish a strictly hierarchical world order. In the federal model, a central authority would be vested with autonomous authority over the rule of law and the maintenance of order, while the constituent units, previously states, retain control over local and domestic matters. World government. Of all the models of global politics considered here, world government corresponds least well to the structures and processes of the modern global system. Global governance could even be described as international cooperation in the absence of world government. The idea of world government has, indeed, become distinctly unfashionable. However, this was not always the case. The notion of world government has featured large in the history of international relations thought, dating back to Zeno and Marcus Aurelius in ancient Greece and Rome. Hugo Grotius argued in favor of a system of law that would be binding on all peoples and all nations, while Immanuel Kant asserted that perpetual peace could be delivered through a federation of free states bound together by the conditions of universal hospitality, although this by no means constituted a simple plan for world government. Founding visions of both the League of Nations, 1919-46, and the UN were constructed around a world government ideal, while support for federal world government has been expressed by people as varied as Albert Einstein, 1879-1955, Winston Churchill, 1874-1965, Bertrand Russell, 1872-1970, and Mahatma Gandhi. The logic behind the idea of world government is the same as that which underlies the classic liberal justification for the state social contract theory. Just as the only means of ensuring order and stability amongst individuals with differing interests is the establishment of a sovereign state, the only way of preventing conflict between self-interested states is to create a supreme world power. Juncker, 2007. However, such a prospect is now widely considered to be both unrealistic and undesirable. World government is unrealistic because there are no discernible indications that states, or peoples, are willing to give up their sovereignty to a global state or world federation. As even within one continent, as the European experience demonstrates, examined in Chapter 21, the emergence of transnational political identities is always likely to lag well behind progress in transnational institution building. It suggests that if world government were ever to be established, it would be likely to take the form of a world empire, the clearest example perhaps being the Roman Empire, an extreme and institutionalized form of global hegemony. World government has been deemed to be undesirable for at least 4 reasons. 1. First, it creates the prospect of unchecked and uncheckable power, meaning that it would degenerate into global despotism. 2. Second, in view of cultural, language, religious, and other differences, it is likely that local or regional political allegiances will always remain stronger than global ones. 3. It is difficult to see how effective democratic accountability could operate within a system of world government. 4. Fourth, many liberal theorists have abandoned the idea of world government on the grounds that the success of global governance and the spread of moral cosmopolitanism, as opposed to world state cosmopolitanism, show how problems such as war, global poverty, and environmental degradation can be tackled without the need for a global state. However, although world government is now rarely deemed to be a meaningful political project, the principle of supranationalism that underpins it has undoubtedly acquired growing significance. For instance, the supranational authority that is vested in the UN Security Council, through its powers in relation to peace and security matters under Article 25 of the UN Charter, the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, and in certain EU institutions, contains at least some world government features. Supranationalism. Supranationalism is the existence of an authority that is higher than that of the nation-state and capable of imposing its will on it. Supranationalism thus transfers sovereignty and decision-making authority from constituent states to an international or regional organization. This can occur through the establishment of an international federation, in which sovereignty is shared between central and peripheral bodies, a process often referred to as pooling sovereignty. The advance of supranationalism is seen as part of the general integrative trend within global politics. However, critics of supranationalism, especially realists, claim that it represents a threat not only to sovereignty but also to national identity and democracy, perhaps even containing the seeds of world government. Contours of global governance. While world government has increasingly been viewed as an outmoded, if not a deeply unattractive idea, the alternative notion of global governance has attracted growing attention. Global governance is more a field than an object of study. Although it can be associated with particular institutions and identifiable actors, it is essentially a process or a complex of processes. Simply put, global governance is the management of global policies in the absence of a central government. As such, it differs from international anarchy in that it involves a level of sustained cooperation and a preference for collective action that is impossible in a self-help system. States in a global governance system cooperate voluntarily, recognizing that it is in their interest to do so. Global governance has therefore emerged out of an acceptance by states that a growing number of policy problems cannot be effectively addressed by individual state action. Global governance differs from global hegemony and world government in that both these presuppose the existence of a supranational authority. It can therefore be described as a system of cooperation under anarchy, OI 1986. Global governance thus implies that international anarchy can be overcome without requiring a world government or a world hegemonic order. See Table 20.1. Key features of global governance include the following. Polycentrism. Despite the UN's overarching role within the modern global governance system, global governance is multiple rather than singular, having different institutional frameworks and decision-making mechanisms in different issue areas. Intergovernmentalism. States and national governments retain considerable influence within the global governance system, reflecting international organizations' general disposition towards consensual decision-making and their weak powers of enforcement. Mixed actor involvement. In addition to states and international organizations, global governance embraces NGOs, TNCs, and other institutions of global civil society. This blurring of the public/private divide removes any distinction between the state and civil society in global decision-making, such that exists in domestic politics. Multilevel processes. Global governance operates through interaction between groups and institutions at various levels: municipal, provincial, national, regional, and global, with no single level enjoying predominance over the others. Deformalization. Global governance tends to operate through norm-based and informal international regimes rather than through formal and legally constituted bodies. Table 20.1. Competing models of global politics. No supranational authority. Supranational authority. No binding norms and rules. International anarchy. Global hegemony. Binding norms and rules. Global governance. World government. Source adapted from Rittberger et al., 2019. Intergovernmentalism. Intergovernmentalism refers to interaction among states that takes place on the basis of sovereign independence. Intergovernmentalism is therefore usually distinguished from supranationalism. The most common form of intergovernmentalism is a treaty or alliance, the simplest of which involve a bilateral agreement between states. The other main form of intergovernmentalism is a league or confederation, such as the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, or the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. In such bodies, state sovereignty is preserved through a process of unanimous decision-making in which each member state has a veto, at least over matters of vital national importance. Global governance, myth or reality? How far does modern world politics conform to the features of a global governance system? Liberal theorists in particular have argued that there is an unmistakable and perhaps irresistible trend in favor of global governance. The growth of international organizations provides both evidence of a greater willingness amongst states to cooperate and engage in collective action and fosters further cooperation by strengthening trust amongst states, accustoming them to rule-governed behavior. In the sense that global governance is closely linked to globalization, its salience may fluctuate but is likely to grow over time as the tendency towards interdependence and interconnectedness, once established, is difficult to reverse. This is demonstrated by developments ranging from international migration and global terrorism to transnational criminal organizations and global pandemics. However, the extent to which the world as a whole has become orderly and norm-governed should not be exaggerated. It is more accurate to refer to an emerging global governance process rather than an established global governance system. Moreover, the norms and rules of global governance are much better established in some parts of the world than in others. For instance, Europe has been portrayed by Cooper, 2004, as the heart of the so-called postmodern world by virtue of the EU's success in pooling sovereignty and banishing balance of power politics. Europe, nevertheless, is an exception, and many parts of the world are still little affected by international norms and rules, as demonstrated by the existence of rogue states and pariah states. David Held, 1951 to 2019. Among the globalization theorists that rose to prominence in the late 20th century, David Held became one of the best-known cosmopolitan globalists, offering politically liberal and optimistic interpretations of globalization. Having written widely on democratic and cosmopolitan political theory in the 1980s, from the 1990s Held began to focus on global governance and how democracy and cosmopolitanism might be upscaled to the global level. In Democracy and the Global Order, 1995, Held laid out his hopes for a world governed by cosmopolitan democratic law in which a new Bretton Woods Agreement would tie the institutions of global economic governance to democratic political goals and to a more socially just world order. He continued to argue for good global governance throughout his life, focusing in the 2010s on what he called global gridlock and the urgent need to reform or replace international financial and political institutions to better enable governance on issues ranging from economic policy to climate change. In 2011, in the context of the Arab Spring uprisings and the Libyan civil war, the turn of real-world global events embroiled Held in a scandal relating to his Global Governance Research Center, through which he had supervised the PhD of Saif Gaddafi, a son of Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi, whose family had made large donations to the center. Held's other key works on global governance include Gridlock, Why Global Cooperation is Failing When We Need It Most, 2013, with Thomas Hale and Kevin Young, and the journal article Elements of a Theory of Global Governance, 2016. Global Economic Governance. A trend towards global governance has been particularly evident in the sphere of economic policy making, as it is the most obvious area of interdependence amongst states, and the area where the failure of international cooperation can cause the clearest damage. Since 1945, a system of global economic governance has emerged through a thickening web of multilateral agreements, formal institutions, and informal networks, with the most important institutions being those established by the Bretton Woods Agreement negotiated just before the end of the Second World War. A major factor behind the agreement was the desire to avoid a return to the economic instability and sometimes chaos of the interwar period. Such concerns were made especially pressing by the recognition of the role that unemployment and economic insecurity had played in the rise of fascism and the circumstances that had led to the Second World War, as discussed in Chapter 2. A chief lesson of the Great Depression of the 1930s was therefore that so-called beggar thy neighbor policies of protectionism were economically self-defeating and politically dangerous. However, such tendencies could only be countered if a framework of norms, rules, and understandings could be established that enabled states to cooperate over economic matters. Beginnings of the Bretton Woods system. In August 1944, the United States, the United Kingdom, and 42 other states met at the UN Monetary and Financial Conference at the small resort town of Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, to formulate the institutional architecture for the post-war international financial and monetary system. The most significant outcome was the establishment of three new bodies, in due course collectively known as the Bretton Woods system. SA bodies were the International Monetary Fund, IMF, which came into operation in March 1947. The International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, better known as the World Bank, which came into operation in June 1946. The General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, which was actually created by the UN Conference on Trade and Employment and came into operation in January 1948, but is usually seen as part of the Bretton Woods system. It was replaced by the World Trade Organization, WTO, in 1995. At the center of the Bretton Woods system was a new monetary order overseen by the IMF, which sought to maintain stable exchange rates. This was achieved by fixing all currencies to the value of the US dollar, which acted as a currency anchor, with the US dollar being convertible to gold at a rate of $35 per ounce. The World Bank and GATT complemented the new International Monetary Order by establishing, respectively, a new International Financial Order and a new International Trading Order. The main responsibility of the World Bank was to provide loans for countries in need of reconstruction and development, while GATT, which existed more as a multilateral agreement than as an international organization, sought to advance the cause of free trade by bringing down tariff levels. Between them, these bodies established a form of proto-global economic governance based on a framework of norms and rules that would guide the future economic relationships among states. Multilateralism. Multilateralism can broadly be defined as a process that coordinates behavior among three or more countries on the basis of generalized principles of conduct, Ruggie 1992. For a process to be genuinely multilateral, it must conform to three principles. Non-discrimination, all participating countries must be treated alike. Indivisibility, participating countries must behave as if they were a single entity, as in collective security, see here, and diffuse reciprocity. Obligations among countries must have a general and enduring character, rather than being examples of one-off cooperation. Multilateralism may be informal, reflecting the acceptance of common norms and rules by three or more countries, but more commonly it is formal, in which case multilateralism equals institutionalism. The Bretton Woods Agreement is a clear example of the multilateralism that was to become increasingly prominent in the post-1945 period. However, it would be a mistake to portray Bretton Woods simply in terms of multilateralism and the recognition of mutual interests. This would be to ignore the crucial role played by the United States, which emerged from the Second World War as the world's predominant military and economic power. Not only was the conference initiated by the United States and took place on U.S. soil, but the United States was the leading force in the negotiation, effectively dictating some key outcomes. The United States' priorities in relation to Bretton Woods were twofold. First, having massively increased its industrial output through rearmament and the expansion of exports in the run-up to and during the war years, re-establishing full employment in a way that Roosevelt's New Deal had failed to do. The United States needed to ensure that domestic growth levels could be sustained in the post-war period. This required the construction of an open and stable international economic system. Second, U.S. thinking was shaped by a growing awareness of the threat posed by the Soviet Union and the need to contain the spread of communism. It encouraged the United States to seek ways of promoting reconstruction and recovery in war-ravaged Europe as well as, over time, in defeated Germany and Japan. But what was the thinking behind the Bretton Woods system? Bretton Woods certainly reflected an underpinning faith in liberal economic theories, notably about the virtues of an open and competitive international economy. However, the fact that such institutional arrangements were required to, in a sense, police the international economy and ensure stability reflected grave doubts about classical political economy and especially the doctrine of laissez-faire. The key idea of classical political economy is the belief that unregulated market competition tends towards long-term equilibrium. The economy thus works best when let alone by government, and this supposedly applies at the international level as well as at the national level. See neoliberalism. Bretton Woods, on the other hand, was shaped by the fear that an unregulated international economy is inherently unstable and crisis-prone, tendencies most dramatically demonstrated by the Great Depression itself. In line with the ideas of J.M. Keynes, markets therefore had to be managed. The growing influence of such thinking in domestic politics was reflected in the post-war period in the gradual adoption by all industrialized states of Keynesian techniques of economic management in which fiscal policy, government spending and taxation was used to deliver growth and keep unemployment low. Bretton Woods reflected an attempt to establish a Keynesian-style regulative framework for the international economy. In that this acknowledged only the limited benefits of market competition, it has been described as a form of embedded liberalism as opposed to pure liberalism, Ruggie 1998. Nevertheless, the exact form of the institutional framework agreed at Bretton Woods was also crucially shaped by the priorities and concerns of the United States. This was particularly evident in the defeat of Keynes' proposals as head of the UK negotiating team at Bretton Woods for a radical change in international monetary and financial arrangements. Keynes, rather misleadingly dubbed the intellectual godfather of the IMF, proposed the construction of a global bank called the International Clearing Union, which would issue its own currency, known as the Bancor. The radical aspect of these proposals was that the clearing union would have been able permanently to alter the terms of trade between creditor countries and debtor countries in the international economy, by imposing conditions on the former as well as the latter. Countries with a trade surplus would have to increase the value of their currencies, thereby boosting imports and making exports less competitive. In addition, Keynes proposed the capital should be allowed to flow into but not out of countries with a trade deficit in the hope of stimulating growth and increasing the value of their exports. The rejection of these proposals for a more egalitarian international economic order by the United States, the world's leading creditor country, meant that no limits were placed on the surpluses that successful exporters could accumulate and that the entire burden for addressing balance of payments deficits was placed on debtor countries. Critics of global economic governance have argued that this introduced structural inequalities and imbalances into the management of the world economy. Fate of the Bretton Woods system. For at least 2 decades, the Bretton Woods system appeared to be a remarkable success. Instead of a return to the dark days of the Great Depression, which some had feared the end of the Second World War and the consequent drop in military expenditure would bring, it heralded the onset of the long boom of the post-war period, the longest period of sustained economic growth the world economy had ever experienced. During the golden age of the 1950s and 1960s, OECD member states consistently achieved average growth rates of 4% to 5% per year. For many, this was a testament to the new stability in the world economy ushered in by Bretton Woods and the benefits of its mixture of free trade, free capital movement, and stable currencies. How far Bretton Woods contributed to the economic boom of the post-war period is, however, a matter of debate. Many, for example, have argued that national Keynesianism, through which governments stimulated domestic growth by running permanent budget deficits, had a greater impact than international Keynesianism, Skidelsky 2009. Radical theorists, for their part, linked the long boom to the establishment of a permanent arms economy, a kind of military Keynesianism in which the principal motor for growth was high and sustained military expenditure, legitimized by the Cold War, Oakes 1944. On the other hand, the economic stability of the period was perhaps not so much a product of a new era of multilateral governance but, rather, of the overwhelming economic dominance of the United States and the dollar. The United States contained, in 1950, some 60% of all the capital stock across the industrialized world and was responsible for about 60% of all industrial output. What thus made the Golden Age unusual was the United States' capacity to manage the world economy in its own interests. The Bretton Woods system has therefore been seen as an expression of U.S. hegemony. However, the long boom of the post-war period started to peter out in the late 1960s, leading to the stagflation of the 1970s, see Chapter 5, in which economic stagnation and rising unemployment was linked to high inflation. The U.S. economy was especially troubled by these difficulties, attempting to cope with spiraling spending at home and abroad and, for the first time since 1945, facing increasingly stiff foreign competition. In 1971, the United States abandoned the system of fixed exchange rates, signaling, in effect, the end of the Bretton Woods system in its original form. The institutions set up as part of the Bretton Woods Agreement nevertheless survived the transition from fixed to floating exchange rates, although their role and future policy focus initially remained unclear. In this context, the leaders and finance ministers of the major industrialized countries started to meet on a regular basis to discuss monetary issues and other matters related to the world economy. By 1975, this had led to the formation of the Group of Seven, or G7, see here. The economic slowdown in the 1970s also weakened and in some cases reversed GATT's progress in reducing trade barriers, with industrialized countries in particular pushing up non-tariff barriers. The resentment that this generated amongst developing countries, combined with recession, lead to growing support for a new international economic order, NIEO. Attempts to establish NIEO nevertheless made little headway, a clear demonstration of where the balance of power in the world economy lay. Instead, during the 1980s, the institutions of global economic governance were reorientated around the ideas of the Washington Consensus. It, in effect, meant that a system based on embedded liberalism finally gave way to one based on neoliberalism. Approaches to global economic governance. Realist view. The realist stance on global economic governance is shaped by mercantilism and the belief that the world economy is essentially an arena of competition amongst states, each seeking to maximize its wealth and relative power. Economics is therefore largely explained in political terms. For realists, the combination of state egoism and international anarchy ensure that, in most circumstances, the scope for cooperation amongst states in economic affairs is very limited. This only alters, however, with the emergence of a hegemonic power, a state whose dominant military and economic position means that its interests are inextricably linked to those of the liberal world economy itself. As explained by hegemonic stability theory, a hegemon is necessary for the creation and full development of a liberal world economy because it is the only power that is willing and able to establish and enforce its basic rules. The Great Depression of the 1930s thus persisted as long as it did, largely because the United Kingdom as a fading hegemon was no longer willing or able to re-establish economic stability. Kindleberger, 1973. By the same token, the establishment of the Bretton Woods system marked the emergence of the United States as a hegemonic power. From the realist perspective, the breakdown of the system in the early 1970s reflected either the decline of U.S. hegemony or the emergence of the United States as a predatory hegemon. Realists such as Kenneth Waltz, however, are dismissive of the whole concept of global governance attached to the Bretton Woods institutions, pointing out that economic markets and economic interests cannot perform the functions of government. Waltz, 1999. Liberal view. The liberal position on global economic governance is based on faith in the market and in untrammeled competition. As the workings of impersonal market forces draw resources towards their most profitable use and establish conditions of long-run equilibrium, it follows that any obstacle to the unfettered operation of markets should be ruled out. Such a stance could imply hostility towards any form of economic governance, whether operating on a national or global level. Nevertheless, most liberals accept the need for economic governance so long as it promotes rather than restricts openness and free competition. The emergence of a framework of global economic governance therefore reflected a recognition that, in conditions of economic interdependence, states have a mutual interest in upholding agreed norms and rules. The nature of these norms and rules is crucial, however. From the perspective of economic liberalism, the Bretton Woods system was defective from the outset because it set out to regulate a liberal economic order, not least though fixed exchange rates, that works best when it is free and unregulated. The breakdown of the Bretton Woods system thus reflected not the decline in U.S. hegemony but fundamental flaws in the architecture of the Bretton Woods system itself. By comparison, the shift towards neoliberalism brought about by the emergence of the Washington Consensus from the 1980s onwards marked the triumph of liberalism over the quasi-mercantilism of Bretton Woods. Constructivist view. Social constructivists, such as Ruggie, 1998-2008, have emphasized the extent to which policies and institutional frameworks designed to regulate the world economy have been shaped by historical and sociological factors. The Bretton Woods system thus did not merely reflect a reconfiguration of state power and interests, but also a changing pattern of social expectations, norms, and economic ideas in the form of embedded liberalism, which had come to be widely shared amongst industrialized states. Similarly, the later adoption of the Washington Consensus owed a great deal to the growing hegemonic influence of neoliberal ideology, which helped to embed a belief in global markets. Marxist view. Marxists have, for their part, challenged the liberal assumption that the institutions of global economic governance are neutral in the sense that they reflect the interests of all groups and all states. Soderbergh, 2006. Instead, they are constructed in line with the dominant interests in the global capitalist system, the United States as the leading capitalist state, transnational corporations, TNCs, banking conglomerates, and so on. For world system theorists, the institutions of global economic governance have presided over a significant transfer of wealth and resources from peripheral areas of the world economy to core areas. Wallerstein, 1984. Neo-Gramscians, meanwhile, stress the ideological power and popularity of the concept of global governance itself, which suggests control and orientation in the absence of formally legitimated coercive power and thus shores up global hegemony. Cox, 1999. Postcolonial view. The view that the activities of Bretton Woods institutions such as the World Bank and IMF amounts to something as technical or seemingly neutral as global governance perhaps finds shortest shrift among postcolonial theorists. The imposition of structural adjustment programs and loan conditionalities by these institutions on countries of the Global South, along with eye-watering interest rates and other forms of economic, social, and developmental control, is widely understood as a form of neocolonialism. Neither the injustice nor the irony of countries that are in a position of relative economic weakness as a direct consequence of their colonization and plunder by countries of the Global North being lectured on good economic governance by their former colonizers is lost on post-colonial critics of international financial institutions. Feminist view. For feminists, the concept of global economic governance is problematic inasmuch as the Bretton Woods institutions and other governance mechanisms consistently fail to see and address highly gendered forms of labor, and consequently to govern them adequately. A 2017 briefing by the critical Bretton Woods Project, for example, noted that IMF policies continue to de-link employment from social policy, deepening gender inequalities. It is argued that the macroeconomic policies pursued by the Bretton Woods institutions, especially in the Global South, including labor market flexibilization, restrictive fiscal policies, and privatization of national industries and services, often have disproportionately negative impacts on women by weakening social protections and welfare systems they are more likely to rely on. The ability of the Bretton Woods institutions to properly grasp and analyze the role of women in informal economies, meanwhile, remains woefully inadequate. Evaluating global economic governance. The International Monetary Fund. The IMF was set up to oversee the new monetary order that had been established by the Bretton Woods Agreement. Its chief purpose was to encourage international cooperation in the monetary field by removing foreign exchange restrictions, stabilizing exchange rates, and facilitating a multilateral payment system between member countries. Member countries were committed to a system of fixed but adaptable exchange rates, with the IMF acting as a kind of currency buffer, granting loans to countries experiencing temporary balance of payments deficits. The system of fixed exchange rates established by Bretton Woods was based on the gold exchange standard, with the US dollar acting as an anchor. Its supposed advantage was that international business would flourish in conditions of stability, safe from the fear of currency fluctuations, which would, in turn, alter the value of imports and exports. An element of flexibility was nevertheless introduced to this system by the fact that currency values could deviate from the rate fixed in relation to the US dollar by up to 1%, meaning that in relation to other countries there could be deviations of up to 2%. In the case of severe balance of payments instability, however, currencies could be devalued, although members of the IMF accepted that this was a strategy of the last resort. The transition in the early 1970s from fixed to floating exchange rates fundamentally altered the function of the IMF. Abandoning its role as a currency buffer, the IMF increasingly focused on lending to the developing world and, the end of the Cold War, to post-communist states or transition countries. A particular concern of the IMF was to prevent financial crises, such as those in Mexico in 1982, Brazil in 1987, East Asia in 1997-8, and Russia in 1998, from spreading and threatening the entire global financial and currency system. The most controversial aspect of the loans that the IMF provided was that conditionalities were attached to them. From the 1980s onwards, these conditions were shaped in line with the thinking of the Washington Consensus, which required recipient countries to introduce structural adjustment programs (SAPs) shaped by a faith in market fundamentalism. This led to a one-size-fits-all application of a neoliberal template based on the control of inflation ahead of other economic objectives, the immediate removal of barriers to trade and the flow of capital, the liberalization of the banking system, the reduction of government spending on everything except debt repayment, and the privatization of assets that could be sold to foreign investors. Although SAPs sometimes produced the required benefits, as in the case of South Korea, they inflicted more harm than good on developing and transition countries. This occurred because of the destabilizing impact of shock therapy market reforms, which, by reducing government spending and rolling back welfare provision, increased poverty and unemployment, while economic openness exposed fragile economies to intensified foreign competition and expanded the influence of foreign banking and corporate interests. IMF-led structural adjustment thus deepened, rather than reduced, economic crises in Asia, Russia, and elsewhere, and, according to Joseph Stiglitz, it did so because the IMF responded, at heart, to the interests and ideology of the Western financial community. Stiglitz, 2002. The IMF, indeed, has been a focus of the wider criticism of global economic governance that it is an instrument of powerful economic interests in northern economies, such as TNCs and international banking conglomerates, especially those linked to the United States, meaning that it is systematically biased against the interests of the developing world. The IMF's close relationship with the U.S. government is illustrated not only by its location in Washington. The IMF's close relationship with the U.S. government is illustrated not only by its location in Washington, D.C. and the fact that its deputy head, the first deputy managing director, is always an American, but also by the allocation of voting rights on its board of governors in line with the size of a country's economy, which gives the United States an effective veto as most decisions require an 85% majority. Joseph Stiglitz, 1943. Nobel Prize-winning U.S. economist. The chair of President Clinton's Council of Economic Advisers, 1995-7, and chief economist of the World Bank, 1997-2000. Stiglitz is best known for his critical views on global economic governance and on globalization. In Globalization and Its Discontents, 2002, Stiglitz argued that the IMF had imposed policies on developing countries that often exacerbated, rather than relieved, balance of payments crises, being designed more to help banking and financial interests in the developed world than to alleviate poverty. In Making Globalization Work, 2006, he linked globalization to Americanization, environmental degradation, a rollback of democracy, and a widening of development disparities, calling instead for stronger and more transparent international institutions to expand economic opportunities and prevent financial crises. Stiglitz's other main works include The Roaring Nineties, 2003, Freefall, 2010, and People, Power, and Profits. Progressive Capitalism for an Age of Discontent, 2019. Source: Eric Piermont/Getty Images. The IMF, by general agreement, has been slower to respond to criticism than its partner in promoting development, the World Bank. Nevertheless, in 2006 the IMF changed its governance to enhance the role of developing countries in its decision-making processes, a trend that was taken further in 2008 in the wake of the global financial crisis. The 2007-9 crisis, indeed, has effectively reformulated the mission of the IMF, making it less the arbiter of fiscal and macroeconomic rectitude in the developing world and more an instrument of global financial surveillance, designed to prevent crises rather than merely containing them. To be EFF active in this new role, however, the IMF would need to be significantly reformed, as discussed in the final section of this chapter. Global actors. International Monetary Fund. 188 states. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, was created as part of the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement. It was charged with overseeing the international monetary system to ensure exchange rate stability and encouraging members to eliminate restrictions on trade and currency exchange. This role ended with the collapse of the Bretton Woods system in 1971, with the IMF's role switching in the following decade to helping countries deal with the consequences of floating exchange rates and the oil crises of 1973 and 1979. From the early 1980s onwards, the IMF increasingly focused on supporting developing countries afflicted with debt crises and, in due course, transition countries. In its wider role, the IMF is responsible for managing financial crises and helping to ensure that national or regional crises do not develop into global crises. The IMF is a specialized agency of the United Nations, but has its own charter, governing structure, and finances. Its highest decision-making body is the Board of Governors, on which voting rights reflect the relative economic strength of member states. Significance. In its initial mission as the guarantor of exchange rate stability, the IMF was highly successful for at least 2 decades, helping to contribute to the sustained economic growth that the industrialized world experienced in the early post-1945 period. Moreover, the collapse of the system with the transition in the early 1970s from fixed to floating exchange rates had little to do with the ineffectiveness of the IMF as a body, although it may have reflected the long-term unsustainability of its initial mission. The IMF, nevertheless, became an increasingly controversial institution from the 1980s onwards. This was because it linked the provision of loans to developing and transition countries to conditions for structural adjustment that reflected an unqualified faith in free markets and free trade. Supporters of the IMF argue that, despite short-term instability and insecurities, an adjustment to an open and market-based economy is the only reliable road to long-term economic success. Other strengths of the IMF are that it will often provide loans to countries that can find no other source of finance, and that its interest rates may be more competitive than those otherwise available. The IMF also provides extensive information services, not least reviewing and making recommendations about the economic health and stability of member states. However, the IMF has been subject to often severe criticism. Radicals and many sympathetic to the anti-capitalist movement have seen the IMF and global economic governance generally as the political arm of neoliberal globalization, forcing poor and vulnerable countries to accept a U.S. business model that better caters to the needs of Western banks and corporations than it does to long-term development needs. The fact that IMF intervention has often caused more problems that it has solved stems, critics argue, from its flawed development model, which fails to recognize the possibility of market failure or the drawbacks of economic openness. The IMF has also been viewed as an enemy of democracy and human rights on the grounds that it has often provided support for military dictatorships, especially ones that were politically close to the United States or linked to Western interests. Free market economists have criticized the IMF, both on the grounds that structural adjustment programs are artificial and do not take account of the need for the development of an entrepreneurial culture and values, and on the grounds that particular remedies, such as devaluation and tax increases, may undermine market responsiveness. In the wake of the 2007-09 global financial crisis, the IMF was roundly criticized for not having prevented the crisis by highlighting the instabilities and imbalances that led to it. This led to calls for the reform of the IMF, particularly to strengthen its ability to regulate the global financial system. However, this has so far resulted in little more than a minor adjustment of voting rights in favor of developing states. The World Bank. The World Bank is, in a sense, the partner organization of the IMF. Both organizations were created by the Bretton Woods Agreement, are housed in the same building in Washington, D.C., have very similar weighted voting systems that take account of countries' strength in the global economy, and, particularly in the 1980s and 1990s, they shared a common neoliberal ideological orientation, shaped by the Washington Consensus. Nevertheless, while the IMF and, for that matter, GATT/WTO, have been primarily concerned to establish a regulative framework for international economic relations, the World Bank has an essentially redistributive function. It is initially concentrated on assisting post-war recovery in Europe, but, from the 1960s onwards, increasingly focused on the developing world and, the collapse of communism transition countries. It does this by providing low-interest loans to support major investment projects, as well as by providing technical assistance. How it has done this has changed significantly over time, however. During its early phase of so-called modernization without worry, it mainly supported large infrastructure projects in areas such as energy, telecommunications, and transport. However, following the appointment in 1968 of Robert McNamara, a former U.S. Secretary of Defense, as president of the World Bank, its priorities sure-ed towards projects dealing with basic needs and what were perceived as the underlying causes of poverty, which drove the bank into areas such as population control, education, and human rights. However, the replacement of McNamara by A.W. Clausen in 1980 and the appointment of N. Kruger as chief economist of the bank in 1982, both critics of established approaches to development funding and more sympathetic towards market-oriented thinking, led, over the following decade, to a narrowly focused concern with IMF-style structural adjustment policies. An emphasis on deregulation and privatization, and a stress on export-led growth rather than protectionism, led to an increase, not a reduction, in poverty in Latin America, Asia, and sub-Saharan Africa. World Bank adjustment programs were usually wider in scope than those promoted by the IMF, having a more long-term development focus. However, in emphasizing the need to promote growth by expanding trade, particularly through the export of cash crops, the World Bank helped to maintain dependency and poverty. Development disparities thus became entrenched, and during the 1990s even widened through a structural imbalance in trade that allowed developed countries to grow rich by selling high-price, capital-intensive goods while developing countries sold low-price, labor-intensive goods in highly volatile markets. In this way, the World Bank, together with the IMF, presided over a substantial transfer of wealth from peripheral areas of the world economy to its industrialized core, Euro 1996. However, although the World Bank has remained faithful to the neoliberal paradigm that underpinned the Washington Consensus since the early 1990s, it has responded to criticism from both without and within and accepted the need for reform. It has involved a greater awareness of the environmental costs of industrialization, urbanization, and major infrastructure projects, helping to convert the bank to the idea of sustainable development. A growing emphasis on good governance and anti-corruption policies also reflects a repudiation of the dogma of minimal government, based on the recognition that the state plays an essential role not only in ensuring civil order and containing criminal violence, but also in providing at least basic social protections. Furthermore, World Bank poverty reduction programs have, since 2002, been increasingly formulated through negotiations with recipient countries, accepting the need for higher levels of local control and accountability and for projects to be better tailored to local needs. This has been reflected in a growing emphasis on partnership. A desire to demonstrate a greater willingness to take on board the ideas of the developing world, particularly in the light of the 2007-9 global crisis, led the bank in the spring of 2010 to boost its capital by $86 billion, the first increase in 20 years, and to allocate an additional seat on its board of directors to sub-Saharan Africa. The voting power of developing countries was also increased to 47%, with the aim of increasing it to 50% over time. The World Trade Organization. The World Trade Organization was formed in 1995 as a replacement for GATT, established in 1947. However, GATT only emerged as the basis of the post-war international trading order as a result of the failure to establish the International Trade Organization, ITO. The ITO had been proposed in 1945 by the UN Economic and Social Council and would have constituted a fully fledged international organization comparable with the IMF and the World Bank, with powers more in line with those of the later WTO. Its implementation was nevertheless abandoned once President Truman failed to submit its founding treaty, the Havana Charter 1948, to the U.S. Senate for approval, fearing that the Senate would regard the organization as a threat to U.S. sovereignty. In essence, GATT was an agreement amongst member countries to apply the multilateral principles of non-discrimination and reciprocity to matters of trade. This was guaranteed by the requirement that each country had to concede most favored nation status to all trading partners. No trading partner could therefore be treated more favorably than any other. The GATT trade regime was nevertheless limited in a number of ways. In the first place, GATT existed simply as a set of norms and rules, acquiring the semblance of an institutional character only with the establishment in 1960 of the GATT Council. Its focus, moreover, was restricted to the reduction of tariff barriers against imported manufactured goods. Not only did this mean that agriculture and the growing service sector of the economy were largely off the agenda as far as GATT was concerned, but it also meant that GATT had a limited capacity to check the growth of non-tariff barriers. GATT's procedures for settling disputes between trading partners were also weak. Nevertheless, within these parameters, GATT was highly successful. During its 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds of negotiation, in particular the Kennedy Round, the Tokyo Round, and the Uruguay Round, tariffs on manufactured goods were brought down so substantially that, in practical terms, they had almost been eradicated. Whereas average tariffs on the import value of goods in 1947 had stood at 40%, this had been reduced to about 3% by 2000. The final 3 GATT negotiating rounds had, further, made some progress in tackling non-tariff barriers, such as flooding a market with large quantities of cheap exports to weaken the domestic industry, and had started to deal with a wider range of subjects, such as services, intellectual property, textiles, and agriculture. Nevertheless, the overall limitations of GATT became increasingly apparent during the Uruguay round, which concluded in 1993 with the proposal to establish the WTO. In many ways, the emergence of the WTO was a response to the changing imperatives of the international trading system in the 1980s, linked to the wider triumph of neoliberalism and the acceleration of globalization. It created stronger pressure to advance the cause of free trade through a more powerful trade organization with broader responsibilities, something akin to the ITO that never was. The broader responsibilities of the WTO were achieved through incorporation not merely of a renegotiated GATT, sometimes called GATT 1994 as opposed to the original GATT 1947. And its framework of agreements concerning manufactured goods, but also agreements on the trade in services (GTS) and on the protection of intellectual property (TRIPS). Its broadening was also evident in the formal recognition of new or hidden protectionism in the form of non-tariff barriers that had particularly bedeviled international trade since the 1970s. The WTO is stronger than GATT, particularly in the field of dispute settlement. Under GATT, the settlement of disputes required the agreement of all members of a disputes panel, which comprised the members of the GATT Council as well as the parties to the dispute itself. Under the WTO, by contrast, settlement judgments in the case of disputes can only be rejected if they are opposed by all members of the dispute settlement body to which all member states belong. In effect, this has made the WTO the primary instrument of international law in the area of trade. GATT/WTO negotiating rounds. 1947, 23 countries signed the GATT Treaty, which comes into force on January 1, 1948. 1949 second GATT round held at Annecy, France. 1950 third GATT round held at Torquay, the UK. 1955 to 6 fourth GATT round held at Geneva, Switzerland. 1960 to 2 fifth GATT round called the Dillon Round after U.S. Secretary of Treasury Douglas Dillon. 1964 to 7 Kennedy Round achieves tariff cuts worth $40 billion of world trade. 1973 to 9 Tokyo Round achieves tariff reductions worth more than $300 billion and reductions in non-tariff barriers. 1986 to 93 Uruguay Round trading system extended into areas such as services and intellectual property, rules covering agriculture and textiles reformed, and agreement to create the World Trade Organization. established in 1995. 2001 Doha round launched by the WTO. The round had not concluded more than 20 years later. However, the rules of the new organization were also shaped by the interests of key parties to the Uruguay round negotiations. The decision to include agriculture and textiles within the WTO's responsibilities was a concession made to developing countries, which were also in the forefront of campaigning to bring non-tariff barriers within the regime, particularly as these had been erected by developed countries. On the other hand, developed countries had been particularly keen to extend the trading regime to include services as their economies were becoming increasingly service-orientated, with manufacturing being increasingly transferred from the developed world to the developing world. Furthermore, although agriculture was formally brought into the WTO regime, the agreement on agriculture was weak and allowed considerable scope for continued agricultural protection, a matter of particular concern for the United States and European Union. In some respects, the WTO appears to be a more democratic body than the IMF or the World Bank. Decisions are made within the WTO on a one-country, one-vote basis and usually require only a simple majority. SA rules, in theory, give considerable weight to the views of developing countries, which constitute more than two-thirds of the WTO's members. However, the WTO is a highly controversial organization which has been the primary target of anti-globalization or anti-capitalist protests, as in the case of the 1999 Battle of Seattle. Critics of the WTO argue that subtle biases operate within the decision-making structures that systematically favor developed countries over developing ones. SA include a general emphasis on consensus-based decision-making, which tends to disadvantage developing countries that may have no permanent representation at the WTO's Geneva headquarters or have delegations much smaller than those of developed countries, or they may be excluded from the club-like meetings that are usually dominated by developed countries. Similarly, developed countries are much more likely to bring issues before the dispute settlement panel and are more likely to offer to serve as third parties able to influence the dispute settlement process, whereas the bulk of allegations of unfair trading practices are made against Similarly, developed countries are much more likely to bring issues before the dispute settlement panel and are more likely to offer to serve as third parties able to influence the dispute settlement process, whereas the bulk of allegations of unfair trading practices are made against developing countries. Such subtle biases and the general lack of transparency and accountability in its decision-making processes have led to the WTO being described as a rich man's club. However, the economic rise of China, which became a WTO member in 2001, and the growing influence of emerging economies such as India, Brazil, Egypt, and South Africa, has started to alter balances within the WTO. This has been demonstrated in particular by the stalling of the Doha round of negotiations, which were initiated in 2001 but which were suspended in 2009, largely due to disagreement over agriculture and textiles, where the United States and the European Union were unwilling to abandon protectionism. Nevertheless, the main ideological debate about the benefits or otherwise of the WTO centers on its underpinning philosophy of free trade. While some argue that free trade brings prosperity to all and, in the process, makes war less likely, others view fair trade as blatantly unfair and a cause of structural inequality. Reforming the Bretton Woods system? Global economic governance and the 2007-9 crisis. Concern over the performance of global economic governance is perennial. Bretton Woods institutional architecture was put in place to address the problems exposed by the economic turmoil of the 1930s, and yet financial and economic crises have occurred on a fairly regular basis since the 1960s and, indeed, have become increasingly frequent and more serious since the 1980s. Both the Asian financial crisis of 1997-8 and the dot-com crisis of 2000 in particular, criticisms circulated about the failure of the global economic governance system to provide adequate warnings by highlighting in advance key instabilities and crisis tendencies. In the case of the Asian crisis, IMF intervention was seen by some to have made the crisis more severe, not less severe. Moreover, intellectual and academic arguments about the growing and uncontained instabilities in the global economy had been gathering strength for some time. For instance, Susan Strange, 1986-1998, had highlighted the dangers of what she called casino capitalism, in which the unregulated dynamics of global capital movements allowed what she called mad money to surge around the world in speculative bursts, creating unsustainable bubbles and dramatic crises. See Chapter 4 for a discussion of the crises of modern global capitalism. Similarly, a string of high-profile economic commentators, including Joseph Stiglitz, Paul Krugman, and George Soros, have highlighted the dangers implicit in the dogma of market fundamentalism that underpinned neoliberal globalization and helped to shape the Washington Consensus. Nevertheless, nothing came of these warnings and criticisms, largely because they occurred against the backdrop of 3 decades of growth in the global economy and because the crises that had occurred predominantly affected emerging or transition economies, rather than those at the core of the world economy. Susan Strange. Source: Debating. Does free trade ensure prosperity and peace? Although free trade has been an issue of debate since the 19th century, in modern global politics it is largely associated with the WTO's commitment to a laissez-faire paradigm of free trade. Does free trade bring prosperity for all and reduce the likelihood of war, or does it lead to unfairness and put national security at risk? Yes and no. Benefits of specialization. The key economic argument in favor of free trade, which can be traced back to the ideas of Adam Smith and David Ricardo 1772 to 1823, is the theory of free trade as neocolonialism. Free trade benefits industrialized and economically advanced countries at the expense of poor and developing ones. This is why the cause of free trade has been advanced most forcefully by comparative advantage, sometimes known as comparative costs. This suggests that international trade benefits all countries because it allows each country to specialize in the production of the goods and services that it is best suited to produce, in view of its natural resources, climate, skills, size of population, and so on. Free trade thus draws economic resources at the international level to their most profitable use and so delivers general prosperity. Dominant powers within the world economy, notably the United Kingdom in the 19th century and the United States since the mid-20th century. Such countries benefit from the reduction of trade barriers because it gives them access to larger markets for their goods whilst, at the same time, keeping the price of raw materials and other imported goods low. Developing countries, for their part, are disadvantaged by being forced to serve the needs of the world economy. This locks them into the production of food and raw materials, thereby preventing them from making further economic progress. Efficiency and choice. Free trade brings further economic advantages. These include that specialization enables production to be carried out on a larger scale and therefore offers the prospect of greater efficiency. Economies of scale, for instance, can be gained through the greater use of the division of labor, the ability to buy raw materials or components more cheaply, and the lower cost of overheads. In addition, consumers benefit both because they have a wider choice of goods, including foreign-produced goods as well as domestically produced goods, and because more intense competition, particularly from more efficient and low-cost producers, tends to keep prices down. Development through protectionism. Without rejecting the wider advantages of international trade, there are clearly a number of circumstances in which protectionism is economically beneficial. The most obvious of these is in the early stages of economic development, which can be distorted or stunted by unfair competition from stronger economies. Exposing fragile economies and so-called infant industries to the full force of international competition simply ensures that they never develop. Hence the need for the strategic use of protectionist measures to create a domestic economic environment more favorable to growth. Peace and cosmopolitanism. The central political argument in favor of free trade is that it helps to underpin international peace and harmony. This occurs for two reasons. First, in leading to greater economic interdependence, it pushes up the material cost of international conflict. National security protectionism. The core political argument against free trade is that not all industries are alike in terms of their strategic significance. In short, national security trumps economic efficiency. This applies most obviously in the case of agriculture, where states have been anxious to avoid a dependency, and makes warfare between trading partners virtually unthinkable. Second, economic links and intercourse between countries cannot but lead to greater understanding between them and strengthened respect for each other's distinctive cultures and national traditions. Protectionism, by contrast, is associated with war because countries that seek resources but cannot acquire them through trade are inclined to resort to expansionism and conquest. On other states for the supply of foodstuffs in case such supplies are curtailed through international crises or war. The same argument also applies in the case of vital natural resources, with a growing emphasis being placed on the need for protectionism to ensure energy security. However, the global financial crisis of 2007-09 posed a series of deeper and more challenging problems. In the first place, it was deeper than the previous crises of modern global capitalism, amounting to the most severe downturn in the world economy since the 1930s. According to the World Bank, global GDP fell in 2009 by 1.7%, the first decline in world output on record, and the volume of world trade dropped by 6.1%, leading to this being dubbed the Great Recession, as opposed to the Great Depression of the 1930s. Second, although its severity varied from country to country and from region to region, its impact was genuinely global in that it affected virtually every country in the world. IRD, instead of occurring in emerging or transition economies, it originated within the beating heart of finance capitalism, the United States, Seabrook and Singa 2010. In this light, and especially the remarkable events of September 2008, when stock markets around the world plummeted and global capitalism appeared to be on the brink of collapse, it is not surprising that the 2007-09 crisis and the related Great Recession led to calls for the urgent reform of the architecture of global economic governance. Initially at least, this was expressed in calls for a new Bretton Woods. But what would a new Bretton Woods look like? There is no single model of reformed global economic governance, but rather a number of models. Indeed, perhaps the only thing these competing models have in common is that none of them envisages a fully fledged return to Bretton Woods. None of them, in other words, proposes the re-establishment of a dollar-based gold exchange standard, if only because a return to fixed exchange rates is widely deemed to be unfeasible in modern, globalized economic circumstances. From the market fundamentalist perspective, moreover, the most appropriate response to the crisis has been, in EFFECT, to do nothing. In this view, financial and economic crises are a small price to pay for roughly 30 years of sustained growth in the world economy, and anyway, any attempt to strengthen national or global regulation will only make matters worse, not better. On the other hand, for regulatory liberals who draw on Keynesian or other insights about the fallibility of markets, what is needed is specific reforms of the global financial architecture as well as new regulatory regimes at the domestic level. Gamble 2009. From this perspective, reform has to focus on curbing the excesses of neoliberalism, something that is impossible while the Washington Consensus, even in its modified form, remains dominant. A variety of reforms have therefore been proposed, particularly in relation to the IMF and the World Bank. Essays include changing voting allocations and decision-making processes to increase the political influence of developing countries and weaken links between these bodies and northern countries and interests, strengthening their ability to support countries adversely affected by debt and crises, and bolstering their capacity to oversee and regulate the world economy with a view to preventing, rather than merely responding to, future crises. Global politics in action. Post-crash global economic governance. Events at the height of the global financial crisis in September 2008, as banking crises erupted in the United States, the United Kingdom, and elsewhere, and stock markets went into freefall worldwide. Business and consumer confidence collapsed, giving rise to the most severe global recession since the Great Depression of the 1930s. During 2008-9, in what was later dubbed the Great Recession, most developed economies contracted and growth rates fell significantly across the developing world. The International Labor Organization estimated that global unemployment increased by 14 million people in 2008 alone. The G20, see here, quickly became the leading mechanism through which the international community attempted to manage its response. In Washington in November 2008 and at their April 2009 London summit, the G20 countries committed themselves to an integrated strategy which involved substantial and speedy cuts in interest rates, monetary stimulus, the boosting of domestic demand by economically advanced states, fiscal stimulus, and an agreement to resist pressure to increase tariffs and return to economic nationalism. In Seoul in November 2010, the G20 pledged to reform the IMF, both by strengthening the voice and representation of the developing world within the organization and by tightening the IMF's surveillance of national and global economic circumstances. Significance. For many, the 2007-9 global financial crisis highlighted the spectacular failure of global economic governance, whose key institutions had, because of their commitment to neoliberal economics, presided over an inadequate system of banking and financial regulation. Similarly, the Great Recession has demonstrated that the world lacks an appropriate and effective mechanism for responding to crises. The consensus over macroeconomic policy that had been fashioned at Washington and London broke down at the 2010 Toronto G20 summit as a growing number of countries concerned about rising debt levels embraced austerity policies rather than sustained fiscal and monetary expansion as advocated by Obama and the United States. From 2011 onwards, a new phase in the crisis also emerged through an escalating sovereign debt crisis in Europe. Although the IMF and the EU jointly shared responsibility for international bailouts to Greece, Portugal, Spain, and other countries, it showed both a lack of leadership and an inability to come up with fresh ideas, particularly about how to address debt challenges without damaging growth, allowing the response to the Eurozone crisis to be largely dictated by a German-dominated EU. Furthermore, not only has the much-vaunted reform of the IMF failed to materialize beyond a minor adjustment of quota shares and increased funding, but the organization is increasingly looking like an irrelevant Euro-Atlantic body in a global economy in which power is shifting to China and other emerging states. Source: Timothy A. Clary/Getty Images. While macroeconomic recovery in terms of increases in GDP and international trade was achieved after 2008 and sooner than after the Wall Street crash of 1929, some market volatility has remained, and post-crash austerity measures have been linked to political instabilities and a shift away from liberal thinking on global governance. The twin Anglo-American forces of Trumpism and Brexit have been widely interpreted as a response to economic decline in core Western societies, focusing on an anti-immigration and anti-globalism political agenda. Donald Trump called the WTO a disaster during his 2016 presidential campaign, suggesting he would reform it as president. Leading Brexit campaigner Nigel Farage, meanwhile, tweeted in 2017 that the revolution against global governance will continue across Europe, while governments and The institutions of global economic governance may have worked relatively effectively to end the Great Recession. There was arguably a lack of attention to the microeconomic and microsocial. Many of the biggest businesses were saved, but high streets entered seemingly terminal decline while individuals suffered from cuts to public spending. A populist turn against global governance was then easy to induce for interested political players such as Trump and Farage. The global economic slowdown and various national lockdowns caused by the onset of the coronavirus pandemic in 2020, meanwhile, also drew criticism from the political right in many contexts, with the World Health Organization attracting the ire of those who viewed the pandemic response as excessive. More radical proposals for reform have also been advanced, however. Cosmopolitan liberals have called not for the reform of the existing architecture of global economic governance but for an entirely new form of global governance to replace deeply flawed bodies such as the IMF, the World Bank, and the WTO. New global architecture would have to be constructed on a more inclusive basis, taking much fuller account of the views and ideas of global civil society, and it would need to be orientated around the principle of cosmopolitan democracy. Held 1995. For anti-capitalists, however, the problems exposed by the financial crisis and the Great Recession go deeper still. Rather than highlighting flaws or failings in the framework of global economic governance, they reflected the imbalances and inequalities of the global economy itself. What is required, from this perspective, is therefore a substantial redistribution of wealth and power both within national societies and within the global economy. Monbiot 2004. However, apart from the rising significance of the G20 and the declining importance of the G7/8 as a mechanism for developing and coordinating strategy related to the world economy, the institutional response to the 2007-9 crisis, particularly at the global level, has been modest. The three pillars of global economic governance have survived the crisis, just as they survived the end of the Bretton Woods system. And although there has been some adjustment in the allocation of voting rights within the IMF and World Bank in favor of developing countries, fundamental power balances within these bodies remain substantially unchanged. A chief institutional development has been the establishment in April 2009 of the Financial Stability Board, FSB, as the successor to the Financial Stability Forum, a proposal that came out of the 2009 G20 London Summit. The purpose of the FSB is to coordinate at the global level the work of national financial authorities and international standard-setting bodies and to promote the implementation of effective regulatory, supervisory, and other financial sector policies. The creation of the FSB as potentially the fourth pillar of the architecture of global economic governance is, in effect, an acknowledgement that even a reformed IMF is unlikely to be an effective mechanism for alerting policymakers at national, regional, and global levels to structural instabilities in their economies, helping thereby to prevent future crises. Nevertheless, although FSB member countries include all the G20 major economies as well as other developed or emerging economies, it affords the mass of the world's developing countries no representation whatsoever. Focus on the G7/8, an abandoned project? What has been the role and significance of the G7/8 and why has it declined in importance? The Group of Seven, G7, emerged out of a series of informal meetings of the finance ministers of the world's leading industrialized states, the United States, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, Japan, Italy, and Canada. That began in 1973. These took place against the backdrop of the collapse of the Bretton Woods system and the oil crisis of 1973. In 1975, the meetings were formalized and were expanded to include annual summit meetings of heads of government. When Russia was included in the heads of government meetings in 1997, the G7 became the Group of Eight, G8, although the G7 framework survived for the finance ministers' meetings as Russia was never included in these. The principal role of the G7/8 was to ensure the overall coordination of the system of global economic governance. In this respect, the G7/8 had some noted successes. For example, in the late 1970s, it persuaded West Germany and Japan to reflate their economies in return for U.S. commitments to tighten fiscal policy to reduce inflation. It helped to break a logjam that was threatening the Uruguay round of WTO negotiations, and in 2005, the G8 agreed a bold scheme for debt relief for the world's poorest countries. Nevertheless, over time, the G7/8 served as a less and less effective mechanism for coordinating the system of global economic governance. In large part, this occurred because the advent of accelerated globalization in the 1980s, coupled with the shift in economic orthodoxy away from Keynesian managerialism and towards free market thinking, left little scope or purpose for global macroeconomic policy. The perception that the G7/8 was unable or unwilling to deal effectively with issues such as poverty and global inequality, trade policy and climate change, meant that G8 summits in particular became an increasing focus of anti-globalization protest, especially at Genoa in 2001. Effectiveness was further restricted by disagreements among G8 leaders and its need to rely on consensus building. However, the most serious limitation of the G7/8 was that as the distribution of power within the global economy shifted towards emerging economies, its legitimacy was fatally compromised. Despite attempts to broaden the G8 by including the so-called Outreach Five, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and South Africa, the use of the G20 here, as the principal vehicle for addressing the 2007-9 global financial crisis, confirmed that the G7/8 had been replaced as the key forum for global economic decision-making. A Beijing consensus? In a 2004 paper published by a UK think tank, the Foreign Policy Center, Joshua Cooper Ramo, a foreign policy consultant who would go on to work for Henry Kissinger's Kissinger Associates, coined the term Beijing consensus. As a rejoinder to the pervasive idea of a Washington consensus, he argued that China is forging a path for other nations around the world who are trying to figure out not simply how to develop their countries, but also how to fit into the international order in a way that allows them to be truly independent, to protect their way of life and political choices in a world with a single massively powerful center of gravity. Ramo 2004. The concept of a Beijing consensus continued to gather intellectual support in the 2010s as a means of explaining how China could continue on its path of economic leadership and technological innovation, while retaining an authoritarian, one-party political system, and resisting the democratic and human rights reforms, as well as some of the privatization demands that the institutions of global governance have demanded. China's ability to maintain huge economic growth and development without adopting liberal democracy as a constitutional model has arguably repudiated Francis Fukuyama's, see here, end of history thesis. China has embraced markets highly successfully without embracing Western-style liberal democracy at all. It has, meanwhile, increasingly engaged in global governance processes and institutions, but on its own terms, such as through the construction of the BRICS New Development Bank, headquartered in Shanghai as an alternative to the Bretton Woods system. In a multipolar world order, the US-led global economic governance of Bretton Woods and the Washington Consensus is likely to find itself increasingly subject to challenge from other superpowers' alternative approaches. Focus on the BRICS and the New Development Bank, an alternative to Bretton Woods? How influential is the BRICS group of countries? Does the rise of BRICS mark a decisive shift in the global balance of power and the end of US hegemony? The term BRICS was coined in 2001 in a report by Goldman Sachs, the investment bank, to highlight the growing significance of four large, fast-growing economies: Brazil, Russia, India, and China. These countries, later joined by South Africa from 2010, hence the change from BRICS to BRICS, formalized their association with the first annual summit in 2009. The basic premise underpinning BRICS as a global political entity is that the economic growth and dominance of Western or Global North countries may eventually be outstripped by that of Eastern and Global South ones. While the global financial crisis undermined some of the more optimistic predictions of BRICS growth, it was notable that some BRICS countries, particularly China, weathered that economic storm far better than major Western economies. At the 5th BRICS Summit in 2013, the 5 countries committed to create an international development bank to rival the Bretton Woods institutions. The BRICS Development Bank, as the project was initially known, became the New Development Bank, NDB, established in 2015 with headquarters in Shanghai and $100 billion of initial capital. But the internal coherence of BRICS as a power bloc in international relations, the economic and political trajectory of its members, and the potential for the NDB to offer a real alternative to the IMF and World Bank have all been questioned in recent years. Great power rivalries between the nuclear weapon states of China, Russia, and India are bound, at least in the realist view of international relations analysts, to undermine a lasting alliance between these countries as they struggle for regional hegemony. But the longer-term impacts of the global financial crisis have also prompted questions over the future of the BRICS. While China and India both suffered from the 2007-9 crash, their GDP growth rates remained relatively stable or in only gentle decline in the period since. The Russian, Brazilian, and South African economies, meanwhile, suffered further sharp declines in growth after 2012. These were coupled with political instability, especially in Russia and Brazil, where economic decline in the 2010s has been linked not only to the GFC but also to corruption. A drift to more authoritarian and nationalist politics under Vladimir Putin in Russia, and more recently Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, has also been tied to these problems of economy and governance. The NDB has certainly made progress in its mission to rival Bretton Woods, attaining positive AA+ credit ratings from global ratings agencies in 2018, and committing to move to 50% local currency financed, rather than US dollar financed loans, while also issuing loans in the hundreds of millions of dollars to a mixture of public and private entities for major development and construction projects in the BRICS countries. But whether the BRICS and NDB can really offer an alternative model of global economic governance remains to be seen. Summary: a global governance is a broad, dynamic, and complex process of interactive decision-making at the global level. It hovers somewhere between the Westphalian state system and the fanciful idea of world government. Although it involves binding norms and rules, these are not enforced by a supranational authority. A liberal theorists argue that there is an unmistakable, and perhaps irresistible, trend in favor of global governance, reflecting the growing interdependence and a greater willingness of states to engage in collective action. However, global governance is more an emerging process than an established system. The trend towards global governance has been particularly prominent in the economic sphere, where it has been associated with the Bretton Woods system that emerged in the aftermath of the Second World War. This system was based on three bodies: the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, replaced by the World Trade Organization in 1995. The Bretton Woods system initially supervised the world economy largely through the maintenance of stable exchange rates. This system nevertheless broke down in the early 1970s as floating exchange rates replaced fixed exchange rates, starting the process through which the Bretton Woods institutions were converted to the cause of economic liberalization. The IMF, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization have each, in their different ways, been drawn into controversy through their association with the processes of neoliberal globalization. Although supporters argue that they have contributed to a remarkable expansion of the global economy, critics claim that they have deepened global disparities and helped to produce an inherently unstable financial order. The 2007-09 global financial crisis and the global coronavirus pandemic from 2020 raised concerns about the effectiveness of global economic governance and led to some calls for reform. Meanwhile, the rise of the BRICS and other developments suggest possible alternative models for the future of global governance. Questions for discussion: how and to what extent does global governance differ from international anarchy? Could global governance ever lead to world government? How does global governance blur the public/private divide? How far does modern world politics operate as a functioning global governance system? Why is global governance most advanced in the economic sphere? What was the thinking behind the creation of the Bretton Woods system? Is the IMF merely an instrument of powerful economic interests in northern economies? How successful has the World Bank been in helping the world's poor? Is the global trading system created by the WTO fair and effective? How has the 2007-09 crisis affected the processes of global economic governance? Further reading: Golden I, Divided Nations, Why Global Governance is Failing and What We Can Do About It, 2013. A stimulating examination of the defects of the current global governance system from the perspective of an optimist. Carnes, M. and K. Mingst, International Organizations, The Politics and Processes of Global Governance, 2009. An authoritative introduction to the challenges of global governance and the role and performance of international organizations. Pete, R. Unholy Trinity, The IMF, World Bank, and WTO, 2009. A critical examination of the birth, development, and performance of the key Bretton Woods organizations. Weiss, T. G. and R. Wilkinson, Rethinking Global Governance, 2019. An innovative work seeking to disrupt the simple association between global governance and the actions and activities of international organizations in the post-Cold War era. Links to relevant web resources can be found on the Global Politics website, bloomsbury.pub/Heywood, Global Politics, 3E. The use of tariffs, quotas, and other measures to restrict imports, supposedly to protect domestic industries. Exchange rate, the price at which one currency is exchanged for another. Free trade, a system of trading between states that is unrestricted by tariffs or other forms of protectionism. Embedded liberalism, a form of liberalism that seeks to reconcile the efficiency of markets with the broader values of social community. Terms of trade, the balance between import prices and export prices. Devaluation, the reduction in the official rate at which one currency is exchanged for another. Balance of payments, the balance of transactions conducted between a country and other countries, taking account of visible trade, exports and imports, invisible trade, services, and capital flows in the form of investments and loans. Non-tariff barriers, rules, regulations, or practices that hinder imports through, for instance, the procurement policies of governments, systematic border delays, or complex health and national standards. New international economic order, proposals for the reform of the world economy to provide better protection for developing countries by, amongst other things, altering the terms of trade, strengthening regulation, and nationalizing foreign enterprises. Gold exchange standard, a payment system in which currencies are valued in terms of a currency that is itself on the gold standard. Its currency can be exchanged for gold. Transition countries, former Soviet bloc countries that were transitioning from central planning to market capitalism. Most favored nation, a designation given to a country that is thereby entitled to all and any favorable trading terms which apply to other countries. 21-21-21-21. Regionalism and Global Politics. Source, Keystone/Getty Images. Preview. Contrary to the view that globalization has produced a single, integrated global political space, the growing force of regionalism in the 20th and early 21st centuries suggests that transnational economic and political power can still be asserted at a subglobal level. Whereas earlier forms of regionalism had promoted regional cooperation and even integration over a range of issues, security, political, economic, and so on, the new regionalism from the 1990s onward has been reflected most prominently in the creation of new or strengthening of existing regional trade blocs. Some even believe that this is creating a world of competing trading blocs. But what are the main forces driving regional integration? Is regionalism the enemy of globalization, or are these two trends interlinked and mutually reinforcing? Does the advance of regionalism threaten global order and stability? It is commonly held that the most highly integrated system of regionalism anywhere in the world is found in Europe, although the Eurozone crisis, the refugee crisis, and especially Brexit have challenged this view in recent years. The European Union, EU, has engaged in experiments with supranational cooperation that have involved political and monetary union as well as economic union. In the process, it has developed into a political organization that is neither, strictly speaking, a conventional international organization nor a state, but has features of each. How is the EU best understood? To what extent does it constitute an effective global actor? And what might its future hold with the loss of a core member and one of its biggest economies in the United Kingdom? Key issues. What is regionalism and what are the main forms it has taken? Why has regionalism grown in prominence? What is the relationship between regionalism and globalization? How does regionalism in Europe differ from regionalism in other parts of the world? What are the prospects for the EU after Brexit? Regions and regionalism. Nature of regionalism. Regionalism, broadly, is a process through which geographical regions become significant political and/or economic units, serving as the basis for cooperation and, possibly, identity. Regionalism has two faces, however. In the first, it is a subnational phenomenon, a process of decentralization that takes place within countries. This applies, for example, in the case of states that practice federalism. SA states include the United States, Brazil, Pakistan, Australia, Mexico, Sweden, Nigeria, Malaysia, and Canada. Subnational regionalism is also found in states that practice devolution, such as Spain, France, and the United Kingdom. The second face of regionalism is transnational rather than subnational. In this, regionalism refers to a process of cooperation or integration between countries in the same region of the world. It is with this form of regionalism in world politics, that this chapter is concerned. Nevertheless, subnational and transnational regionalism may not be as distinct as they appear. First, all forms of regionalism exhibit the same core dynamic in the form of a relationship between the center and the periphery and thus between the forces of unity and diversity. Second, centralization within a system of transnational regionalism can lead to a process of state formation from which a system of subnational regionalism may emerge. In this sense, the creation of the United States of America may be the most dramatic historical example of the significance of regionalism. Once the 13 former British colonies in North America had gained sovereign independence through victory in the War of Independence, 1776, they formed a confederation, first in the form of the Continental Congresses, 1774-81, and then under the Articles of Confederation, 1781-9. However, in the hope of gaining greater external influence and better coordinating their internal relations, these former colonies joined together and founded the United States of America, achieved in 1789 through the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. U.S. Declaration of Independence. Source, Francis G. Mayer/Getty Images. The United States, in turn, became the world's first federal state. U.S. regionalism subsequently became a model for other subnational regional projects, but it has also inspired some transnational projects, notably in Europe through the idea of a United States of Europe. Already, the distinction between subnational and transnational regionalism may be blurred by the fact that subnational regions sometimes have a transnational character in that they cross state borders and may thus have ECT relations between states. For instance, the Kurdish region in the Middle East includes eastern Turkey, northern Iraq, and parts of Syria and Iran, creating migratory flows and giving rise to forms of separatist nationalism. Links between the economies of San Diego, California, and Tijuana, Mexico have also created a form of micro-regional integration that exists at a different level from U.S.-Mexican regional cooperation through the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA. Breslin, 2010. An ongoing problem with regionalism has nevertheless been the difficulty of establishing the nature and extent of a region. What is a region? On the face of it, a region is a distinctive geographical area. Regions can therefore be identified by consulting maps. This leads to a tendency to identify regions with continents, as applies in the case of Europe through the European Union (EU), Africa through the African Union (AU), and America through the Organization of American States. However, many regional organizations are subcontinental, such as the Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN), the Southern African Customs Union, and the Central American Common Market, while others are transcontinental, such as Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation (APEC) and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization (NATO). An alternative basis for regional identity is sociocultural, reflecting similarities of religion, language, history, or even ideological belief amongst a number of neighboring states. Cultural identity is particularly important in the case of bodies such as the Arab League and the Nordic Council, and it may also apply in the case of the EU, where membership requires an explicit commitment to liberal democratic values. In this view, a region may even be the geographical expression of a civilization, as implied by Huntington's Clash of Civilizations thesis. However, economic integration in particular has focused on establishing cooperation among countries that were formerly hostile to one another or which are divided in terms of their cultural or ideological identity. Indeed, if a culturally based sense of belonging were viewed as an essential feature of a region, no regions could be found anywhere in the world, as no regional organization, including the EU, has come close. Indeed, if a culturally based sense of belonging were viewed as an essential feature of a region, no regions could be found anywhere in the world, as no regional organization, including the EU, has come close to rivaling, still less supplanting, a political identification with the nation-state. Regionalism. Regionalism is the theory or practice of coordinating social, economic, or political activities within a geographical region comprising a number of states. On an institutional level, regionalism involves the growth of norms, rules, and formal structures through which coordination is brought about. On an effective level, it implies a realignment of political identities and loyalties from the state to the region. The extent of regional integration may nevertheless range from cooperation amongst sovereign states on the basis of intergovernmentalism to the transfer of authority from states to central decision-making bodies, in accordance with supranationalism. The matter is further complicated, though, by the fact that regional identities, insofar as they exist, are multiple and overlapping. For example, is Mexico part of North America by virtue of being a member of NAFTA, part of Central America by virtue of pre-colonial cultural inheritance, part of Latin America by virtue of its language, culture, and history of Spanish colonization, or part of Asia-Pacific by virtue of its membership of APEC? The answer, of course, is that it is all of these things. Regional identities are neither mutually exclusive nor, thankfully, for regionalism, incompatible with national identity. In the final analysis, regions are politically and socially constructed. Like the nation, the region is an imagined community. Anderson, 1983. Ultimately, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Latin America are ideas, not concrete geographical, political, economic, or cultural entities. Being political constructs, regions are almost endlessly fluid, capable of being redefined and reshaped, both as the extent and purposes of cooperation change over time and as new members join or existing members leave. This also explains why regional identities are contested. Competing models or projects of regional integration may surface among, for example, different states, different political groups, or between economic and political elites and the wider population. Finally, regionalism takes different forms depending on the primary areas over which neighboring states choose to cooperate. Three types of regionalism can thus be identified: economic regionalism, security regionalism, and political regionalism. Economic regionalism refers to the creation of greater economic opportunities through cooperation among states in the same geographical region. It is the primary form of regional integration, and it has become more so since the advent of so-called new regionalism in the early 1990s, manifested in the growth of regional trade blocs and the deepening of existing trade blocs. This surge has continued unabated, so that, by March 2020, only one World Trade Organization (WTO) member, Mauritania, was not currently party to an in-force Regional Trade Agreement (RTA), though the WTO has been notified that Mauritania will be party to an EU-West Africa RTA that is under negotiation. By January 2020, 483 RTAs had been notified to GATT/WTO. In most cases, these trade agreements establish free trade areas, but in other cases they may establish customs unions or common markets. Such agreements are accepted by the WTO as the only exception to its principle of equal treatment for all trading partners, based on granting all WTO members most favored nation status. Security regionalism refers to forms of cooperation designed to protect states from their enemies, both neighboring and distant ones. Regional integration may thus give rise to what Karl Deutsch, 1957, called a security community. This applies in two ways. First, regional bodies seek to enmesh their members within a system of peace through cooperation in which ever deeper levels of interdependence and Integration, particularly over economic matters, make war between member states unthinkable. One of the key motivations behind the formation of the European Coal and Steel Community (ECSC) in 1952 and the European Economic Community (EC) in 1958 was to prevent a future war between France and Germany. The other security motivation behind regional cooperation is the desire to gain protection against a common external enemy. European integration was thus seen as a means of safeguarding Europe from the threat of Soviet expansionism. ASEAN's original role involved providing mutual defense against communism, and the Southern African Development Coordination Conference provided protection against apartheid-era South Africa. Security regionalism is also evident in the global trend in favor of regional peacekeeping, see here. This has been evident, for example, in the significant contributions of military and police personnel from a wide range of Asia-Pacific countries that have carried out operations in Cambodia, 1992-3, and East Timor, 1999-2002, and the use of military personnel from the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to restore peace and stability to Liberia, 1990-8. Political regionalism refers to attempts by states in the same area to strengthen or protect shared values, thereby enhancing their image and reputation and gaining a more powerful diplomatic voice. This was a significant factor in the construction of organizations such as the Council of Europe in 1949 with the aim of creating a common democratic and legal area throughout the continent of Europe, ensuring respect for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. The Arab League was formed in 1945 to draw closer the relations between member states and coordinate collaboration between them to safeguard their independence and sovereignty, and to consider in a general way the affairs and interests of Arab countries. Arab League 1945. The Organization of African Unity, OAU, was founded in 1963 to promote self-government, respect for territorial boundaries, and to promote social progress throughout the African continent. The OAU was replaced by the African Union in 2002. However, distinctions between economic, security, and political forms of regionalism can also be misleading. Although certain regional organizations are clearly designed with a specific purpose in mind to which they have remained faithful over time, most regional bodies are complex and evolving institutions that involve themselves in economic, strategic, and political matters. For example, although the African Union is a political body that encompasses the Pan-African Parliament and the African Court of Justice, it also fosters economic integration within subregions, engages in development issues, tries to combat AIDS in Africa, and intervenes militarily in regional conflicts, as, for instance, it has done since 2005 in the Darfur region of Sudan. Why regionalism? In many ways, explanations of the rise of regionalism overlap with those related to the wider phenomenon of international organization. See approaches to international organization here. However, the tendency towards regional integration and, particularly European experiments with supranational cooperation, have stimulated a particular theoretical debate about the motivations and processes through which integration and institution building at the international level are brought about. Three main theories have been advanced: federalism, functionalism, and neo-functionalism. Federalism. Federalism is the earliest theory of regional or even global integration, being advocated from the 18th century onwards by political thinkers such as G. W. F. Hegel (1770–1831) and Jean-Jacques Rousseau (a. 1712–78), and drawing inspiration from its use in domestic politics as a device for reconciling tensions between the center and the periphery. As an explanation for regional or international cooperation, federalism relies on a process of conscious decision-making by the political elites. The attraction of international federations is that they appear to offer a solution to the endemic problems of the state system, and especially the problem of war. If war is caused by sovereign states pursuing self-interest in a context of anarchy, peace will only be achieved if states transfer at least a measure of their sovereignty, see here, to a higher, federal body. This is often referred to as pooled sovereignty. The federalist vision of unity through diversity is achieved by a system of shared sovereignty between international and national bodies, and undoubtedly had a powerful impact on the founders of the European communities, expressed, in the words of the Treaty of Rome, 1957, in the desire to establish an ever-closer union. However, federalism has had relatively little impact on the wider process of integration or on the trend towards global governance. This is both because federalist projects have been too ambitious, if not utopian, in that they require states voluntarily to sacrifice sovereignty, and because enthusiasm for federalist projects has invariably been confined to political and intellectual elites, while political nationalism has continued to hold sway over the wider public. Functionalism. Even in the case of the European project, federalist thinking quickly gave way to a functionalist road to integration. The key idea of functionalism is expressed in David Mitrani's 1966 formulation, form follows function. In this view, cooperation only works when it is focused on specific activities, functions, that would be performed more effectively through collective action than by individual states. Then creates pressure to construct institutional structures, forms that would facilitate such cooperation in these areas. European integration very clearly followed a functionalist path, as it tended to focus on the promotion of economic cooperation, seen by states as the least controversial but most necessary form of integration. Functionalists have generally had high expectations about the extent to which integration and international cooperation are possible, believing that political loyalties can relatively easily be transferred away from nation-states towards new functional organizations, as the latter are seen to be effective in delivering goods and services. However, the weakness of functionalism is that it overemphasizes the willingness of states to hand over their responsibilities to functional bodies, especially in areas that are political rather than technical. Furthermore, there is little evidence that international organizations are capable of acquiring a level of popular legitimacy that rivals the nation-state, regardless of their functional importance. Table 21.1 Key regional organizations and groupings of the world. Andean Group, 1969-4. Latin American Integration Association, LAK, 1980-14. Asia, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, 1967-10. ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF, 1994-27. East Asian Summit, EAS, 2005-18. South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SARC, 1985-7. Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, 1981-6. Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, 2001-6. Economic Cooperation Organization, ECO, 1985-10. Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, 1989-21. Pacific Economic Cooperation Council, PEC, 1980-26. Pacific Islands Forum, 1971-15. Eurasian Economic Community, EEC, 2006. Black Sea Economic Cooperation, BCC, 1992-12. European Union, EU, 1952-27. Council of Europe, COE, 1949-47. Nordic Council, 1952-8. Benelux Economic Union, 1950-8. Euro-Atlantic North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, 1949-28. Organization for Security and Cooperation, 1973-57. In Europe, OSCE, including 3 autonomous territories. Neo-functionalism. As a result of these deficiencies, a growing emphasis has therefore been placed on what is called neo-functionalism. In the writings in particular of Haas, 1964, neo-functionalism recognizes the limitations of the traditional functionalist idea that integration is largely determined by a recognition of growing interdependence in economic and other areas. Instead, it places greater emphasis on the interplay between economics and politics. From this perspective, functional cooperation tends to produce transnational constituencies of advocates for still closer cooperation, creating a dynamic that leads to wider political integration. This process is known as spillover. Ruffett's emphasis on elite socialization and the notion that the integration process can be recast and redefined over time, neo-functionalism resembles some of the ideas of constructivist theorists. Nevertheless, its drawback is that it is usually narrowly linked to the process of European integration, and there is little to suggest that the European neo-functionalist path is being pursued by other regional organizations, still less by the institutions of global governance. Indeed, some have seen neo-functionalism more as a description of European experience than as a theory of international organization. Nevertheless, since the mid-1970s, disillusionment has grown with the bold claim of neo-functionalism that power politics is in the process of being replaced by new forms of supranational governance. This was, in part, because empirical developments seem to render neo-functionalism implausible. Not only has it appeared that other forms of regionalism have been unwilling to follow Europe's example of federal-type integration, but hopes for an ever-closer union within Europe have been dashed by the continued relevance of the state and the persistence of nationalist allegiances. In this context, many have sought to explain interstate cooperation in other ways through an emphasis, for example, on interdependence, multilateralism, international regimes, or global governance. At any rate, the idea of a deeply rooted and perhaps irresistible dynamic in favor of integration has largely been abandoned as the role of specific historical factors has been recognized. For example, the process of decolonization in Africa and Asia in particular contributed to the first wave of regionalism that peaked in the 1960s. As newly independent states tended to see regionalism as a mechanism for establishing settled relationships amongst themselves as well as with their former colonial power. A second factor is underdevelopment and poor economic performance, encouraging states to view closer regional cooperation as a means of stimulating growth and gaining protection against intensifying international competition. This has been particularly evident in the complex and sometimes contradictory relationship between regionalism and globalization. Key theorists in regional integration. Kwame Nkrumah, 1909–1972. A leading Ghanaian Pan-Africanist thinker, revolutionary, and politician, Kwame Nkrumah advocated African nationalism and regional unity across the continent as the ultimate goal for anti-colonial movements. Nkrumah was a founder of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, which would later become the African Union, AU. Nkrumah's Pan-Africanist brand of regional, racial solidarity inspired a generation of Black Power activists, including Stokely Carmichael, who he mentored and who later adopted the name Kwame in tribute to Nkrumah. His writings include Africa Must Unite, 1963, Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, 1965, and Consciencism, Philosophy and Ideology for Decolonization, 1970. Carl Deutsch, 1912–92. Source: Keystone/Getty Images. A Czech-born U.S. political scientist, Deutsch challenged the traditional realist image of international relations by emphasizing how regional integration can modify the impact of international anarchy. Amalgamation through the construction of a single decision-making center would nevertheless be less common than integration, which allows sovereign states to interact within a pluralist security community. Deutsch's major works in this field include Political Community in the North Atlantic Area, 1957, and Nation Building, 1966. Ernst Haas, 1924–2003. A German-born U.S. international relations theorist, Haas is best known as one of the founders of neo-functionalism, or federalism by installments, particularly as applied to European integration. He argued that the process of spillover would lead political actors progressively to shift their loyalties, expectations, and activities from the nation-state towards a new larger center. However, Haas became disenchanted with neo-functionalism in the 1970s. His main works include Beyond the Nation-State, 1964, and Tangle of Hopes, 1969. Source: Peter M. Haas, with permission of Ernst Haas. Regionalism and Globalization. Since the late 1980s, and especially from the 1990s, there has been a clear and continuing resurgence in regionalism, and seen as regionalism's second coming and associated with what is called the New Regionalism. But what was new about the New Regionalism? New regionalism is essentially economic in character, and it largely takes the form of the creation of regional trade blocs. SA trade blocs, moreover, operate very clearly as regional spaces through which states can interact, rather than being drawn into EU-style supranational experiments. Between 1990 and 1994, GATT was informed of 33 regional trading arrangements, nearly one-third of those that had been negotiated since 1948. The Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation was created in 1989 and has expanded from 12 members to 21, including Australia, China, Russia, Japan, and the United States, encompassing, collectively, countries that account for 40% of the world's population and over 50% of global GDP. In 1991, the signing of the Treaty of Association led to the formation of Mercosur, which links Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Venezuela with Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia as associate members, which constitutes Latin America's largest trade bloc. The year 1992 saw the signing of NAFTA, which came into force in 1994, linking Canada, Mexico, and the United States. The year 1993 witnessed both the ratification of the Treaty on European Union, the TU or Maastricht Treaty, which transformed the European Community into the European Union, and the introduction of the ASEAN Free Trade Area. The year 1994 saw an agreement to build the Free Trade Area of the Americas as a proposed extension to NAFTA designed eventually to encompass North and South America. This surge of economic regionalism was driven by a variety of disparate factors. In the first place, it reflected the wider acceptance of export-led economic strategies across the developing world as more countries were inclined to follow the lead, first, of Japan and, later, of the Asian tiger economies. Second, the end of the Cold War encouraged former communist countries to view economic integration as a means of supporting and consolidating their transition to Second, the end of the Cold War encouraged former communist countries to view economic integration as a means of supporting and consolidating their transition to the market economy, a development that later gave rise to the eastward expansion of the EU. The establishment of the WTO and the growing influence of other institutions of global economic governance persuaded many countries that regionalism was a way of gaining greater influence within multilateral bodies. Fourth, the United States' transition from being a sponsor of regionalism to being an active participant gave the process considerable additional impetus. Finally, and underlying all the other factors, was the acceleration of globalization in the 1980s and 1990s. Regionalism became increasingly attractive as rapidly expanding global capital flows and an increasing trend towards transnational production patterns appeared to undermine the viability of the state as an independent economic unit. Regionalism was thus reborn as a mechanism through which states could manage the effects of globalization. However, there is significant debate about how regional integration has been used in these circumstances and therefore about the implications of regionalism for globalization. As Bugvuddy 2008 put it, are regional trade blocks, building blocks, or stumbling blocks within the global system? How does the regional interact with the global? One face of economic regionalism has been essentially defensive, in that regional bodies have sometimes embraced protectionism as a means of resisting the disruption of economic and possibly social life through the impact of intensifying global competition. This gave rise to the idea of the region as a fortress, as in the once fashionable notion of Fortress Europe. In near simultaneous creation of NAFTA, the formation of the EU and the development of an ASEAN free trade area have, for instance, been understood in these terms, creating a specter of a world of competing regional blocs. In some cases, defensive regionalism has been a bottom-up process driven by subnational or transnational interest groups such as agricultural interests across the European Union and in the United States. A particularly significant concern within the EU has been to protect the European social model characterized by comprehensive welfare provision from a race to the bottom ignited by neoliberal globalization. Nevertheless, new regionalism has been motivated by competitive impulses and not merely protectionist ones. In these cases, countries have formed regional blocs not so much to resist global market forces as to engage more effectively with them. Although states have wished to consolidate or expand trading blocs in the hope of gaining access to more assured and wider markets, they have not turned their backs on the wider global market. This is evident in the growth of cross-regional interaction and attempts to influence the WTO and other bodies. The fortress model of regional integration has been weakened by the fact that regionalism has tended to march hand in hand with economic liberalization. In embracing the market, competition, and entrepreneurialism, regional trade blocs have tended to be open and outward-looking, interested in engaging in global, not merely regional, free trade. In balancing competing impulses towards defense and competition, regional blocs have functioned more as filters resisting particular threats to internal interests and priorities rather than as fortresses. Nevertheless, the steady growth of regional trade agreements has meant that, instead of a common, global free trade system, there is a bewildering array of complex and overlapping bilateral and regional arrangements, each with conflicting and contradictory provisions, an arrangement that Bugvuddy 2008 called the spaghetti bowl system. Regionalism in Asia. The most important regional initiatives to have emerged in Asia have come out of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN). ASEAN was established in 1967 by Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand, with Negara Brunei Darussalam, 1984, Vietnam, 1995, Laos and Burma, 1997, and Cambodia, 1999, joining subsequently. ASEAN was a product of the Cold War period, its initial interests focusing mainly on security matters, especially those linked to settling intra-regional disputes and resisting superpower influence. However, the organization moved steadily towards cooperation on economic and trade matters, leading in 1992 to the agreement to establish the ASEAN Free Trade Area. This was complemented by the growth of political regionalism in the form of an emphasis on Asian values discussed in Chapter 9, sometimes portrayed as the ASEAN Way, although enlargement and other developments have meant that this has become, over time, a more marginal and contested aspect of the ASEAN project. The integration process was nevertheless given renewed impetus from the late 1990s onwards, both by the vulnerabilities exposed by the Asian financial crisis of 1997-8 and by the need to cooperate and compete effectively with the rapidly rising economic powers of China and India, has led to initiatives such as the proposed creation of the ASEAN Economic Community, which has led some to draw parallels with the EU and the process of European integration. In addition, attempts to foster political and economic dialogue with major powers, notably the Big Three Asia-Pacific powers, the United States, China, and Japan, were stepped up. Particular emphasis in this respect has been placed on strengthening ASEAN's relationship with China. In 2002, for instance, China and ASEAN agreed to create between them the world's largest free trade area, which would encompass over 2 billion people and which came into effect at the beginning of 2010. Debating. Does the advance of regionalism threaten global order and stability? The expansion and deepening of regionalism is widely accepted as one of the most prominent features of modern global politics. However, while some view a world of regions as a recipe for conflict and instability, others argue that regionalism will promote security and widen prosperity. Yes. And no. Regional egoism. Regionalism has not altered the essentially conflictual nature of world politics. Instead, power politics within the state system is in the process of being replaced by power politics within a regional system. This occurs for two reasons. First, as realists emphasize, human nature has not changed. Thus, if regions are displacing states as the key units of global politics, state egoism is being reborn as regional egoism. Second, the essentially anarchical character of the global system means that if survival and security cannot be secured through the mechanism of the state, they must be secured through regional action. Fortress regionalism will thus, perhaps inevitably, develop into aggressive regionalism or even hegemonic regionalism. Nationalism trumps regionalism. Predictions about the growth of interregional conflict are greatly overblown. The reality is that regionalism complements rather than transcends the state system. States are, and will remain, the principal actors on the world stage, as no regional or global body can match the nation-state's capacity to generate political allegiance and civic identity. Supranational regionalism has therefore failed to materialize regional bodies operating more like political spaces within which states cooperate on matters of mutual interest. With the possible exception of the EU, regional bodies have not achieved the level of integration necessary to become global actors on the world stage in their own right. Cultural or civilizational conflict. A further reason for interregional conflict is cultural difference, an idea expressed most graphically in the notion of the clash of civilizations. In this view, regional integration is significantly motivated by the existence of shared values, traditions, and beliefs, helping to explain why regional integration has therefore progressed further and faster in areas with a common cultural and ideological inheritance. The global dominates the regional. The idea that regional blocks are stumbling blocks to globalization, implying that the global economy will increasingly become an arena of regional competition, is difficult to sustain. If regional integration has largely been dictated by the logic of interdependence, the recognition that states in the modern world must work together to tackle common problems, this implies that cooperation must extend beyond the region and, nevertheless, implies suspicion of and possibly hostility towards regions of the world with different values, cultures, and traditions. A world of regions is therefore a world of rival value systems and incompatible understandings, a recipe for conflict and global disorder. Encompass interregional and even global cooperation. Issues such as climate change, free trade, development disparities, and international security cannot simply be addressed at a regional level. This forces regional bodies to be open and outward-looking, acting as stepping stones to higher levels of cooperation. Ever-deepening integration. Regionalism is driven by a logic that fosters progressively deeper levels of integration, making regional bodies both increasingly inward-looking and conflict-ridden. Neo-functionalist spillover will inevitably turn economic integration into political integration. Most clearly demonstrated by the example of European integration, but destined to be followed by other regions, this will create a widening gulf between a regionalized elite and increasingly marginalized and resentful general public, still wedded to national symbols and identities. This gulf is likely to fuel political extremism, particularly amongst those who feel disenfranchised by the regionalization process. Limits of regionalism. Significant obstacles stand in the way of deep regional integration. These include the fact that as it is difficult to create democratically accountable regional organizations, such bodies tend to enjoy limited popular support. Furthermore, the harmonization of economic rules and arrangements can perhaps only be taken so far. This is evident in the difficulty of establishing common or single markets, in which genuinely free trade and the free movement of labor and capital ultimately require, as the EU recognized, a single currency and common interest rates. This level of harmonization nevertheless leads to over-rigid economic arrangements that are, sooner or later, doomed to collapse. ASEAN has also sought to promote wider regional cooperation in a number of ways. Essays include the ASEAN Regional Forum (ARF), established in 1994, which aims to build confidence and enhance dialogue on security matters amongst Asia-Pacific countries. As of 2022, the ARF had 27 members, the EU counting as a single member. ASEAN Plus regrouping, created in 1997, has deepened cooperation between the ASEAN 10 and China, Japan, and South Korea. One of its most important achievements was the Chiang Mai Initiative of 2000, under which the ASEAN Plus countries launched a multilateral arrangement of currency swaps designed to provide protection against future financial crises. ASEAN also plays a leading role in the East Asia Summit (EAS), which has been held annually since 2005 and includes, as well as the ASEAN countries, China, Japan, South Korea, India, Australia, and New Zealand. However, regional integration in Asia has not simply been confined to ASEAN or to ASEAN-related initiatives. Important non-ASEAN initiatives have been promoted by the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation and, increasingly, by China. China's most important regional initiative has been the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. ESCO was founded in 2001 by the leaders of China, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, the first four of which had been members of the Shanghai Five, established in 1996. formed primarily to foster cooperation in Central Asia over security matters, notably those linked to terrorism, separatism, and political extremism. The SCO's activities have subsequently expanded into the areas of military, economic, and cultural cooperation. Some have nevertheless suggested that behind the SCO's engagement with traditional forms of regionalism lies a more serious geopolitical agenda: the desire to counterbalance US and NATO influence across the Eurasian landmass and particularly in resource-rich and strategically important Central Asia. Focus on regionalism in Asia, replicating European experience? Are there parallels between regionalism in Asia and regionalism in Europe? Is ASEAN in the process of becoming an Asian version of the EU? Since the late 1990s, ASEAN has developed in ways that have encouraged commentators to draw comparisons with the process of European integration. This has happened particularly due to the ambitions set out at the 9th ASEAN Summit meeting of heads of government in Bali in 2003 to establish an ASEAN community. In language reminiscent of the TEU, this involves 3 pillars: the ASEAN Economic Community, the ASEAN Political Security Community, and the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community. The economic aspect of this intensified cooperation is especially important because of the perception that ASEAN has only had limited success in creating a genuine free trade area. The ASEAN Economic Community aims to create a seamless production base and an integrated market among member countries. As of 2022, ASEAN members had eliminated more than 98% of tariffs on goods. However, significant differences exist between ASEAN and the EU as models of regional integration, and these seem set to continue. In particular, ASEAN is geared to the establishment of a free trade area, with even the goal of a common external tariff, which would make ASEAN a fully fledged customs union, some way from being achieved. The EU, by contrast, has gone much further by establishing a single market and subsequently embracing monetary union. Most importantly, ASEAN has remained firmly intergovernmental in character and has not engaged in EU-style experiments in supranational governance, its long-standing emphasis on state sovereignty impeding the construction of a more centralized decision-making framework. How can differences between ASEAN and the EU be explained? In the first place, ASEAN embraces greater economic and political diversity than does the EU. For instance, Singapore and Burma represent radically different forms and levels of economic development. Second, as the largest economies in the region, notably China, Japan, India, and South Korea, remain outside ASEAN. The association's emphasis tends to be placed more on sponsoring wider cooperation than on consolidating its internal market. Third, as an association of relatively equal countries, ASEAN lacks a major power or powers that could drive the integration process in the way that France and Germany have done in Europe. Fourth, ASEAN's project of regional integration has never been fueled by the same level of political urgency as was injected into the European project by the pressing need to overcome Franco-German hostility and thus to prevent future world wars. Regionalism in Africa. Although most states in Africa are committed to regionalism as part of the solution to their profound economic, political, and social problems, the advance of regional integration has been hampered by the combined impact of poverty, political instability, border disputes, and political and economic differences amongst African countries. Early experiments in regionalism in Africa emerged out of the politics of anti-colonialism and were based on pre-existing colonial arrangements. French West African Federation was thus transformed, independence in 1960, into the West African Economic and Monetary Union. In the case of the Southern African Customs Union, which was created in 1910 and claims to be the earliest customs union ever established, regional bodies created in the colonial period survived in a reinvented form once independence had been achieved. Southern African Development Community, SADC, was founded in 1992 as the successor to an earlier 9-member body that had been formed in 1980 to promote economic cooperation amongst Southern African states and reduce their dependence on apartheid-era South Africa. Having expanded to include all FAIEN Southern African states, South Africa, for instance, joined in 1995. SADC is committed both to deepening economic integration and to extending economic integration into political and security areas. Two most significant examples of regionalism in Africa are nevertheless the African Union AU, which came into being in 2002 as a replacement for the Organization of African Unity, OAU, and the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. The AU constitution, modeled on that of the EU, envisages a much more ambitious organization than its predecessor. OAU had been created in 1963 with the intention of ending colonialism and supporting political liberation. Its agenda subsequently broadened through initiatives such as the establishment in 1993 of the African Economic Community and agreement in 2001 on the New Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD. a program of measures designed to alleviate poverty and promote constructive engagement with globalization. However, these economic initiatives have brought few concrete benefits, in part because of continuing and deep disagreements about the extent to which Africa should adopt an orthodox, market-oriented approach to development. Uncertainty about whether the AU should abandon its anti-Western rhetoric and build partnerships with the West on matters such as dealing with war crimes and genocide have also limited the AU's ability to exercise leadership in Africa over issues such as democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. ECOWAS is the largest subregional organization established in Africa, comprising 15 states with a combined population of over 397 million. However, its impact on the economic performance of member states has been negligible due to factors such as political instability and widespread corruption in the region, allied to ECOWAS's weak infrastructure and lack of political will. Although ECOWAS's involvement in the 1990s in internal conflicts in Liberia and Sierra Leone through its peacekeeping force divided opinion and eventually led to its replacement by UN peacekeepers, Ghana and Nigeria have subsequently moved to enhance the region's peacekeeping capabilities. Regionalism in the Americas. The Americas have witnessed multiple and competing levels of regionalism, reflecting, in large part, the geographical, cultural, and political importance of subcontinental regions. The most important example of regionalism in North America was the formation in 1994 of NAFTA, through which the United States, Canada, and Mexico agreed to build a free trade area. It has a combined GDP of $26.3 trillion and a collective population of 498 million. Formed in part as a response to the growing pace of economic integration, NAFTA was intended to provide the basis for a wider economic partnership covering the whole Western Hemisphere, expressed through the 1994 Agreement to Build a Free Trade Area of the Americas, FDA. However, the aims of NAFTA are modest by comparison with those of the EU. Its chief goals have been to phase out tariffs on agricultural and a variety of manufacturing goods to allow banks and other financial institutions access to wider markets and to allow lorry drivers to cross borders freely. NAFTA is a much looser body than the EU, having strictly intergovernmental decision-making processes and, to date, successfully resisting neo-functional pressures for cooperation on trade to spill over into economic or political areas. NAFTA, nevertheless, remains a controversial issue in the United States, where its critics have accused it of facilitating the export of manufacturing jobs to Mexico. However, deeper problems include large disparities in wealth, education, and economic structure between the United States and Canada on the one hand and Mexico on the other, and significant gaps in mutual knowledge and understanding amongst the citizens of the three countries. As far as the proposed FTA is concerned, negotiations to establish this have faltered since 2005, largely due to tensions between developed and developing countries similar to those that impede the completion of the Doha round of WTO negotiations as discussed in Chapter 20. The most important trading bloc in South America is Mercosur, which expanded through an agreement in 1994 to link the economies of Argentina, Brazil, Venezuela, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Bolivia as full members, with Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru as associate members. The main aims of Mercosur are to liberalize trade amongst its members, establishing a customs union in which the associate members do not participate, and helping to coordinate economic policies within the region. From the outset, it embraced open regionalism and engaged in market-oriented strategies as advised by the WTO and other bodies. The Mercosur countries enjoyed dramatic growth in intra-regional trade as well as in their trade with the rest of the world during the period 1991-6. However, since then, trade levels have grown much more slowly, affected in part by financial crises in Brazil and Argentina. A deeper long-term problem within Mercosur is the tensions that derive from the fact that Brazil, with 72% of the organization's total population and 75% of its GDP, dwarfs other members, including Argentina. Regionalism in Europe. The European idea broadly, the belief that, regardless of historical, cultural, and language differences, Europe constitutes a single political community, was born long before 1945. Before the Reformation of the 16th century, common allegiances to Rome invested the papacy with supranational authority over much of Europe. Even ere the European state system came into existence, thinkers as different as Rousseau, the socialist Saint-Simon, 1760 to 1825, and the nationalist Mazzini, 1805 to 1872, championed the cause of European cooperation and in some cases advocated the establishment of Europe-wide political institutions. However, until the second half of the 20th century, such aspirations proved to be hopelessly utopian. Since the Second World War, Europe has undergone a historically unprecedented process of integration aimed, some argue, at the creation of what Winston Churchill in 1946 called a United States of Europe. Indeed, it has sometimes been suggested that European integration provides a model of political organization that would eventually be accepted worldwide as the deficiencies of the nation-state become increasingly apparent. It is clear that this process was precipitated by a set of powerful and possibly irresistible historical circumstances in post-1945 Europe. The most significant of these were the following: a need for economic reconstruction in war-torn Europe through cooperation, and the creation of a larger market. A desire to preserve peace by permanently resolving the bitter Franco-German rivalry that had caused the Franco-Prussian War, 1870-1, and led to World War in 1914 and 1939. A recognition that the German problem could be tackled only by integrating Germany into a wider Europe. A desire to safeguard Europe from the threat of Soviet expansionism and to mark out for Europe an independent role and identity in a bipolar world order. A wish of the United States to establish a prosperous and united Europe both as a market for U.S. goods and as a bulwark against the spread of communism. A widespread acceptance, especially in continental Europe, that the sovereign nation-state was the enemy of peace and prosperity. To some extent, the drive towards European integration was fueled by an idealist commitment to internationalism and the belief that international organizations embody a moral authority higher than that commanded by the state. This was evident in the federalist dream of an integrated Europe that was espoused by, for example, Jean Monnet and Robert Schuman, 1886 to 1963. Early dreams of a federal Europe in which the sovereignty of the European states would be pooled came to nothing, however. Instead, a functionalist road to unity was followed. This is why the European project tended to focus on the means of promoting economic cooperation, seen by states as the least controversial but most necessary form of integration. The European Coal and Steel Community, ECSC, was founded in 1952 on the initiative of Monnet, advisor to the French Foreign Minister, Schuman. Under the Treaty of Rome, 1957, the European Economic Community, EEC, came into existence, committed to the establishment of a common European market and the broader goal of an ever closer union among the peoples of Europe. EEC was incorporated into the European Community, EC, in 1967 and eventually into the European Union, EU, in 1993. But what kind of organization is the EU and how much influence does it exert? Jean Monnet, 1888 to 1979. French economist and administrator. Monnet was largely self-taught. He found employment during the First World War coordinating Franco-British war supplies, and he was later appointed Deputy Secretary General of the League of Nations. Monnet took charge of the French modernization program under de Gaulle in 1945, and in 1950 he produced the Schuman Plan, from which the European Coal and Steel Community and the European Economic Community were subsequently developed. Although Monnet rejected intergovernmentalism in favor of supranational government, he was not a formal advocate of European federalism. Source: Bert Hardy/Getty Images. Focus on: Europe as a racist project? Europeanist social scientists and the white European politicians and diplomats who designed and advanced the project of the EU and European integration have tended to view it as a benign or positive expression of internationalism. The view from post-colonial scholars and from the world outside of Europe has been rather different. By the end of the 20th century, the term Fortress Europe had become a popular critical expression of the harshness of immigration regimes in the EU in dealing with non-European and non-white people. Relatively high living standards and wages, along with wide access to jobs, education, healthcare, and welfare, made EU countries desirable destinations for those looking to resettle overseas. But many member states were resistant to sharing their wealth with people from outside of Europe. From a post-colonial perspective, the racialized exclusion of non-European or non-Western peoples is merely one phase in a centuries-long process of the creation of Europe as a racist project. Like all regions, Europe is a geopolitical entity, a political idea, rather than a neutral thing, with territorial borders and cultural values that shift with political and cultural norms. As such, the creation of Europe, Europeanness, and European values is a historically specific and political process that has centered on also defining that which is not Europe/European. Whiteness and coloniality have been at the heart of this process of social construction. The idea of Europe was itself honed through colonialism, Debashi 2019, around the emerging shared interests of rival imperial powers Portugal, Spain, Britain, France, Belgium, Holland, and so on, in controlling, enslaving and exploiting non-white populations dehumanizingly termed savages or natives in distant places. As the anti-colonial fighter and scholar Frantz Fanon put it, Europe is literally the creation of the Third World, since the labor, including slave labor, raw materials, and other goods that produced Europe's disproportionate wealth, that built its grand cities and infrastructure and increased its citizens' quality of life, were extracted by force from societies in what is now called the Global South. As the politics of race and racism in Europe and the wider majority white West has become more urgent in recent years, not least in connection with the refugee crisis and the rise of a new far right, see here. This critical perspective on Europe as a racist project is an ever more pertinent counterpoint to the claims made by the EU and its Europeanist and regionalist advocates. What is the EU? The EU is a very difficult political organization to categorize. Is it a state, perhaps even a superstate? Is it an international organization, and if so, what kind of international organization? Is the EU merely an arena or space within which member states can interact, or has it become a meaningful actor in its own right? Essay questions are best considered by examining, first, the internal structure of the EU and then its relationship with the outside world. One of the difficulties with understanding the structure of the EU is that it has been substantially reshaped and institutionally redesigned on a number of occasions since the establishment of the ECSC in 1952. Not only has the ECSC given way to the EC, and, in due course, the EU, but other changes have, for example, seen the creation of a single market through the Single European Act, SEA, in 1986. Monetary union agreed by the TU in 1993 and the establishment of the EU as a single legal entity through the Lisbon Treaty in 2009. Most significantly, the EC/EU has gone through a substantial process of widening and deepening. It has widened as the original six, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg, became, over time, 27. And it has deepened as successive waves of integration have transferred certain areas of decision-making authority from member states to EU bodies. Focus on how the European Union works. The Council, informally called the Council of Ministers, this is the decision-making branch of the EU and comprises ministers from the 27 states who are accountable to their own assemblies and governments. The presidency vested in a country, not a person, of the Council rotates amongst member states every 6 months. Important decisions are made by unanimous agreement and others are reached through qualified majority voting or by a simple majority intergovernmental body. The European Council, informally called the European Summit, this is made up of the presidents or prime ministers of each member state, accompanied by their foreign ministers and a permanent, full-time president of the European Council. Since 2019, Charles Michel. The European Council meets 4 times a year and provides strategic leadership for the EU intergovernmental body. The European Commission, based in Brussels with a staff of some 20,000 people, the Commission is the executive bureaucratic arm of the EU. It is headed by 28 commissioners and a president. Ursula von der Leyen's term of office as president began in 2019. The Commission proposes legislation, is a watchdog that ensures that the EU's treaties are respected and is broadly responsible for policy implementation. Supranational body. The European Parliament, EP, usually located in Strasbourg, the EP is composed of 766 members of the European Parliament, MEPs, who are directly elected every 5 years. MEPs sit according to political groups rather than their nationality. The Lisbon Treaty made the EP a stronger lawmaker, giving it equal rights with the Council in 40 areas. However, its major powers to reject the European Union's budget and dismiss the European Commission are too far-reaching to exercise. Supranational body. The European Court of Justice, ECJ, based in Luxembourg, the ECJ interprets and adjudicates on EU law and treaties. There are 27 judges, 1 from each member state, and 8 advocates general who advise the court. As EU law has primacy over the national law of EU member states, the court can disapply domestic laws. A court of first instance handles certain cases brought by individuals and companies. Supranational body. The European Central Bank, ECB, located in Frankfurt, the ECB is the central bank for Europe's single currency, the euro. The ECB's main task is to maintain the euro's purchasing power and thus price stability in the euro area. The Eurozone comprises the 19 EU countries that have introduced the euro since 1999. Supranational body. In strict terms, the EU is no longer a confederation of independent states operating on the basis of intergovernmentalism as the EEC and the EC were at their inception. The sovereignty of member states was enshrined in the so-called Luxembourg Compromise of 1966. Is accepted the general practice of unanimous voting in the Council of Ministers, now known as the Council, and granted each member state an outright veto on matters threatening vital national interests. However, this confederal image of the EU has become difficult to sustain for at least 3 reasons. In the first place, starting with the SEA and continuing with each of the subsequent major treaties, the TU, Amsterdam, Nice, and Lisbon, the practice of qualified majority voting, which allows even the largest state to be outvoted in the Council, has been applied to a wider range of policy areas. It has progressively narrowed the scope of the national veto, which, in turn, circumscribes state sovereignty. Second, this trend has been compounded by the fact that EU law is binding on all member states. Is one of the key differences between the EU and other international organizations. The EU has a body of law that supersedes national law in areas where the EU has competence, a position backed up by rulings from the European Court of Justice. The creation of this body of law has involved the voluntary surrender of powers by member states in a broad range of policy areas and the development of a new level of legal authority to which the member states are subject. McCormick 2020. IRD and linked to this, the powers of certain EU bodies have expanded at the expense of national governments. The result is a political body that is a complex blend of intergovernmental and supranational features. Nevertheless, although the EU has done much to realize the Treaty of Rome's goal of establishing an ever closer union, moving well beyond Charles de Gaulle's and Margaret Thatcher's vision of a confederation of independent states, it stops short of realizing a United States of Europe. While the EU has not created a federal Europe, still less a European superstate, the superiority of European law over the national law of the member states perhaps suggests that it is accurate to talk of a federalizing Europe. A major check on centralizing tendencies within the EU has been respect for the principle of subsidiarity embodied in the TU and the pragmatic approach to integration adopted by key states such as France and Germany. Decision-making within the new Europe is increasingly made on the basis of multilevel governance as discussed in Chapter 6, in which the policy process has interconnected subnational, national, intergovernmental, and supranational levels, the balance between them sure ing in relation to different issues and policy areas. His image of complex policy-making is more helpful than the sometimes sterile notion of a battle between national sovereignty and EU domination. He desire to bring greater coherence and formality to this complex and sometimes inefficient policy process nevertheless gave rise to the idea of an EU constitution which would codify major rules and principles, incorporating and superseding all previous treaties. However, although the constitutional treaty which would have established this constitution was approved by heads of state or government in 2004, it was not ratified because of referendum defeats in the Netherlands and France in 2005. Although many of the elements of the constitutional treaty were incorporated into the Lisbon Treaty, which was ratified in 2009, this episode highlights the extent to which, despite decades of institutional deepening, EU member states continue to function as states still orientated around issues of national interest. Subsidiarity. Subsidiarity, from the Latin subsidiarii, meaning a contingent of supplementary troops, is, broadly, the devolution of decision-making from the center to lower levels. However, it is understood in two different ways. In federal states such as Germany, subsidiarity is understood as a political principle that implies decentralization and popular participation, particularly through local and provincial institutions. The TU thus declares that decisions should be taken as closely as possible to the citizens. However, subsidiarity is also interpreted, usually by anti-federalists, as a constitutional principle that defends national sovereignty against the encroachment of EU institutions. However, subsidiarity is also interpreted, usually by anti-federalists, as a constitutional principle that defends national sovereignty against the encroachment of EU institutions. In this light, the TU declares that the EU should act only over matters that cannot be sufficiently achieved by the member states. The EU and the world. Although it is clear that the EU has an external policy, the extent of its international actorness, its capacity to act within the global system as a single entity, has been a matter of considerable debate. The most crucial area here has been foreign and defense policy. In its early incarnations, foreign policy, and, for that matter, the wider issue of political union played little part in the developing European project. The Treaty of Rome made no mention of foreign policy, and the EC focused essentially on economic policies and issues. Such initiatives as there were to promote political integration tended to be piecemeal and had little impact. For example, the European Defence Community was proposed in 1950 most actively by France, but it was widely viewed as a threat to the authority of NATO, and the idea was abandoned in 1954 when it was rejected by the French National Assembly. However, the notion of an EU foreign and defense policy resurfaced through the TU when the Common Foreign and Security Policy, CFSP, was established as Pillar 2 of the EU. Although the CFSP has only loosely defined goals, it was given significant impetus by the creation in the Treaty of Amsterdam of the new position of High Representative for Foreign Affairs, and by the high-profile appointment of Javier Solana, the former Secretary General of NATO, to this office. The Common Foreign and Security Policy has had a number of achievements. Essays include the deployment of over 24 missions of peacekeepers, police officers, and civilians to troubled parts of the world, including Bosnia, Chad, Eastern Congo, and the Aceh province of Indonesia. It has also engaged in international diplomacy, particularly the EU3s, the EU together with France, Germany, and the United Kingdom, efforts to persuade Iran to abandon its uranium enrichment program. However, failures have been more prominent than successes. When it comes to the most pressing international problems such as Afghanistan, Pakistan, and North Korea, the EU has either been largely invisible or absent. Although the EU's presence in Bosnia and Kosovo has helped to ensure peace, EU policy in the Balkans has become less resolute and coherent over time. Lacking a military force of its own, the EU was forced to leave the resolution of the 1999 Kosovo crisis to US-led NATO forces. When the United States and most EU states recognized the independence of Kosovo in 2008, 5 EU states failed to, shattering the hard-won united approach to the Balkans that had been forged in the 1990s. Similarly, Slovenia sought to block Croatia's accession to the EU because of a border dispute, while Bulgaria blocked North Macedonia's progress towards membership in 2020 for reasons connected to territorial, historical, and cultural disputes. The impediments to developing an effective common foreign and defense policy within the EU are many and various. In the first place, there are permanent tensions between member states that have an Atlanticist approach to foreign policy, such as the now former member, United Kingdom, and those that have a Europeanist approach, especially France. For the former, any EU defense policy, particularly the development of an EU military arm, must occur within, not outside or as an alternative to, the framework of NATO. Second, member states have generally been much more reluctant to support political integration rather than economic integration, and this especially applies in the case of foreign and defense policy. As the core purpose of the state is to ensure the high politics of security and survival, independent control over foreign and defense affairs is widely viewed as the most important dimension of state sovereignty. Europe's ability to develop an effective external presence has long been hampered by confusion about who represents the EU. As Henry Kissinger put it, who do I call when I want to call Europe? In the case of foreign and defense policy, the EU has traditionally been represented by the Troika, made up of the High Representative for Foreign Affairs, the European Commissioner for External Affairs, and the Foreign Minister of the state currently holding the presidency of the Council. The confusions implicit in this arrangement were recognized by the creation in the Lisbon Treaty of the post of High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. Fourth, an effective common defense policy requires levels of funding that few member states are prepared to support, particularly since the global financial crisis of 2007-9. It also needs a standardization of equipment and, ideally, a single, harmonized defense industry, which is a long way from being achieved and may, anyway, be impossible. Nevertheless, the EU's external presence in economic affairs, particularly in trade matters, is much clearer. Because the EU is a customs union with a common commercial policy and a common external tariff, the Commission, rather than member states, conducts trade relations with outside parties. SA include trade agreements with virtually all parts of the world and negotiations with GATT and, more recently, the WTO. The Commission also negotiates economic cooperation arrangements with other regional trading blocs as well as with individual states, an example being the biennial Asia-Europe meeting. An additional aspect of the EU's external presence is over aid and development. Motivated both by the fact that key EU member states, notably France and Belgium and previously the United Kingdom, were once major imperial powers, and an awareness that the Global South constitutes a particularly important market for EU exports, the EU has become the single biggest source of official development assistance in the world, collectively accounting, for instance, for 46% of the total of $178.9 billion given in 2021. Most EU aid goes to sub-Saharan Africa, but an increasing proportion is going to Latin America. The EU also provides extensive emergency humanitarian aid and is, of the United States, the second largest provider of food aid in the world. The EU in crisis? Pronouncements about the stalling of the European project and even predictions about the EU unraveling have occurred throughout the history of the EC/EC/EU. For some, the failure of the EU has always been just a matter of time. In this view, the level of diversity within the EU in terms of history, traditions, language, and culture means that the EU can never match the capacity of the nation-state to engender political allegiance and act effectively on the world stage. However, two issues have proved to be particularly problematical in the early 21st century. The first is EU enlargement and its implications. A significant part of the success of the early process of European integration stemmed from the fact that the original six were bound together by powerful historical, political, and economic factors, not least the overriding desire to ensure peace and stability between France and Germany and the wish of smaller neighboring states to participate in the benefits that might flow from Franco-German rapprochement. However, enlargement has reshaped the European project at each stage, sometimes through the incorporation of countries that had a weaker commitment to the European ideal, such as the United Kingdom and Denmark, and, on other occasions, through the incorporation of economically less prosperous countries of southern Europe, Spain, Portugal, and Greece. Nevertheless, no enlargements have been as ambitious and significant as those that saw the eastward expansion of the EU during the period 2004 to 2013, see here. In some respects, these enlargements were the crowning achievement of the EU in that they underpinned and, in a sense, completed the politico-economic transformation of Central and Eastern Europe, marking the Europe-wide triumph for liberal democracy. However, they also caused profound difficulties, not least by permanently suring the balance between unity and diversity within the EU firmly in favor of diversity. If the EU can no longer be managed through deals done between a relatively small number of large states, notably France and Germany, and previously the United Kingdom, the prospect of effective decision-making and coherent thinking within the EU has perhaps been lost forever. If the EU has a future, it may be less as an economic and political union and more as a multi-speed Europe or a two-tier or even three-tier Europe. Global actors? The European Union. 447 million. The European Union was formed in 1993 through the ratification of the Treaty on European Union, TU, a successor institution to the ECSC, the EEC, and the EC. The EU is a unique international organization in that it combines intergovernmental and supranational features. Its member states remain independent sovereign nations but pool their sovereignty to gain a strength and world influence none of them could have on their own. The EU comprises four main bodies. The Council, which represents member states and is the main decision-making body. Heads of state or government meet up to 4 times a year as the European Council. The European Commission, which represents the interests of the EU as a whole, initiates legislation and acts as the EU's executive arm. The European Parliament, a directly elected body that carries out scrutiny and oversight functions. The Court of Justice, which interprets and applies EU law. The EU comprises 3 pillars. Pillar 1 encompasses the existing communities, the ECSC, the EEC, and Euratom. The second and third pillars for foreign and defense policy and justice and home affairs, respectively, are areas of intergovernmental cooperation. The EU comprises 3 pillars. Pillar 1 encompasses the existing communities, the ECSC, the EEC, and Euratom. The second and third pillars for foreign and defense policy and justice and home affairs, respectively, are areas of intergovernmental cooperation. Within the EU, citizens enjoy common citizenship rights, including the right to live, work, and, if resident, be politically active anywhere within the Union. Significance: the EU is the most advanced example of regional integration found anywhere in the world. With a population of almost 500 million people, it is the third largest political unit in the world after China and India. The EU is undoubtedly an economic superpower. It accounts for more than 15% of world GDP, and it accounts for 14% of the world's trade in goods. The European single market was completed in 1993 with a single currency, the euro, coming into existence in 1999. Of the EU's 27 member states, 19 belong to the Eurozone. For these reasons, the EU is sometimes seen as a major challenger to U.S. hegemony. No longer in need of the security umbrella that the United States provided during the Cold War period, there is evidence that the EU and the United States increasingly view the world from different perspectives. Kagan, 2004. Supporters of the EU highlight a variety of advantages. These include that it has brought peace and political stability to a continent that was the crucible of both the First and Second World Wars, that it encourages European people to rise above narrow and insular nationalism. That pooled sovereignty has given EU states greater influence in the world than they would have had acting alone, and that economic union and the single market have boosted economic performance and widened opportunities. However, although the EU's economic power cannot be doubted, it remains a weak global actor in other respects. Efforts to establish an effective common foreign and security policy have made limited progress, meaningful cooperation in these areas being particularly difficult to bring about. Divisions amongst member states have often weakened and sometimes paralyzed the EU over major global issues, examples including the EU's response to the war on terror, relations with China, especially over matters such as human rights and Tibet, and relations with Russia, notably on issues of trade and energy dependency. Some argue that the EU is fundamentally unsound and in danger of unraveling. Critics have pointed out variously that national, language, and cultural differences may make it impossible for EU bodies to establish genuine political allegiances, that the democratic deficit within the EU can never be overcome, that there may be irresolvable tension between the goals of widening and deepening, and that integration has been largely driven by political elites and corporate interests, which have run ahead of European populations. The EU may also not represent a viable economic model, either because its high level of social provision makes it globally uncompetitive or because the single currency may prove to be unworkable in the long term. See here. Finally, the departure of the United Kingdom, one of the Union's most economically and militarily powerful member states, in 2020 has significantly impacted its overall share in global political and economic activity. Global politics in action. The EU expands to the east. Events. On May 1, 2004, the EU carried out an enlargement on a scale totally unprecedented in its history. Whereas previous enlargements had led, at most, to 3 new members joining, this enlargement involved 10 new members, turning an EU of 15 states into one with 25 members. What was also notable was that, with the exception of Malta and Cyprus, these new members were former communist states of Central and Eastern Europe. 3 of them, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, had been former Soviet republics, while the other 5, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, and Slovenia, had been part of the Soviet bloc in the Soviet era. The Czech Republic and Slovakia had formed a single country, Czechoslovakia, and Slovenia had been a republic of Yugoslavia. This process was taken further on January 1, 2007, when two other former Soviet bloc states, Bulgaria and Romania, joined. Croatia's accession in 2013 brought the membership of the EU to 28, the number dropped to 27 again with the UK's exit in 2020. Significance: the EU's expansion into Eastern Europe has been significant for a variety of reasons. In the first place, it had a profound impact on the geopolitical restructuring of Europe. It completed the process initiated by the collapse of communism through the Eastern European revolutions of 1989 to 91 by bringing about the reunification of Europe after decades of division by the Iron Curtain. In so doing, EU membership played an important role in supporting the politico-economic transformation of Eastern Europe. By fulfilling the Copenhagen criteria established in 1993 for any new members of the EU, the accession states of Central and Eastern Europe demonstrated their support for democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and the protection of minorities, whilst also committing themselves to market economics and accepting the established EU aims of political, economic, and monetary union. After 2004 to 2007, then, the spread of liberal democracy into Eastern Europe became an unstoppable process. Second, eastward expansion also affected the balances within the EU and its general orientation. In particular, the EU has been less able to function as a West European club dominated by the Franco-German axis and with large states generally able to push through their preferences. Instead, the voice of smaller states has greatly increased, meaning, in part, that the EU has placed greater emphasis on providing support for economic and social development. In some senses, the center of gravity of the EU has shifted eastwards as attention has been given to further eastward expansion, with Turkey, Macedonia, Serbia, and Ukraine being amongst the countries interested in joining. And the relationship between the EU and Russia has become an issue of increasing importance. Source: SBA Images/Getty Images. Third, eastward expansion has had an effect on the economic performance of the EU. On the one hand, by increasing the population of the EU by 20%, it has created a larger internal market, providing an economic boost for all member states, which will increase as new members become economically successful. On the other hand, large differences in living standards and economic performance between existing members, the EU, 15, and the accession states, and the fact that the transition from central planning to market economics is still an ongoing process, have created economic challenges for the EU. For instance, eastward expansion only increased the EU's GDP by 5%, and it placed considerable pressures on the EU, 15, which have provided about 90% of revenues for the EU as a whole since 2007. Finally, expansion has had a significant impact on the decision-making processes of the EU. Quite simply, the wider the range of national and political interests that have to be satisfied, the more difficult it is for the EU to make decisions and to pursue coherent strategies. For many, the widening of the EU has placed substantial restrictions on its deepening. This led to attempts to establish more streamlined, centralized decision-making processes through a proposed EU constitution. Nevertheless, this proved to be impossible to introduce in a more decentralized and, in certain respects, more divided EU, the constitutional treaty being withdrawn after its rejection by the Netherlands and France, and replaced by the more modest Lisbon Treaty. Some therefore argue that expansion has rendered the original goal of an ever-closer union impossible. Meanwhile, Russia has, under Vladimir Putin, see here, tended to view the EU's eastern expansion as a threat to its sphere of influence, and both EU and NATO expansionism were cited as causes of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, which had applied for EU membership. Focus on crisis after crisis. Can the EU survive? If the 20th century development of the EU was marked by ever closer integration and ever wider territorial expansion, the early part of the 21st century has shown that disintegration and shrinkage are also possible. The eastern enlargements of 2004 and 2007 may have represented the high watermark for this unique regionalist project. The very same year of the second eastern enlargement marked the onset of the global financial crisis and Great Recession. The Eurozone crisis became a distinct component of the wider economic crises, with relatively underdeveloped members that had adopted the euro currency, especially Greece, but to a lesser extent Portugal, Italy, and Spain too. Unable to repay national debt obligations after 2009 and subsequently suffering the effects of deep austerity programs imposed by the EU and IMF. No sooner had much of Europe got on the path to macroeconomic recovery than the EU faced another crisis. The onset of a refugee crisis from 2014 provided a further significant challenge to the integrity of the Union as EU members adopted hugely varying policies on immigration, and new far-right political movements thrived, repopularizing anti-EU nationalisms in many member states. Many thousands of people drowned in the space of a few years attempting to reach EU shores, and in response the Union increased its funding for detention centers in countries such as Libya to prevent would-be migrants to the EU from embarking on their journeys. In the midst of the ongoing refugee crisis, A momentous referendum in the United Kingdom in 2016 saw the country commit to leaving the EU altogether. Brexit would dominate UK politics but also EU decision-making and diplomacy for years to come, as one of the largest economies decided to quit the Union. While other member states are yet to leave, there has been increased debate around membership, led especially by the insurgent transnational far right. These three historic crises of economy, migration, and politics have combined with increased questioning of the EU's much-vaunted European values, including commitments to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Increasingly draconian migration policies among member states, EU tolerance of Spain's violent suppression of the 2017 Catalan independence referendum, and the election of a far-right government in Hungary that has been able to effectively subvert the rule of law while remaining a member, have all called the future of the EU as a regionalist project into question. The second key challenge facing the EU is economic rather than political. Although economic union has, by common consent, been more successful than political union, there are reasons to believe that the EU's continued economic success is by no means assured. The EU's share of world trade and production have shrunk. A combination of the global financial crisis, which hit European economies harder than some others, and the rise of emerging economies, along with the departure of the United Kingdom's economy, has diminished the union's stature on the global stage. A global recession led to spiraling sovereign debt in many parts of the EU, but particularly in Greece, Spain, Portugal, Ireland, and, to some extent, Italy within the Eurozone, and in the United Kingdom outside the Eurozone. Such debt crises, often linked to banking crises, led to bailouts by the EU, the IMF, and the European Central Bank for Greece, 2010 and 2012, Ireland 2010, Portugal 2011, Spain 2012, and Cyprus 2013. This Eurozone crisis had some profound implications. For instance, it highlighted lax regulation within the Eurozone itself, which, far from making weaker economies more competitive, had served as a kind of shelter under which states mainly in southern Europe had used low interest rates to fuel asset bubbles without reforming their economies. At the very least, this implied a much greater emphasis within the Eurozone but also beyond on fiscal rectitude, cutting levels of government spending, particularly by scaling back welfare and reducing the size of the public sector. This implies not only that if the single currency is to survive, economic decision-making must be more centralized, monetary union leading to fiscal union, but also that, in an age of debt and austerity, social tensions and political instabilities are likely to become more commonplace. A further implication of the euro crisis is its effect on Germany. Germany is both the largest economy within the EU and the linchpin of integration, in that, perhaps more than any other state, Germany has traditionally viewed EU interests as identical with its national interests. However, Germany's role in bailing out Greece and other states raised serious questions within Germany about its responsibilities within the Eurozone and even about its commitment to the single currency. At the same time, the crisis significantly bolstered Germany's position within the Eurozone, and within the wider EU, the size and underlying strength of its economy allowing it, in effect, to dictate how particular crises are managed and resolved. The global coronavirus pandemic that began in 2020, meanwhile, hit some EU members particularly hard. Italy, first of all, and later other members suffered severe economic slowdowns with growth collapsing, resulting from the public health crisis, while predictions suggest that economic effects may last for several years. Summary. Regionalism is a process through which geographical regions become significant political and/or economic units, serving as the basis for cooperation and, possibly, identity. Regionalism takes different forms depending on whether the primary areas for cooperation are economic, security, or political. The tendency towards regional integration, and particularly European experiments with supranational cooperation, have stimulated theoretical debate about the motivations and processes through which integration and institution building at the international level are brought about. Federalism, functionalism, and neo-functionalism are the main theories of regional integration. New regionalism is essentially economic in character, usually taking the form of the development of regional trade blocs. However, while some see these trade blocs as the building blocks of globalization, enabling states to engage more effectively with global market forces, others see them as stumbling blocks, defensive bodies designed to protect economic or social interests from wider competitive pressures. Although forms of regionalism have emerged in Asia, Africa, and the Americas, regional integration has been taken furthest in Europe, precipitated by a particular and possibly unique set of historical circumstances. The product of this process, the EU, is nevertheless a very difficult political organization to categorize. The EU's capacity to act within the global system as a single entity has been enhanced by attempts to develop a common foreign defense policy. Nevertheless, tensions between Atlanticists and Europeanists, sensitivity about the implications of security regionalism for NATO, and the EU's relationship with the United States, and anxieties about the erosion of state sovereignty each help to explain why progress on this issue has been slow. After the renewed impetus that was injected into European integration in the 1980s and 1990s, concerns have emerged about the stalling of the European project. These have been associated with tensions between the goals of widening and deepening, about the EU's declining global competitiveness, and about whether or not monetary union can be made to work in the long run. The United Kingdom's exit from the Union in 2020 and the global coronavirus pandemic may yet prove significant stumbling blocks to the world's most advanced regionalist project. Questions for discussion. What is a region? How may subnational regionalism be linked to regionalism as an international phenomenon? What different forms can economic regionalism take? Why has political regionalism generally made less progress than economic regionalism or security regionalism? How, and to what extent, has regionalism impeded the advance of globalization? What was new about new regionalism? Are there parallels between regionalism in Europe and regionalism in Asia? How is European integration best explained? Is it possible to resolve the tensions within the EU between the goals of widening and deepening? How significant is the EU as a global actor? Is the process of European integration in danger of unraveling? Further reading. Beeson, M. Regionalism and Globalization in East Asia, Politics, Security and Economic Development, 2014. An examination of the complex relationship between regionalism and globalization in an East Asian context. Fawn, R. Edition. Globalizing the Regional, Regionalizing the Global, 2009. An authoritative collection of essays that examine theoretical and thematic approaches to regionalism, including 6 regional case studies. Jacobs, F. B. The EU After Brexit, 2018. Seeks to predict the long-term political, cultural, and economic implications of the United Kingdom's exit from the EU. Rosamond, B. Theories of European Integration, 2000. A succinct, authoritative, and accessible analysis of the main theoretical debates generated by the European process of European integration. Links to relevant web resources can be found on the Global Politics website bloomsbury.pub/Heywood, Global, Politics, 3E. Decentralization. The expansion of local autonomy through the transfer of powers and responsibility. Decentralization, the expansion of local autonomy through the transfer of powers and responsibilities away from national bodies. Federalism, a territorial distribution of power based on a sharing of sovereignty between central, national, or international bodies and peripheral ones, see here. Devolution, the transfer of power from central government to subordinate regional institutions that, unlike federal institutions, have no share in sovereignty. Centralization, the concentration of political power or government authority at the center. Confederation, a qualified union of states in which each state retains independence, typically guaranteed by unanimous decision-making. Free trade area, an area within which states agree to reduce tariffs and other barriers to trade. Customs union, an arrangement whereby a number of states establish a common external tariff against the rest of the world, usually whilst abolishing internal tariffs. Common market, an area comprising a number of states within which there is a free movement of labor and capital and a high level of economic harmonization, sometimes called a single market. Security community, a region in which the level of cooperation and integration amongst states makes war or the use of large-scale violence unlikely, if not impossible. Pooled sovereignty, the sharing of decision-making authority by states within a system of international cooperation in which certain sovereign powers are transferred to central bodies. Functionalism, the theory that government is primarily responsive to human needs. Functionalism is associated with incremental steps towards integration within specific areas of policymaking at a pace controlled by constituent states. Neo-functionalism, a revision of functionalism that recognizes that regional integration in one area generates pressures for further integration in the form of spillover. Spillover, a process through which the creation and deepening of integration in one economic area creates pressure for further economic integration and, potentially, for political integration. German problem, the structural instability in the European state system caused by the emergence of a powerful and united Germany. Monetary union, the establishment of a single currency within an area comprising a number of states. Qualified majority voting, a system of voting in which different majorities are needed on different issues with states' votes weighted, roughly, according to size. Eurozone crisis, a combined sovereign debt and banking crisis within the Eurozone underpinned by low growth and declining competitiveness. Fiscal union, the establishment of coordinated tax and spending policies within an area comprising a number of states. 22-22-22-22. Who's Global Politics? Source, Klaus Fedfeld / Getty Images. Preview. What is the future of global politics? Many of the assumptions that underpinned understandings of the global and the political movement of globalism have been thrown into doubt in recent years. In the theories and analysis of international relations, the concept of globalization reached its zenith in the mid-2000s, and its usage has been steadily declining ever since. Yet usage of global in English-language publications has remained stable since that time, perhaps suggesting the process of globalization is seen as largely complete, and we are now more comfortable understanding our everyday lives as taking place within a global space-time. That said, major changes in long-standing political and economic orders and orthodoxies in the first 2 decades of the 21st century, from the global financial crisis and the backlash against neo-liberal globalism within the West, to the resurgence of China as a global power and the varying responses to global problems such as racism, climate change, and pandemics, give cause to reflect on the most fundamental ideas upon which global politics is predicated. Is there really such a thing as the global as a political space today? Is globalization still happening, and if so, to whose benefit? How are politics and political actors changing at the global level? What are the possible or likely futures of power, its distributions and uses, and of social justice or injustice in global politics? Whose power, interests, and identities are best represented in or most strongly influence global politics today, and who remains shut out from the global? Key issues. Does the global still exist as a political space? How is global politics changing? What are the possible futures of global politics? Whose interests are best served by contemporary global politics, and how might that change in the future? Whither the global? At the beginning of this book, we explored the concept of the global as a means of describing a space in which politics, struggles over power, and over how to organize societies can take place. Chapter 1. The global exists as a contentious political space, and one that some thinkers, politicians, and publics would deny the very existence of in favor of the more traditional international, for example. To look for clues as to the possible future of the global, we must necessarily turn to its recent history and to its present. Key events and transformations of the early 21st century have served to underline the significance of the global as a domain of politics and power. Inc., for example, of the 9/11 attacks and the onset of a global war on terror, 2001. The global financial crisis of 2007-8 and the subsequent decade or more of dramatic economic and political transformation across many countries. The resurgence of China as a militarily and economically powerful state at the global level. The emergence of new, social media-enabled global social movements for liberation and equality, for instance Black Lives Matter and #MeToo, and ecological movements such as Extinction Rebellion. The rise of a new transnational anti-globalist and nationalist right-wing politics from Europe to South Asia and South America. The declarations by some states and many ecologists and environmental pressure groups of a global climate crisis or a climate emergency as a result of anthropogenic climate change. The global COVID-19 pandemic that began in 2020 and its social and economic impacts. A Chinese healthcare worker administers a COVID-19 coronavirus vaccine in Wuhan, the city where the virus was first detected, in June 2021. Source: STR/Getty Images. Each of these issues tells us something about the global interconnectedness of societies in the 21st century. The actions of politicians, investment bankers, public health officials, soldiers, insurgents, political activists, and ordinary people too in one society can have profound impacts on and connections to those living in one or many other societies. Their ripples can spread quickly around the whole world. In mathematical chaos theory, this is known as the butterfly effect. A seemingly small action or change in one place can potentially shape a vast, even global, pattern or system. As the flapping of a single butterfly's wings might create tiny atmospheric changes that ultimately lead to a tornado thousands of miles away. In the social sciences, complexity theory has become increasingly influential in the age of globalization and globalism because it tells us that human societies as systems are highly complex, open, and interconnected, and interact with non-human systems and are therefore similarly affected by chaos principles. Tensions in the global village. For an example of the butterfly effect in global politics, consider Darnella Frazier, the 17-year-old who filmed the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis in 2020. Frazier, who was awarded a special Pulitzer Journalism Prize in 2021 for making the video, was using her mobile smartphone to record what she could see was a serious injustice being committed by a white police officer against a black man in her neighborhood. While such citizen journalism and the making and sharing of smartphone videos is now very common, Frazier's video went on to spur the globalization of the Black Lives Matter movement, see here, triggering huge demonstrations from Baltimore to Brussels, the issuance of statements of commitment to anti-racism, reflection, and improvement from major corporations, politicians, universities, and employers around the world, changes to myriad policies and public spaces, reviews of historical narratives and pedagogies, and countless other effects. It also formed crucial evidence in the trial of the police officer who murdered Floyd, leading to an extraordinarily rare conviction against a white police officer for the murder of an African American. Darnella Fraser's citizen journalism and its ripple effects around the world suggest, then, that the global persists and is perhaps even more important as a political space, a space of power and contest. But it might also tell us something about global time or temporality, a popular topic among today's critical theorists of international relations too. The recording of the murder of George Floyd was an event, a moment in time, so symbolically profound that it ignited a vast transnational movement precisely because it spoke to other events in other times. Race relations in the United States today remain shaped by that country's history, its history as a settler colony founded by mainly white European colonizers on the displacement, marginalization, and even extermination of the indigenous peoples of North America, alongside the kidnap, enslavement, and trade in human beings from the African continent. Black Americans' ancestors were brought to the continent as enslaved people and lived and died at the whim of their white owners, suffering almost unimaginable forms of violence and degradation or dehumanization at their hands. The abolition of slavery in the 19th century and eventual abolition of explicit, legally sanctioned racial segregation in the 20th century transformed many of the racist social structures that made the founding of the United States possible. But as we saw in Chapter 4, significant structural disparities in life chances and life experiences, sometimes called the color line, remain in place. The disproportionate rates of incarceration of Black Americans in the country's prison system, and especially the disproportionate number of killings of Black Americans by white police officers, are interpreted by many as a continuation of past forms of racist violence and oppression by other means. When a Black American such as George Floyd is murdered by a white police officer sworn to serve and protect that country's citizenry, this is the temporality at stake. The routine practices of enslavement, torture, and murder of Black Americans rendered property by whites may no longer persist. Illegal racial segregation of workplaces, public spaces, and schools that followed the abolition of slavery may have been overturned. But in their place, what is widely perceived to be a system of racist policing and incarceration alongside other systemic practices of inequality, including economic injustice, maintains the social structure of white supremacy. The weight of centuries of world history and of European colonialism in Africa and the Americas, see here, raised through racialized police violence, therefore drives the Black Lives Matter movement. People observe a mural to George Floyd at the site of his murder by a white police officer in the American city of Minneapolis. Source: Brandon Bell/Getty Images. The global spacetime is not only about the new then. In his essay Stranger in the Village 1953-1956b, the African-American novelist and critic James Baldwin wrote of his experiences living in a village in Switzerland, a small, majority-white country in Western Europe. Baldwin describes how, as he had been forewarned on the sight of a black man in the street, white Swiss children would excitedly shout the local term for black or Negro at him. He saw a parallel with his and other black people's treatment in his home country at the time, where another N-word was in common use by racist whites fighting to maintain segregation. Baldwin thus traveled thousands of miles around the world and found himself a stranger in the village, both in Switzerland and back home in the United States. When he wrote in the essay that people are trapped in history and history is trapped in them, Baldwin was referring to this capacity for histories of racism and colonial violence, including slavery, to continue to structure the social systems and linguistic, symbolic orders of our present. The global space-time is thus as much trapped in history and has history trapped in it as any other scale of human experience and social, political activity. James Baldwin, 1924–87. A novelist, essayist, and public intellectual, Baldwin was a controversial and influential figure in American culture and politics in the late 20th century, whose ideas and analyses spoke to global histories and potential futures. Already an established novelist dealing with themes of race, class, and sexuality, when the civil rights movement reached its zenith in the 1960s, Baldwin became a key intellectual in the movement. A friend of civil rights leaders including Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, and Martin Luther King Jr., all of whom were assassinated during his lifetime, as documented in his essay No Name in the Street, 1972. Baldwin's work has become increasingly influential in recent times as a new anti-racist movement focused on the Black Lives Matter campaign, see here, has become globalized. Baldwin's novels include Giovanni's Room, 1956a, while his nonfiction essay collections include Notes of a Native Son, 1956b, and The Fire Next Time, 1963. An acclaimed feature-length documentary, I Am Not Your Negro, 2016, was based on his unfinished manuscript Remember This House, while his novel If Beale Street Could Talk was also adapted into an award-winning feature film of the same name, 2018, by director Barry Jenkins. Source: Brownie Harris/Getty Images. The End of the Global or of Globalism? We also discussed globalism at the beginning of this book, the broad belief, informing liberal and neoliberal theories of international relations in particular, that the global exists as a distinct and important supranational domain, and that its emergence and development as a political and economic space is a generally good and inevitable thing. In the 1990s, this line of thinking was almost hegemonic in many societies and in international institutions and organizations. A view from the post-Cold War happy 90s Zizek 2009 was, especially in the Western liberal democratic states that dominated the global economy, one of an increasingly globalized, integrated, and cosmopolitan future. His end of history was celebrated by liberal and neoliberal globalists, but was, it has been argued, short-lived. Marxian political philosopher Slavoj Zizek suggests that the 9/11 attacks, see here, demonstrated that this Hollywood-style ending was, in fact, a fantasy. On this view, 9/11 heralded the end of the globalist hegemony and the arrival of an era in which new walls were seen emerging everywhere, between Israel and the West Bank, around the European Union, along the US-Mexico border, but also within nation-states themselves. Zizek 2009-3. Later, with the onset of the migration crisis or refugee crisis in Europe from 2014 and the intensification of US-Mexico border politics through Donald Trump's 2016 election campaign and then his presidency, as well as heightening tensions in Israel-Palestine, these new walls and social divisions in relation to borders and the global political practices of bordering Elenani 2020 seem only to have increased. Since the early 1990s, theorists of international relations skeptical of globalist thinking, from the neorealist John Mearsheimer to the Marxian world systems theorist Immanuel Wallerstein, had predicted that the end of the Cold War could seriously threaten the relative stability or predictability of world order imposed by bipolarity. A wider range of competing national interests would, they expected, emerge and lead to potential conflict and disruption in the international system. During the 1990s, some of the more dramatic predictions about post-Cold War unrest may have appeared fanciful to the globalists. For example, Wallerstein's 1993 claim that the U.S. hegemonic era and liberal world order had already effectively ended in 1990 and that we have now entered into the post-American era. But also the post-liberal era, which promises to be a time of great world disorder, might have easily been dismissed even at the end of the 1990s and perhaps equally in the 2000s with U.S. unipolar global dominance expressed through its humanitarian interventions and war on terror. But from the perspective of the 2020s, it is easier to locate evidence of a great world disorder. While Mearsheimer's 1990 apprehensions about the possibility of interstate war of the First or Second World War variety returning to Western Europe in the wake of the Soviet Union's collapse may still appear far-fetched, Wallerstein's more general thesis about the collapse or decline of liberal world order and the dawn of a post-liberal era was apparently somewhat prescient, if premature. The anti-liberal turn in the West and the rise of global white nationalism, the trajectory of the Arab Spring uprisings, see here, which did not, as many Western liberals expected or hoped, result in many more liberal democratic societies, the resurgence of non-liberal great powers such as China and Russia and the latter's 2022 invasion of a major neighboring state, Ukraine, see here, and the onset of climate chaos as a consequence of anthropogenic environmental degradation. All of these issues could be taken together to suggest that the global, as it was described by the globalists of the 1990s, is in jeopardy with national and local interests, borders, identities, and conflicts being reasserted in place of increasing global integration and cooperation. An alternative view would be that it is the specific theses of the globalists that are endangered in the present moment rather than the global itself. In other words, the global may have become a more deeply, or just more visibly, conflictual political domain in recent years while being no less global in its dimensions. Great power conflict, the rise of global social movements reactionary and emancipatory, and the adverse physical effects of climate change and a pandemic upon so many societies might all be seen as demonstrative of just how global the world has become. Rather than becoming a space of political, economic, and cultural homogenization of the sort associated with the liberal, globalist vision, however, the global may have established itself as a deeply divided, conflictual political arena. Globalism, rather than global politics itself, might face the existential crisis. Davies 2021. A reordering of global politics. Overlapping with the heightened tensions, divisions, and crises that can be said to mark contemporary global politics is a reordering of power within that politics. In the immediate post-Cold War era, as the concept of the global was becoming increasingly popular, American hegemony, or unipolarity, was the order of the day. With a strong hand in crucial international organizations from the United Nations and NATO to the WTO and IMF, and a willingness to act unilaterally too, the United States exerted political, economic, and military power effectively across much of the globe. It was common for journalists and academics to speak and write of a US-led world order. Today, though, we are at least as likely to read or hear about American decline and the rise of China in world order as we are American dominance. One potentially compelling explanation of the transformation of the global is therefore that world order has re-entered a condition of multipolarity, see Chapter 10, with more than two states in the world having the economic strength, political influence, and military capabilities to exert forms of dominance or hegemony. One potentially compelling explanation of the transformation of the global is therefore that world order has re-entered a condition of multipolarity, see Chapter 10, with more than two states in the world having the economic strength, political influence, and military capabilities to exert forms of dominance or hegemony over others. Early in the 21st century, as China's meteoric economic rise was getting underway, the idea that it or any other state constituted a serious alternate pole of global power to the United States was refuted by reference to the overwhelming superiority of American military force. The United States has long spent vastly more on its military than any other state, more, in fact, than most of the world's countries put together, see Figure 22.1. In 2021, President Joe Biden pledged $715 billion to the military, showing no sign of reversing this trend. Figure 22.1 World Military Expenditure. Source: SIPRI Trends in World Military Expenditure 2020. The assumption underpinning this vision of American unipolar global hegemony was that the United States had appointed itself a global police force and was unparalleled in its ability to militarily intervene in global affairs where it perceived its interests to be at stake, as evidenced by interventions in North Africa, the Middle East, and Afghanistan in the 1990s and 2000s. But more recent events have cast this vision of American power into doubt. Bashar al-Assad's retention of power as president of Syria in alliance with Vladimir Putin's Russia, or more than a decade of bloody civil war that followed the 2011 Arab Spring uprisings, Russia's 2008 incursion into neighboring Georgia, 2014 annexation of Crimea, and 2022 invasion of Ukraine. China's assertion from 2019 of increasingly direct political and military control over the largely autonomous special administrative region of Hong Kong, including significant crackdowns on media and political protests, the 2021 coup d'état in Myanmar, which saw the government of Western-backed elected leader Aung San Suu Kyi overthrown and replaced with non-democratic military control. All have attracted American condemnation, but no policing intervention. Multiple states not aligned to the United States and its allies, most obviously China and Russia, conduct their international affairs in ways that appear to run counter to American interests and rhetoric, and are able to do so with relative impunity. A plurality of great powers may therefore be said to once again shape world order and compete for hegemony. The global, on this view, has entered a period of multipolarity not seen since the end of the last World War in 1945. Contending visions of the global future. In recent decades, myriad visions of the global future have been produced, as international relations scholars, social scientists, policy advisors, journalists, and sometimes politicians have competed to imprint their own understanding of global politics on the academic and wider public imagination. Some of the most influential include the following: A Borderless World, A World of Democracies, A Chinese Century, The Growth of International Community, The Rise of the Global South, The Coming Environmental Catastrophe, and Global Politics Beyond the Globe. A Borderless World? The image of a borderless world surfaced in the writings of Ami, 1990. It is an image that captures the key ideas of the hyperglobalist model of globalization. It portrays globalization as a profound, even revolutionary set of economic, cultural, technological, and political charrettes that have dramatic implications for the state and conventional notions of sovereignty. As globalization advances, increased cross-border flows of people, goods, money, technology, and ideas weaken the state as a territorial entity and significantly undermine the capacity of national governments to control what goes on within their borders. What would a borderless world look like? Most importantly, it would be a world of global interconnectedness and accelerated interdependence. For hyperglobalists, the emergence of an interlocking global economy creates the prospect of prosperity for all. Economic resources will be drawn towards their most profitable use, regardless of where in the world that might be, and material disparities will diminish as all countries and areas that participate in the global economy gain benefit, creating the Great Convergence. Mababani, 2013. In this respect, the substantial shift that has occurred in favor of free trade since the end of the Second World War, brought about in part through the work of bodies such as the World Trade Organization, has helped to make the rich richer but also the poor less poor. The political implications of a borderless world would be no less significant. In particular, in line with the ideas of commercial or interdependence liberalism, global free trade, transnational production, and transworld investment flows create the prospect of widespread and enduring peace. Not only would the economic cost of war in such a context be unacceptably high, but intensified economic and financial interconnectedness would build increased international understanding, even cosmopolitanism. See here. How persuasive is this vision? The chief problem of the hyperglobalist model of world politics is that it overstates the extent to which the advance of globalization weakens states and renders national borders irrelevant. As discussed in Chapter 6, the much-heralded rise of post-sovereign governance, in which the state has been so hollowed out that it has become, in effect, redundant, has failed to emerge. States have been transformed by conditions of advanced globalization. They have not been consigned to the dustbin of history. Indeed, globalization may, in some ways, have strengthened the state, which, as states such as China and Russia have demonstrated, has gained renewed importance as an agent of modernization. To the extent that states, and therefore the state system, continue to exert influence, global politics will remain a battlefield between the forces of interdependence and the forces of anarchy, with the latter stubbornly refusing to succumb to the former. Global actors. The World Trade Organization. 164 member states. The World Trade Organization, WTO, was created on January 1, 1995 as a replacement for the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT. It was a product of the Uruguay Round of Trade Negotiations, 1986-93. The key aim of the WTO is to uphold the principles of the multilateral trading system. Above all, the WTO is a negotiating forum, a place where member governments attempt to sort out the trade problems they face with each other. The organization is run by its member governments. All major decisions are made by the membership as a whole. Decisions are normally taken by consensus. In this respect, the WTO differs from UN bodies such as the World Bank and the IMF, which both have executive boards to direct the executive officers of the organization, as well as a system of weighted voting that favors the major industrial countries. Significance. Supporters of the WTO argue that it has played a key role in supporting trade liberalization, thus making a major contribution to promoting sustainable growth in the world economy. This is largely based on the belief that free and open trade is mutually beneficial to the countries that engage in it. Trade liberalization sharpens competition, fosters innovation, and breeds success for all. Unlike the World Bank and the IMF, the WTO also has a strongly democratic culture based on consensus building amongst all member governments. WTO rules are enforced by the members themselves under agreed procedures that they have negotiated. When sanctions are imposed, these are authorized by the membership as a whole. This ensures that the views and interests of developing countries are fully taken into account, both because of their numerical strength, developing states constitute about 2/3 of WTO members, and because of a growing emphasis on the idea of trade-orientated development. Of particular importance to the WTO's effectiveness is its disputes settlement process, widely seen as an advance on GATT's. Under GATT, there was no fixed timetable for settling disputes, rulings were easy to block, and many cases dragged on inconclusively for a long time. The WTO, by contrast, has a more structured process and places greater emphasis on prompt settlement. Most disputes are nevertheless settled out of court through informal consultations, with only just over a third of cases being resolved by the dispute settlement body. The WTO has nevertheless been a highly controversial organization. Many of its critics focus on its basic principles, arguing that, far from bringing benefit to all, trade liberalization is responsible for structural inequalities and the weakening of workers' rights and environmental protection. This derives both from the tendency of industrially and technologically advanced countries to gain most from international trade as they gain access to larger markets without exposing themselves to greatly intensified competition, and because free trade rules make it more difficult for states to maintain social and environmental protections. Furthermore, the WTO's emphasis on consensus building means that its decision-making processes lack transparency and therefore accountability. A second criticism dismisses WTO democracy as a sham. Developed countries allegedly enjoy a range of advantages within the WTO over developing ones. These include that consensus decision-making is biased in favor of states that have sizable, well-resourced, and permanent representation in Geneva, meaning that the WTO is often characterized, alongside the G7/G8, and the World Economic Forum at Davos, as a rich countries club. A third criticism highlights the weakness of the WTO and specifically its inability to reconcile strongly held opposing views. This is evident in the near collapse of the Doha round of negotiations, which commenced in 2001. Negotiations have stalled for over 2 decades because of disagreements, mainly over agricultural subsidies, between, on the one hand, developing countries and emerging economies, including China, and developed countries on the other hand. Such a failure has enabled the United States and the European Union to maintain agricultural protectionism while penalizing developing countries and the world's poor, who will benefit most from reducing barriers and subsidies in farming. A world of democracies? The image of a world of democracies is rooted in Republican liberalism and has a history that can be traced back to 17th and 18th century ideas about the contractual basis of government power. In its modern version, it highlights a supposedly irresistible trend in favor of democratic governance and against autocracy and authoritarianism. According to end-of-history theorists such as Francis Fukuyama, democracy, or more accurately, liberal democracy, represents the determinate endpoint of human history. Is it supposedly because it both offers all members of society the prospect of social mobility and material security and allows citizens the opportunity for personal self-development without the interference of the state? For Fukuyama and theorists such as Doyle, 1986-1995, the principal outcome of the inexorable trend towards democracy is the general spread of peace and, certainly, the declining likelihood of large-scale conflict between states. His prediction is based on the democratic peace thesis, in which the decline of war amongst democratic states over time is explained in terms of the homogenization of values that occurs as states converge towards liberal democratic norms. Historical evidence for the alleged trend in favor of democracy has been advanced by Huntington, 1991, who drew attention to three waves of democratization. He first occurred between 1828 and 1926 and involved countries such as the United States, France, and the United Kingdom. The second occurred between 1943 and 1962 and involved ones such as West Germany, Italy, Japan, and India, and the third began in 1974 with the overthrow of right-wing dictatorships in Greece, Portugal, and Spain, the retreat of the generals in Latin America, and, most significantly, the collapse of communism from 1989 onwards. By 2003, 63% of states, accounting for about 70% of the world's population, exhibited some of the key features of democratic governance. The idea that the state system will be transformed through the trend in favor of democracy has nevertheless attracted criticism. For example, the end-of-history thesis had hardly been outlined before the end of communism threw up very different and somewhat less optimistic images. The East European revolutions of 1989 to 91 unleashed ancient hatreds, not least through the breakup of Yugoslavia in the 1990s, and produced an explosion of crime and corruption, sometimes linked to the shock therapy. Transition to market capitalism, suggesting the re-emergence of chaos and instability rather than a long-term trend towards peace. The 9/11 attacks and the democratically dubious practices of the War on Terror, along with the increasing power of major non-democracies, has led Kagan, 2008, and others to declare the return of history. Francis Fukuyama, 1952. U.S. social analyst and political commentator. Fukuyama was born in Chicago, USA, the son of a Protestant preacher. He was a member of the policy planning staff of the U.S. State Department before becoming a consultant for the Rand Corporation. A staunch Republican, he came to international prominence as a result of his article, The End of History? 1989, which he later developed into The End of History and the Last Man, 1992. These claimed that the history of ideas had ended with the recognition of liberal democracy as the final form of human government, see here. In Trust, 1996, and The Great Disruption, 1999, Fukuyama discussed the relationship between economic development and social cohesion, highlighting contrasting forms of capitalist development. In Identity, the Demand for Dignity and the Politics of Resentment, 2018, Fukuyama attempted to get to grips with recent challenges to what he calls liberal world order and the increasing prioritization of identity politics, see Chapter 9, Framing Everything from Al-Qaeda to Black Lives Matter as Emerging from Resentment and Indignities. Source, Leonardo Sendemo/Getty Images. A Chinese Century? The 20th century was commonly portrayed as the American century in an attempt to highlight the hegemonic role of the United States, First or the Second World War as the leading state in the capitalist West and the end of the Cold War as the sole remaining superpower. Although the notion of U.S. decline had been fashionable during the 1970s and 1980s, Kennedy 1989, it returned with greater force in the early years of the 21st century, usually linked to the idea that the world was witnessing a general share in power from a U.S.-led West to Asia and especially to China. His notion is frequently captured in the image of the 21st century as the Chinese century, China being the new global hegemon. The chief basis for this image is China's remarkable record of sustained economic growth dating back to the 1980s, which by 2010 had turned China into the world's second-largest economy, fast closing on the United States. China's economic emergence is also matched by its growing diplomatic self-confidence and burgeoning structural power. However, the idea of the Chinese century is associated with two starkly different images. In the first, the rise of China is linked to the prospect of intensified international conflict and a greater likelihood of war. Offensive realists in particular argue that the transfer of hegemony is rarely accomplished peacefully, both because the new hegemon is likely to seek a military and strategic status that matches its newfound economic dominance, and because the old hegemon is unlikely easily to be reconciled to its loss of status and position. NATO, which was set up in the midst of the Cold War and was a prime exemplar of the American century since its underpinning collective security agreement really amounted to the United States as the preeminent global superpower in the West. Throwing a protective nuclear shield around its clearly junior partners in Europe has also begun to pivot to China. On a visit to U.S. President Joe Biden in 2021, NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg told a press conference that while the rise of China poses some opportunities for our economies, at the same time, China will soon have the biggest economy in the world. They already have the second largest defense budget, the biggest navy, they are investing heavily in advanced military capabilities, and they don't share our values. NATO 2021b. At the NATO summit in Brussels later that month, Stoltenberg reiterated this point, describing a strong convergence among NATO allies, whereby, based on our interests, we see opportunities. But China's growing influence and international policies present challenges to NATO alliance security. He highlighted China's coercive policies as contrary to the fundamental values enshrined in the Washington Treaty, NATO's founding treaty, NATO 2021a, its expansion of its nuclear arsenal and opaque modernization of its military forces and military cooperation with Russia, NATO's traditional foe. In the second image, however, the Chinese century is stable and peaceful. Such expectations are substantially based on the belief that globalization alters how states define the national interest and interact with one another. In this view, China may be a global hegemon of a new kind, one that is prepared permanently to place economic considerations ahead of strategic ones. Similarly, the United States may be reconciled to its loss of hegemony by the fact that it would relieve it of the burden of global leadership. The growth of international community? The idea of the international community has its origins in the notion of international society, which may have been prefigured by Grotius, see here. Belief that war can only be justified if its causes and conduct conform to the principles of justice. Essay Ideas later influenced the small but rich field of international relations theory known as the English School, including Martin White, 1913-72, and Hedley Bull, 19. Essay Ideas later influenced the small but rich field of international relations theory known as the English School, including Martin White, 1913-72, and Hedley Bull, 1932-85, and developed in more recent times by Tim Dunn. English school thinking on international society seeks to avoid the pitfalls of both pessimistic realism and liberal idealism, see Chapter 3. A key assumption made by modern international society theorists is that, while states are, and will remain, egoistical and power-seeking, relations among them have come to be structured to a significant degree by cultural cohesion and social integration. The international system is, thus, a society of states, not, as realists argue, a system of states. The image of the international community nevertheless takes this process a stage further in that, whereas society suggests regular patterns of interaction between and amongst its members, community implies ties of affection and mutual respect. The term international community therefore creates the image of a collection of states acting in concert as a single, unified entity. Although the term has long been used in international politics, for example, through the idea that international organizations express the will of the international community, the notion of international community gained greater impetus from the 1990s onwards. Is reflected both the fact that the end of superpower rivalry offered new opportunities for international cooperation and that the trend towards global interdependence was widely seen to have political and security implications, not just economic ones. In the light of the 1991 Gulf War and the wider use of humanitarian intervention, the then UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, in 1999, thus drew attention to what he called the doctrine of international community. Under this, the international community has a right, even a duty or responsibility, to get actively involved in other people's conflicts, thereby setting aside the norm of non-interference that has for so long been considered a key principle of international order. Is the growth of international community a continuing trend, and does it offer the prospect of a safer and more just world? Realist critics of the notion have always argued that it overemphasizes the degree to which states are able to set aside considerations of narrow self-interest for the wider benefits this may bring. Indeed, international community may simply be a bogus idea, one that attempts to give the self-seeking behavior of states the stamp of moral authority. A post-colonial critique of international community has also been developed. From this perspective, the idea that certain, usually Western, states can assume the mantle of the international community, claiming the authority to sort out less favored parts of the world, can be seen as an example of Eurocentrism. Forcible intervention on allegedly humanitarian grounds and, for that matter, other forms of interference in the developing world, such as international aid, can therefore be viewed as a continuation of colonialism by other means. Finally, even if international community is a meaningful and worthwhile idea, states may only be willing and able to act as a single, unified entity in very particular historical circumstances. Strengthened interest in international community during the 1990s may therefore be nothing more than a reflection of the unusual set of circumstances that define the early post-Cold War period. The rise of the Global South? The economic emergence of China and the general share of global power away from the West and towards Asia may be part of a still larger process, a realignment in the relationship between the global North and the global South. The idea of the North-South divide dates back to the early 1980s and the recognition of structural inequalities in the global economy between the high-wage, high-investment industrialized North and the low-wage, low-investment and predominantly rural South. The image of the North-South divide has nevertheless already lost much of its relevance. It started to occur in the 1970s and 1980s through the rise of the tiger economies of East and Southeast Asia, and it has continued through the economic emergence of states such as China, India, and Brazil and other emerging economies. Significant parts of the Global South are therefore making substantial progress in reducing poverty and bringing about economic development, demonstrating that not all relationships between the North and the South are based on power and dependency. The rise of the South, however, goes well beyond the BRICS countries, with developing states such as Turkey, Mexico, Ireland, and Indonesia also becoming leading actors on the world stage. Optimism about this also extends to Africa, where economies are growing, wars are ending, and the blight of HIV/AIDS is starting to be brought under control. More broadly, demographic trends support such predictions. Most of the world's population lives in the Global South, and these populations are much younger than those in the fast-aging North. Hedley Bull, 1932–85. An Australian international relations theorist, Bull's The Anarchical Society, 1977, famously distinguished between a system of states and a society of states. Rejecting both the dominant realist and liberal idealist analyses of international relations, he advanced a neo-Grotian approach to theory and practice, in which international society amounts to a real but fragile normative order, based on the institutions of the balance of power, international law, diplomacy, war, and the great powers. Bull, 1966, also acknowledged that international society may tend towards either solidarism or pluralism, depending on the extent to which states operate cohesively and pursue shared goals. His other major works include The Control of the Arms Race, 1961, and Justice in International Relations, 1984. How would the rise of the Global South affect global politics? There are basically optimistic and pessimistic visions of the rise of the Global South. The optimistic vision suggests that, just as the emergence of the Asian tigers and later of China, India, and Brazil helped to fuel global growth, providing the North with new markets as well as with cheaper manufactured goods, the rise of Africa and of other still underdeveloped parts of the South will have the same implications. Not only will the global economy expand, but the benefits of this will be more equally distributed, apart from anything else relieving northern countries of the need to provide aid and to write off debt. However, many doubt whether the rise of the rest, Amsden 2001, will really occur in the first place. As far as neo-Marxist world system theorists are concerned, see here, the underdevelopment of the South will continue so long as global capitalism remains unreformed, structural inequalities being intrinsic to the system itself. A further problem lies in the South's exposure to environmental threats and particularly climate change. Europe, the United States, and Japan may be rich enough to adapt to climate change, paying ever higher prices for dwindling oil reserves and exporting their environmental problems by sheer polluting industries to poorer countries. However, southern countries may not be able to avoid environmental constraints so easily, either because they are too poor, like most African countries, or simply too large, China, India, and Brazil. A final problem is that the South may turn on itself. This could happen, for example, if Africa's dependency on the North is replaced by a dependency on China in particular, as new colonialism sweeps the continent in a search for minerals and other vital natural resources. That said, there is already significant evidence of South-South cooperation, Gray and Gill's 2016, such as Mexico's assistance with agricultural diversification in Kenya and at least the potential for some degree of liberation from the tyranny of northern capital flows as determinants of the global economy. The coming environmental catastrophe? Environmental activists have long argued that the world is effectively sleepwalking into ecological disaster. Although the list of environmental threats to the planet is long, deforestation and particularly the loss of the rainforests, the pollution of the seas including the deep oceans, the decline in biodiversity as species become extinct at an accelerating rate, and so on, by common consent, the most serious of these is climate change or global warming. Two broad obstacles prevent the international community from taking effective action over climate change. The first is the intrinsic problem that individual states will always tend to put their national interest before the common good of the international community, as suggested by the idea of the tragedy of the commons. Such difficulties are all the more acute when deep tensions between developed and developing states over the issue are taken into account. The second obstacle is the sheer scope and scale of the task in hand and the political, economic, and personal costs that substantial and worldwide cuts in greenhouse gas emissions would involve. Not only does tackling climate change require a wholesale restructuring of economies that have been founded on carbon-based production, but radical environmentalists argue that reduced gas emissions can only be achieved by consuming less, and thus accepting more meager living standards. If these obstacles are not overcome, the consequences may be catastrophically serious: longer and more intense heat waves in many parts of the world, an increased likelihood of floods and drought, the melting of the Arctic ice cap, the rise in sea levels, more regular and stronger hurricanes and other storms, and damage to ecosystems and the loss of agricultural production. Nevertheless, there are those who argue that the specter of environmental catastrophe conjured up by environmentalists has been greatly exaggerated, preventing a balanced appraisal of the costs of climate change and its possible solutions. See here. Global politics beyond the globe? A newest arena of global politics where debates are opening up around international laws and norms, migration, colonization, extraction, economics, and pollution is, interestingly, not on the globe itself. Space may be the final frontier, as the science fiction franchise Star Trek would have it, but it is a frontier that humanity is ever more frequently encountering. A Cold War's space race saw the USA and USSR vying for extraterrestrial superiority in the 20th century. Is led, in the early days of space exploration, to the United Nations Treaty on Principles Governing the Activities of States in the Exploration and Use of Outer Space, including the Moon and other celestial bodies, known as the Outer Space Treaty 1967. The Outer Space Treaty provides the key tenets of what the UN calls international space law. Include provisions that space exploration and use will be for the benefit and in the interests of all countries. That space exploration and use will be for the benefit and in the interests of all countries and available for all states to undertake. That no claims of national sovereignty can be exerted in space, including by virtue of use of occupation. That no WMD, see Chapter 12, may be placed in orbit or on any celestial body. That celestial bodies cannot be used for military purposes of any kind. That astronauts are envoys of all humanity. That states can be held legally responsible for their own activities in space and that of non-state actors, e.g. corporations based in those states. That space exploration. The Outer Space Treaty provides the key tenets of what the UN calls international space law. Include provisions that space exploration and use will be for the benefit and in the interests of all countries and available for all states to undertake. That no claims of national sovereignty can be exerted in space, including by virtue of use of occupation. That no WMD, see Chapter 12, may be placed in orbit or on any celestial body. That celestial bodies cannot be used for military purposes of any kind. That astronauts are envoys of all humanity. That states can be held legally responsible for their own activities in space and that of non-state actors, e.g. corporations based in those states, and that states are liable for any damage caused by their own space objects, e.g. spacecraft, satellites, and must not contaminate space or celestial bodies. The Outer Space Treaty remains the only internationally agreed upon law governing human activity in space, and it clearly foregrounds the state in a significant position of legal rights and responsibilities with regard to such activity. In the post-Cold War era, however, states have made far fewer high-risk, expensive crewed space flights. There has not been a moon landing, for example, since 1972. State-led exploration and use of space has continued but has tended to consist of satellite launches. 3,372 satellites were orbiting the Earth in 2021, and unmanned scientific missions, such as the U.S. National Aeronautics and Space Administration's NASA 5E Mars rover missions. Meanwhile, the International Space Station (ISS), a collaboration of the U.S., Russian, Japanese, European, and Canadian space agencies, is in continuous low Earth orbit, crewed by an international team of 7, and remains a symbol of the potential international cooperation in space. But in recent years, a new class of dollar billionaires, including the Tesla and SpaceX founder Elon Musk, the Amazon CEO and Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos, and Virgin Group and Virgin Galactic founder Richard Branson, have all launched multiple private sector, crewed space flights on an increasingly regular basis. It is worth recalling here that the colonization of the so-called New World by similarly buccaneering, wealthy Western explorers was also led largely by private enterprises such as the British and Dutch East India Companies, see Chapter 2. Initially, the private sector is treating space travel largely as a tourism enterprise, selling tickets for space flights to other billionaires and millionaires and taking along some celebrities and a few ordinary people too. It is also launching commercial satellites for a range of terrestrial purposes, including SpaceX's Starlink satellite constellation, aimed at providing wireless high-speed internet to regions that have limited or no connectivity to existing terrestrial networks. But resource scarcity, environmental degradation, and climate change on Earth has led both public and private space exploration enterprises to consider the possibility of human life off-world and the potential for building colonies on planets including Mars. What the increase in space activity has demonstrated amply, though, is that key problems and questions in global politics on Earth will likely be extended into outer space. What the increase in space activity has demonstrated amply, though, is that key problems and questions in global politics on Earth will likely be extended into outer space, including territory and sovereignty. Will international space law prevail and prevent terrestrial nations from making claims over celestial bodies? International law suffers from a lack of enforcement even here on Earth. How will it fare beyond the new frontier? Economic inequalities. Recently, more opportunities for human space travel have emerged than in the era of state-controlled exploration, but the beneficiaries are the mega-rich. Many dystopian works of science fiction have pointed to a future where the rich escape a polluted Earth while the poor remain and suffer. Could this become a reality? A public/private divide. Can states really be held responsible for the actions of their corporations in space, in the long term? And will the potential for businesses such as SpaceX, rather than states, to control and govern space effectively mean that space neoliberalism wins out? Colonialism, the language of colonizing, has been freely used by many interested in space exploration, but given the potential for extraterrestrial life and the implications of making territorial and resource claims, is this approach to space ethically sustainable? Environmental pollution, one major problem, already causing tension in global politics on Earth, relates to the dangers posed by the tens of thousands of small pieces of space debris, including from destroyed satellites, currently in orbit. Such litter could cause catastrophic damage to SpaceX and other satellites, and states including Japan are exploring the technologies required to clean up the Earth's orbit. An unknowable future? Visions of the global future, however, are not always predictions, even though many of those considered above have been advanced as models of a likely, or perhaps inevitable, future. The value of examining such visions arises less from the insight they give us into the shape of the global future and more from their ability to highlight important trends in the global present. The one thing that these visions share is that they will each, in their different ways, be confounded by events. Each of them will be wrong, at least in the form in which they have been advanced. Is this because history has a seemingly inexhaustible capacity to surprise us, to defy predictions, however prescient or insightful they may at first have appeared? Images, such as the end of history and the clash of civilizations, stimulated enormous interest and debate when they were initially advanced, but each later came to attract more criticism than applause. Similarly, widespread and confident predictions in the 1980s that Japan was destined for global leadership, China at the time being barely considered, appeared to be absurd barely a decade later. Moreover, when major historical developments such as the collapse of communism, the growth of religious fundamentalism, or the advent of transnational terrorism do occur, they appear to come almost out of the blue and only start to make sense in retrospect. Why is it so difficult to predict the future? Is the future unknowable? One problem is that most attempts to forecast the future are based on extrapolations from present trends, and these are inherently unreliable. This is evident in weather forecasting, but it also applies in the area of economic forecasting, where universities, banks, professional organizations, national governments, and bodies such as the IMF devote huge resources and own massive computing power to the attempt to make predictions about the economy as a whole or in part. And yet, events such as the 2007 to 2008 global financial crisis still took the vast majority of commentators and analysts working in the field by surprise. In fact, the one thing that we can be certain of is that current trends will not continue, unchanged, into the future, as even the most cursory awareness of past trends will confirm. A further problem is that our knowledge of the present is always limited. However refined and sophisticated our theories and models are, they can never fully capture the almost infinite complexities of the real world. In other words, we operate on the cusp between the known and the unknown. Donald Rumsfeld, the then U.S. Defense Secretary, expressed this in 2002 in pointing out the following: "There are known knowns. There are things that we know we know. There are known unknowns. That is to say, there are things that we know we don't know. But there are also unknown unknowns. There are things that we don't know we don't know." Although much derided at the time for this statement, not least for his tortured expression, Rumsfeld's notion of unknown unknowns brilliantly conveys why future events will always defy predictions. The basis for these predictions is always flawed, and we do not know how flawed or where these flaws might be. Such problems are, indeed, more acute the larger the scale of our thinking. This is because, as chaos theorists emphasize, complex systems contain such a large number of elements that interactions between and among them defy our understanding, giving events a seemingly random character. If this applies to politics at every level, it must be particularly true in view of its heightened complexities of global politics. The global future must therefore ever remain a surprise. All we can speculate about is what kind of surprise it will be. Whose global future? His book has shown that the histories and present of global politics are controversial and disputed. Perhaps chief among controversies in global politics, past and present, is the pervasive feature of inequality as a structuring principle. Economic inequalities of social class exist within and across the world's societies. Race and gender inequalities, meanwhile, animate some of the most tense and exciting debates and some of the biggest global social movements in the world today. And tensions between nationalist, globalist, and more broadly pluralist visions of the global, its past, present, and future, remain at the heart of many debates in the theory and practice of international relations today. What these controversies and inequalities show us, as this chapter has demonstrated, is that any global future like the past and present is likely to serve some better than others. When the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle defined politics more than 2,300 years ago, he did so by reference to the human capacity for speech. He said, sets us apart from other creatures which can communicate or signal but cannot truly speak. In other words, the capacity to articulate visions of what one wants or doesn't want, of right and wrong, good and bad, is uniquely human. Politics, on this view, is about the contests over the better or worse possible ways of organizing ourselves as societies, ways of distributing power, rights, responsibilities, and resources. Different configurations or distributions of power can be to the benefit or detriment of different social groups and individuals. This chapter has explored some visions of the global future, from a world of democracies to environmental catastrophe, each of which could have differential effects on the global distribution of power. A key question we should pose, then, is whose global politics will shape our collective global future? A world of democracies and international communities' visions tend to privilege the maintenance of a Western-dominated, Eurocentric world order. A Chinese century and rise of the global South visions, on the other hand, suggest a potential rebalancing of power in global politics in the coming years. Calls to decolonize our understanding of global politics have gathered pace in recent years, see here, with one recent account noting that Aristotle himself, and assumed to be a foundational figure in European or Western. Calls to decolonize our understanding of global politics have gathered pace in recent years, see here, with one recent account noting that Aristotle himself, and assumed to be a foundational figure in European or Western civilization as a cultural and political tradition that would go on to exert dominance around the world was not European in a sense that would be recognizable today and in fact categorized Europeans as barbarians. Schillium 2021, 1. 2. It is argued visions of the global have amounted to Western projections of social elites within a few powerful states, former colonizing powers with the contemporary wealth and political dominance to show for it onto the whole world. A more truly global politics might see more voices represented in the future. Historically marginalized individuals, groups, and societies may come to exert increasing power over the global future. All that remains certain is that global politics will continue to be a contested and controversial endeavor as many different voices struggle to make themselves heard or to assert their authority over others, in the face of inevitable resistance and competition. Summary: the global remains an important space-time in which politics takes place. It is as much a domain in which individuals, social groups, states, and organizations struggle for power as are the national or the local. This fact has been reinforced by the global political events, processes, and movements that have marked the first decades of the 21st century. The political ideology of globalism, on the other hand, has lost much of its allure in recent years as the beliefs that globalization is a natural, inevitable, and/or morally good, beneficial process have been increasingly challenged from across the political spectrum in many different societies. There are many visions of the global future available to us, but each tells us at least as much about the relevant visionaries, their status, interests, and needs or desires in global politics as it does about the future itself. Different global futures, like different global histories and our global present, imply different configurations and distributions of power and resources, securing the enduring pertinence of the question, whose global politics? Questions for discussion. To what extent is the modern world borderless? Is there an inevitable global trend in favor of democracy? Will the 21st century be the Chinese century? Is the international community a force for global justice and security? Can the global South ever achieve social and economic justice or equality with the North? Have the negative consequences of climate change been overplayed or underplayed? Is the future inherently unknowable? How will space travel affect global politics and vice versa? Do attempts to predict future trends in global politics have any value? Further reading. Borman, N. and M. Sheehan, eds. Securing Outer Space, International Relations Theory and the Politics of Space, 2009. A collection of academic essays on the politics of space. Koentanuji, L. The Shape of the World to Come, Charting the Geopolitics of the New Century, 2009. A stimulating discussion of the transformation of world affairs by Globalization, the changing world order, and other developments. Kegley, C. W. and G. A. Raymond, The Global Future, A Brief Introduction to World Politics, 2011. An exploration of key trends and transformations in 21st century world politics. Schilliam, R. Decolonizing Politics, An Introduction, 2021. A deconstruction and reconstruction of many common-sense assumptions about how politics and international relations are theorized and practiced. Links to relevant web resources can be found on the Global Politics website, bloomsbury.pub/Heywood Global Politics 3E. Temporality. Time might seem a simple, everyday thing, a linear way of measuring existence. But critical theories of global politics have increasingly problematized time, exploring how politically significant different and competing temporalities, conceptions, and representations of time can be. Dehumanization, treatment so violently degrading that it renders impossible behaviors and experiences seen as the unique hallmarks of the human being, the exercise of choice or free will and control over one's own body, for example. Space-time, the global, is often described as a scale of space-time. In other words, it has both spatial and temporal dimensions, just like the local or the national. We experience spaces through time and vice versa. Bordering, the practice through which borders are socially constructed. See here, in the view of critical theorists, borders are neither natural nor static, but shifting social constructions which can go beyond simply lines on a map. Post-liberal, a politics or period following the global dominance of liberal ideology. The liberal world order, allegedly constructed during the post-Second World War era, is said to be threatened by post-liberalism. Unipolarity in world order is a structure wherein a single, very powerful state is able to dominate the wider system, also known as global hegemony. The immediate post-Cold War years are viewed by some as a unipolar moment for the United States. Pluralism in world politics, the broad view that many societies of quite different character can and, in the view of many pluralists, should be able to coexist without the necessity for either a singular, hegemonic, and homogeneous globalism to shape the world in its image, nor a parochial, narrow-minded, conflictual nationalism to assert itself.